Chapter 1, It Doesn't Matter, I Will Take Action. In the lavish living room of a high-end apartment, a man and a woman sat facing each other. The man spoke with a frigid tone, 1 million, and the engagement will be dissolved. In response to his icy words, the woman opposite him merely lowered her gaze in silence, absent-mindedly toying with a steel pen, rendering her emotions inscrutable. What's this? Are you at a loss for words now? Just a moment ago, weren't you demanding 500,000 over the phone? Noticing her silence, Lu Heng frowned with impatience, his face revealing undisguised disdain. I'll give you an additional 50,000, but do not use our engagement to disgust me any further. Jiang Qiyu was not averse to speaking, she merely feared that the words, damn it, I loathe pretentious people might slip from her lips. To be fair, last night she had simply remarked, in response to his overly arrogant tone on the phone, rich guy, how about you transfer 50 to me and prove your worth? Who would have thought that this fellow would actually pay her a visit the very next day, brazenly offering her 1 million? Do the male protagonists in romance novels not engage in online activities, lost in their own airs? Her name was Jiang Qiyu, once an obscure stand-up comedian, who was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer before she could realize her comedic aspirations. Fortuitously, she had just received her diagnosis when she unexpectedly found herself transported into a book she had previously read, a romance set against the backdrop of the entertainment industry, titled The Heart's Darling of the Film Emperor. Regrettably, she had become the character sharing her namey and infamous supporting character destined for a tragic fate, a mere decorative figure in the entertainment world, an illegitimate daughter posing as a true heiress. In the original narrative, she was a foil to the protagonist, an obstacle that was ultimately overcome. She was option E, plan B, a mere passerby trampled underfoot. How should one put it? As a villainess, she could only hope that the author would have their eyes on alert while sleeping at night. Though this notion was somewhat absurd, embracing the philosophy of making a home where one falls, Jiang Qiyu swiftly came to terms with her new reality. After all, she had always been solitary now, her chance to live anew depended on her lifelong dedication to avoiding waste, having worn down her electronic wooden fish to splinters. This was her rightful due. Moreover, if she held the script, what did it matter if she was the villain? It was of no consequence she would take action. Just as Jiang Qiyu was filled with confidence, preparing to reclaim what was rightfully hers, a phone call abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Qiyu, are you done causing a ruckus? Who are you? Don't play dumb. Do you really think I would marry you based on a mere verbal engagement? Dream on, you aren't even worth a single finger of Jiang Mian's. Your entanglement only repulses me. Are you out of your mind? Humph. I see, you want money, don't you? Name your price. No, really, are you actually putting on an act? Rich guy, why not transfer 50 to me first and show your prowess? Jiang Qiyu, remember your words. After hanging up, the perplexed expression on Jiang Qiyu's face lingered for merely 3 seconds before her eyes widened in realization. Oh no. Something was amiss. She quickly reviewed the plot of the book in her mind, eager to imprint every detail into her memory. Soon enough, she uncovered a potentially fatal flaw: she was late to the game. In the original text, this particular scene was supposed to occur in the latter part of the story when the supporting character's career, familial ties, and romantic prospects had all crumbled, leaving her with no choice but to leverage the engagement to coerce the male lead. As for how she ended up in such dire straits, she was framed by the false heiress, bearing the brunt of the blame for undermining the female lead, and was subsequently cast out by the patriarch of the Jiang family, losing her claim to the family fortune entirely. In her professional life, she faced anonymous defamation, falling prey to the film emperor Lu Heng's schemes, ostracizing newcomers, workplace bullying, and acting like a diva, ultimately leading to her character's collapse, embroiled in scandals, with no roles left to play. It mattered not, she would see her own funeral. Thus, embodying the spirit of picking oneself up from where one falls, Jiang Qiyu, at the brink of despair, chose to let things be. Faced with indecision, she resolved to sleep, and tomorrow would take care of itself. Yet, before she could even drift into a natural slumber, she was awakened by the arrogant man before her. Lu Heng, 27 years old, the most sought-after film emperor in the entertainment industry, the male protagonist of this melodramatic romance. And soon, he would no longer be. Jiang Qiyu. His rebuke interrupted her drifting thoughts, his tone growing increasingly frigid. I will transfer you 1 million, but remember your promise. At his words, Jiang Qiyu lazily lifted her eyelids. What? Dissolve the engagement and stay away from Mian Mian. What you're saying? She raised her gaze, her expression calm. I cannot comply. You. Lu Heng's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if he wished to dismember the woman before him with a mere glance. You initially demanded 50, I offer you 100. Now you intend to raise the stakes? Beware, greed leads to downfall. What shall I do then? In the face of his veiled threat, Jiang Qiyu merely leaned back against the sofa, her demeanor tranquil as she proposed, why don't you report me? Claim that I'm extorting you? Watching the man momentarily stunned into silence, she arched her slender eyes and smiled, waving her hand, just kidding. No, she was certainly not joking. If she accepted Lu Heng's 1 million, it would not be long before the recording of their encounter today spread across the internet. Extortion. 1 million. This was a serious crime. At that point, she would be transformed into a pariah, nailed to the pillar of shame, unable to redeem herself. Jiang Qiyu firmly believed that no one could be entirely devoid of folly. If you perceive someone as flawless, they are undoubtedly engaging in some unseen foolishness. And Lu Heng was precisely such a ruthless, heartless fool. Not only had he hired people to tarnish her reputation behind her back, but he was also willing to spend 1 million to ruin her career. How contemptible. If Mr. Lu finds himself with excess funds and no place to allocate them, perhaps he could contribute more to the state. Jiang Qiyu suggested with genuine warmth, as if merely offering a friendly piece of advice, or, perhaps, take that money to a neurology hospital and secure an appointment with a specialist. Emergency. Lu Heng was no fool, he quickly realized that his plans had been discerned by her, and after a fleeting moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. He regarded the suddenly altered Jiang Qiyu before him, his disdainful gaze gradually shifting to one of scrutiny. After a lengthy pause, he rose with deliberate slowness, maintaining the haughty indifference he had displayed upon arrival. I will be participating in that dating reality show with Mian Mian. You had best refrain from meddling, or I will ensure you regret it. Watching him stride away with purpose, Jiang Qiyu remained reclined on the sofa, her posture relaxed. Only after his figure vanished from the entrance did she slowly retract her meaningful gaze, playing with the steel pen in her hand as she softly remarked. What shall I do? Oh, I do adore causing others distress.
Chapter 2. Just say whether there's popularity or not. Jiang Qiyu certainly wasn't exaggerating. This person is passable in every aspect, except for the fact that her rebellious spirit weighs in at 99 pounds of her 100-pound frame. In the past, her impulsive tongue had led her to publicly lose her composure at a company dinner, where the boss forced female colleagues to drink with clients. She had brazenly exclaimed, "What's the point of being a boss if you're just going to play matchmaker? You might as well be a madam." This had earned her the ire of everyone present, and her life script had shifted dramatically from chasing dreams in the entertainment industry to being forcefully expelled from it. Now, having transmigrated into a book, not only was she subjected to scorn, but she also had to confront the mess left behind by the original owner, which further destabilized her already precarious mental state. Given the circumstances, as she was inevitably on the verge of being ousted from the entertainment circle, rather than engaging in internal turmoil, she resolved to unleash her madness upon the world, since Lu Heng had repeatedly thwarted her attempts to participate in that dating show. She felt compelled to join it. Life, after all, is about 2 words, rebellion. The dating show Lu Heng referred to was an upcoming romantic reality series titled You Understand Love. This program stood out among myriad dating shows due to its impressive guest list. Not only did it feature the rapidly rising star Zhang Mian, but it also boasted the ballad prince Zhou Shun, the wildly popular idol Fang Shubai, and the well-known flower Jiang Ling, among other prominent faces in the entertainment industry. Most crucially, the show had secured Lu Heng, the top-tier film emperor, as a participant. The mere announcement of Lu Heng's debut in a dating show was enough to draw significant attention from fans, making it one of the most anticipated programs of the year. Originally, the show had also extended an invitation to the original owner, a rising starlet. However, due to her recent troubles, the company had suggested she take a break, leading to a polite decline of the director's offer. Consequently, the production team was forced to replace her with a model at the last minute, now that the official announcement had been made on Weibo. Showcasing a perfect lineup of 3 men and 3 women, it would be quite challenging for her to join at this point. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qiyu casually pulled out her phone and located her manager, Sister Chen, in her contacts, dialing the number. "Hello, Sister Chen, regarding that dating show you declined for me, I want to participate. Do you think it's possible?" On the other end, Sister Chen seemed preoccupied, the background bustling. "What dating show?" Didn't the company say you should take a break for a while? Break? Who agreed to that? I haven't even started shining for the company yet, and you want me to rest? I refuse. After a moment of silence, the environment on the other end shifted to a quieter setting before she continued. Don't give me that spiel, I know what you're thinking. Even if we hadn't declined Director Zhang's invitation, with your current reputation and popularity, you can forget about participating in any variety show for now. Sister Chen, an old hand in the entertainment industry, was well versed in the balance of kindness and authority. After delivering her words, she quickly shifted to a more soothing tone. Guests on such variety shows require a certain level of popularity and heat. Once you finish filming your next project, the company will buy a few trending topics to help you regain some popularity. We can discuss a potential second season then. That's the plan. Having said that, she hung up before Jiang Qiyu could respond, seemingly attending to the schedules of other artists. However, such dismissive remarks planted a seed of malice in certain hearts after the call ended. She lowered her gaze and pondered for a moment before returning to her phone. She opened Weibo, logged in with a verification code, and was immediately bombarded with a multitude of message notifications. As she scrolled through, most were the usual vitriolic insults. The comments section, however, remained surprisingly clean. It wasn't that no one was criticizing her, rather, the company had set restrictions on comments a week prior. Fearing that hate comments would adversely affect commercial endorsements, Jiang Qiyu scrolled while clicking her tongue. It seemed that Lu Hong indeed wielded considerable influence in the entertainment industry. Just a few pieces of unfounded gossip could incite such intense animosity from fans towards her. If the original owner were to see these insults, she might feel hurt and despondent, but Jiang Qiyu, in her current state, merely thought of 4 words: I couldn't care less, ignoring the messages. She clicked to edit, her fingers dancing on the screen. Finally she hit send. In the next moment, Jiang Qiyu's personal homepage was graced with a freshly updated Weibo post. Jiang Qiyu v. I'm back. This time, I shall hear every rumor that belongs to me clearly. After a flurry of swift actions, she opened the comment section to unrestricted access. Within mere seconds of silence, her phone began to erupt with notifications. In just a few minutes, the comments section of that post was besieged by countless arriving haters. Amidst the endless taunts and insults, Jiang Qiyu spotted a few highly upvoted comments. Gentleman like Han, I thought it was someone serious. Turns out it's just a desperate little sister who was throwing herself at him. This was clearly from Lu Heng's fanbase. Without a second thought, she boldly replied, Jiang Qiyu v. I know you don't like me, but that is fine. A dung beetle can't push a golden ingot. Little angel me on. Jiang Qiyu hasn't apologized for bullying the newcomer beauty on set, right? I feel sorry for our great beauty. Having to act with such a venomous face. In response to Jiang Mion's defender, she struck back fiercely. Jiang Qiyu v. Oh my, is this true? How chilling. In the adult world, nothing is easy. Knowing such significant matters and still bearing it alone, I respect you, a woman as strong as a rose. Heart emoji. Did Jiang Qiyu quit the entertainment industry today? A smoking little delinquent still trying to maintain a pure image. Truly nauseating. Vomiting emoji. Seeing this comment accompanied by a blurry photo of her seemingly holding a cigarette to her lips, taken from a paparazzi angle, Jiang Qiyu smirked. Jiang Qiyu v. Not only do I enjoy smoking, but I also relish meddling in others' affairs. Initially, it was only fans from various factions sparring with her. Soon more bystanders joined in the fray. Sad pig intestine. What is going on? Has Jiang Qiyu lost her mind? Jiang Qiyu v. The situation is as it appears. As for the specifics, it depends on the situation. Donkey little 5. I originally thought this sister only had looks, but I didn't expect her to be so wild in person. Truly she has both acting skills and charm, as well as singing talent and quality. Jiang Qiyu v. Rather than engage in internal strife, it's better to unleash madness on others. I maintain my stance. There is no need to be too normal in life. Frozen Fish War God. Sister you, I've heard you have capital backing you. How much does it cost to speak on your behalf? I'm a bit tight on funds lately. Can we settle daily? Jiang Qiyu v. You're still young. Being strapped for cash now isn't much. There will be plenty of tighter days ahead. This level of confrontation was merely an everyday affair for Jiang Qiyu, who once thrived as a rebellious stand-up comedian. However, in the broader context of the entertainment industry, it was nothing short of explosive. Soon, a fresh topic surged onto the trending charts like a runaway wild dog. Jiang Qiyu has gone mad. While she was fervently battling haters, her manager Sister Chen's call came in like a fire alarm. Jiang Qiyu deliberately pulled the receiver away from her ear before answering. Sister Chen. Don't call me sister, you are my sister. I asked you to build your popularity, and you're out here acting crazy online. Listening to the furious shouting from the other end, she merely switched to view the rapidly climbing trending topics and the swiftly increasing follower count. A confident smile creeping onto her face. Just say whether there is popularity or not. Meanwhile, Sister Chen was nearly beside herself, panting heavily, struggling to suppress her curses. Finally she managed to squeeze out a heavily laden curse from between her clenched teeth. Jiang Qiyu, you truly deserve to die. Chapter 3. What is the difference between this and defecating in public? Sister Chen's words were not without merit. She had indeed developed breast cancer and truly deserved to perish. Yet she simply would not die. Not only did she refuse to fade away, but through this chaotic upheaval in the celebrity world, she had managed to reignite her previously dwindling popularity in the entertainment industry. As long as their essay topic, one is invariably in demand. To prevent her from making any further reckless moves, Sister Chen promptly reached out to director Jiang of You Understand Love. As luck would have it, director Jiang was also considering contacting them, for in the world of variety shows, what one seeks is discussion and buzz. To have someone as unconventional as Jiang Qiyu willingly embrace the risk of being criticized while also generating more topics and heat was a proposition the production team could hardly refuse. Although the shooting was imminent and the 6 guests had already been confirmed, the official Weibo still announced that a female artist would be joining as a mysterious guest following the explosive upheaval in the entertainment industry. Jiang Qiyu's Weibo account was forcibly confiscated by the company, thus, while awaiting the commencement of the show, she registered a secondary account with a backup number and began to surf the internet and act erratically each day. She debated with Liu Hang's fans beneath the announcement of the film Emperor's new drama, quarreled with Zhang Mian's fans in the promotional marketing posts, and engaged in arguments with her own fans in the comment sections. In short, she was embroiled in conflicts with everyone, employing a strategy of indiscriminate assault. Finally, after a whole week of relative calm, the much-anticipated variety show You Understand Love officially announced its commencement. This was a reality show focused on love and life. Featuring both live and recorded segments of the inaugural lineup included 6 star guests and 1 mysterious observer, with the production team arranging for all 7 to arrive at the love apartment from different airports. In this apartment, everyone would live together for a month, getting to know each other under the premise of romance. In addition to airing highlight clips weekly across all platforms, the program has also established a dedicated 24-hour live streaming room, allowing viewers to immerse themselves in the minutiae of life alongside the stars. On the eve of the recording, Jiang Qiyu and her assistant, Yu Xiaoyu, arrived at the airport punctually with their luggage. As per the show's requirements, conventionally, one might assume that the guest's true journey begins only upon their arrival at the recording venue. However, this particular variety show possesses an unconventional twist. Unbeknownst to them, the production team had secretly arranged the first segment of the show, a hidden camera, at the airport. Countless fans had already been eagerly waiting in the livestream, with real-time bullet comments enhancing viewer interactivity. Unlike the jubilant cheers from fans in the live streams of other guests, the atmosphere in the mysterious guest stream was shrouded in ambiguity. To amplify the entertainment factor, the production team had deliberately blurred Jiang Qiyu's face in real time, allowing the audience to hear her voice without seeing her visage. This peculiar tactic naturally piqued the curiosity of many viewers, who fervently speculated about the identity of the enigmatic guest. As the bullet comments flooded in the waiting lounge, Jiang Qiyu glanced down at her enormous white suitcase beside her and then turned to observe her assistant, Yu Xiaoyu, who was panting as she followed behind. With a wry smile, she inquired, "Xiaoyu, are you tired?" Taken aback by the question while struggling with numerous bags, Yu Xiaoyu followed Jiang Qiyu's gaze towards the white suitcase. Upon realizing Jiang Qiyu's implication, her expression shifted dramatically. "Sister, perhaps we should reconsider that." Faced with her assistant's objections, Jiang Qiyu remained resolute. "I am tired." Yet, as Yu Xiaoyu attempted to voice further concerns, she found herself compelled to reluctantly nod in agreement. Very well then, this cryptic exchange was, of course, captured accurately by the hidden audio devices on site and relayed into the livestream. Consequently, in addition to the viewers speculating on her identity, another line of commentary emerged. Who is this mysterious guest? I can't shake the feeling of her acting aloof. Could it be that she wants her assistant to carry her suitcase? The assistant is already laden with so much. With a princess's disposition, she can't even manage a suitcase herself? The murmurs of discontent grew louder, yet no one anticipated what would transpire next. In one swift motion, the obscured guest raised her long leg and effortlessly perched herself upon the white suitcase. Once settled, she turned back to her assistant and said, "I'll go ahead." You followed. No sooner had she spoken than the seemingly ordinary suitcase emitted a resounding mechanical chime. "Beep beep, welcome to use our company's electric suitcase. Wish you a pleasant journey." Following that, a peculiar yet invigorating background music began to play. "The heartbeat is love, like a raging fire you smile, and the madman is me love, like fire. Warms the heart I see the flames of love flickering." Sister, Yu Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, sharing in the viewers' astonishment in the livestream, staring at that carefree silhouette, accompanied by the earworm-like music. She watched as Jiang Qiyu galloped away in the bustling airport lounge. This person, I must say, you truly cannot overlook her. Oh, so her inquiry about her assistant's fatigue meant this? What's the difference between this and publicly defecating at the airport? Perhaps this is less odorous? In mere moments, the suitcase whisked Jiang Qiyu gracefully through the crowd, vanishing from the livestream's view. "Sister, wait for me." Without a second thought, the abandoned Yu Xiaoyu steeled herself. biting the bullet as she hoisted the suitcase onto her shoulder, obscuring half her face. Mimicking Jiang Qiyu's earlier action, she climbed atop the suitcase, pressing the switch amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by. Beep beep, welcome to use our company's electric suitcase. Wish you a pleasant journey. Unexpectedly, the two of them staged such a spectacle that the camera inadvertently lost track of them for a moment. However, the bullet comments in the livestream continue to cascade at an ever-increasing pace. The immersion is so strong. I feel the second-hand embarrassment creeping in. For the first time, I realize that watching a live stream requires courage. Director, switch the camera quickly, or we'll lose them. As the director frantically sifted through numerous angles to locate their image, the viewers soon discovered that Jiang Qiyu had halted her ride. Beside her stood not only a blushing assistant but also a small girl, roughly the height of the suitcase. The assistant director, monitoring the show's progress from backstage, gasped in disbelief, immediately turning to the staff beside him. What's going on? Wasn't Jiang Qiyu supposed to encounter a blind person? Where did this little girl come from? With the hidden cameras in place, the production team had arranged for actors to play various passers-by to gauge the guests' reactions and spark discussions among viewers. However, the blind individual Jiang Qiyu was meant to meet had been inadvertently left behind due to the sudden and swift movement of her electric suitcase. This unexpected little girl clearly was not part of their plan. As the staff exchanged bewildered glances, the assistant director, ready to express his frustration, was interrupted by a gentle tug at his sleeve. The director responsible for cutting the livestream's angles indicated towards the broadcast, cautiously suggesting, "Director, perhaps you should take a look." Chapter 4, Your daughter is in my hands. The high-definition camera zoomed in, revealing the mysterious guest seated upon the suitcase, gazing down at the tearful little girl before her. What's wrong? While the script provided little detail for this segment, Jiang Qiyu understood the scenario and naturally assumed it was a test set up by the production team. When the girl blocked her path, Jiang Qiyu halted her progress, yet, in response to her inquiry, the girl only widened her watery eyes, pouting her lips and staring up at Jiang Qiyu in silence. It appeared she had a strong sense of self-preservation. Sister, noticing the child's reticence, the arriving Yu Xiaoyu leaned in and whispered, "This child is he?" Jiang Qiyu scrutinized the girl carefully, then turned to Yu Xiaoyu with a serious expression. "A girl." Observing the big-eyed little girl in a ponytail and dress, Yu Xiaoyu nearly rolled her eyes to the back of her head. How presumptuous of you to make such a judgment. She held her tongue, refraining from voicing her thoughts for the sake of her job. However, to prevent this sister from making any further presumptuous comments, Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward, bending down to kindly ask the little girl, "Sweetheart, where are your parents?" Believing herself to be exuding warmth, Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback when the little girl seemed frightened by her forward gesture. The girl's eyes widened, and her mouth opened, on the verge of crying out. What? Just as she began to wail, a delicate hand, faintly scented, swiftly reached out, quick and accurate. It pinched her rosy cheek. The impending cries were instantly stifled. "I know you want to cry, but please hold off for now." Meeting the child's big, glistening eyes, Jiang Qiyu lowered her mask slightly and offered a symbolic smile. "Let me ask you, are you lost and can't find your parents?" The little girl, seemingly captivated by Jiang Qiyu's presence, could only nod her tear-filled eyes in response. "Understood." Jiang Qiyu nodded. "You must have gotten separated from your parents." Following this, she spoke with a tone of gentle consolation to the little girl. "It's all right. All gatherings eventually come to an end. You'll get used to it." Her words of comfort, however, only made the girl's face crumple further as she began to sob heart-wrenchingly. Wah 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 wah. Not only was the little girl crying inconsolably, but the viewers in the livestream were also swept up in their emotions. This sister's nonsensical words truly have a way of touching hearts. You really know how to comfort someone. First of all, your intentions are commendable, but secondly, perhaps it's best to hold off for now. Little girl, that was well said, but don't say such things next time. Despite Jiang Qiyu and Yu Xiaoyu's best efforts to console the little girl with their limited verbal arsenal, they ultimately found themselves at a loss. It was only the electric suitcase that came to the rescue. Whisking the child around the bustling airport with the catchy tune of Love Is Like Fire playing in the background, which gradually calmed the girl's distraught heart. After a few rounds, not only did the surrounding onlookers begin to take notice, but the viewers in the livestream were also filled with enthusiasm. I confess I'm genuinely sold on this concept. My apologies, little money, but I truly need this item. This suitcase may seem a tad childish for elementary school students, but for a university student like me, it's just perfect. The duo, one large and one small, reveled in their playful antics until Yu Xiaoyu, constantly signaling the passage of time, prompted Jiang Qiyu to remember her original intention. Little one, can you recall your parents' phone number? After playing for a while, the little girl innocently considered this sister, whose words were somewhat ungracious but whose appearance was strikingly beautiful, as a companion. Naturally, she answered every question. Of course I remember. Really, indeed. When she heard the disbelief in the girl's voice, the little girl's face flushed with urgency. In an effort to prove herself, she spoke without reservation, nearly revealing her father's bank card password. To prevent the little girl from disclosing the code to her family as safe, Jiang Qiyu hurriedly dialed the number provided by the child. Before long, the call was answered. "Hello, who is this?" A deep male voice resonated through the phone. Its rich timbre vividly conjuring the image of a gentleman clad in a tailored suit. However, Jiang Qiyu had no time to indulge in such fanciful musings. Her sole desire was to swiftly complete the task set forth by the production team. She envisioned a lucrative career in the entertainment industry to fund her dream of establishing a nursing home, staffed by young male caregivers under the age of 25, thus securing her future. Caught up in her optimistic daydreams, her tone inevitably took on a note of urgency as she blurted out, "I've found your daughter, who is coming to collect her." What followed was a prolonged silence on the other end. Jiang Qiyu assumed the child's parents had not understood, so she casually rephrased her statement, "Your daughter is with me." Realizing that her words might still carry some ambiguity, she quickly clarified, "I hope you grasp my meaning." Yet, the person on the other end remained silent. "Please hold on. To avoid being mistaken for a fraud, Jiang Qiyu kindly handed the phone to the little girl, who was busy fiddling with her suitcase. "Here. Say something." Of the child, utterly engrossed in her exploration of the remarkable suitcase that could transport her and sing, merely turned her head and chirped into the receiver, "Uncle Chi," after which she resumed her playful circling around the enchanting suitcase. It was clear he was not her biological father, which explained the child's apparent lack of concern for her absence. Jiang Qiyu mused idly as she placed the phone back to her ear. "Did you hear that? We are in the departure hall of Area A. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Xiaoyu, who was gesturing at her watch, signaling her not to miss the boarding time. Prompting her to add, "You don't have much time left," she then turned her attention back to the little girl, who had managed to activate the suitcase and was striving to climb aboard. "Hurry up, if we're late, I want to know where she'll end up." The sound of a busy signal echoed from the phone, and she tucked it away, giving a reassuring okay gesture to Xiaoyu, who was scrambling to assist the little girl. While Jiang Qiyu felt confident and composed, the real-time comments in the livestream exploded with excitement. What did this sister do before entering the entertainment industry? The flavor is just right. She sounds like she has been sewing for at least a decade. I just came to watch a variety show. How did I become a witness? Is there a relevant department that can look into her? This is serious. I'm not joking. Chapter 5. The little girl's uncle, though calm and collected on the phone, displayed remarkable efficiency. Arriving at the departure hall in less than 20 minutes, dressed in a brown suit, he was tall and lean, resembling a swift greyhound racing towards them. Xinshin, spotting the child perched on her suitcase, he dashed forward, nearly spinning in place to scoop her up in a fervent embrace, his expression one of sheer relief as he scrutinized her. "Xinshin, you scared me to death. How could you sneak away here alone?" "Don't you know that Qi?" Seeing the joyful reunion between uncle and niece, Jiang Qiyu quickly seized the opportunity to reclaim her transportation. At that moment, the announcement for boarding echoed through the hall. She exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu, then waved her hand at the lean gentleman. "You two catch up. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be amiss. Please wait a moment." The gentleman, having confirmed the child's safety, turned to Jiang Qiyu with gratitude. "Thank you so much. If anything had happened to the child, you needn't be so formal. Returning lost children is a duty we all share as citizens. Now that the child is found, I shall take my leave." Jiang Qiyu still believed this was a staged segment of the show, and after a performative display of high-mindedness, she intended to depart. However, just as she took a step with her suitcase, she felt a sudden tightness around her pant-legged sister. Turning around, she was met with a pair of wide, innocent eyes. "You better have a reason." The little girl, with an earnest expression, clutched her sweatpants tightly, causing the already loose waistband to precariously threaten to slide down. "Sister is a good person. Xinshin wants to repay you." "No need, it's just my duty." "Ha, it's your duty." Her hasty slip of the tongue was swiftly corrected, yet it elicited a chorus of laughter in the livestream. "Ha, not arduous, just unfortunate. Where did they find this gem of a character for the show? Is she a comedian? Is it certain she is unaware of the hidden cameras? She is too much of a delight, huh? I'm eager to see how she'll navigate the dynamics of romantic pairs." However, the little girl, sensing Jiang Qiyu's dismissive demeanor, became flustered. In her haste, she clutched even tighter. "Sister, don't you believe me? My daddy has a lot of money." Jiang Qiyu, secretly tightening her waistband with one hand, paid no mind to the child's insistence, merely glancing at her phone and casually deflecting. "I believe you. Just tell your father not to get too proud. Mine is already working hard, huh?" The statement nearly short-circuited the child's brain. Yet it didn't deter her from gripping tighter. Reluctantly, Jiang Qiyu bent down, adopting a serious demeanor to engage the child. "Xinshin, right? Sister wants to ask you, do you believe in light?" The little girl tilted her head, her eyes reflecting a purity untainted by worldly knowledge. "Light, yes." Desperate to extricate herself from the situation, she fabricated a story on the spot. "I'm actually a warrior from the M78 Nebula, and I've received a call from the defense team. I must rush to the next target location. As for repayment, you needn't bother. If you truly wish to thank me. This." She leaned in closer, Whispering in a conspiratorial tone only the two could hear, just have your parents support a star named Jiang Qiyu. She is my contact here on Earth. Upon hearing this, the little girl was momentarily taken aback. Her face scrunching up in disbelief. Sister, I'm a child, not a fool. How careless of me. A warrior from the M78 Nebula. Ha, a warrior from the M78 Nebula. I processed that for a full 3 seconds. I'm so curious about who this mysterious guest is. Are there such extraordinary figures in the entertainment industry? The child's response is hilarious. Just because she is young doesn't mean she lacks intelligence. Ha, these two should have their own show. I'd love to watch. At this moment, the gentleman finally could not hold back any longer, stepping forward and bowing politely. Miss, our Mr. Qi is on his way. I kindly request that you accept his gratitude in person. What, Mr. Jiang Qiyu stared blankly at the duo before her, pondering how to signal him to wrap this up before they missed their flight. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, the little girl suddenly brightened and called out sweetly behind her, Uncle Qi. At that instant, Jiang Qiyu had no time to concern herself with titles, seizing the opportunity while the little girl was distracted. She leaped agilely onto the suitcase. Xiaoyu, keep up. Fearing the production team would conjure some trick to delay them, she pressed the activation button without looking back. Beep beep, welcome to our company's electric suitcase. We wish you a pleasant journey. As she sped away, Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before snapping back to reality, quickly mimicking Jiang Qiyu's actions to mount the suitcase, turning to the bewildered gentleman. She offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, we really are in a hurry. Without waiting for a response, she followed suit, disappearing into the throng of travelers. The crew struggled to capture their swift exit, frantically searching for Jiang Qiyu amidst the bustling crowd. While the backstage director temporarily left the camera focused on the empty space, the assistant director was about to cut to a graphic announcing that a mysterious guest had boarded the plane when inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of the barrage of comments in the live chat. Oh my gosh, did I just see that fleeting shot of a top-tier idol? That figure, that body-to-height ratio, those legs and waist. Wow, quick zoom in, is that the child's parent? In the high-definition footage, just as Jiang Qiyu seemed to vanish from the frame, a tall figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist stepped directly into view. The man stood tall and robust, clad in a sleek black suit that perfectly accentuated his lean waist, his long legs striding confidently through the crowd with a graceful demeanor. Uncle Qi, the little girl called out again. Stretching her arms toward the man, the director, quick on the draw, zoomed in, allowing the audience to finally behold the man's strikingly handsome visage, reminiscent of a deity. Xiao Xinxin, the man's jawline was distinctly defined. And though his face bore little emotion, his slightly furrowed brow and lowered gaze reflected a hint of sternness as he looked down at the diminutive figure before him. President Qi, noticing the man's displeasure. Secretary Zhao, disregarding the two individuals who had scurried away, hurriedly stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Xinxin must have missed her parents, which is why she ran to the airport alone. Is that right? Seeing Uncle Qi's expression darken, Xiao Xinxin immediately recoiled, her little head drooping as she timidly nodded. Faced with his niece's guilty demeanor, the man let out a long sigh, his gaze softening slightly. He raised his large, knuckled hand to gently caress the girl's soft hair, his voice low and filled with compassion. Xinxin, although your parents cannot always be by your side. He paused momentarily, his thin lips forming a smile that sent shivers down the spine of the child. But Uncle Slap can be. Would you like to try? Chapter 6. Are you sure this is something you can say? As soon as he uttered those words, while Xiao Xinxin and Secretary Zhao appeared accustomed to such banter, the viewers in the live chat were undeniably taken aback by the power of his words. Uncle Slap, haha, I feel so sorry for this girl named Xinxin, ha. I love this charmingly eccentric character. I knew there was something off when I spotted chopsticks in the livestream. It turns out I found my type. Stop laughing, the child is too young to handle Uncle's slap. I am grown up now, I can take it. The comments are filled with who wants to get rid of their pants. They tripped the moment they entered. In the footage, the tall man was about to bend down to scoop the little girl into his embrace for a proper scolding. Sensing the impending doom, Xiao Xinxin quickly clutched his impeccably tailored trousers, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Uncle Qi, don't be angry just yet. Guess who I met today? Who? The tight suit warrior. Really, that sister even has an incredible mech that can disguise itself as a suitcase. Her words flowed with excitement and a naive glimmer in her eyes, a stark contrast to the small adult who had just claimed her youth did not equate to a lack of intelligence. The tight suit warrior wouldn't fool a child, perhaps she should try it on an adult instead. Xiao Xinxin, fine, adults won't work either. Almost as soon as the man's voice faded, the sparkle in Xiao Xinxin's eyes dimmed. Her head drooping in acceptance. I know I was wrong, ha 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 ha. This girl is as naive as they come. I really don't understand you all, showing no sympathy for the child. I would never mock her, just needed to let my teeth cool down a bit. This uncle-niece duo, along with that mech warrior from earlier, should start their own family show. It would definitely be a hit. How is this parent teaching their child? Education should guide positive energy, not lead me into the halls of marriage. Just as the barrage of comments reached a fever pitch, the secretary, who had been standing off to the side, suddenly received a phone call. After exchanging a few words, he approached the man and whispered something in his ear. Moments later, the two hurriedly led the downcast little girl away from the livestream. The backstage director, seizing the opportunity, introduced a transition animation, swiftly replacing the live footage with promotional material for a dating show. Thus, the first teaser segment of You Understand Love concluded without incident. Yet, no one anticipated that this seemingly simple prelude to the live broadcast would ignite a fervent discussion online. Someone had recorded the dramatic moments of the mysterious guest solo segment and, with a few edits, posted it on a short video platform. With the program's marketing momentum, within just an hour, several bizarre hashtags surged to the top 10 of Weibo's entertainment trending list. Uncle S slap. What's the difference between this and taking a public dump at the airport? Who was the pure prison-type female star? Searching for Uncle Slap across the internet, these peculiar tags overshadowed Liu Heng's private life. Jiang Qiyu assists the elderly Fang Xiubai dances at the airport, and other trending topics, dominating the charts. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, who had already boarded the plane and was donning an eye mask to rest, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. The recording location for the dating show was set in a seaside town far from the city. The production team had invested significantly in acquiring a 4-story garden villa overlooking the ocean, which would serve as the shared living space for the guests over the next month. As darkness fell, the brightly lit living room came alive with numerous cameras. Aside from the yet-to-be-revealed mysterious guest, the other 6 participants were already gathered around a round table, with hot pot ingredients laid before them. Familiar faces exchanged smiles and nods, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Outside the frame, a large electronic screen streamed the live broadcast, inundated with a flurry of comments. After the 6 guests introduced themselves, the production team issued the first ice-breaking task: connect live with the yet-to-debut mysterious guest, and each person may ask one question. Whoever guesses her identity first will get the privilege of choosing their room first. Conditions: no direct questions about her name and no inquiries regarding her works. Upon the announcement of the rules, the viewers in the chat became increasingly animated. Almost every female celebrity of a similar age in the entertainment industry was summoned, including a certain individual who had recently re-entered public consciousness due to her erratic behavior. Why does the mysterious guest's voice sound like that of the woman who went crazy recently? Jiang Qiyu, I must admit, it does have a resemblance. However, as soon as her name was mentioned, fans from various factions began to react defensively. Can we not mention that clingy woman? It's just bad luck. Seriously, don't push me to curse her in such a joyful setting. Impossible. I heard Jiang Qiyu was sent to a rehabilitation center already. Just then, the connection with the mysterious guest was established. Hello, her voice came through the speaker, clear yet slightly distorted by static. But the audience could still discern her crisp and lively tone, naturally endearing. The 6 individuals before the camera exchanged glances, and the supermodel Song Yan, seated at the edge, was the first to speak. Let me go ahead and ask. With her long hair elegantly tied up and an air of sophistication, she slightly curled her lips and inquired, May I ask, dear mysterious guest, what is your age? Without the slightest hesitation, the guest replied candidly, 22. Confirming her age considerably narrowed the scope, leaving many disappointed viewers lamenting their incorrect guesses. With Song Yan breaking the ice, the others followed suit in narrowing down their selections, yet the mysterious guest's answers became increasingly absurd. The rising star Jiang Ling smirked and asked, What kind of personality do you think you possess? Quite extroverted. I never wear a hood when I go to the bank to withdraw money. The ballad prince Zhou Shun chimed in, Have you ever sung in public? Yes, ever since I started singing I've been called back to the village for funerals to weep. At this point, the youngest idol from a boy band, Fang Xiubai, flashed a charming smile, his small canines gleaming under the lights, and posed a question everyone was curious about. Where did you buy your mech? After a brief pause, she replied nonchalantly, I haven't received my advertising fee yet, so I can't disclose that. Not receiving the desired answer, Fang Xiubai was hardly surprised, his signature smile becoming even more captivating. Then I wish you success in securing that endorsement. Tightsuit warrior. As the conversation veered further off course, Jiang Qiyu caught director Shang's eye and quickly interjected, Let me ask something. She paused, her gaze sparkling as she looked directly into the camera. Her tone playful and confident. Could you please reveal what your current WeChat nickname is? As soon as the words left her mouth, the previously lively chat fell silent for a moment, only to be followed by an overwhelming wave of praise. Mian is so clever, it should be easy for celebrities to connect WeChat nicknames to their identities? Oh my, is this what they call clever and sweet? I'm truly smitten. Jiang Qiyu is indeed incisive, but am I the only one curious about the WeChat name of this parachuted gem? Curious 10086. Yet, as the barrage of comments erupted, the mysterious guest on the other end of the line suddenly fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she finally mustered a seemingly ambiguous retort. Are you sure? This is something that can be said? Chapter 7, the Mecha War Chariot rolls out. I am Jiang Qiyu, remember my name. Jiang Qiyu waited outside for over 20 minutes. She faced a barrage of questions, responding as truthfully as she could. However, Jiang Mian, true to her role as the heroine, posed a question that left her utterly flummoxed. Lowering her head, she pulled out her phone and glanced at the glaring 8 characters atop her WeChat profile. Remaining silent for a long while before retorting into the communication device. Are you sure? This is something that can be said? What could possibly be unsaid? To her surprise, Jiang Mian appeared to misunderstand her hesitation. Convinced her guess was correct, her smile growing increasingly assured. Or perhaps there is someone among us you are familiar with, and mentioning their username would instantly reveal their identity. Jiang Qiyu wasn't genuinely concerned about her username exposing her identity. After all, she was meant to appear on camera. However, that username, during her days of surfing the internet at home, she had casually changed the original owner's artistic WeChat name to one she had previously used. While it was fine for private use, it was somewhat unfit for public display. Glancing at the assistant director, who showed no sign of stopping her from speaking, she shrugged. Well, listen closely, my WeChat name is rather long. Bringing the recording device closer to her lips, Jiang Qiyu spoke without a hint of trepidation. I am called Spear of Destiny, strike, and you shall perish. As soon as the words left her lips, a profound silence enveloped both the venue and the audience. Even the lively barrage of comments came to an abrupt halt. The 6 guests, previously in a convivial atmosphere, were rendered speechless, leaving only the hot pot on the table to maintain any semblance of liveliness. The first to react was Edison. Did she just say what I think she said? Family, are those the 8 characters I imagined? Is that permissible? This isn't a parachute drop. The sister is here to ambush the dating show. Isn't she? I suspected her username would be as dramatic as she is, but I never anticipated it would be this outrageous. A soft chuckle broke the deathly silence at the round table. Fang Shubai, his ears flushed with embarrassment, could not contain himself. Clearing his throat and feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, he coughed lightly to mask the upward curve of his lips and swiftly picked up the pieces of the conversation that had fallen apart. Well then. This esteemed teacher Spear, you didn't answer my earlier question. May I pose another? After receiving a nod of approval from the equally awkward director Zhang behind the camera, Fang Shubai turned to the lens. Flashing a dazzling smile, may I ask, Teacher Spear, what are your requirements for seeking a partner on this show? The barrage erupted once more. Teacher Spear, ha, what a name. What does this question have to do with guessing the mysterious guest's identity? Is Bye-Bye. No, Bye-Bye is launching an offensive against the mysterious guest right off the bat. Bye-Bye, you're still young, Mama doesn't approve of this marriage. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, sitting in the outer area, paid little heed to the ruckus. Since others were asking her, she naturally responded candidly, well, I'd prefer someone who doesn't speak ill of others. Upon hearing this, Fang Shubai's perfect smile faltered for a brief moment before he quickly regained his composure. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Why, I enjoy gossiping. In a relationship, someone ought to accumulate some virtue. His expression management crumbled entirely. After posing a second inconsequential question, Fang Shubai failed to clarify the identity of this teacher Spear. Only one person remained who had not yet asked a question. At that moment, all eyes turned in unison to the man seated prominently at the center, the undeniable star of this dating show. The film emperor Liu Hong. Liu Hong's persona in the entertainment industry has always been that of an aloof and noble figure, a paragon untouched by the mundane. Naturally, facing this intriguingly audacious teacher Spear, he felt a profound sense of disdain. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu caught a fleeting glimpse of the disdain that flickered across his face via the large screen. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she seized the opportunity before Liu Hong could formulate his question. You've asked so many questions. Yet only what Jiang Mian mentioned earlier hit the nail on the head. Jiang Mian, suddenly called upon, lifted her gaze, which point, among those present, there is indeed someone I am quite familiar with. This revelation instantly invigorated the 6 individuals at the round table, each scrambling to recall when they might have encountered such a formidable presence. Just then, the previously silent Liu Hong seemed to have an epiphany. His expression momentarily frozen. At 22 years old, tone-deaf and with a personality he found exceedingly unappealing, combined with this person's nearly deranged behavior. In an instant, he recalled the name that he found both irritating and hauntingly familiar. Lowering his gaze to conceal his disbelief, he furrowed his brow and inquired in a low voice, what is your relationship with that person? Jiang Qiyu had anticipated this very question, with a sly smile. Unseen by the crowd, she replied cheerfully, we grew up together, our bond is quite close. Pausing for effect, she added, oh, and we are even quite close as family. Just that one seemingly ambiguous statement set off alarm bells in Liu Heng's mind. The Jiang and Liu families had been close allies for decades, their ties undeniably intimate. It was no wonder they had arranged a betrothal between their youth. This mysterious guest was indeed Jiang Qiyu. To him, it seemed Jiang Qiyu had disregarded warnings and painstakingly joined this program to thwart his pursuit of Jiang Mian, possibly even publicly revealing their engagement as leverage. Watching Liu Heng's expression shift in real time, Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but smile mischievously. She had few redeeming qualities, but she harbored a penchant for holding grudges and indulging in mischief. Her intention in saying this was purely to ruffle Lu Hang's feathers. Just as Lu Hang's mind raced, nearing overload, the director's voice punctuated the moment. Now that everyone has posed their questions, is there anyone who can guess the identity of our mysterious guest? The living room fell into a profound silence. The others furrowed their brows, desperately searching their minds, while Lu Hang sat awkwardly, his composure wavering. Even if he had deduced Jiang Qiyu's identity, he would never voice it. Seeing that no one had an answer, Director Zhang raised his microphone and announced, "Since no one has been able to guess the identity of our mysterious guest, let us welcome her to the stage." As the director's words hung in the air, a familiar tune began to play outside the living room. The heart races, love is like a blazing fire, you smile, the crazy one is me, love. Like fire, warms the heart, I see the flames of love flickering. The doors to the living room swung open, revealing a casually dressed figure riding the mecha war chariot that had taken the internet by storm. Slowly rolling in, and the newcomer approached, dismounted, and smiled at the livestream with a blend of friendliness and nonchalance. With poise, she clasped her hands together. The mecha war chariot rolls out. I am Jiang Qiyu. Remember my name. Chapter 8. The past is the past, now it's perverse. Jiang Qiyu, you are teacher spear. Two astonished exclamations rang out simultaneously, and the audience displayed an almost universal shock at her appearance. While the barrage exploded in chaos, what? Teacher spear is actually Jiang Qiyu? What a surreal opening. I thought this mysterious guest was a bit eccentric, but it turns out she is genuinely deranged. The production team is stirring the pot. Thanks for the invite, I'm out. What is this? Any kind of person can join a dating show now. Wasn't there a rumor recently about her pursuing Lu Hang? Is she really chasing after him this time? How disgusting. I tuned in to watch our handsome Hung interact with Mian Bao, not to see Jiang Qiyu, the clingy sister. Am I the only one who thinks this sister is quite entertaining? Humans are peculiar creatures. Once a fixed stereotype forms around a person, anything they do is subconsciously met with disdain, even if a fleeting fondness emerged before their true identity was revealed. The moment the truth comes to light, it rebounds into a more potent aversion. Jiang Qiyu had long anticipated this reaction. She didn't even glance at the barrage, leaving her suitcase aside, greeting everyone with nonchalance as she approached to take her seat. To her surprise, the production team had chosen well. Nearly half of those present bore grudges against her. The heroine Jiang Mian had long been thoroughly offended by the original owner, while the second female lead, Zhang Ling, was the mastermind behind the original owner's expulsion from the Jiang family. As for the male lead, Lu Han, his gaze alone was one that could devour flesh. What sort of hellscape is this? Jiang Qiyu has unilaterally developed feelings for Lu Hang, while Lu Hang is paired with Jiang Mian on screen. To everyone's astonishment, Fang Shubai seems to harbor an interest in the spear-wielding teacher. Suddenly I feel that this variety show is going to be exceptionally entertaining. Now I understand why Jiang Qiyu was brought in as a surprise guest. The production team certainly knows how to stir things up. The atmosphere at the table became strained, and Jiang Qiyu, immersed in the situation, felt it deeply, and nevertheless, she has always maintained a nonchalant attitude towards making enemies. By fostering goodwill and making friends, she is bound to encounter numerous farewells and losses as she ages, which would be profoundly painful. However, if she offends someone daily in her youth, she might reap a measure of joy in her later years. Why not embrace that, undeterred by the disdainful or scrutinizing gazes? Jiang Qiyu calmly took her seat, her eyes fixated on the bubbling hot pot in the center. Oh dear, the color of this hot pot, I must taste it. Just as she picked up her utensils, ready to delve into the matter at hand, someone interrupted her action. Spear-wielding teacher, what a pleasure. She turned her head to find herself staring into a pair of bright, crescent-shaped eyes filled with mirth. Fang Shubai, a 20-year-old idol from a boy band, inexplicably chose to participate in a dating show during his career's ascent. In the original story, his role was minimal, serving merely as an attractive backdrop. Yet today, he was far more animated than his taciturn character in the book. No sooner had Jiang Qiyu settled in than he eagerly struck up a conversation. You just mentioned growing up with one of us. Who is it? Fang Shubai intended to casually initiate small talk but inadvertently stepped on a sensitive topic. Upon hearing this, Lu Hang's already unsightly expression darkened further, and he couldn't help but curse the lad for bringing up such matters. However, Jiang Qiyu, undeterred by his warning glare, found herself intrigued. Maintaining her composure, she met his gaze with a calm demeanor and a hint of provocation at the corners of her lips. Well, that would be. She unabashedly looked at Lu Hang, and under his increasingly sullen gaze, she continued with a nonchalant tone, my dear cousin Jiang Ling, who shares the same grandfather with Jiang Mian and Jiang Qiyu, is also a cousin. Their late uncle Jiang Xinian is Jiang Qiyu's father. Due to various hidden family secrets, Jiang Qiyu, an illegitimate child, was taken back by the Jiang family to be raised alongside the mistakenly swapped Jiang Ling. It is entirely valid to say they grew up together. However, to Lu Han, who was already feeling insecure, her words sounded like a veiled threat regarding their engagement. Jiang Ling, despite her inner turmoil, smiled warmly when her name was mentioned on live broadcast and playfully remarked, Honestly, I can't believe you came on the show without informing me. Fang Shubai, overhearing this, widened his eyes in surprise. You two are really relatives, I never knew. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling prepared to unleash her usual manipulative rhetoric to subtly cast aspersions on Jiang Qiyu. However, before she could utter a word, Jiang Qiyu, who had already seen through her intentions, interjected. Well, strictly speaking, we aren't really relatives, she replied casually while dropping meat into the boiling pot. Jiang Ling, in her moment of panic, nearly knocked over her plate. Qiyu, she had gone to great lengths to keep the truth about the swapped daughters from old Master Jiang, maintaining her image as a wealthy heiress. If Jiang Qiyu revealed this, her carefully constructed persona and reputation would be jeopardized. Faced with the puzzled gazes of the others and Jiang Qiyu's enigmatic smile, Jiang Ling could only manage a forced smile and hastily change the subject. Qiyu, you seem different from before. In her memory, her cousin had been a pampered child, pitiably naive after losing her parents at a young age. What had changed to make her so formidable now? As she spoke, the others present recalled Jiang Qiyu's recent reputation, green tea, a mere vase, demanding, and the recent trending incident that had caused quite a stir. What was the truth? Cousin, your perspective seems rather narrow, doesn't it? Jiang Qiyu, still fixated on the fish roe shrimp paste she had just added, replied languidly. As the saying goes, reputation is a double-edged sword. There are both good and bad aspects. The past is the past. Now, I am Now, her words sent the audience into a frenzy. 4-character rhyme, divide the cake of the rap circle with you half. Was that slip of the tongue intentional or accidental? I suspect it was intentionally accidental. It feels like she is the only one genuinely here to eat. Has Jiang Qiyu completely changed her trajectory? Is she adopting the persona of a neurotic celebrity? What a spectacle! As long as she doesn't associate with Hang's charm, no one would care if she truly turns neurotic. Chapter 9, though coarse, the words carry truth, yet these words are too coarse. The first ice-breaking dinner concluded after Jiang Qiyu and the guests swept through the table like locusts. As the unidentified guest whose identity remained undisclosed, she naturally earned the privilege of choosing her room first. Grasping her enormous mech-like suitcase, Jiang Qiyu unhesitatingly opted for the top floor for no other reason than the expansive view and the tranquility it promised, coupled with a charming little rooftop garden. How lovely! While the other guests harbored various thoughts due to her presence, they all understood the social dynamics and outwardly began to distribute the rooms amicably. The love apartment spanned 4 floors. Naturally, Lu Hong chose the second floor, the farthest from Jiang Qiyu, while Zhou Shun and Fang Shubai followed suit to avoid suspicion. Jiang Mian, not yet magnanimous enough to share a wall with someone she often clashed with, promptly selected a room on the 3rd floor. Although Jiang Ling resented Jiang Mian for usurping her status, she forced a sweet smile and chose the room next door to her. Song Yan, discerning the underlying tensions, despite coveting the rooftop garden, cautiously opted for a 3rd-floor room as well. Thus, the boys occupied the 2nd floor while the girls resided on the 3rd, with Jiang Qiyu alone on the top floor. With the apartment arrangements temporarily settled, the production team granted everyone an hour to unpack. Observing this outcome, the online viewers began to speculate about the budding romances. They must be doing this on purpose. Hong is in 201 and Mian is in 301. I'm really shipping this couple is shy at first, so they're secretly dropping hints by living 1 floor apart. Lu and Mian are for real. The couple's hearts are locked, and I've swallowed the key. Beyond Lu Hong and Jiang Mian, the established on-screen couple of viewers spontaneously began to ship various unlikely pairings. Am I the only one who thinks Zhou Shun and Jiang Ling would make a great match? Their vibes just click. Zhou Shun and Song Yan are more fitting, right? One is a prince of love songs, the other a cool supermodel. Love it. What about the spear-wielding teacher? Who would he pair with? Jiang Qiyu, haven't you seen how everyone is shunning her? I don't need to elaborate on her reputation in the circle, do I? The spear-wielding teacher should definitely pair with Fang Shubai, a neurotic celebrity and a younger puppy boy. Leave our Bye-Bye alone. How could you ship him with anyone when your conscience isn't pricked? Bye-Bye came to this dating show fully prepared. If it's not someone else, it might as well be the spear-wielding teacher. What kind of pairing is that? Changbai Mountain. Let's get this ship sailing. Changbai Mountain might be a bit chilly. But since it's a ghost ship, how about we name it by Jiao Nu? The ship name can be obscure, but it shouldn't be too bizarre, ladies. An hour swiftly passed. And as the clock struck 9:30, the production team gathered the neatly organized guests in the living room. Each of the 7 attendees was handed a phone branded by a sponsor. Off camera, Director Zhang began to explain the phone's functions using a small megaphone. Each phone contained a communication and social app developed specifically for the show. You understand, love? Guests could use it for calls, video chats, and messaging, as well as sharing life updates and feelings like on WeChat or Weibo. The most crucial aspect was that all interactions on this app would be entirely transparent, every piece of information, communication, and shared moments would be displayed on screen in real time during the live broadcast. This not only enhanced the audience's immersive experience but also ensured that no private communications between guests would go unnoticed. Additionally, the app boasted several unique features. Firstly, it calculated mutual affection levels based on chat frequency. Secondly, at the end of each day, a pop-up would prompt the phone owner to rate the other guests, excluding themselves. Based on their feelings, guests who received high ratings would enjoy special treatment in subsequent activities. In addition, there exists an anonymous feature. Each individual is granted a single opportunity each day to confess anonymously, sending heartfelt messages to their crushes under the guise of a secret admirer. Neither the audience nor the recipient will know the identity of the admirer. Only the admirer themselves can choose whether to reveal their identity. Following this introduction from the production team, everyone nodded in understanding while holding their phones. Only Jiang Qiyu, upon receiving the phone provided by the production team, immediately rushed to download several trending games from the App Store. After a month without gaming, who could remain sane? Her participation in the dating show was not solely to irritate Lu Hang. Rather, she was aware that the show would soon become immensely popular. As a holder of the script's golden key, it would be a waste not to seize the opportunity for personal gain. Even if she were to leave the industry and regret later on, she needed to earn money first to enjoy a comfortable life, did she not? While Jiang Qiyu indulged in her delightful retirement, gleefully showcasing the fruits of her meal with a small fork, director Zhang began to announce through a microphone. Next, the first segment of Understanding Love Night Talk begins. As the name implies, Understanding Love Night Talk entails everyone gathering after a hearty meal to engage in casual conversation. The purpose is twofold: to deepen the guests' impressions of one another and to gather additional footage for a highlight reel. Thus, director Zhang posed today's discussion topic: what do you believe a genuine person is like? The philosophical nature of the question made everyone somewhat apprehensive. Answering well would certainly leave a positive impression, but a poor response could lead to embarrassment. Song Yan, as straightforward as ever, was the first to raise her hand and replied, "I believe that a person whose words and actions align is genuine." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Shan followed suit. In judging a person, hearing is often deceiving, while seeing is believing. Fang Shubai blinked a couple of times and produced a statement laden with trivialities. "I think as long as a person is sincere, they are quite genuine." Zhang Ling, subtly glancing at the nearby Jiang Mian, replied kindly, "Genuineness is being unpretentious, not needing to don a perfect facade." However, Jiang Mian seemed oblivious to the subtle implications in her words and earnestly stated, "I believe it is about being sincere, treating everyone with sincerity." Meanwhile, the ever-pretentious Lu Hang, after a prolonged pause, noticed that Jiang Qiyu remained silent and, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a cold celestial being, looked unabashedly at Jiang Mian. "I think it's beautiful." Upon this declaration, aside from Jiang Mian's momentary surprise, the previously engaged discussion in the bullet comments erupted. "Ah, he's looking in her direction, he must be gazing at Mian, right? Does Lu Hong mean that a genuine person is beautiful? Or is she beautiful? I'm a huge fan of Lu Mian. I'm shipping them hard, please lock them in. The devoted one has done nothing but good deeds, my Lu Mian duo must be real." Just as the CP fans celebrated, a nonchalant voice interrupted the burgeoning atmosphere. "The shoes you bought for thousands may not be genuine, the handsome men and beautiful women you see online might just be a product of technology and skill. And even the words 'I love you' may not be heartfelt." Jiang Qiyu paused for a moment, and amidst the astonished gazes of the others she calmly interjected, "Yet, as for the fools you encounter, there is no doubt they are indeed genuine fools. Long spear teacher, I disagreed when you left the literary world. Although it's rough, there is some truth in it, but isn't that a bit too blunt? While others come to the dating show for flirtation, you came to it for audacity, right?" Chapter 10. It's perfectly normal to encounter fools in this life. The first episode of Understanding Love Night Talk concluded without awkwardness. The suave and sweet boss persona that Lu Hang's entire team had meticulously crafted was swiftly dismantled by Jiang Qiyu's few words. Infuriated, he declared that he wished to return to his room to rest after a long day of travel. With the film Emperor's statement, the others naturally ceased their insistence, and the group dispersed. Heading back to their rooms, that night, the main live stream would be divided into 7 individual streaming rooms. The other guests, fully aware of their purpose, began to take out their phones to log into the Understanding Love app and set up their profiles to cultivate their personas. Some even started to send each other greetings via private messages. The chat boxes displayed in real time within the live stream allowed fans to delight in the polite and tentative exchanges. Meanwhile, while everyone downstairs was actively engaging in flirtatious exchanges of goodnight messages, the top floor livestream remained unusually quiet and serene. After completing her evening routine, Jiang Qiyu contentedly reclined in the rocking chair by the grand floor-to-ceiling window. She casually picked up the phone provided by the production team, her mind replaying the rules and functions. But she couldn't recall them, thus she unabashedly opened a game. Viewers in Jiang Qiyu's livestream could only witness her expertly sniping one opponent after another, hiding in the grass to survive wave after wave of the toxic circle, and looting numerous backpacks left behind by others. But they saw no sign of her opening the app. What's Long Spear Teacher up to? Playing chicken? What is she really here for? Is she waiting for the production team to set her up with someone? Until 11:00 p.m., when Jiang Qiyu was immersed in the final wave of the toxic circle. The game interface suddenly froze, and an uncontrollable pink heart-shaped pop-up appeared. Welcome to Understanding Love. Please select the guest to whom you wish to assign your heart-throbbing points, Jiang Qiyu. Gazing at the character that had succumbed to the poison behind the pop-up, Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath and calmly clicked on each guest's profile to rate them. Lu Hong 0, Jiang Mian 0, Zhou Shun 0, Song Yan 0, Feng Shubai 0, Zhang Ling 0. If she could select herself, she would not hesitate to place a large 0 beneath her own profile. Even a lunatic would be cured upon seeing this. Long Spear Teacher is truly a mad genius. Long Spear Teacher, you truly understand the art of balance. Just finished overtime, and my mental state is quite similar to Jiang Qiyu's. I'm going to mess with you all. Having completed this task, Jiang Qiyu anticipated the chaos that would ensue in the bullet comments. She casually found a camera angle and smiled broadly at the lens. Don't ask. Just know that I'm here to create a few bumps in the road for those who are adored by all. Let these handsome men and beautiful women understand that life is not always smooth sailing. Is it? That night, unsurprisingly, her blunt remarks, which had caused quite a stir in the entertainment industry, along with her all-zero ratings, once again topped the trending searches. Simultaneously, hashtags such as Lu Hang is beautiful or Jiang Mian is sincere and Feng Shubai's trivialities also trended alongside it. The first day of the Understanding Love live broadcast had utterly exploded, as the identities of the mysterious guests in the show were unveiled. Discussions surrounding Jiang Qiyu intensified online. Some accused her of being crude and attention-seeking, while others, newly acquainted with her, found her to be free-spirited and unrestrained. That night, in the top-floor office of the Qi Group's A City branch. Yet, as for the fools you encounter, there is no doubt they are indeed genuine fools. At that moment, the secretary held a tablet, reading aloud the trending topics to the man lounging in the boss's chair, who was none other than the unexpectedly viral figure known as Uncle Slap. His long eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath his eyes, and under the secretary Zhao's watchful gaze, he slightly lifted his eyelids. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Secretary Zhao placed the tablet on the desk before the man, furrowing his brow as he pondered, and earnestly analyzed. President Xi, it seems that while this statement appears quite reasonable at first glance, it does not hold up under real-world scrutiny. For instance, the last part, I believe I have never encountered a fool in my life, is far too absolute. However, Qiyu merely shot him a cool glance, responding nonchalantly, in this life, it is perfectly normal to encounter fools. Secretary Zhao's brow furrowed even tighter, yet he persisted. But I truly. Just as he was about to elaborate on his reasoning, the man, who had been reclining in his swivel chair, suddenly straightened up, his tone serious. If you feel that your journey through life has been smooth, it is very likely that you yourself are the fool. Before Secretary Zhao could grasp the shift in his social standing, Qiyu slowly extended his elegantly knuckled hand, illuminating the darkened screen. As he gazed at the woman indulging in a feast at the hot pot gathering on the trending page, a flicker of subtle emotion crossed his eyes. Secretary Zhao, please return that director, whose surname is Zhao Early, your call, and inform them that I agree. A profound silence enveloped the office. Qiyu's brows knitted slightly as he turned to observe Secretary Zhao, who remained motionless and visibly flustered. It is as follows, boss. Secretary Zhao raised her hand to wipe away the non-existent beads of sweat on her forehead and replied with a grin, the director of that dating reality show is surnamed Zhang. So, furthermore, your scolding of him this afternoon was rather harsh. It was careless. As the first episode of You Understand Love went live, this phenomenal dating show began to dominate trending searches the very next day after its premiere. The official Weibo released a shocking announcement that sent ripples throughout the internet. The show was set to welcome its second surprise guest, unlike the mysterious guest format used for Jiang Qiyu. The identity of the new male guest was revealed in a high-profile manner via the official Weibo. He was Qiyu, the general manager of the A City branch of the Qi Group, and also the son of the chairman of the leading enterprise in S-City, making him the sole heir of the Qi family, previously known as the Slap Uncle, who had unexpectedly gained fame for his looks after appearing in the background at the airport. A super-rich second-generation heir, strikingly handsome, with unique parenting insights, a perfect combination of attributes. Consequently, the Weibo post ignited a frenzy of discussions among countless netizens. What do you mean Slap Uncle? Qi is only 25. Call him Slap Brother. This official photo is so strange. It's neither the domineering CEO style nor the cool guy vibe. It drives me crazy just looking at it. I must date someone like this in my lifetime. I hope you all don't go too far. Your repeated derogatory remarks about my husband have already amounted to sexual harassment. As his wife, I can no longer tolerate this. Please stop this shameless behavior and consider my feelings. Chapter 11, Who's Eating Excrement in the Kitchen? The day after the dating show went live, Jiang Qiyu was awakened early by the program's broadcast, after a brief moment of collecting herself with her eyes still closed. She lazily stretched and made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, she discovered that everyone else had already completed their makeup and hairstyling, appearing lively and spirited as they gathered in the semi-open kitchen. Aside from the first meal prepared upon their arrival at the apartment the previous night, for the following month, everyone was required to cook their own meals unless there were special arrangements. Zhou Shun and Song Yan were collaborating on how to add an egg to instant noodles. Liu Hong stood nearby, holding a cup of rich Americano, seemingly casually observing Zhang Mian as she spread jam on toast. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling had taken a frozen steak from the refrigerator and, feigning innocence, interjected between the two. Brother Hung, Nian, would you like to have steak for breakfast? Fang Shubai was holding a solitary egg. His expression uncertain, observing the scene of these young masters and mistresses, who were utterly unaccustomed to manual labor, clumsily yet adorably preparing breakfast. Jiang Qiyu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Just as she was about to turn and step outside for some fresh air, she was called out by the keen-eyed Fang Shubai. Teacher Spear, good morning. She rolled her eyes internally, feeling an inexplicable discomfort with that title. Teacher Spear, Fang Shubai emerged from the semi-open kitchen, brandishing the egg in his hand with a beaming smile. Shall we have breakfast together? Jiang Qiyu glanced at him, her gaze drifting uncertainly to the egg in his hand. We're just eating that, an omelette. You'll make it? Don't worry. Fang Shubai confidently shook the egg in his hand. I've watched the tutorial. I don't believe it, regardless of whether Jiang Qiyu believed it or not. She couldn't let the childless effort go to waste. With great grace, she sat down at the dining table, pulled out her phone, and fiddled with it for a while, before long 2 plates of somewhat recognizable black and yellow questionable food were pushed in front of her. This is if Fang Shubai had donned a cute bare apron while making the omelette, appearing endearing and docile, his round puppy-like eyes fixed on her. You must try it. I made this omelette following the program's tutorial. Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened at his words. Under his expectant gaze, she slowly turned her stiff neck to look down at the solid substance on her plate. Her face showed little expression, but internally, her mind rapidly replayed the original storyline. Only after confirming that the original host had never offended this egg-slaying individual did she barely swallow. Have you tried it yourself? Fang Shubai seemed to comprehend her concerns and earnestly explained, Teacher Spear, the omelette may not look appealing, but the taste is absolutely fine. You must try it. Under his enthusiastic invitation, Jiang Qiyu awkwardly smiled, picked up her chopsticks, and tentatively sampled a bit of the not-quite-charred edge. How is it? Is the taste acceptable? Faced with Fang Shubai's sincere gaze and eager expression, Jiang Qiyu solemnly set down her chopsticks and looked at him. Fang Shubai, has anyone ever told you that your cooking is delicious? Not yet. Fang Shubai scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. This is my first time cooking. Then you should never cook again. What? To lend weight to her words, Jiang Qiyu earnestly continued, the omelette you made is straddling the line between good and bad. Which side? It's quite bad. Cooking requires a balance of color, aroma, and taste. Fang Shubai's cooking lacks all three. As soon as Jiang Qiyu uttered this, the viewers in the comments section, who had been watching their interaction, erupted in laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Although Bai is indeed adorable, the egg you cooked is undeniably inedible. Fang Shubai, 2 years into his debut, the scandal, his omelette. Teacher Spear, you did well. Let's pretend we never ate this, and you're not allowed to cook again. Just as Fang Shubai's hopes were crushed, and he prepared to withdraw his culinary presentation with a forlorn expression, Zhang Ling, who had been hastily dismissed by Lu Hong, seemed to notice the numerous cameras focused on their direction. She approached with a smile. Qiyu, Xiaobai put in a lot of effort. He ruined 4 or 5 eggs to make you this heartfelt breakfast, so don't let his good intentions go to waste. She emphasized the words heartfelt breakfast particularly, implying both that Fang Shubai was wasteful with ingredients and that Jiang Qiyu was being ungrateful. Zhang Ling had always possessed this nature. She appeared smooth and well-meaning, yet every word carried a subtle sting that left one uncomfortable. Without being able to pinpoint exactly what was wrong, in stark contrast, Jiang Qiyu was straightforward, lacking in subtlety. Then you eat it. Upon seeing Jiang Qiyu push the charred offering toward her, Zhang Ling's face paled, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, that wouldn't be right. This was specially made for you by Xiaobai. I'd forget it. Witnessing Jiang Ling's discomfort, Fang Shubai felt even more disheartened. He picked up the plate of neglected omelette, his face filled with melancholy, and said, I clearly lack this talent. I should just toss it. Jiang Qiyu quietly watched his despondent figure, sighed deeply, and decided to head to the kitchen to whip up something that could at least be deemed edible. As for cooking skills, her forte lay in ordering takeout, yet as a former struggling performer, mastering instant noodles was an essential life skill. However, as she stepped into the kitchen, she was struck by an odd yet stimulating odor. Who on earth was eating stinky tofu so early in the morning? As soon as she spoke, Lu Hong, who had been rolling up his sleeves to cut cheese while trying to find the best angle to showcase his biceps and jawline, abruptly halted his movements of the knife in his hand wavered. Jiang Mian, standing beside him, immediately exclaimed, "Lu Go, are you alright?" Jiang Qiyu turned toward the sound. Sure enough, there was a deep cut on his little finger. And that old fool Lu Hong seemed to be intentionally avoiding healing, squeezing out 2 drops of blood with his left hand. As everyone scrambled to find a first aid kit, the comments section erupted in outrage against Jiang Qiyu. Why is Jiang Qiyu so clumsy? It's all her fault, our handsome Hong got hurt. Is this clingy sister trying to attract our Hang's attention? My heart aches for Hong, being pursued by such a woman is a nightmare. Can Jiang Qiyu just leave, you understand, love? Her presence in this show is solely to disgust the audience, right? Amidst the chaos, no one noticed the front door of the living room being opened. A clear and magnetic voice cut through the ruckus, laced with a hint of disdain. Who was eating excrement in the kitchen so early in the morning? Chapter 12, Snails, Little One. After a brief yet chaotic round of introductions, everyone finally grasped the identity of the unexpected guest, the 8th guest of You Understand Love, the young master of the Qi family, Qi. In an instant, the long-awaited netizens erupted with excitement, and the comments section went wild. The Qi family's graphic design team needs more practice. How come the photos don't do him justice? Finally meeting the legendary Slap Uncle, he's so handsome, it's a crime he hasn't debuted yet. Let us not be infatuated. I have heard that young Master Qi's appearance on this program is primarily motivated by the desire to capitalize on the burgeoning popularity of romance shows, to market himself while simultaneously promoting his brand, such as the nature of capitalist, marketing himself. I'm even more enamored. As Qiyu surveyed his surroundings, he finally discerned the source of the acrid odor emanating from the kitchen countertop, a rather unsightly piece of cheese marred by unsightly mold. Clad in a perfectly tailored high-fashion suit, with a figure that exuded elegance, he stood out even among a host of celebrity guests, yet the slight furrow of his brow diminished the otherwise lofty aura he projected. Qiyu raised his hand to cover his nose, gazing at the moldy cheese on the countertop. What on earth is that foul stench? His inquiry drew the attention of everyone present, allowing them to more acutely perceive the offensive aroma. To evoke a sense of empathy among the viewers, Jiang Qiyu thoughtfully employed a metaphor to describe the odor. It resembles the scent of a pair of gym socks that have not been washed for 10 days. Simmered in foot bath water for 3 days and nights over a roaring fire. Upon hearing this, aside from Lu Hang, the owner of the cheese, the others could not help but nod in agreement. The metaphor was vivid and specific, leaving them feeling queasy. Teacher Chang Miao, you truly understand metaphors. After hearing this comparison, I realized that what Teacher Chang Miao said about stinky tofu was quite understated. Heavens, what on earth is going on with the esteemed Luingdi? You know nothing. This is a special type of cheese from abroad. Such provincial ignorance. If you don't understand, then kindly refrain from barking. Must one not respect others? At this moment, Lu Hang, whose finger was already bandaged, was not in the best of spirits. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, he stepped forward to retrieve the knife he had previously bled on. Realigning the unsightly cheese, this is French blue cheese. While its appearance may be unappealing once it is cut open, as he spoke in an attempt to validate his taste, he swiftly sliced the cheese in half, confidently presenting the cross-section of the blue cheese to the assembly. Qiyu cast a glance, only to curl his fingers against his nose again. It looks even more disgusting when cut. Lu Hong had led a life of untrammeled success, unaccustomed to such blatant disparagement, and his face turned a shade of green just as he was preparing to elaborate on the origins and development of blue cheese. Attempting to wrap it in a layer of chocolate-coated charm, Jiang Qiyu interjected, I know this cheese. Observing the mottled mold atop it, she casually disposed of a burnt egg into the trash and earnestly pronounced, I recommend everyone try it before making a judgment. Just add a touch to a vegetable salad, and it can taste quite dreadful. Beside her, Zhang Ling, witnessing Lu Hang's predicament, couldn't help but step in to defend him. In truth, one must savor this delicacy slowly. It might seem unpalatable at first, but later you will discover the taste of excrement, yet it is still more expensive. It was evident that young Master Qi was not familiar with the industry. He left no room for leniency, offering no semblance of dignity to the esteemed Luingdi. After such remarks, Lu Heng's complexion grew even more sallow. He endured, striving to maintain his aloof image as a cool-headed film star, and turned to the disdainful Qiyu. We are preparing breakfast. I was unaware that you were joining us. Would you care to partake? Although the Lu family had long reigned over S city, Lu Hong, who had grown up in a city, had heard of Qiyu's exploits within the industry. From a young age, he had been a troublemaker, embroiled in fights. He had been sent abroad by Qi's father before even graduating high school, only returning in recent years to manage Qi's branch in a city. Such a privileged individual, accustomed to a life of ease, likely had no idea how to even use a gas stove. Though he was still uncertain why Qiyu had suddenly appeared on a dating show, he saw no reason to confront him directly. However, he felt confident in exposing the shortcomings of such a hot-tempered young master. Qiyu, having heard his words, did not respond immediately. He simply scanned the area, noting the nearly overcooked instant noodles in the pot, several charred eggs in the trash, an unthawed steak, a slice of toast slathered with jam, and a piece of blue cheese emitting an acrid odor. His handsome brow gradually knitted into a shallow frown. After a month here, is this all you intend to eat? During their initial encounter, Qiyu, striving to exhibit his dwindling composure, managed to suppress the words animal feed that nearly escaped his lips. Unfortunately, the production team forbade any assistance. Nearby, Fang Shubai, still donned in a bear-shaped apron, leaned against the wall and shrugged. We are not allowed to order takeout either. In that case, Lu Hong smirked slightly. Young Master Qi is proficient in cooking. Sensing the inexplicable animosity directed at him, Qiyu showed no mercy. I wouldn't call it proficiency, at the very least. I wouldn't be chopping excrement in the kitchen. Lu Hong intended to retort, but he noticed Qiyu striding toward the refrigerator. He casually swung open the double doors and nodded upon seeing the abundance of ingredients within. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he removed his impeccably tailored suit jacket and glanced at the one preparing instant noodles. Will we be having Chinese or Western cuisine for breakfast? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qiyu responded, Chinese. Subsequently, she found herself inexplicably handed a black coat imbued with a faint, refreshing fragrance. The others, forced to vacate the countertop, could only stand in stunned silence as they watched the man in the kitchen move with skillful efficiency amidst the chaos. His white shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing well-defined forearms. He focused intently on chopping vegetables, cracking eggs, and making pancakes with seamless grace. Fang Shubai closed his jaw, unable to conceal his astonishment. He is Jiang Qiyu. Inhaling the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen, swallowed hard. The Snail Boy, Chapter 13, 9 turn intestines sashimi, vegetable egg pancakes, fried eggplant boxes, tomato egg noodles, shrimp egg custard. Before long, steaming plates of traditional Chinese breakfast were laid out on the dining table. Compared to Fang Shubai's lackluster culinary skills, the dishes created by this irritable newcomer were nothing short of spectacular, even by professional culinary standards. Monday break, I'm going to eat. I'm not joking. Handsome, wealthy, sharp-tongued, and can cook? His advantages are piling up. To be frank, the dishes he has prepared do not resemble those of a wealthy second-generation heir at all. They are truly homestyle. How infuriating. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. In this lifetime, I must date someone like this. As the final dish, a tofu soup, was served, Qiyu elegantly untied his apron and took a seat at the prominent position the others had intentionally vacated, observing their eager expressions. He merely tugged at the corners of his mouth and waved his hand. Everyone dig in my share. Leave me a piece of the egg pancake. Don't snatch, having spent the entire morning in the kitchen without consuming a morsel. The 7 of them felt their stomachs growl in unison at the sight of such a delectable spread, while the others remained somewhat restrained in front of the cameras, taking their time to eat. Jiang Qiyu and Fang Shubai, having been traumatized by the burnt egg incident, cherished this unexpected feast. Delicious. Swallowing the flaky and tender egg pancake, Fang Shubai expressed his heartfelt admiration towards the serene figure at the head of the table. Brother Qi, your cooking is exceptional. For this month, I will give you a perfect score. Please take care of me. Qiyu leisurely set down his spoon, not even glancing in his direction. I'm sorry. Everything I raise tends to die. Jiang Qiyu downed her soup in one gulp and flashed a hopeful grin. Mr. Qi, life is short. May I have another bowl? Such a glutton. There are conditions. You must take some digestive medicine to regulate your system. Despite his words, Qiyu nonetheless ladled another half bowl of the remaining fresh vegetable tofu soup for her. Song Yan and Zhou Shun, simultaneously slurping tomato egg noodles, took the opportunity to lavish praise upon their newly arrived culinary savior. We are truly grateful to Mr. Qi for swooping in at the right moment, otherwise, we would have gone hungry. Zhang Mian and Zhang Ling each held a bowl of shrimp egg custard, bubbling with delight. Halfway through their meal, Zhang Mian noticed Lu Heng's rather grim expression. Lu Go, why aren't you eating? Her innocent assumption was that Lu Hong preferred the high-end yet not particularly exquisite French cuisine exemplified by blue cheese, and she kindly inquired, is it not to your taste? Ah, no. Having been embarrassed and struck, Lu Hong finally regained his composure. He glanced at the concerned Zhang Mian, pursed his lips, and awkwardly picked up a stuffed eggplant from the table, placing it into his bowl. He then turned to Qiyu, who was completely disregarding him. I never expected that Qi Xiao, having studied abroad since childhood and burdened with heavy academic demands, would acquire such culinary skills. It was nothing. Although the Lu family held a respectable position in the city, the heir apparent was Lu Heng's elder brother, and Qiyu, the young master of S City, did not regard Lu Heng, a formidable figure in the entertainment industry, as someone of significance. Upon hearing this, he casually waved his hand and cheekily replied, if you like, I can prepare you some 9-turn pork intestines next time, ensuring it retains its authentic flavor. A soft chuckle escaped Jiang Qiyu, the only one at the table unable to contain her laughter. The original work depicted Qiyu in scant detail, and his appearance on a dating reality show was an unexpected twist. Initially thinking it was merely a minor glitch influenced by her butterfly effect, she soon realized this true domineering figure was both volatile and equipped with 5G internet speed. Intriguing. Once the laughter subsided and everyone turned to her, She nodded earnestly in agreement. It seems that Emperor Lu's taste indeed aligns with this dish, given his fondness for cheese with a scent reminiscent of dirty socks. The pork intestines drenched in foul juice should pose no challenge. Currently, Lu Hong was on high alert around Jiang Qiyu, worried that this woman, who pursued him relentlessly, would resort to madness to gain attention on the dating show. Seeing her echo his sentiments, his expression darkened. And he retorted nonchalantly, "Those unfamiliar with me often misunderstand my preferences. I actually prefer my Japanese cuisine to be served cold." Understanding, Jiang Qiyu nodded, indicating her comprehension. "So, Emperor Lu favors raw intestines. I do not." Lu Hong, perplexed by the sudden shift towards a more eclectic taste, was about to counter when he noticed Qiyu calmly eating, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Qiyu and casually stating, "Respect everyone's palate. Do enjoy your meal." In one succinct sentence, Qiyu silenced Lu Heng's intended rebuttal, definitively categorizing the taste of this aloof and serene top-tier actor. Having been chastised, Jiang Qiyu bore no ill will. Maintaining her playful demeanor as she turned to Qiyu, "So, Qizone, will you be cooking for us again at noon?" Qiyu leisurely finished the last sip of his soup, gauging his mood. He did not respond, and Jiang Qiyu did not press the matter. She clicked her tongue, glancing at the nearly empty dishes on the table, and suddenly adopted a serious expression, addressing everyone. "Have you sensed it?" Fang Shubai, who was calculating how much exercise he would need to offset his meal, perked up at her words. "Sensed what? There are dirty dishes among us, even in daylight." Her deliberately lowered tone sent shivers down spines, prompting Zhang Mian to stiffen and ask, "What dirty dishes?" To everyone's shock, Jiang Qiyu, with a straight face, pointed slowly at the table at dirty bowls. As the seven, excluding Qiyu, swiftly cleaned up the mess, the online comments erupted in chaos. "Dirty bowls. Long Mao teacher, you understand dirtiness. Haha, 9 turn pork intestines, raw intestines, Qizone, and Long Mao teacher, you both grasp irony. This Qi Xiao is indeed a capitalist, lacking manners, bullying others by exploiting their ignorance of internet memes? Am I the only one who feels a fated connection between Uncle Earslapping and Long Mao teacher, who remembers she picked up Xiao Xinjin at the airport? Jiang Qiyu is truly shameless. Chasing after handsome Hong but failing, now seeing someone richer, she is eager to cling to him. Did you notice that Uncle Earslapping directly gave his coat to Jiang Qiyu and asked her what she wanted to eat? This is the spark of a CP. What status does the Qi family hold? Jiang Qiyu, a third-rate actress with little fame and a poor reputation, dreaming of climbing the social ladder. After breakfast, the production team gathered everyone to announce the highest heartfelt score from last night. Lu Hong, with a score of 329, took the first place. They also revealed the first task for the afternoon, to form pairs, change outfits, and shoot couple photos. Due to Lu Heng's top score, he was granted the privilege of choosing his partner and outfit theme first. Lu Hong had long set his sights on the innocent Zhang Mian, naturally justifying his choice based on their past collaboration, leaving Zhang Ling standing in the background, feigning a smile. Meanwhile, the duo of Zhou Shan and Song Yan, having bonded over instant noodles that morning, exchanged knowing smiles and effortlessly teamed up. Lu Nyanyan is truly unbeatable. Lu Nyanyan is bullying the world. Every time Hong has unwaveringly chosen Mian. Is this love? The adorable CP is scoring high. With the pairs established, only Jiang Qiyu, Zhang Ling, Fang Shubai, and the bewildered Qiyu remained. Since last night, Fang Shubai had shown immense interest in the unpredictable Jiang Qiyu, so he naturally approached her with a warm smile. Long Mao teacher, shall we team up? Seeing this, Zhang Ling wasted no time and rushed over to the solitary Qiyu. She flirtatiously tossed her hair, shyly approaching the striking yet irritable man, her exquisitely made-up eyes fluttering as she coyly asked, "Qizone, may I call you Yugu?" Qiyu, perceiving her demeanor as overly eager, frowned slightly in polite refusal. "I advise you not to, otherwise I might say something I regret each time such a tense situation arose." The online comments buzzed with excitement. "Ah, I stand with Bai Mao, let us see who dares oppose us? Long Mao teacher, please take good care of our bye-bye. Woo. I still ship the raw intestines CP. No, have you forgotten the suit jacket by the Daming Lake?" Honestly, standing beside Qiyu is torture for Zhang Ling. I knew she was aloof, but I didn't realize how much overshadowed by a man. Although Qiyu found these tasks idiotic, he had no choice but to adhere to the rules. He swiftly made his choice between the two remaining female guests without hesitation, just as he was about to invite the relatively normal bodysuit warrior to team up. He noticed Jiang Qiyu smilingly waving her hand at the young man in front of her, then confidently striding toward him. He raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing. She is quite perceptive. As Jiang Qiyu approached, Qiyu, believing he was about to receive her reluctant agreement, was taken aback when she didn't even glance his way and simply walked past him. Instead, she stood before the rejected and slightly embarrassed Zhang Ling. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu was too preoccupied to care about Qiyu's inner turmoil. As she halted, she flashed a wide smile at the deflated Zhang Ling. "Cousin, since the production team hasn't specified that we must team up with the opposite gender, Let us partner up. The moment she spoke, everyone's eyes, except hers, widened in disbelief. They were utterly shocked. It was evident to all that the two cousins did not share a close relationship. How could Jiang Qiyu suddenly wish to team up with Jiang Ling? Had she undergone a sudden change of heart, feigning sisterly affection? This was unexpected. As the invited party, Jiang Ling was equally astonished. She understood the underlying tension, as she had previously accused Jiang Qiyu of sabotaging Jiang Mian, leading to a major fallout with their grandfather and resulting in their estrangement. Jiang Qiyu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her. How could she possibly extend an olive branch in this manner? Jiang Ling's heart raced, but she failed to notice Jiang Qiyu seizing the opportunity to link arms with her, striking a pose for the camera that exuded sisterly affection. I've already conceptualized a look that perfectly suits us sisters. Everyone, stay tuned. In the live broadcast, the Bai Mao fans and the raw intestine supporters, upon receiving her playful wink, set aside their differences and reconciled. She may not please everyone, but she can choose to displease all. I can't help but ponder, is Long Mao teacher here to reform the fan circle? Okay, I accept. Bai Mao and raw intestines have yet to settle their score, looking forward to the next showdown. What bizarre CPs are you all shipping? Hurry and pair up so I can watch Lu Mianyan. Thus, Jiang Qiyu successfully teamed up with the bewildered Jiang Ling, while the equally perplexed duo of solitary men had no choice but to band together. These two absurd combinations sparked tremendous anticipation among netizens. Soon, the four pairs finalized their respective themes: Zhou Shun Songyan Ancient, Lu Hong Jiang Mian Modern, Jiang Qiyu Jiang Ling Ancient, Qiyu Fengshu Bai Modern. Two thematic photo shoot locations, both situated in the two studios of the garden on the first floor. Lavish costumes were transported in two luxury vans, offering dozens to hundreds of options from both modern and ancient attire. Most notably, the guests were required to complete their entire makeup and styling without the assistance of makeup artists or stylists, relying solely on their own skills. The time allotted was 1 hour. As the task officially commenced, Jiang Qiyu eagerly pulled the visibly reluctant Jiang Ling into the changing room, not wanting to fall behind. The duo of Zhou Shun and Song Yan hastily squeezed into the makeup room, racing against the clock. In contrast, Lu Hong and Jiang Mian took a more leisurely approach, first discussing their style together before entering at a relaxed pace. Meanwhile, Qiyu and Fengshu Bai exchanged a glance, both silently acknowledging the 4 words reflected in each other's eyes: a life devoid of desire. As the seconds ticked away, viewers on the livestream began to flood the comments with their anticipated pairings. Finally, at the 45-minute mark, the curtain of the changing room stirred. Song Yan and Zhou Shun emerged as if they had stepped out from a bygone era, hand in hand, reminiscent of noble women from ancient times. The man was handsome, and the woman was gentle, a true pair of perfect matches. The audience erupted in applause. After showcasing themselves before the camera, they promptly moved to the studio for a photoshoot. Soon, around the 50-minute mark, the changing room curtain shifted once more. A slender finger parted the curtain, revealing a strikingly handsome visage with sharp features. Qiyu, typically clad in a black suit, had transformed into impeccably tailored military attire from the Republic era. His matching trousers neatly tucked into black knee-high boots. In his other hand, he held a wide-brimmed hat, and simply standing there, he exuded an unrefined charisma, the inherent aura of a leader surrounding him, combined with his attire, was undeniably eye-catching. He strode forward with purpose, his slightly furrowed brows adding a touch of roguish charm while signaling his patience was wearing thin. After waiting about 30 seconds outside, Qiyu could no longer contain himself and turned to the lingering figure behind the curtain. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Before long, the curtain rustled again, after a long pause, as if to bolster his own courage. Fengshu Bai's voice emerged from within, playfully lamenting, "The warlord from the southern village has wronged me, forcing me to dress as a lowly." Subsequently, a hand adorned with white lace gloves slowly drew back the curtain. Chapter 15. Just say whether it can conquer both genders. In that moment, all staff members held their breath. From behind the curtain emerged a figure clad in a voluminous dress, topped with a lace veil and a white hat, their yellow curls cascading alluringly. A man, indeed a man. Although Fengshu Bai possessed an exquisite appearance, he did not possess an androgynous charm. While he was now fully adorned, appearing less jarring, there lingered an indescribable sense of peculiarity. The audience was captivated by his selfless spirit of sacrifice, showering him with mockery, or rather praise. "May I ask, who is this beauty? Bye. I've sacrificed too much for the show. Bye. If you're being coerced by Qi, just blink, brother, it's just a job. There's no need to stake your entire life on it." Under normal circumstances, Fengshu Bai would never yield, yet he could not resist the overwhelming allure of Qi's generous offers. A week of meal privileges, with no restrictions on cuisine, for someone capable of transforming an egg into a chemical weapon, this was nearly an irresistible temptation. "Stop laughing, let's go." He was still wearing his own shoes. Lowering his head to shield his face, taking small, hurried steps as he attempted to pull the amused Qiyu into the studio. Just then, an unexpected occurrence took everyone by surprise. "Why, yay. A resonant, high-pitched, yet oddly out-of-tune peaking opera voice erupted from the changing room. This startling sound left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Even Fengshu Bai forgot to shield his face, as all eyes converged on the curtain of the changing room. Qiyu frowned and clicked his tongue. What are you shouting for? You scared me. Yet from inside, Jiang Qiyu's voice rang out. Everyone, are you ready to appreciate our team's gender-neutral fashion? Naturally, the audience caught her words. And their focus gradually shifted from the lowly Fang Shubai. Teacher Changmiao is definitely up to no good. You there, perhaps you should calm your nerves with some calming medication. I suspect she is not up to anything good. I am a bit curious about what is going on. Anticipation 1. Upon hearing this, both Qiyu and Fang Shubai decided not to rush in, opting instead to stand aside and watch the much-anticipated gender-neutral fashion reveal. Jiang Qiyu, undeterred, promptly lifted her hand and swept aside the curtain. In an instant, silence fell over the room, and the comments ceased. She appeared with a bright red headscarf tied around her head, a vibrant red sash at her waist, and an outfit featuring a stark contrast of red and black, minimalist in design, barely qualifying as attractive yet undeniably ancient in essence. However, it was not merely these elements that left the audience in shock. The most striking aspect was that in each hand, she held an item. This Fang Shubai struggled to regain his voice, trembling as he pointed with his lace-gloved finger. What is that? Oh, this, Jiang Qiyu replied, glancing at the antique wine flask in her left hand and the towering ghostly blade in her right, grinning widely, revealing a carefree smile. This is the pièce d'or assistance of our gender-neutral ensemble. A fashion statement, if you will. Everyone, I anticipated she would create something extraordinary, but I didn't expect her to go all out. Gender-neutral. Is it truly that forceful? In a certain sense, she has indeed managed to slay both men and women. Beyond a 6, I struggle to articulate anything else in words. Why hasn't Jiangling appeared? Are these two going for a double kill? After introducing her fashion pieces, Jiang Qiyu turned around. Noticing her partner still hesitating behind the curtain, she casually hung the wine flask at her waist and yanked the person hidden within out, just when they thought their capacity for surprise had reached its limit. The staff members were startled once more. Jiangling's outfit was not as flamboyant as Jiang Qiyu's but rather understated. However, it was perhaps too understated. She emerged in a stark white garment, her long hair cascading down, nearly obscuring half her face. The most distinctive elements of her fashion ensemble were a large character for prisoner emblazoned across her chest and a long, tape-bound prop affixed to her back. Given the attire, it was not difficult to deduce that this was a death warrant typically worn by prisoners heading to execution. Details, such intricate details. I shall dub today's costume challenge as contemporary performance art. Once again, let it be clear, Jiang Qiyu is not here for a mere appearance. She is here to make an impact. Everyone, pay attention, this is not a drill. Thanks for the invite. I'm so immersed that I feel like a commoner witnessing an execution at Kaishiku. Suddenly yanked from her hiding place, Jiangling appeared even more flustered than Fang Shubai had moments before, desperately using her hair to shield her face as she attempted to hide behind Jiang Qiyu, internally cursing her out. In truth, an hour prior, Jiang Qiyu had dived into the props, and while she had chosen 2 more ornate Tang Dynasty garments from dozens of Hanfu options, she had kept one pink for herself and, while unobserved, had sneakily cut the blue ties of the other down to a mere half centimeter. Such Hanfu would, upon a single tie severance, come tumbling down, ensuring that her cousin would embarrass herself on live camera and likely leave the show in tears, relieving Jiang Qiyu of any fear that Jiangling might utter something inappropriate. Yet, as plans often go, the unexpected occurred. Just as she had completed her preparations, Jiang Qiyu burst forth from the props area, a steel blade in hand, smiling ominously as she forced Jiangling into this prison garb. Amidst the myriad curious gazes, Jiangling felt the fabric of her outfit searing against her skin. She was filled with resentment. Beside her, Fang Shubai covered his mouth, and paired with her attire, she appeared quite charming. Is this what you meant by? He looked at them in shock. Gender neutral? This is too. Hey, Jiang Qiyu interjected, shaking her head seriously, setting aside everything else. Just tell me if it can slay. It can't, right? Seeing his doubtful expression, Jiang Qiyu took the wine flask from her waist, and without hesitation, took a generous swig. Glug, glug, glug. She gulped down a large mouthful of the water she had poured herself, puffing out her cheeks and signaling for everyone to watch her perform. Then, raising the ghostly blade in her right hand, she steeled her resolve. Whoosh, a fine mist sprayed not only upon the blade but also splattered upon the cowering figure behind her. Jiangling, caught off guard by the spray, leaped out from behind Jiang Qiyu, unable to conceal her fury as she pointed at her cousin. You are truly a cousin, don't be angry. Jiang Qiyu smiled sweetly as she wiped her mouth, revealing a mischievous expression reminiscent of a cheeky rascal. I did it on purpose. I just wanted to pour on you, my friend. Jiangling, caught off guard, struggled to catch her breath, her face turning crimson with indignation. With a furious shake of her hand, she stormed toward the photography studio, utterly unwilling to endure any further embarrassment caused by her cousin's sister. Wait for me, cousin, friend. As soon as Jiangling left, Jiang Qiyu hurriedly grabbed her knife and followed suit. The scene was a surreal spectacle, a prisoner striding ahead in a flurry, while a grim executioner pursued her with a menacing blade in hand. As they passed by Qiyu and Fang Shubai, Jiang Qiyu seized the opportunity to greet them. So, how do I look? Am I adorable? You're ridiculous, Qiyu retorted coolly, a hint of amusement barely concealed at the corners of his lips. Jiang Qiyu feigned a frown and pretended to be offended. How could you critique my taste, brother? Qiyu's eyes sparkled with deeper mirth as he replied, his tone softening. It's not that I wish to criticize your taste. Rather, your taste has been the first to assault me. Chapter 16, The Life of a Mouse is Still Life. After witnessing the escalating antics of the previous two groups, Lu Han and Zhang Mian, who had delayed their grand entrance until the very last moment, failed to deliver the visual impact the audience had anticipated. Although they emerged with great confidence, the feedback on the live screen diverged significantly from Lu Heng's expectations. The comments flooded in. Aside from a handful of fans gushing about the couple's compatibility, the majority were engaged in a heated debate over who had sacrificed more, Fang Shubai or Jiang Ling. The absence of any mention of Jiang Qiyu was universally understood. Everyone believed that while other stars might be mortified by such unrefined antics, Jiang Qiyu relished them genuinely after a lengthy day of shooting. The crew was finally dismissed for makeup removal. On their way, Jiang Ling and Fang Shubai dashed away like shadows, while Jiang Qiyu ambled leisurely, brandishing a jug of wine and a knife, whimsically pouring for her friends. During the makeup removal, the staff notified the guests that there would be an interactive session in the friend circle that evening, encouraging them to enrich their content during the remaining afternoon and engage more with their fellow guests. Once they had removed their makeup, it was free time. Fang Shubai, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone, scuttled away, and Jiang Ling preferred to retreat to her room for some solitude. Jiang Qiyu, blissfully carrying half a watermelon upstairs, proclaimed, I must rest well during the day, for I need my beauty sleep tonight. The others scattered throughout the apartment, savoring their hard-earned moments of leisure. Qiyu, who had yet to choose a room, lugged his extravagant suitcase, one that couldn't sing or carry passengers, yet cost dozens of times more than Jiang Qiyu's mecha vehicle, straight to the top floor. Unlike the others, he retained his personal phone in addition to the one provided by the production team. Intending to manage some company affairs during the recording breaks. He had been following the program's development since its inception, previously opting to observe due to the new social platform product from the Qi branch still being in the works. It wasn't until the show Understanding Love launched in top trending discussions that his proposal received the green light from the headquarters board, paving the way for his investment. However, as fate would have it, just as he was about to finalize his investment during a bidding meeting, he received an unexpected call from kidnappers summoning him to the airport due to his friend's homesickness, missing the opportunity to become an investor. He inadvertently found himself thrust into the spotlight. When the director of the program finally contacted him, Qiyu had just hung up from a rather irate conversation with an elderly gentleman from S-City, resulting in him unleashing his pent-up frustration on director Zhang. Perhaps it wasn't just a moment of frustration. The reason he decided to grace the dating reality show with his presence was twofold. First, to experience the clever design concepts of the Understanding Love app firsthand, and second, to recognize the show's potential to become a cultural phenomenon. As for the third reason, he intended to compile his feedback on the app's user experience and send it to Secretary Zhao. Qiyu lifted his gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window, where dusk was settling in, casting a romantic glow over the open garden pavilion. A delicately crafted swing basket swayed gently from his vantage point. He couldn't see the front of the swing but caught a glimpse of a slender, fair leg swinging back and forth freely. Unaccountably, Qiyu furrowed his brow, pausing momentarily before casually reaching for the remote control. With a soft beep, the blackout curtain slowly descended, concealing another figure that was inching toward the swing. In the garden, Jiang Qiyu lounged in the swing, engrossed in her phone with a serious expression. Jiang Qiyu, still reeling from the shock of the sudden noise, slipped and revealed her screen, catching a metaphorical bullet. Still lost in her anguish, she looked up to see Jiang Ling's face, which was a mask of concealed malice. Having changed out of her regular attire, Jiang Ling held a glass of milk and greeted Jiang Qiyu with a businesslike smile. Qiyu, since we met, we haven't had a chance to chat without the cameras. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow at this and, after turning off her screen, sat up straight, adopting a teasing tone. What is this? You want to pour on me again, dear cousin? Jiang Ling's expression stiffened, but she gently set down her milk. I know you're still upset about that incident, but my actions were justified. As she spoke, she took a seat beside Jiang Qiyu, forcing a strained smile. You don't understand me, but I don't blame you. Well, I thank you for that, Jiang Qiyu retorted, nearly laughing at her cousin's shamelessness. You're aware of my identity, right? Seeing her soft-hearted cousin unaffected by her typical tactics of feigned vulnerability, Jiang Ling sighed and continued, regardless of the circumstances, you are grandfather's true granddaughter. Even if you made a mistake in a moment of confusion, he will forgive you swiftly. On the other hand, if it were me, noticing Jiang Ling's self-pitying demeanor, Jiang Qiyu grew irritated and waved her hand dismissively. Cousin, let us cut to the chase. What? Speak plainly. With unflinching calmness, Jiang Qiyu demanded. What exactly do you want? Just say it, and then leave. Don't interrupt my parachuting. Jiang Ling was momentarily at a loss for words but quickly abandoned her ploy of playing the victim. Qiyu, I know you came on this show for Honggu, You two were betrothed since childhood, yet now he is seeing Jiang Qiyu's silence. Jiang Ling assumed she had struck a chord and pressed on, adding more fuel to the fire with a melancholic shake of her head. Since our lives have become a complete mess, who can we blame? The unspoken words lingered in the air, and Jiang Qiyu understood all too well that this was another attempt to manipulate her into confronting Jiang Mian. Ah, so you can't handle the lead actress yourself, and now you're trying to use me, the mouse, to take action. The life of a mouse is still life, sensing the malevolence emanating from the world as second female lead. Jiang Qiyu, the mouse version, instantly lost her composure. Cousin, you have a point, but I believe that escaping 6 carriages of zombies in train to Busan doesn't mean one can evade the hearts of people in just one carriage. What does that imply, huh? It means, 1 carriage is stronger than 6, the king of kings, ham sausage, jelly, I want Joyoung jelly. What, your life is a tangled mess, but that's alright, I'm growing up to be Joyoung jelly. And I'll be overjoyed to feed my beloved grandparents. Watching Jiang Qiyu suddenly lose control and behave erratically, Jiang Ling finally realized the futility of her efforts. With an exasperated voice, she attempted to awaken the affection and yearning Jiang Qiyu harbored for Lu Hong. Jiang Qiyu, have you ever considered what you and Hangge truly are? Just my bad luck. Not willing to relent, she grasped her hands tightly. What about those beautiful moments you two shared? Jiang Qiyu paused, contemplating before decisively stating, you can't reach me. This is Nori. Chapter 17. There are many kinds of spicy in this world. Jiang Ling arrived with a belly full of schemes, and Jiang Qiyu sent her away filled with resentment. In the end, it seemed neither had suffered any loss. That evening, she eagerly, and rather obsequiously, volunteered to help the esteemed Shi wash vegetables, successfully earning a tear-jerking 3 dishes and a soup from Feng Shubai. After dinner, it was time for the program's customary segment, Understanding Love Night Talks. Tonight's show would feature the public unveiling of the Friends Circle on the Understanding Love app. The group gathered in the living room, their eyes fixed on the electronic screen displaying all the posts shared in the Friends Circle from last night to today. Yesterday, Zhou Shan uploaded a photo of his room with the caption, "A wonderful co-living life." Song Yen posted a mirror selfie with the caption, "Looking forward." Jiang Ling captured the enchanting night scene outside her window, captioning it, "As the gentle breeze arrives, all beauty will unexpectedly unfold." Meanwhile, Feng Shubai simply penned, "I have encountered a rather intriguing friend." As the image graced the large screen, Feng Shubai instinctively glanced towards Jiang Qiyu, only to find her gaze unfocused, her thoughts evidently drifting far away. Completely detached from the moment, with a carefree smirk, he redirected his attention back to the screen. Jiang Mian's social media post, shared earlier that morning, featured a lavish array of traditional Chinese breakfast dishes, accompanied by the words, "Food like love is tender." Liu Hong not only liked her post almost instantaneously but also followed up with a picturesque shot of a garden, captioning it, "What is seen is gentle and beautiful. May our actions not betray our youth." At this juncture, the barrage of comments on the screen was dominated by fans of Lu Hong and Jiang Mian. Is this the time difference that young couples play with? How can they still be in sync after being on a dating show? Enough with the sweetness and beauty, grant us some unabashed happiness. I refuse to believe that Lu Mian is a fabrication. I am utterly invested. Do you two even care about the solo fans anymore? The solo fans are being turned into couple shippers. The following day, Qiyu, arriving late to the scene, found his social media void of any updates. The large screen merely flashed his blank social media profile. Since last night, the others had only shared a few sporadic posts, if any at all, apart from Lu Heng's clever engagement with Jiang Mian's content. There was hardly any ripple. Jiang Qiyu's post was deliberately showcased last by the production team, the reason being, this morning, her first text-only post read, "In this world, there are many kinds of spiciness. Namely, mild, medium, spicy," and the sentence was abruptly cut off, leaving everyone puzzled, until her second post appeared on the screen, an image of a slice of blue cheese. She continued, "Stinkingly spicy." Lu Heng's expression darkened immediately. The next image displayed a bowl of clear vegetable and tofu soup. She commented, "Amazingly spicy." Qiyu raised an eyebrow, then came a selfie taken in a red executioner outfit from the dressing room, captioned, "Beautifully spicy." Jiang Ling's complexion paled. Next was a photo of her beaming amidst the scenic backdrop of the ocean from the rooftop garden. Surprisingly, the seemingly normal photo was captioned, "I am the sea." Finally, a picture with the visibly reluctant Jiang Ling made an appearance, with the caption, "If you can't stand me, feel free to scold my sister. Given my state, what good could my sister be?" She even commented underneath, "After you finish scolding my sister, you can't scold me anymore." Jiang fake cousin Ling's face turned an even deeper shade of green. Jiang real cousin Mian also appeared less than pleased. Truly, the master of spiciness can effortlessly ruin everyone's good mood with just a few social media posts. Perhaps I underestimated her. I retract my previous statement about her being here to regulate the fan culture. This woman is here to regulate the entertainment industry. Take your 7 kinds of spiciness and roll out of here. I am not joking. By the way, are Jiang Ling and Jiang Qiyu truly sisters? How can they look so dissimilar? The barrage of comments was filled with amusement, yet Jiang Ling wished she could devour her whole. Before the cameras, she could only muster a strained smile as she addressed Jiang Qiyu. Qiyu. You certainly have a lot to say in your social media posts. Song Yan also chimed in. Qiyu, your need to express yourself is quite vigorous. Isn't it? Zhou Shan and Feng Shubai nodded in agreement. Their words were veiled, but the translation was clear. Why do you have so much to say every day? Do you think I talk too much? Perceptibly addressing the unspoken thoughts of the group. Jiang Qiyu remained unfazed, responding with a serene expression. To you, my posts may merely be social media musings, but to me, they are an outlet for my madness, each day, with a sprinkle of madness shared. I gain a sliver of tranquility within. The group fell silent, with only Qiyu shaking his head slightly, offering a rare earnest piece of advice. Oversharing could harm you. Jiang Qiyu, unfazed, flashed him a carefree grin. I fear nothing. Once everyone's social media posts had been showcased, the production team announced that the guests would be liking each other's posts, and the one with the most likes would earn a privilege in the next day's segment. Undoubtedly, this rule was particularly unfavorable for Qiyu, yet for Jiang Qiyu, who treated her social media like a memo pad, it was fortuitous indeed. Before long, the results were revealed. With quality lacking, quantity prevailed, even if she liked each of her posts. She was almost guaranteed a win. Initially unaware of the rule, everyone had casually posted like they would on Weibo, never anticipating that this loquacious participant would strike gold faced with genuine and feigned congratulations from the crowd. Jiang Qiyu beamed widely. Victory. That evening, after returning to her room and completing her evening routine, Jiang Qiyu, still engaged in parachuting, shooting, looting, and evading poison, received another notification from the Understanding Love app. This time, the forced notification froze. But she remained calm, meticulously rating each person's profile. Lu Hong, born, 0 points. Jiang Mian, the leading lady, too formidable to provoke, 0 points. Jiang Ling, she suffers from a phobia of crowded minds, 0 points. Zhou Shan, unfamiliar, 0 points. Song Yan, quite fair, 10 points. Feng Shubai, a decent fellow, albeit slightly eccentric, 20 points. Qiyu, pausing at this newly introduced guest, Jiang Qiyu hesitated briefly before recalling his extraordinary culinary skills. That deserves 50 points, however, remembering his verbal jabs at her taste earlier that day. She felt the need to deduct some points. Under the watchful eyes of the live audience, Jiang Qiyu pondered for a moment before finally assigning Qiyu a score of 6. Chapter 18, is this lady a stumbling block? That night, the official account of Understanding Love promptly released promotional material featuring the 4 pairs from earlier that day. Upon publication, both viewers who had watched the live broadcast and those who had not erupted in excitement. Several hashtags surged to the top 10 trending topics. Jiang Qiyu, universally appealing master of spiciness, executioner, stunningly spicy. Qiyu, the most handsome warlord. Feng Shubai, can I really enjoy this without spending a dime? 1 Lumion, a perfect match, visually pleasing. CP. Transcending time. The ensuing days of trending topics propelled the already popular dating show into the limelight once more, drawing in an even greater audience eager to witness the peculiar antics of the master of spiciness live. Jiang Qiyu's persona successfully transitioned from a manipulative green tea character to an undefined comedic figure. No one could have foreseen that, in the wake of this dating show, the unexpected beneficiary would be Jiang Qiyu. The guest with a tarnished reputation. Of course, she herself had not anticipated this, as she was now reveling in the privileges of a victor early in the morning, while the mist had yet to dissipate. The production team's broadcast summoned everyone from their slumber. Gathering the 8 participants in the garden, they announced the first morning activity, morning jogs. The group was to jog a designated route and only upon completion could they indulge in breakfast. Clad in athletic wear, the 8 of them lined up at the apartment entrance, handsome men and beautiful women, complemented by the picturesque seaside morning, presenting a stunning visual tableau in contrast to the others who were diligently warming up. Jiang Qiyu, as the victor of the previous night's social media game, approached the scene with an air of buoyancy, confidently mounting her mech-style luggage, although the production team had initially prepared bicycles. Jiang Qiyu insisted she was well prepared, prompting an impromptu switch to her viral electric suitcase. Master of spiciness, you truly have the best perks, Feng Shubai remarked, dressed in light athletic attire, his hair hastily tied back with a bright yellow headband. Exuding youthful vigor. He approached Jiang Qiyu, casting envious glances at her coveted mech suitcase. Had I known, I would have posted more yesterday. Today's exercise was a live outdoor event, and the viewers in the stream caught a glimpse of the scene through the camera. Ah, I said it long ago, the master of spiciness' mech is a cute trap. Is this the adorable little brother who woke up this morning? So cute, I just want to hug him. Have the brands reached out to the master of spiciness for endorsements? Hurry up and share the link. Jiang Qiyu effortlessly perched on her suitcase, lightly patted Feng Shubai's shoulder, her expression earnest as she advised, "You're still young. When you reach my age, you'll understand that exercise is truly a form of enjoyment." Is it really? Feng Shubai questioned, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. "Absolutely," she affirmed, nodding gravely, "only, I'm not one to indulge in mere enjoyment." Zhou Shun, who had been warming up nearby, overheard and chimed in, laughing as he interjected, "You might not understand this, but whenever I'm feeling down I go for a run, after breaking into a sweat." One might find themselves. Before he could finish his sentence, a man beside him, clad in a black tactical jacket that resembled a runway model's attire, languidly interjected, "You discover not only is your mood poor, but your physical condition is even worse." Qiyu glanced at Jiang Qiyu, who had slender arms and legs resting atop a suitcase. The black baseball cap obscured the fleeting glint of mockery in his dark eyes. His tone tinged with playful sarcasm. In response to his acerbic remarks, Jiang Qiyu appeared unfazed, nodding in agreement like a piece of rolling meat. "Lack of exercise will only deteriorate my physical fitness. Yet exercising will lower my moral standards." With that, she flashed him a dazzling smile before decisively pressing the button to activate the mechanical suitcase. "Beep beep, welcome to our company's electric luggage, wishing you a pleasant journey." Immediately following was the infectious BGM that had taken short video platforms by storm. "The heart beats in love like a raging fire, you laugh. And the madman is me." Observing her graceful departure, swiftly vanishing like the wind, Fang Shubai slowly gave a thumbs up. The teacher of the spear is indeed capable. Her charm is truly captivating. Qiyu, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips forming a gentler curve as he spoke in a low, soft voice. "I still think she hasn't sorted herself out." As the rider of the mechanical suitcase was nearly out of sight, the other 7 members also began to stride forward. While engaging in simple aerobic exercises, they exchanged banter, and the barrage of comments in the livestream turned from disputes among fans to efforts in supporting their idols, showering them with compliments, thus creating a serene atmosphere. Yet, this idyllic scene did not last long, as the previously fading BGM suddenly became distinct once more. "Love, like fire, warms the heart. I see the flames of love flickering." The sound suggested it had actively returned, gradually approaching them. Friends. From a distance, they could see the person atop the suitcase waving to everyone. They exchanged glances, and the shared confusion was palpable. Even Qiyu raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight of Jiang Qiyu. Why has she returned? When did she develop such a sense of collectiveness? This shouldn't be assumed. The individual with the suitcase was close at hand, wearing a friendly smile. "I thought about it, and since we are all a collective, no one should act selfishly, so I decided to come back and run with everyone." In truth, she had only remembered halfway through this scenario was mentioned in the original text, where during a morning jog, Jiang Ling deliberately tripped Jiang Mian to fall together. Consequently, Lu Hong had stepped in without hesitation, scooping Jiang Mian into a princess carry and refusing to set her down until they returned to the apartment, where her leg injuries had scabbed over. This was one of the iconic scenes in the book. She returned merely to closely observe the excitement. After all, being a bystander is human nature, even for Jiang Qiyu, who was anything but ordinary. Thus she rode her mechanical suitcase, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close, fixating her gaze on Jiang Ling, terrified of missing any actions. Yet, even as they were about to complete the course, Jiang Ling showed no intention of making a move. This was understandable. After all, who would dare act rashly under the intense scrutiny of someone radiating their own BGM? Yet, Jiang Qiyu remained blissfully unaware. Anxiously fidgeting, her mind racing with curiosity as to why Jiang Ling had yet to ACTI in her agitation, her suitcase inched closer to the 2.at. That moment, the irritated Jiang Ling could no longer contain herself. She seized the opportunity presented by the camera's blind spot, gritting her teeth. Suddenly she thrust her right foot towards the front wheel of the mechanical suitcase. Bang! What the heck? Smash! Ouch! Hey! The suitcase was tripped by Jiang Ling's outstretched foot, and Jiang Qiyu, reacting swiftly, leaped off the suitcase just before losing her balance. Yet, in her flurry, she inadvertently stepped on Jiang Ling's foot, which had not yet been drawn back, causing her to stumble unsteadily and fall onto her rear. Jiang Ling let out a shriek and instinctively grasped Jiang Mian's clothing as she fell, prompting Jiang Mian to reflexively steady Song Yan beside her. Caught off guard, Song Yan stumbled, and the 3 of them tumbled to the ground. The team, accustomed to jogging slowly, was instantly thrown into disarray. Jiang Qiyu sat there in shock, glancing at her mechanical suitcase, which although down, still persisted in singing, then turning to observe the chaotic trio a short distance away. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she muttered to herself, "This girl is a true tripwire, isn't she?" Chapter 19, Foolishness. The incident transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qiyu, having thrown herself into the fray for the sake of entertainment, scrambled to her feet, rubbing her sore backside as she limped toward the 3 disheveled figures. Just as she was about to reach out and assist, a figure rushed over, barking a stern command. "Step aside." The force of the impact nearly sent her staggering backward, almost causing her to fall again. Fortunately, a hand appeared behind her, steadying her arm, preventing this unfortunate spectator from incurring further injury. She lifted her gaze to the figure, which had suddenly emerged like a rabid dog. It was none other than the usually aloof and detached film emperor, now crouched beside Jiang Mian with an expression of utmost concern, delicately supporting her body as if she were a fragile Tianshan snow lotus. True to the description in the original text, his brow was furrowed, worry etched across his face. "Mian, are you all right?" Upon receiving a response from Jiang Mian, he promptly swept her into a princess carry. His gaze then turned icy as he directed a cold low voice at the malicious female antagonist standing nearby, Miss Jiang. Even in jest, there must be limits. However, unlike the original text, the role of the malicious female antagonist had shifted from Jiang Tripwireling to Jiang Unfortunate Qiyu. Meanwhile, due to this sudden mishap, the livestream was on the verge of exploding with comments. Ah, Hong is so domineering in protecting his wife, I'm crying. I thought Jiang Qiyu had calmed down, but she's still causing trouble. Can't stand seeing our Mian getting hurt. A wretched person will always remain wretched. She's clearly envious of Hong being close to Mian these past few days. The green tea seductress tried to insert herself but failed, and now she's throwing a tantrum. Can't she see Hang's attitude towards her? Why does she keep throwing herself at him? Wait, was I seeing things? Jiang Qiyu didn't even touch Jiang Mian, they all fell over. Why is she being singled out? This feels a bit targeted. Doesn't it? I also think we shouldn't blame the teacher of the spear, it might just be an accident. The comments are way too harsh. Not my friends. Hearing this, Jiang Qiyu nearly burst into laughter. Meeting his piercing gaze with an expression of astonishment, are you in a normal mental state right now? Are you suggesting the victim is to blame? Are you alright? In this situation, even though he would shed tears for her. Yet Lu Hong remained silent, merely casting a profound glance at her before tightening his grip on the slightly reddened, struggling Jiang Mian, striding purposefully toward the apartment. Behind Jiang Qiyu, Qiyu picked up the fallen suitcase with one hand. Looking at her with a bemused expression, have you been knocked silly? Jiang Qiyu did not respond, but casually removed her audio equipment, glancing at the retreating figure of Lu Hong carrying Jiang Mian before turning to the composed man beside her. What do you think of him? As soon as she finished speaking, Qiyu nonchalantly took off his microphone as well. He raised an eyebrow at the ostentatious hurried figure in the distance, casually uttering two words, foolishness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu immediately adopted a sincere expression, nodding slowly. I don't know who coined this term, but I feel a bit grateful. It is unclear when the terms fool and idiot became laced with a hint of affection and ambiguity. Even uttering baka feels like a playful tease. Only foolishness remains harsh, with clear connotations, and is exceedingly versatile. Following this unexpected event, the production team compassionately cancelled the morning's scheduled tasks, allowing the injured participants, particularly the self-inflicted tripwire lady, to rest before resuming in the afternoon. The uninjured participants, under the guidance of a certain spear-wielding teacher, borrowed a set of traditional Chinese tabletop games suitable for all ages that tested intellect, dexterity, and memory. Jiang Qiyu, Zhou Shun, and Song Yan sat at a square table, each wearing serious expressions as they looked towards the somewhat strained smile of Fang Shubai. Song Yan asked, do you know how to play mahjong? Fang Shubai replied, no. Zhou Shun inquired, did you bring money? Fang Shubai responded, yes. Jiang Qiyu declared, let's play. Initially Fang Shubai, still grappling with the rules, was repeatedly defeated by the trio, but as he began to comprehend the game, the new player protection period kicked in. I've won again. After Fang Shubai pushed out his 13th hand, still with a winning combination, the other three instantly turned into statues. Song Yan shook her head, honestly, this game isn't that entertaining. Zhou Shun agreed. Indeed, we should probably prepare lunch. Jiang Qiyu swore to the heavens. Jiang have no tolerance for gambling and drugs. Upon finishing, she inadvertently caught sight of a bold comment on the living room's big screen. Spear teacher, why haven't you mentioned Huang at all? She swore again in that posture. By the heavens above, Jiang shall never coexist with gambling and drugs. The joyous moments of the morning swiftly passed. Song Yanyu and Jiang Qiyu were brimming with vitality. Jiang Mian herself had merely grazed her elbow, and before the first aid kit could be fetched, she was nearly healed. As for Jiang Ling, who had been the loudest in her complaints, after being examined by the doctor, it was confirmed that her foot was fine, and after a brief rest, she could return to her duties with honor. After this minor interruption, thankfully, no one had sustained serious injuries, and Director Zhang, relieved, began to proceed with the next segment, team formation. Jiang Mian frowned slightly at playing games. Jiang Qiyu's eyes lit up. The production team had downloaded a recently popular battle royale game onto each guest's phone. The requirement was for the 8 guests to form 2 teams of 4. The team whose members survived the longest or were the last to be eliminated would be declared victorious. The winning team would receive advantageous assistance in the tasks scheduled for the next day. Since several guests had never engaged with this game before, the production team allotted everyone 30 minutes to familiarize themselves and prepare. After explaining the rules, Jiang Qiyu glanced at her most used app on her phone, breaking into a silent grin. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? Just then, a soft and somewhat hesitant voice interrupted her reverie. Jiang Mian, can we team up later? Upon hearing her words, several people present were taken aback, especially Lu Chang, whose long face now looked as if he had trekked through the desert for 3 days and nights. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Oh my, in the morning, Chang was the hero saving the beauty, and in the afternoon, the beauty has a crush on someone else. What a battlefield! Heavens, the tough exterior and soft-hearted CEOX, the gentle and adorable little bunny. This setup is too delightful, what gives? Shipping anything will only lead to heartbreak. Mian clearly just sees that Qiyu can play the game well, right? It's just for the task, you all are so dramatic. Take away Chang, our film emperor is just handsome and kind-hearted, let's not force a pairing. What a battlefield, so entertaining, love watching it, can't get enough. In that moment, the gazes of everyone present suddenly shifted. And the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. In response to Jiang Mian's sudden overture, Qiyu did not display any emotion, he merely lifted his gaze to glance at her. However, before he could speak, someone nearby seized the opportunity. Zhang Ling interjected, holding her phone and seamlessly inserting herself between the two, affectionately linking her arm with Jiang Mian's, and smiling sweetly at Qiyu. Mian, and I have little gaming experience. So we would like to ask Qiyu to guide us. Upon hearing this, not only were the onlookers confused about the dynamics, but the viewers in the livestream were equally perplexed. Where did Jiang Ling come from? Two women vying for one man? No way, I thought Jiang Ling and Mian had a good relationship. Is Jiang Ling interested in Qiyu but too shy to say it, so she had Mian do it? The truth is unfolding. I said it, since the broadcast began Mian and Qiyu have hardly interacted. How could she suddenly take an interest in him? But who knows, does anyone remember Jiang Mian's love circle? Could it be love at first bite? How could this be? The more one thinks, the more chilling it becomes. While others were bewildered, Jiang Qiyu was keenly aware of the situation at hand, following the current narrative. Jiang Mian's feelings for Lu Chang were likely still rooted in admiration and respect for his senior, and the spark of love had yet to ignite, and here was Qiyu, a prime young man, standing in stark contrast to Lu Chang, who was nearing 30. Although Jiang Ling had often inserted herself between Lu Chang and Jiang Mian, she did not genuinely harbor affection for Lu Chang. Rather, she could not bear to see Jiang Mian thrive. Jiang Mian's presence not only usurped her pride as the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family but also captured the affections of her family members. Now she aimed to snatch away what Jiang Mian cherished. This was Jiang Ling's form of retribution. Although many of her actions had ultimately become futile due to Jiang Mian's protagonist aura, now that Jiang Mian had shown interest in Qiyu, Jiang Ling was quick to pounce. Noticing Qiyu's indifferent expression and his lack of response, she felt no embarrassment. Instead, she naturally showcased her phone screen to him, saying, "Look at the game ID I just created." To ensure fairness in the game, the production team required everyone to participate with newly registered accounts. Jiang Ling, holding her freshly registered account, continued her conversation with Qiyu. "What about you, Qiyu? Let us add each other as friends." Qiyu squinted slightly, finally noticing her game ID on the data panel. "Little rabbit princess." He smiled slightly, his expression calm, yet his words left everyone momentarily stunned. What a coincidence. "I am called Princess Elsa. Indeed." Qiyu nodded, his demeanor unruffled, affirming, "Elsa." Jiang Ling's ever-present sweet smile faltered slightly before she awkwardly chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so youthful." Just then, Jiang Qiyu could no longer contain herself. Glancing at the friend request that had popped up on her game interface, and met Qiyu's gaze with a teasing eyebrow raise, sincerely asking, "How youthful is it?" Qiyu replied with a smile. "1 kill per encounter, what?" Meanwhile, Fang Shubai, who was busy fiddling with the beginner's tutorial, scratched his head in confusion. What had he missed? It wasn't until the production team projected Qiyu's phone screen onto the livestream that everyone finally comprehended the silent exchange between the two. Killing princess. Killing princess. So blunt, I almost forgot he was the uncle who raised his niece with a slap. Qiyu, ha ha ha, you really are too amusing. What is going on? Have you been influenced by the spear teacher? Guys, let us not overlook this. The slap uncle and the spear teacher truly make a perfect pair. The big intestine CP sounds terrible. I can't bring myself to say it. I strongly demand a name change to long ear CP. I second that one. With this distraction, even Jiang Mian and Jiang Ling, no matter how oblivious, could see that Qiyu had no interest in teaming up with them, and they refrained from pressing the issue. At that moment, Fang Shubai, who had just stumbled through the beginner's tutorial, approached Jiang Qiyu with a bright smile. "Spear teacher, what is your ID? Let me add you as a friend." Jiang Qiyu, not one to hide, generously displayed her account interface, which had already surpassed the beginner's guidance. Simultaneously, the backstage director shifted the camera to her phone screen, next to a formidable female character resembling a watermelon rind. The data panel prominently displayed, AAA half-dragon service. What a Fang Shubai scratched his head again, perplexed by the term half-dragon service. Jiang Qiyu shrugged, "We managed the killing, not the burial." Ha, what a half-dragon. Nothing could be more fitting for the spear teacher. Shubai, why even ask? What pearls of wisdom could come from the spear teacher? Hold on, I suspect you might be a black fan of the spear teacher. Take this sword. The barrage was filled with mirth, and soon everyone was ready for the pre-game preparations, moving on to the actual team formation phase. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, surveying Lu Chang, whose expression had soured since the beginning, and Jiang Mian, who now appeared somewhat awkward. Then, her gaze darted back and forth before settling on Qiyu nearby. Propping her chin with her hand, she scrutinized the four of them, deep in thought. However, before she could reach a conclusion, a clear, somewhat low voice interrupted her. "What are you looking for?" Her train of thought disrupted. Jiang Qiyu had to retract her perceptive gaze, pouting slightly as she improvised, "You wouldn't understand, drawing Z's with one's eyes looks very cunning, it's a must-learn skill for us actors, I'm just honing my craft." After a moment of silence, Qiyu utilized his extensive vocabulary to provide a profound critique of her performance. "I didn't see any acting skills, it resembled a weasel stealing a chicken." A vivid image, and it even rhymed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu shot him a glare and retaliated with a witty comeback. "So adept at rhyming, perhaps you should consider taking some decongestants." Afterward, she leaned closer and extended a team invitation. "Shi Go. Do you have a military background? I'm a seasoned veteran with 4 years of elite experience." Seeing Qiyu remain silent, she paused before continuing, "I have an idea that might not sit well with everyone." This time, Qiyu showed no hesitation. "Do elaborate." Chapter 21. At any time, any place, super criminals defying the odds. Utilizing her limited cunning, Jiang Qiyu conceived a brilliant idea. After receiving Qiyu's approval, she rushed without hesitation to confront Jiang Mian. Resolutely blocking the approaching Lu Hong, who sought to engage her in conversation, with a crooked smile, she asked, "Would you care to join our team?" Jiang Mian was momentarily taken aback, then tentatively inquired, "You all, indeed us." Jiang Qiyu pointed a finger at herself and then gestured towards the indifferent Qiyu and the foolishly grinning Feng Shubai behind her. "The 4 of us will form a team. What do you think?" With Jiang Qiyu's unexpected interruption, the barrage of comments became even more animated. "Heavens, what kind of hellish arena is this? I genuinely cannot comprehend Teacher Spear's moves. What is Jiang Qiyu up to now? Is she planning to bully our Mian through the game? Didn't it say Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Mian were at odds? What is this sister scheming now?" Did anyone else notice that Qi Zong just now did not agree to Jiang Mian and Jiang Ling's invitation? Yet did not deny Teacher Spear's invitation either. "I am so here for this. Can you all stop shipping everything? The white spear girl is the real deal." In truth, Jiang Qiyu had no intention of entering what could be construed as a hellish arena. Her simplistic mind could not fathom such intricacies. She merely held a grudge since that old rascal Lu Hong was so keen to team up with Jiang Mian. How could she refrain from intervening to address the snide remark he made that morning? Moreover, Jiang Ling, that detestable tripwire, was reluctant to team up with her simply because killing teammates would incur system penalties. At this thought, Jiang Qiyu felt a twinge of pain in her gluteus maximus and narrowed her eyes dangerously at Jiang Ling. Today, she would not let her escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian's expression wavered, her gaze towards Jiang Qiyu tinged with subtle suspicion. This was not entirely unwarranted. After all, Jiang Qiyu had consistently shown disdain for her in the past. And now, out of the blue, she wanted to team up. It was difficult not to feel cautious. Lost in contemplation, her eyes inadvertently drifted towards the man behind Jiang Qiyu. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, just as she was caught in her indecision, Lu Hong, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. "Jiang Mian, Jiang Ling, too, did not wish for her to team up with Qiyu and sought to intervene." Mian. The two spoke almost in unison, but before they could articulate their thoughts, Feng Shubai, receiving a signal from Jiang Qiyu, interrupted. "Sister Jiang Mian, why not join us? Rest assured, we won't let you meet an early demise." Jiang Mian bit her lip, discreetly averting her gaze from Lu Hang. After unintentionally locking eyes with Qiyu, she quickly lowered her gaze, her heart fluttering as she nodded gently. "Well, but all right then." As she acquiesced. Both Lu Hang and Jiang Ling's faces simultaneously fell, but in front of the cameras, they could only suppress their emotions for the moment and team up with Zhou Shan and Song Yan. Soon, the participants took their positions according to the program's requirements, preparing for the game to commence. Before entering the game, the production team, following the customary practice of variety shows, instructed each team to devise a slogan to be shouted during their parachute descent, to serve as material for the highlight edits later. For Jiang Qiyu, who was accustomed to taking oral medication, this was a trivial matter. However, after hearing her slogan, her 3 teammates wore expressions of vague embarrassment. They soon maneuvered their characters into the main map: AAA Funeral Half-Dragon Service, quickly located, Love-Killing Princess, Funeral Love, White Young Master, and the continuously spinning, Gingerbread Man. The 4 formed the aka Killing Without Burying team, but once both teams were assembled, they simultaneously entered the game. This game randomly matched 100 players into the same combat map each time, where players needed to gather resources, defeat others, and evade the toxic circle. Survival until the end meant victory. Before parachuting, Lu Hong and his team confidently shouted their slogan, which resonated with vigor. When it came time for Jiang Qiyu's group, however, Jiang Mian hesitated and glanced at her. "Perhaps we should discuss it further. There is no time." Shout. Following her command, Feng Shubai, positioned at the front, immediately faced the camera and boomed their slogan. "At any time, any place, super criminals, defying the odds. You really indulge her, don't you? Ha, what the hell, super criminals, do you even understand slogans? I stand with aka Killing Without Burying, let us see who dares oppose them." As both teams concluded their slogans, everyone controlled their characters and leaped from the aircraft. The guests were wholly engrossed in the game, their respective battle scenes amplified on the livestream screens, immersing the audience in the action. Wow, Jizong's luck is incredible, he found a sniper right off the bat? Didn't he expect Hong Shuai's acting skills to be so impressive? His gaming skills are top-notch too, hard eyes. Song Yan, the stunning beauty, is amazing. Bai Bai is so adorable, the way he diligently collects items is just too cute. Wait, Jiang Ling has collected quite a bit, why don't you support your teammates? Teacher Spear, charge, he practices shooting every night just to reclaim his lost dignity today. Not only were the viewers in the comments section fervently expressing their thoughts, but Jiang Qiyu also felt her ears assaulted by the barrage of commentary at Teacher Spear. I found a bottle of drink, keeping it for health restoration. Teacher Spear, I picked up a crowbar, just for self-defense. Teacher Spear, I found a roll of bandages, then use it to wrap your mouth. Teacher Spear, what now? Where can you even wrap a bandage on your mouth? The logistics were not solely handled by Fang Shubai. Zhang Mian was also diligently collecting items nearby, dropping anything that looked valuable next to Qiyu before continuing her search, while the other team was oblivious that, aka killing without burying, team had a clear division of labor. AAA Funeral Half-Dragon Service was responsible for charging with melee weapons against the ever-appearing enemies while simultaneously delivering taunts to bolster their already precarious reputation. Love-Killing Princess was tasked with hiding behind cover, using a scope to take down enemies from a distance, clearing potential threats for the half-dragon. Funeral Love, White Young Master, and Gingerbread Man focused on surviving within a 3-meter radius of their teammates, occasionally enduring a mix of verbal jabs from both the princess and the half-dragon. Armed with a gun, Zhang Mian was pursued by someone wielding a frying pan, while Qiyu shot the opponent dead. Remarking perplexedly, "Are you a Buddhist? Why don't you kill?" Fang Shubai, panicking after being targeted, dropped to the ground, and Jiang Qiyu sincerely advised, "Next time you drop down, try to find a slope surrounded by trees facing south. The burial feng shui is better that way." Just as the four of them were seamlessly coordinating and gradually moving towards the center of the map, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! Jiang Qiyu was suddenly shot and fell to the ground. The enemy's position unknown. Chapter 22, Luingdi, what a coincidence, taking a nap here. As she collapsed, a piercing wail echoed in her ears. Teacher Spear, now in a downstate, Jiang Qiyu could only roll closer to cover, signaling Fang Shubai, who was about to rush in, get down quickly. She was certain that if Fang Shubai recklessly charged in, he would forfeit his chance to choose a burial site. Fang Shubai was quite skilled at gaming. His focus had only ever been on 3 things: avoiding embarrassment for himself, sparing his teammates from disgrace, and inadvertently humiliating the opposition. So foolish she was positioned behind cover, with Fang Shubai still a distance away, so she should be safe from any lurking sniper. However, with no teammates available to assist her, the scene grew tense. Soon, the toxic circle began to close in again. They had to swiftly relocate to a safe zone to avoid bleeding out in the noxious haze. Yet given the current situation, Jiang Qiyu sighed inwardly, cursing her bad luck. Just as she intended to turn to Qiyu and suggest that he take the 2 burdens and retreat, she abruptly halted mid-sentence, as she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Qiyu's game screen. This guy, after holding it in for so long, he had silently acquired an 8x scope. At that moment, through his sniper's lens, a faint shadow emerged, one of the players who had been hiding in the dark, preparing for a sneak attack. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qiyu felt a surge of renewed determination. She turned to the utterly focused Qiyu, her expression earnest. "I wager my life on this, you must not let me lose." Having declared this, she resolutely maneuvered her character's battered form like a valiant warrior severing his own wrist. With a resolute spirit despite his physical limitations, he crawled out of his cover inch by inch, and then began twisting, dark, sinister, crawling, writhing, darkly squirming, rolling, intensely scrambling. The seemingly suicidal, cerebral palsy-like behavior ensnared the opposing sniper. The man, unsuspecting, poked his head out from the dilapidated building upon spotting his target, ready to deliver a finishing shot to the dying Jiang Qiyu. Just as the moment arrived, bang, a bullet was fired from the crumbling high-rise in the distance. A lucky shot, shit, as the opponent collapsed. Lu Hong, who had initially appeared supremely confident, suddenly paled and whispered to Jiang Ling beside him, "I've been hit, come help me." With a single shot, Qiyu, in a remarkably good mood, lowered his gaze to Lu Hang. The actor's physique is remarkable. He just drops off to sleep. Observing this scene, Jiang Qiyu immediately deduced the identity of the little scoundrel lurking in the shadows, ready to shoot her down. With this thought, she turned her gaze towards the frowning Lu Hang, narrowing her eyes dangerously. "Teacher Chang now." At this moment, Fang Shubai rushed over to Jiang Qiyu, who was on the ground, and helped her up. While looking at the map, Jiang Qiyu said, "Thanks, good brother, I owe you one. Just say the word if you need anything." Fang Shubai thought she was speaking to him and, while tending to her, awkwardly chuckled. "In that case, can Teacher Changmia take me along to play games in the future?" After a full 3 seconds of pause, Jiang Qiyu finally controlled her character to stand up and turn to reply, "Then I owe you 2 favors. The circle is closing. We must retreat. As the poisonous circle on the map drew ever nearer, Qiyu interrupted their conversation, promptly standing up to prepare for their escape. You all go first. Jiang Qiyu, while applying medicine and replenishing health, glanced at the shrinking poisonous circle and replied nonchalantly, sister still has grudges to settle. Without another word, she dashed towards the location marked by Qiyu. With a crowbar in hand, Feng Shubai stood there, bewildered. Go, what is she? Going mad? After saying this, without a moment's hesitation, Qiyu turned and sprinted towards the encroaching poisonous circle. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, transformed into the most beautiful reverse runner, inevitably encountered Jiang Ling, who was desperately trying to retreat. Before she could finish, a barrage of gunfire from a half-dragged opponent riddled her with bullets. After looting the box, Jiang Qiyu looked up at the furious tripping horse and flashed a mischievous smile. Cousin, why do you leave just as I arrive? Is there something at home? Having avenged herself, she shifted her view and inadvertently spotted a figure attempting to sprint away. Jiang Qiyu Zhou Shun, while maneuvering his character, looked up at the woman with the menacing smile and awkwardly chuckled. If you kill her, just spare me, okay? Bang, a bullet to the head. Jiang Qiyu grinned at the regretful Zhou Shun. Ha, it's no trouble, just a casual task. Ha, just a casual task. Teacher Changmiao was on a killing spree. Ha ha ha. Teacher Changmiao, you truly understand sarcasm. This attacking power is commendable. Silently sneaking into the dilapidated factory where Lu Han was located, she noticed the absence of Song Yan, implying she had likely retreated from the poison. While consuming medicine and racing forward, she swiftly reached the top floor, where Lu Han lay in a state of near death, waiting for rescue from his teammates. Adjusting her perspective slightly, Jiang Qiyu looked down at Lu Heng's character and cheerfully greeted. Luingdi, what a coincidence, taking a nap here. Upon hearing her powerfully sarcastic remark, Lu Heng's struggling character froze instantly. Setting his phone down, he glared fiercely at the woman across from him, who seemed to revel in her mischief. Miss Jiang, shouldn't you be hurrying to escape the poison? Be careful not to fall asleep yourself. Bang. The response was the sound of gunfire from his headphones and the grim game screen. Who said Teacher Changmiao was chasing Lu Heng? I vehemently disagree. Have you ever seen someone so swift in dealing with their crush? Don't be ridiculous. Who doesn't know that Jiang Qiyu, the green tea princess, is always pursuing our Hongo? Who knows what she's pretending this time? If it weren't for Jiang Ling running too far to save Lu Heng in time, we might well be looking at someone else lying on the ground now. Don't cling too hard to the sister who can't be had. Destroy it if you can't possess it, right, you? Aside from the curses and lamentations from Lu Heng's fans, those who admired Jiang Qiyu began to flood the comments with excitement. Long spear sister, wild and carefree. Indeed, the spear is tainted, whoever it touches meets their end. I stand here today, let's see who dares to oppose Teacher Changmiao. Wait, look, after taking down Lu Heng. Why hasn't Teacher Changmiao left yet? Hiss. What is she up to? In the game, Jiang Qiyu, having avenged her grievances, casually consumed another bottle of medicine, then unhesitatingly clicked on the action icon, Luingdi's first funeral. I have nothing to offer you, so here is a die dance. As soon as the words left her lips, the game screen revealed a female character clad in a bulletproof vest and shorts. Beginning to perform a dance with contorted limbs, true burial ground disco. Teacher Changmiao, are you dancing a die dance or a thug dance? Chapter 23, Funeral Services, Half-Dragons or Wild Layabouts. However, Jiang Qiyu soon found herself unable to smile. After completing her provocative thug dance, the poisonous circle had entirely engulfed her. Watching her health plummet, she cried out in despair while consuming medicine, snatched a vehicle, and madly raced towards her teammates. Just as she was about to reach their coordinates, she suddenly heard Feng Shubai's deep voice beside her. Teacher Changmiao, may I ask you a question? Jiang Qiyu, driving while half-heartedly responding, said, Go ahead. AK-47 has a range of 400 meters. If I stand at 401 meters, can I catch a bullet with my bare hands? She nearly crashed the car and glanced at the serious-faced individual beside her. Wait until I arrive, I'll give you a try. Feng Shubai fell silent for 2 seconds before putting down his phone. No need. I already tried it. I'm currently resting. Jiang Qiyu arrived just in time before Feng Shubai was shot by an enemy, but it was too late. She could only hear his last words, Teacher Changmiao. You're here, no worries, I'll just log off first. You can go on without me. Without hesitation, she silently mourned for her teammate for half a second before switching to the same AK-47 to avenge him. Then without a second thought, looted 2 boxes. Over there, Qiyu quickly dealt with his opponent, and as Jiang Mian had mentioned earlier, she had nearly survived until the final circle of teammates. Your supercriminal is back. With her pockets brimming, Jiang Qiyu joyfully rounded the corner of the building to reunite with the two, only to see Jiang Mian parked on a motorcycle in front of Qiyu. Qiyu, I found a vehicle, hurry and get in. The three exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew inexplicably awkward. In this game, a motorcycle can only accommodate 2 people at most. However, given the context of a dating reality show, whether Qiyu would ride the motorcycle, leaving Jiang Qiyu behind to form a pair of star-crossed lovers with Jiang Mian, became a much-anticipated spectacle for the audience. You Mian fans rejoice. Teacher Chang Miao, should I leave? Without bye-bye, Teacher Chang Miao would have no home, boo-hoo. You can choose any punishment, just don't use the white spear to kill me. What nonsense is this? The ear-slap brother might not even get on the bike. Alright, I stand tall for Teacher Chang Miao. Just as the fans of the three pairs debated whether Qiyu should get on the bike, Jiang Qiyu interrupted the smoke-free conflict, because smoke was coming. Everyone watched as Jiang Qiyu's game screen shifted, and then a small, cute, oval object grew larger in the frame. It's a grenade, run, boom, good news, no need to worry about whether Qiyu will ride with Jiang Mian anymore. Bad news, they all got wiped out. Jiang Mian looked at Qiyu with a regretful smile. What a pity, we all perished together. Qiyu ignored her and turned to glare at the person beside her, who was seething with anger, narrowing her eyes dangerously. You brought this on us, didn't you? Just that one sentence lifted the previously sorrowful comments section, prompting netizens to follow suit with humor. Whose father? Whose husband, and whose son is this? In the adult world, nothing comes easy. I respect you, a man as strong as steel. Ha, you're the one who lured Huang Jun over, right? Jiang Qiyu, maybe you should go abroad for a bit. This isn't a small matter. Hope the country sets up a special task force. This is serious, I'm not joking. Facing his accusations, Jiang Qiyu darkened the screen, gritting her teeth. I absolutely despise two types of people when gaming. One type is the teammate who exposes their location, and another is the teammate who blames me when I reveal mine. It's alright. Qiyu didn't bother arguing with the hypocritical double-standard dog, merely raising an eyebrow with an air of indifference, saying, being able to mess things up is also a kind of skill. Keep it up, you useless thing. How infuriating. The barrage of comments immediately erupted in a chorus of laughter. Ultimately, amidst a harmonious atmosphere, the game concluded, although none of them managed to claim victory. Song Yan, with her fortuitous luck and extraordinary ability to survive in the grass, became the last player to fall. The situation took a successful turn, and the group consisting of the first three eliminated players secured the ultimate victory. Just as they joyfully high-fived each other in celebration, the loudspeaker in the living room suddenly echoed with Director Zhang's voice. I sincerely advise everyone not to celebrate too early. All the tasks we undertook today were merely preparatory work for the competition. Preparatory work? Pre-competition? Upon hearing the production team's statement, the audience's interest was piqued. What tasks could possibly require such prior preparation? Everyone present was filled with anticipation, except for Jiang Qiyu, who suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no, she almost forgot. Next up is our first official outdoor task for you understand love, a real-life battle royale. Tonight, all the guests will set off to the battleground for a 3-day live-action survival game. As long as they do not withdraw midway or get killed by their opponents, they will survive until the end and win a mysterious grand prize. After Director Zhang finished speaking, the living room fell into a deathly silence. It was hardly surprising that the guests were quiet. Even some fans struggled to accept it. Who in their right mind could devise such a program flow? Friends, is this a dating show? I think I tuned into a military channel. Production team, step forward. I promise I won't hit you. Of course, the sight from the fans feeling sorry for their idols. Most viewers were somewhat excited. Honestly, if the production team can ensure safety, I'm quite looking forward to it. Looking forward one, just imagine the sparks that could fly amidst lonely men and women in a battlefield. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, it would be splendid. Wow, the sister in front, say more, I love listening, how exhilarating. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Fang Shubai was also somewhat bewildered, but being the youngest among the guests and having not faced much of life's hardships, he quickly clapped his hands in delight. Teacher Chang, are we going to play real-life CS? Jiang Qiyu, in utter despair, was tugged by him and looked at the excitedly naive boy, shaking her head. No. It is to send you to a transformation program, turning you from the popular idol Fang Shubai into the soldier Su Sanduo. I am Su Sanduo, and you, me, she weakly pointed at herself. I'm going from a half-hearted funeral service to a laid-back little reptile in the wild. Chapter 24. I am a little mouse, and 300 grams is all I have. At the core of this real-life battle royale is to escape and kill. The production team has collaborated with a special operations training institution to borrow a vast uninhabited island. And there will also be 20 trained special forces instructors accompanying them into this terrain. Each participant is equipped with infrared sensing devices. If hit by the training infrared guns, they will be eliminated on the spot. These firearms and other supplies are scattered across the island, requiring the guests to search for them. Naturally, the instructors will also be armed, and if a guest is shot dead by an instructor, they will be eliminated as well. Thus, they not only have to pursue and guard against each other in this dense forest but also contend with those well-trained professional instructors, given the difficulty of this initial setup. Many viewers exclaimed at the excitement, while the guests trembled, constantly questioning themselves. Do I really need this job? Of course, the answer was inconsequential. That evening, after packing their bags, the guests boarded the bus to the battleground with a sense of trepidation. Upon arrival, the production team arranged for them to rest briefly at a local guesthouse, with an early wake-up call scheduled for 4 o'clock to head into the mountains. As they were currently in a location without live broadcast cameras. The live stream was converted to broadcast via their individual mobile phones. Liu Hong, as usual, exchanged simple greetings with Jiang Mian every night, reminding her to be cautious the next day. Even polite and ordinary phrases would be analyzed and turned into sugar by their CP fans. Zhou Shun and Song Yan would frequently chat on the Understand Love app, wishing each other good night, much to the delight of their fans. Jiang Ling posted a sunset photo taken in the car on her social media circle. Captioning, "Today's dusk is particularly splendid. Both the streetlights and I are pursuing the footsteps of the setting sun as it fades away." Today, while Jiang Qiyu, who had been spared from gaming betrayals and had not shot anyone, keenly noticed this and couldn't help but comment, "So lucky, I saw Kwafu in the friend circle today." Jiang Ling promptly deleted that post. Jiang Qiyu clicked her tongue, finding it rather dull. When suddenly a message notification popped up in her chat window, even more so, "Teacher Chang, aren't you asleep yet?" Chang Miao Zhansher, "I am." Even more so, "Sister Qiyu, this is my first time playing real-life CS. Can you guide me tomorrow?" Chang Miao Zhansher. Chang Miao Zhansher, after experiencing the vast ocean, you wish to challenge me? Even more so, "Sister Qiyu, let us form an alliance tomorrow. I promise to listen to everything you say, just don't abandon me." Even more so, "The direction you point is my battlefield." Chang Miao Zhansher, are you trying to be awkward? After a brief pause, Jiang Qiyu thought of the supplies scattered around for tomorrow and changed her tune. Chang Miao Zhansher, fine, I swear I won't abandon you tomorrow. Even more so, what if you leave me behind? Chang Miao Zhansher, then I'll continue to swear. After sending this message, Jiang Qiyu no longer engaged with Fang Shubai and instead clicked on another person's profile. Chang Miao Zhansher, are you there? No reply. Chang Miao Zhansher, ignoring me, still no response. Jiang Qiyu remained undeterred and unleashed her trump card. Chang Miao Zhansher, ignoring me is fine, your indifference is sub-zero, yet my thermal leggings are quite secure. Seeing the dialog box light up with the indication that the other party was typing, she anticipated Qiyu's words. Chang Miao Zhansher, I've developed antibodies from the cold medicine. I need to discuss something with you. You? Chang Miao Zhansher, Director Qi, we should be on the same boat to the island tomorrow, right? As the saying goes, the leather pants must have their reason. Jiang Qiyu sought out Qiyu primarily because, according to the original narrative, this real-life CS task was fraught with difficulties and complications, while it served as a crucial moment for the romance between the leads. It was rather unfriendly for someone like her, a mere supporting character. If she recalled correctly, tomorrow the 8 of them would enter the island through 2 entrances based on today's game team arrangements. Tomorrow's task would be an individual competition, allowing them to choose to move together or operate independently. However, since she was a liability dragging along Fang Shubai, it was essential to cling to Qiyu's strong presence to feel secure. Lest unforeseen incidents arise. As for Jiang Mian, if all went smoothly, she would be trapped with Lu Hong, their feelings rapidly intensifying. If not, well, it would simply be unfortunate. Chang Miao Zhansher, we were quite taciturn in our cooperation today. Ha! Once she sent this, Qiyu immediately understood her implication. In his room, just out of the shower, the man's hair was still damp, a few strands hanging over his forehead, obscuring the faint smile in his eyes. Qiyu pressed his lips together, his long fingers swiftly typing on the screen. Didn't you just say you despise teammates like me during the day? Chang Miao Zhansher, who said that? How could one say such things about you? It's truly outrageous, outrageous. Chang Miao Zhansher, I detest such behavior the most. How about this? I'll send you my payment code, and you can transfer me 200. Though it's not much, it's a token of goodwill, hoping you can survive this ordeal. I admire your resolute determination and courage in the face of death. Chang Miao Zhansher, Director Qi. Don't think I seem indifferent to you on the surface. In reality, I've spoken ill of you behind your back. Recalled, Chang Miao Zhansher, Director Qi, don't think I seem indifferent to you on the surface. In reality, I've spoken highly of you behind your back. Rose, you, such as? Chang Miao Zhansher. Chang Miao Zhansher, for instance. You are handsome, tall, and a great cook. You are simply my idol and dream lover. If you ask me how much I love you, I can only answer with 300 grams. The spear dipped in excrement spells doom for its target, while others believe that 300 grams is the weight of a heart. None realize that I am merely a mouse and 300 grams constitutes my entirety. With such sentiments, Jiang Qiyu felt no qualms whatsoever. As a former professional stand-up comedian, she had these crass jokes nearly memorized. Not only could she utter a few kind words, but she could flatter endlessly for 3 days and nights without repeating herself. Yet, the man across from her, Qiyu, was utterly taken aback by her audacity. His brow furrowed, his expression akin to that of an elderly subway passenger staring at his phone. Well, having seen your words, regardless of any past grievances, they are all forgiven. Jiang Qiyu remained unfazed. Baring her teeth as she continued to type, the spear dipped in excrement spells doom for its target. So, what about tomorrow? As long as you refrain from uttering such foolishness, whatever you say shall be accepted. Chapter 25, As fresh calves fear no tigers. I am the calf, you are the newborn. In the early hours of the following day, the production team roused the 8 participants still lost in slumber. They were instructed to don specially designed infrared combat suits and helmets. Although the combat suits lacked the refinement of the guests' personal attire, stars would be stars, and even in such garb, their charisma remained undeniable. In addition to the infrared suits, the instructors distributed large military backpacks filled with supplies. Naturally, Lu Hong and his companions' packs brimmed with provisions, sufficient to sustain them for a day even if they failed to locate the scattered supplies on the island. However, Jiang Qiyu and her group, having lost the previous game, were not afforded this privilege. Their packs contained only the most basic mountaineering and first aid tools and nothing more. Once everyone had donned their gear, the instructor began to elucidate the rules and precautions for this survival challenge on the deserted island. As Jiang Qiyu had stated, the 8 of them would be divided into 2 groups based on the previous day's game results and transported to the island via 2 speedboats approaching from the south and north. This operation was a genuine individual contest, where the guests would not only face ambushes from the 20 hidden instructors on the island but also needed to be wary of their companions. The intensity escalated sharply due to the unique environment. The production team would employ cameras attached to the guests and drones for multi-angle live broadcasting. With preparations concluded, the 8 were divided into 2 groups and boarded the speedboats bound for the deserted island. Teacher Chang Mao, facing the rising sun on the eastern horizon, Fang Shubai donned a camouflage combat suit, with 2 streaks of camouflage paint adorning his left cheek, lending a hint of vigor to his otherwise youthful visage. He placed his hand on his brow, gazing into the distance at the island, and tugged at Jiang Qiyu's sleeve with barely contained excitement. Teacher Changmao, is that our battlefield over there? However, Jiang Qiyu, still somewhat dazed from the early rise, lazily cast a glance in the direction he pointed, responding dully, your battlefield, my graveyard. Unfazed by her demeanor, Fang Shubai remained exuberant, exclaiming, how thrilling. Once we land, shall we search for weapons to combat the NPCs? Just as he finished speaking, a snicker erupted from the instructor at the bow of the boat. The instructor, with dark skin and a rugged appearance, raised an eyebrow appraising the delicate stars before him, and with a grin said, I am not saying this lightly, but once you set foot on that island, if you can survive 3 days without being eliminated by those lads, that will be your fortune. Those 20 instructors are all skilled, and it's no easy feat to gain an advantage under their watch. Fang Shubai, not one to be obstinate, felt the instructor's words douse his excitement like a bucket of cold water. He withdrew slightly, cautiously edging closer to Jiang Qiyu, naturally wrapping his arm around hers. Sister Qiyu, don't forget your promise from yesterday. Rest assured. With his antics, Jiang Qiyu regained her composure, discreetly withdrawing her arm and lightly patting his shoulder, saying earnestly, fear not. As the saying goes, fresh calves fear no tigers. We will advance and retreat together, and we shall surely prevail. Her words served as a tonic to Fang Shubai's spirit, and he immediately stood tall, brimming with confidence as he clenched his fist. Sister Qiyu, with your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Today, we 2 little calves shall surely achieve victory. 2 little calves. Jiang Qiyu shook her head, pointing at herself with a finger. I am the calf, huh? Then what about me? Faced with his innocent yet foolish gaze, Jiang Qiyu smiled slyly. You. Just as she was about to speak, a low voice laced with mockery emerged from behind them. You are the newborn. Their conversation was meticulously broadcast to the live streaming audience through the microphones they wore. Help, Changmao CP, can you 2 be more human? Are these 2 here for a dating show or a comedy act? Why are they harmonizing like this? Only the innocent bye gets hurt in this world. Bye Mao girl, come quickly protect our world's best fresh calf CP. I adore the dynamic between these 3. It's a feast for the dual fandoms. Amidst the light-hearted banter exchanged among the 3, Zhang Mian, seated at the back, felt somewhat neglected, yet she could not interject into their lively dialogue, merely chuckling softly to herself. Her gaze, however, lingered on Jiang Qiyu, who had changed subtly since their last parting over a month ago. The speedboat sped along, and before long they arrived at the northern shore of the deserted island. The instructor disembarked them and instructed that if anyone were to be eliminated within the 3 days, they should return here, or arrangements would be made for their departure. This also signaled the end of their mission. After reiterating a few safety reminders, he nonchalantly piloted the boat away, leaving the 4 with empty hands, each carrying their lightweight backpacks and exchanging glances. Yugui Jiang Mian looked hopefully at Qiyu. Her voice soft. She certainly did not wish to be abandoned at the outset, but after her message from last night had vanished without a trace, her concerns about her current situation grew. Upon receiving her pleading gaze, Qiyu only subtly shifted his attention to Jiang Qiyu, raising his eyelids ever so slightly. Jiang Qiyu, however, was unfazed, turning to Feng Shubai beside her and proclaiming, aka, "We kill without burying." "Our motto is," Feng Shubai immediately took a step forward, standing at attention, and shouted, "Anytime." Jiang Mian quickly followed suit, "Any place." Jiang Qiyu puffed out her chest, "Super criminals." After declaring this, she turned to the man whose expression conveyed a clear message of disapproval. Her eyes sparkling, but unbeknownst to her, Qiyu merely shot her a cool glance before striding away towards the shadowy thicket, leaving her behind. The two left behind paused for a moment, momentarily stunned. Before scrambling to catch up, Qiyu's long legs carried him swiftly, and Jiang Qiyu barely managed to keep pace, reaching out to grasp the strap of his backpack. How could he so readily abandon his earlier promise of whatever you say goes? Did he intend to flee on his own? In her haste, she blurted, "You're not a man of your word, tomorrow you'll be a coward." Meanwhile, Qiyu, intent on escaping the earlier absurdity, halted, glancing down at the delicate hand gripping his backpack strap. With a slight raise of his brow, he coolly remarked, "Let go." His tone only heightened Jiang Qiyu's anxiety. She tightened her grip, raising her head to flash him a charming smile. "Mr. Qi, we're a team. You must chant the motto for me to trust you, otherwise I have no sense of safety." Before she could finish her thought, a large bony hand descended over her own, his fingers, long and calloused from years of fitness, deftly pried her fingers from the strap, and in the moment she was taken aback, he swiftly pulled it away. Whether it was a trick of the light or not, Jiang Qiyu felt as if that hand, which had enveloped hers, had momentarily tightened ever so slightly before releasing her without hesitation. In that fleeting instance, she heard his voice tinged with exasperation, mingling with the earthy aroma of the deserted island, committing offenses against the wind. Chapter 26, In 2 days, I shall be a stinky little boy. Regarding this real-life survival challenge, Jiang Qiyu had long devised a comprehensive and meticulous plan. Her strategy hinged on a single word: survival. If all went smoothly, she would gather enough supplies in the early stages, allowing her to find a safe spot to endure the 3 days. If things went awry, well, she would simply return to the speedboat, lie down, and head back to indulge in a feast. This was her thought process, and her actions mirrored it. For an entire morning, Jiang Qiyu scurried through the wilderness like a busy yet foolish groundhog, frantically scavenging for supplies. A sniper rifle, a dagger, toss it to Qiyu. A fire starter, a tent, hand it over to Feng Shubai. A blanket, first aid supplies, give them to Jiang Mian. Compressed biscuits, slip them into my pocket. A small pot, stow it away. Instant food, tuck it into my pocket. Chocolate, pop it into my mouth. Of course, she is not so selfish. When mealtime arrives, she naturally shares with her comrades, albeit with a tinge of regret. However, this seemingly simple process is fraught with extraordinary difficulty. Throughout that morning, they faced 3 enemy attacks. It remains unclear whether the instructors received cues from the production team, but they refrained from launching a full-scale assault, instead feigning commotion to allow the group to discover their presence. Consequently, a frantic chase ensued. For an entire day, they were relentlessly pursued by those well-trained instructors, fleeing in utter disarray, a veritable scene of chaos. Yet, the ones truly beset by this turmoil were the 3 of them. Qiyu, as a competent leader, transformed into a veritable island warrior upon obtaining a highly realistic infrared sniper rifle, commanding the situation with effortless ease. Even amidst the surprise attacks from 3 instructors, he skillfully orchestrated their movements, using his companions as bait while he concealed himself to successfully eliminate 2 of the instructors. Truly remarkable. In the end, the trio was left in disarray, pursued throughout the day as if they were mere prey. Meanwhile, Qiyu remained impeccably composed, appearing as if he belonged to an entirely different world. No, this simply would not do. Feng Shubai, his hair damp with sweat, lay sprawled on the ground in exhaustion, weakly gesturing to the others. "I simply cannot move any longer. I shall sleep here tonight." Observing this, Jiang Mian also succumbed to fatigue. Her once meticulously applied makeup now nearly faded, as she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, clearly at her limit. Jiang Qiyu, with little hesitation, sat cross-legged on the ground. She raised her gaze to the dimming sky and turned to the only one still standing. "I propose we find a place to spend the night." Throughout the day, though Qiyu did not appear as disheveled as Jiang Qiyu and the others, the tension he had maintained for hours had drained his strength. He fell silent, surveying the surroundings. Apart from the dense thickets, there was no sign of immediate danger. The 4 had been steadily making their way deeper into the deserted island, now far removed from the coastal perimeter. As dusk descended, it was imperative to find a secure location to pitch their tent, for the night promised to be unforgiving. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed towards a particularly dense thicket to the east. "Over there." With that, he prepared to set off, but suddenly felt a tug at his leg. He glanced down to find a grimy little face looking up at him. "Brother." Quick-witted, Jiang Qiyu grasped his pant leg, flashing him a radiant smile. "I cannot stand." The man paused, then sighed in resignation, grasping her outstretched hand to assist the exhausted bundle of energy back to her feet. Seeing this, Jiang Mian also extended her hand towards him. But before she could call out, Qiyu had already turned towards the heap of fatigue on the ground, standing beside the seemingly boneless Fang Shubai. He kicked his leg lightly, his tone tinged with impatience. "Get up, we're leaving." The figure on the ground remained unresponsive. Jiang Qiyu, embodying the spirit of camaraderie, reached out to help Jiang Mian up, then approached Fang Shubai, giving his other leg a gentle kick. "Hey, you really asleep?" Qiyu Jiat last. Fang Shubai showed some reaction, tilting his head to gaze at the three standing around him, feebly raising his hand. "I truly cannot move another step. You all must carry my spirit and continue onward." With that, his hand fell limply to his side. Jiang Qiyu could no longer bear to watch and kicked him again. "Stop acting at this rate, your future in acting will lead to a dead end." Most idol group members tend to pursue solo careers as they age, becoming singers or actors. Given his recent antics, it was evident that his acting prospects were severely limited, just as he was getting into character. Fang Shubai perked up at the mention of this, raising his hand once more. "Qiyu Jie, I truly cannot get up. Please lend me a hand." Gazing into his eyes filled with mirth, Jiang Qiyu returned his smile. Then stepped over him without a second thought. "Then you can sleep here. In a couple of days, you'll be just another smelly boy." Undeterred by rejection, Fang Shubai turned to Qiyu. "Brother Qi." "You." Before he could finish, Qiyu, arms crossed and wearing a disinterested expression, turned to leave, his tone dripping with indifference. "It's fine, we'll be back in 7 days. I'll bring some incense to pay my respects." "Hey." Fang Shubai, seeing Jiang Mian also departing, scrambled to his feet, fearing abandonment, and hurriedly chased after them. "Qiyu Jie, teacher Changmiao, wait for me." As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the once chaotic deserted island returned to tranquility after a day of commotion. That night, all who had yet to be eliminated unanimously chose to rest in place, granting each other some much-needed respite. The four, having discovered a relatively dry and safe clearing, cleared the area slightly and ignited a small fire using the fire starters they had collected during the day. While the task at hand was daunting, the production team had not placed them in insurmountable peril. They had gathered a considerable amount of supplies from various drop points, with an ample variety of tools and food, thus alleviating any immediate concerns about resource scarcity. Yet, currently the four, having satisfied their hunger and thirst and even managed some rudimentary cleaning, faced a minor dilemma. There was only one tent, albeit large enough to accommodate them. But the question of how to squeeze 4 individuals into it proved to be quite the predicament. Chapter 27, I can bend and bow to the powerful. The four exchanged awkward glances at the assembled tent. The atmosphere thick with embarrassment, the production team had provided a wealth of food, weapons, and other supplies, yet the tent situation was dismally scant. After a day-long search, they had found only one large tent among numerous drop points. While the weather was warming, the temperature on this deserted island fluctuated dramatically between day and night. Ignoring this issue and attempting to sleep outside would likely result in dire consequences by dawn, though the effects may not be immediately apparent. Thus, sharing the tent became a necessity. As the four stood there exchanging uncomfortable glances, the chat room erupted in excitement. What a battlefield, a war-torn scene, so thrilling, I love it. This dating show is great. While others are holding hands, my CP is sharing a tent. What a pity. We can't see Yi Lu Mianyan. Hey, can't you tell Yi Lu Mianyan isn't interested in separating? Mian is avoiding suspicion, yet you're still pushing? What's all the fuss? You don't understand the joy of my white spear long-eared duo, double the delight. Shipping CP cannot be misguided. The long-eared CP is pure love. Warriors, everyone stand up. The live broadcast and the on-site atmosphere were like fire and ice. The four exchanged glances, and ultimately Fang Shubai spoke first. "Qiyu Jia, how about you and I sleep?" Upon receiving Jiang Qiyu's horrified gaze, he hesitated, scratching his head before continuing. "I mean, how about you and I sleep in the middle, with 2 men and 2 women, regardless of how they avoided suspicion? One pair would inevitably end up sleeping next to each other. Qiyu was the leader. It wouldn't do to put him in a difficult position, so Fang Shubai willingly took on this task." The moment he spoke, the chat room erupted with excitement from the fans of the White Spear couple, while Qiyu and the others regarded him with various expressions. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Fang Shubai, oblivious to the undercurrents, turned to Qiyu, who stood calmly behind Jiang Qiyu, donning a benevolent smile. "Brother Qi, don't worry. When I sleep." However, before he could finish, the previously placid Qiyu interrupted him. His tone matter-of-fact. "I'm afraid of the cold. I don't snore." Qiyu reiterated. "I'm afraid of the cold. The blanket can cover you." "Brother Qi, I still cold. I can cuddle with you." Qiyu shot him a glare. "Get lost, that one do." Fang Shubai, puzzled, furrowed his brow and tentatively suggested. "Then you sleep in the middle." This time, Qiyu didn't hesitate. He readily accepted the proposal. "That works too." Having listened for a while, Jiang Qiyu nearly rolled her eyes into the back of her head. "If you want to sleep in the middle, just say so. Are you Qin Shi Huang? Must your thoughts be deciphered by a eunuch?" Ridiculous. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, who had remained silent for a long time, bit her lip, hesitating before finally preparing to speak. "Then her voice was soft, and before she could utter her words, Fang Shubai interrupted her with a loud exclamation. He glanced at Jiang Qiyu and then at Qiyu, his wide, innocent eyes staring intently. So Qigu and Qiyu Jie, you two are well, you know. Jiang Qiyu immediately raised her hand to signal, I am not afraid of the cold. I am full of energy. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sudden tightening at her collar, and her unfinished words twisted in her throat, altering their tone completely. Hey, with the inertia generated by that unexpected force pulling her. She was yanked back like a little chick, her body uncontrollably crashing against a solid and warm chest. It was perfectly timed. At that moment, a man's slightly hoarse voice resonated from above. Teacher Chang now. Let us sleep together. By this time, the barrage of comments had been flooded with screams. What did he say? What did he say? Can I really hear this without paying? I'll bear the flag for the long-eared. You two sleep, I'll stand guard over your love tonight. Which direction should I bow to find someone like that? Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu was oblivious to the wild imaginations of the CP fans. She was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that Qiyu was treating her like a warm water bag. How infuriating! Rescuing her collar, she turned to look at the man behind her, whose eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. But was abruptly blinded by the flickering firelight. The night had darkened, and the shadows danced across his chiseled features, his jawline more refined than her lifeline. Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, Qiyu's looks were exceptional even in the entertainment industry where handsome men were abundant. However, Jiang Qiyu was not the type to let her principles be swayed by mere appearances. In response to such an invitation to share a bed with a man like him, she feigned an air of unyielding virtue, resolutely shaking her head and earnestly showcasing her cultural depth. How could I bow and bend to the powerful? It renders me unable to smile. To this, Qiyu merely raised an eyebrow, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly, his tone soft yet laced with an undeniable threat. Are you sure? Jiang Qiyu's facade of a chaste maiden held for only 3 seconds before it completely crumbled. With a nervous chuckle, she displayed her dialect prowess. I can bow and bend to the powerful. I can, although principles should not waver with appearances. Sometimes, they could take a leave of absence when necessary. Thus, the 4 of them entered the tent in the order of Fang Shubai, Qiyu, Jiang Qiyu, and Zhang Mian. The sole sleeping bag was graciously given to Zhang Mian, who was indeed not afraid of the cold. Although the temperature on the deserted island at night was low, the 4 of them huddled together in the cramped tent, generating a faint warmth amidst the chilly night. Soon, they all succumbed to silence with the darkness. Wrapped in a thick blanket, Jiang Qiyu lay stiffly between Zhang Mian and Qiyu. After listening intently to their steady breathing, she finally relaxed her taut nerves and cautiously turned to face Zhang Mian. It felt uncomfortable, so she stealthily flipped back. Upon turning her head, she suddenly met a pair of dark, sparkling eyes in the gloom. Oh no! Jiang Qiyu was startled and nearly gasped, shooting a glare at Qiyu. Then prepared to turn back. However, just as she opened the blanket, she was forcefully pushed back down. Following that, a gentle breath gradually drew closer, the warm and clean air brushing against her cheek. The man's deliberately lowered voice was husky, like a gentle night breeze whispering past her ear. Sleep. If you move again, I'll kick you out. Jiang Qiyu didn't mind at all, returning his hushed tone with a slightly bashful smile. You're the one who invited me to sleep. Sleep with you. Chapter 28. You two are fools. Is this okay? Alright. Jiang Qiyu didn't hold back. She was exhausted and wanted to sleep quickly, but for various reasons she planned to wait until they were asleep before she did. Yet, with Qiyu being so enthusiastic, she couldn't refuse and soon found a comfortable position and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the transparent skylight of the tent, and the slightly damp air made the sleeping individual's noses feel cool. Jiang Qiyu gradually regained consciousness, rubbing her slightly sore nose with her eyes still closed, but instinctively sensed the peculiar and intense gazes surrounding her. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Zhang Mian, just waking up, staring at her with an indescribable expression. Qiyu Jie. Upon hearing this, she lowered her head, noticing Fang Shubai sitting cross-legged on the blanket at her feet, looking as if he was about to speak but hesitating. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu's mind was still hazy. Seeing the situation, she could only instinctively wave at the two. Morning, just as her words fell, a horrifying event occurred. A pained yet suppressed voice resonated from beneath her. Jiang Qiyu, get off. Upon hearing this, not only did Jiang Qiyu tremble all over, but even the netizens who could only hear the guests' conversations through the audio equipment erupted. Did I hear that wrong? Qiyu told her to get off. From where? What happened yesterday? Did anyone eavesdrop all night? I stayed up all night working on a proposal and only heard Qiyu scold Jiang Qiyu softly over 30 times. She didn't retort even once. Since no one is clarifying, can I start spreading rumors? The second day of the real-life survival game, refreshed and well-fed, Jiang Qiyu reattached her backpack, eagerly following Qiyu, whose face appeared slightly sullen. Qiyu, Qizone. Seeing the man's cold demeanor and silence, she couldn't help but pout and mutter a defense for herself. I was the one who said I wanted to sleep beside you, and you insisted on sleeping next to me. I even let you sleep first, but you insisted I go first. This can't all be blamed on me. Jiang Qiyu had many admirable qualities, But one flaw was her particularity regarding sleeping arrangements. However, her issue was quite different from others. While others might struggle to sleep on a different bed, only harming themselves, Jiang Qiyu's restlessness would harm others instead. While she could sleep like a dead log, last night, Qiyu endured being elbowed 8 times, receiving over 10 punches and 20 kicks, and still didn't manage to sleep well, ultimately to avoid affecting others. He had to endure Jiang Qiyu's boundaryless antics all night long, keeping his eyes wide open until dawn. Zhang Mian and Fang Shubai enjoyed peaceful slumber only because someone else bore the burden. In the end, it was Qiyu who took on everything alone. He glanced down at the woman beside him, who was chattering away in her defense, and sighed heavily, speaking earnestly. If you are aware of your situation, you might as well buy some sleep aids for yourself in the future. Jiang Qiyu's eyes brightened. What kind of aids? Restraint straps used in psychiatric wards. With that, Qiyu took long strides, turning sharply and leaving without a trace of hesitation. At that moment, he was filled with regret, an overwhelming desire to travel back in time and slap himself awake from the previous night. Had he known Jiang Qiyu would turn into a wild creature while sleeping, he would have chosen to freeze to death outside rather than sleep beside her. On the second day of the deserted island, the sense of crisis was stronger than on the first day. The remaining coaches seemed to have fully unleashed their restraints, no longer pretending to chase them ineffectively, but were genuinely attacking them. Fortunately, Qiyu had the foresight to lead the group deep into the jungle on the first day, utilizing the dense foliage for cover, allowing them to evade wave after wave of ambushes. Thanks to Qiyu's keen observational skills and quick reflexes, they not only found a large supply of provisions sufficient for the next 2 days but also managed to eliminate a coach attempting to sneak up on them. Meanwhile, another team was not so fortunate. They unfortunately encountered 3 coaches who attacked them in unison the following morning. Not only was the physically weaker Jiangling eliminated for straying from the group, but the others were also scattered and lost contact with each other. On this side, the team enjoying peace, aka the we take care of the killing, not the burying team, had gathered ample supplies and promptly adopted the strategist Jiang Qiyu's plan. They decided to stop searching for supplies and instead ventured deeper into the island, preparing to find a hiding spot to relax and enjoy leisurely picnic moments for the next 2 days. As they cautiously advanced, Qiyu, who was leading, suddenly raised his hand. Wait! The group immediately crouched down, holding their breath. Jiang Qiyu strained her ears to listen, hearing faint sounds of what seemed like an argument up ahead. The group exchanged glances and decided to stealthily approach the source of the commotion to assess the situation. As they inched closer, the voices of the argument became clearer. What did you say? Idiot, she is not. You idiot. Upon finally discerning what the two were quarreling about, the group froze, especially Jiang Qiyu and Zhang Mian. If she heard correctly, the two embroiled in a heated dispute ahead were likely their fans. The content of their quarrel was exceedingly simple. Could you please stop being so disgusting, Jiang Qiyu? That manipulative green tea only knows how to bully the gentle and kind Zhang Mian. If I were to encounter her, I would certainly take her down with a single shot. It was truly laughable. She spoke as if she were a sharpshooting old woman, yet she'd a second-rate scoundrel who couldn't even hit the target at a shooting range. Fancied herself capable of inflicting harm. Who was Jiang Qiyu to be judged by such a fool? Besides, I would be the one to end you first. Come on, who is afraid of whom? I shall show you. You dimwit, that even a miss can take out that green tea girl, and I will take down your white lotus goddess with a single shot. That whimpering creature is simply irritating. Fool, you fool. Just as the two were about to roll up their sleeves and throw punches, a clear voice, laced with gentle laughter, suddenly rang out. Let us be fair, let us each take a step back. The moment they contemplated reaching for their guns, they found 2 dark gun barrels unwaveringly aimed at their hearts. Shortly thereafter, the bushes rustled, and a figure agilely emerged, standing before them with a radiant smile. You two are fools. How about this? Chapter 29. Thank you, traitor hero. Half an hour later, the two opposing factions, who were supposed to confront one another, found themselves in a delightful fan meeting with their idols on a deserted island. Transforming hostility into effusive praise. Given that the fans were rivals, the scene quickly evolved into 2 distinctly defined mini-fan gatherings. One portly man, his earnest demeanor barely concealing his excitement, carefully grasped Zhang Mian's outstretched hand, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. Hello Zhang Mian, I'm a member of your fan support group. I absolutely adore your portrayal of the purple cloud fairy. Zhang Mian responded with a warm and perfectly measured smile, maintaining her ethereal goddess aura even on a deserted island. Thank you for your affection, I am truly honored. While these two conversed amiably on the other side, chaos erupted as a fan appeared to lose control. This particular admirer, seemingly youthful, resembled more of a school athlete than a trainer from a specialized institution. Flashing a brilliant smile, he fervently shook Jiang Qiyu's hand. Spear teacher, I really admire your kind of stardom. Although you have nothing much, you radiate an inexplicable confidence. Jiang Qiyu nearly lost her balance from his vigorous shaking, managing to steady herself while adjusting her cap, her expression one of displeasure. You brat. I am giving you face. Do you think you can treat me like a doormat? No, I am truly your fan. The sports fan quickly interjected, his fervor mingled with fear of being misunderstood. In a moment of impulsiveness, He dropped to one knee, looking up with uncontainable passion. He declared, "Spear teacher, you are my idol." Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Jiang Qiyu forcefully reclaimed her hand from his grip, swiftly stepping aside to avoid any further awkwardness. Then, with a bold air, she proclaimed, "I may possess beauty, talent, and intelligence, yet, you have chosen wisely to admire me, and I expect you to continue this admiration, understood?" The Fan's grin widened, and as he stood and dusted himself off, he cheerfully replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, the two men, having been largely ignored, had already holstered their weapons. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of the scene before them, and through the drone cameras capturing this moment. The live audience was equally entertained. "Spear teacher, we didn't mean for you to expose yourself. Why reveal everything? Tomorrow as trending topic. Jiang Qiyu hemorrhoids. I can't handle this. I am utterly envious of these two lads. Classes are suspended. Coach, I'm on my way. Whether chasing stars or not, I mainly want to experience survival on a deserted island. My jealousy blinds me. I want to hold the hand of the stunning neon. Jiang Qiyu's orchestrating of this fan meeting was not without purpose. It was primarily aimed at orchestrating a defection. In a way, upon hearing her words, Jiang Neon's fans became immediately wary, shaking their heads vigorously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your goddess Jiang Neon, I beg you, is still not enough. Jiang Neon is also not an option. The stout man furrowed his brow, adopting a martyr's demeanor. You need not say more. We will not help you spread false information to mislead others. Before he could finish his defiant declaration, his companion, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Classes are suspended. I'll be the traitor." The stout man's resolve crumbled in an instant, his expression morphing into one of disbelief as he glared at his comrade. "This is all being live-streamed. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the instructor?" "Not afraid." The seemingly impassioned youth merely flashed a smile, shrugging nonchalantly. "If worst comes to worst, I'll quit and return home to tend to my cattle." Upon hearing this, Jiang Neon hesitated. "Is it really that serious? Then let us forget it. We cannot allow you to jeopardize your livelihood just to win this game." Jiang Qiyu nodded in agreement. "Thank you, traitor hero, but there is no need to go to such lengths. They could take on this task or not, but if it costs someone their job, that would be a grave injustice." Just as Jiang Qiyu was awakening her dwindling sense of conscience, she heard the youth chuckle. "Not quite. My family owns 3 mountain ranges and over 2,000 cattle. So you're a rich second generation, are you? I despise you, at the top of my lungs, since the day I was born. I've had nothing to say to this world." "Humph, you better not get too arrogant. My father is working hard." The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the revelation of the 2,000 cattle. Jiang Qiyu merely rolled her eyes, then gestured to Feng Shubai to deal with the uncooperative stout man. This was to prevent any leaks and also to ensure he could handle things well with the instructor later. Turning her attention to the overly enthusiastic traitor hero, she raised her hand and indicated, "Cattle Prince, please commence your performance." Then, everyone watched as the tall, muscular Cattle Prince produced a walkie-talkie from his back pocket. Pressing the button, he began to enthusiastically relay, calling nearby teammates. "There are 4 enemies, and their firepower is fierce. Deep in the island, I am under heavy fire. The stout man has already fallen. Swiftly request backup." After receiving responses from 7 or 8 teammates, the traitor hero Cattle Prince quickly reported their current location. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu and her companions had already taken their positions, setting their weapons, ready to ambush the unsuspecting instructor as he entered their trap. Chapter 30. Don't get angry so easily. In the clearing, the Cattle Prince struck a pose, and not long after, the previously tranquil bushes began to rustle ominously. The 4 hidden figures grew increasingly tense. Even the Cattle Prince, lying in the center pretending to be dead, could not resist peeking with one eye. The sound of leaves being brushed aside drew ever closer, until, with a loud bang, a simulated gunshot rang out. Qiyu's brow furrowed as he glanced at the hiding spots of the others, only to find them all looking utterly bewildered. The Cattle Prince had voluntarily relinquished his gun. So it was clear who had fired. The 4 in the shadows simultaneously turned to face the source of the commotion. A familiar face emerged. It was Lu Heng. If you seek it, Jiang Qiyu nearly cursed aloud. This old man knew how to be a nuisance. At such a critical moment, he chose to appear and wreak havoc. You shot me." The Cattle Prince, who had been taken down by that sudden shot, wore an expression of disbelief. Still in a prone position, he shakily pointed at the indifferent Lu Heng, his voice cracking with sorrow. "I'm going to give your movie a 1-star review." Yet he was still somewhat clever, as his demise did not expose the hidden figures lying there with vacant eyes. As Lu Heng coldly stepped over him, he grasped the man's ankle, lamenting with a voice full of anguish, "You've crushed the dreams of a pure village boy who wished to be a fan. You owe me." Just as the Cattle Prince sacrificed himself to entangle Lu Heng, Qiyu decisively signaled the others in hiding to retreat immediately. Their ambush plan had been thwarted by Lu Heng, and since the instructors could appear at any moment, it was wise for them to leave while they still could. As Jiang Qiyu observed Lu Heng entangled with Prince Nyo, an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within her. Just as she gritted her teeth, preparing to stealthily take a shot at this harbinger of misfortune from the shadows, a piercing scream echoed through the air. "Ah, brother Lu, watch out behind you." Startled, Jiang Qiyu's hand trembled, nearly causing her to drop the gun, who had transformed into a cunning creature from their household. Turning around, she was not surprised to see Jiang Mian. Her exclamation had completely disrupted the imminent crisis. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Hang wasted no time. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading 2 gunshots that rang out from the bushes. Coaches had already arrived on the scene. The mortally wounded Prince Nyo immediately pointed towards Lu Hang's direction. "Brothers, he's over there, avenge me." This unexpected turn of events prompted Qiyu, who had originally intended to retreat, to once again lower himself, skillfully aiming his sniper rifle at the 2 figures concealed within the foliage. He had no desire to rescue Lu Hang, but if he did not act to eliminate the newcomers, more coaches would undoubtedly arrive, making their escape increasingly difficult. Jiang Mian's scream had already revealed their position. Turning and fleeing now would either expose their escape route or scatter them before the coaches, neither of which would yield favorable outcomes. They could only take the risk and fight back. The 2 arriving coaches were exceptionally cautious, slowly flanking the cover where Lu Hang was taking refuge. Just as his position was about to be compromised, bang, a beam of infrared laser descended from above. Striking one of the coaches squarely in the chest, simultaneously his partner instinctively pressed the intercom. "We are ambushed." At that moment, Lu Hang, who had been cornered behind the cover, seized the opportunity to burst forth amidst the chaos. Shooting the remaining assailant in the head, retreat. Qiyu, having made a shot, immediately withdrew. The others, too preoccupied to consider anything else, hastily collected their weapons and fled. Lu Hang watched the 4 retreating figures, hesitating for a moment before following suit. The still remaining Prince Nyo could only catch a glimpse of Jiang Qiyu's hasty escape, yet even in this state his fervor for chasing stars remained undeterred. He sprang up, hopping and waving his hands. "Spear! Spear, you must be happy leaving me." Spear. Just as the 5 departed, several agile figures arrived almost immediately at the scene. They swiftly dispatched the traitorous ally who had attempted to delay them and then darted deep into the island's mountains. Meanwhile, having temporarily escaped danger, Fang Shubai frequently glanced back at Lu Hang as they ran, pouting in low mutterings. "Our plan could have succeeded if not for his sudden appearance." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Just enough for the others nearby to hear. Jiang Qiyu, sharing the same sentiment, nodded vigorously. "I detest those boundaryless humans." With their remarks, Lu Hang's expression soured, while Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke up on his behalf. "Brother Lu, didn't he mean to?" After noticing the awkward atmosphere, she smiled and shifted the topic. "Fortunately, Yuji's marksmanship is precise. Otherwise, we would have been in real danger just now. At least you acknowledge it." Upon hearing her, Fang Shubai recalled her earlier shot that had revealed their position and immediately scoffed. "If it weren't for Sister Jiang Mian's scream, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Fang Shubai, however, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Hang's stern rebuke. Striding forward, Lu Hang, who had been trailing behind, stepped protectively in front of the embarrassed and aggrieved Jiang Mian. Glaring at Fang Shubai with a displeased countenance, "This situation arose from my lack of understanding. Do not unjustly blame the innocent." Ultimately, Fang Shubai was merely a 20-year-old youth, and upon being seemingly reprimanded by Lu Hang, his temper flared. Without hesitation, he raised his gun at him. "You two caused us to be hunted, and you still have the audacity to argue." Seeing this, Lu Hang naturally would not stand idly by. As Fang Shubai aimed his weapon, Lu Hang also raised his gun, targeting his infrared receiver. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian appeared startled by the tense standoff and rushed forward to grasp Lu Hang's arm. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, let us discuss this calmly. It was indeed my fault." Yet, she abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. Before her stood a black barrel of a gun. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Qiyu had raised her handgun, unapologetically pointed at Jiang Mian's forehead. "I say," she tilted her head at the man whose face was dark with malice, her tone nonchalant, "if you acknowledge your mistake, you might as well learn to bear the consequences of your actions." Jiang Qiyu. Lu Hang enunciated each word slowly, his gaze directed at her as if he wished to devour her whole. "You had better bang." However, before he could complete his threat, an immense force suddenly struck the back of his knee, causing him to stumble. Caught off guard, Lu Hang rolled to the ground, just as he intended to retaliate, only to find himself facing a well-crafted small handgun. The previously silent Qiyu casually withdrew his leg, leveling his gun at the astonished Lu Hang. "Don't lose your temper." Casually, when one is angry, they cannot help but reveal their true abilities. With a languid motion, he swayed the gun, his tone unreservedly relaxed. "Very garbage." Chapter 31. I can die, but the spirit of entertainment must live on. As events unfolded to this extent, Fang Shubai, who had initially been riled up, gradually regained his composure. He slowly lowered his weapon and tentatively addressed the 4 still in a tense standoff. "Shall we continue running for now?" Currently, they had only temporarily evaded those coaches, but if more individuals began to converge in their direction, they could easily find themselves targeted once more. Moreover, as the sun began to set, it was time to find a place to rest. No sooner had he spoken than a sound emanating from someone's stomach broke the tense atmosphere. Gurgle, under the collective gaze of the others. Jiang Qiyu sheepishly tucked her gun away and rubbed her belly. Given the circumstances, how about we eat first? Meanwhile, the audience watching from the drone's perspective collectively sighed in relief, beginning to express their opinions. We weren't wrong to say anything, being harmed and still wanting to be justified? Hey, do you seem to have a serious illness? Does Lu Hong have clairvoyance? How could he know your plan? That's laughable. Help, how can Brother Ershuang be so handsome, so reassuring, and he seems to always be on Jiang Qiyu's side? Not to target anyone, but Jiang Mian usually appears gentle and harmless. Why does she seem so useless here? Our teacher Spear is still handsome, Jiang Mian, really don't be so absurd. Is it female competition? The two of them are fundamentally different in character. Why compare? There's no female competition, I lack civility, merely stepping on a saintly persona. The barrage of comments in the livestream became an uproar, while the 5 individuals on the deserted island, who had previously been at odds, now displayed no intention of fighting. Although Jiang Qiyu longed to shoot Lu Hong, they were not truly in a survival scenario. The drone above was still broadcasting live. If she acted at this moment, she could only imagine the backlash from Lu Heng's fans. Rather than endure the scorn and allow him to return comfortably, it would be better to keep him around temporarily, letting him serve as bait to be pursued like ARATI in the evening. To evade the coach's pursuit, the 5 ascended a low hill in the center of the deserted island, crossing a stream to reach halfway up the slope. Once a resting spot was established, Lu Hong produced an item that instantly brightened Qiyu's previously skeptical expression. Though Lu Hong was often bothersome, there was one redeeming quality: he had brought along the very item Qiyu had been seeking throughout the day, a second tent. After filling their stomachs, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Mian, then shook his head, being the first to enter the tent for some much-needed rest, having gone 2 consecutive days without sleep. Coupled with such high-intensity exertion, even an Iron Man would struggle at this point. Jiang Mian, catching the significance of his glance, blushed and lowered her head, inadvertently overlooking the profound warning and compassion embedded within it. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Jiang Qiyu was jolted awake by a persistent shaking. Upon opening her eyes, she found Jiang Mian looking weary, seated beside her. One thing led to another. Sleep was something she could hardly control. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to apologize for her behavior the previous night, she suddenly sensed that something was amiss in the environment. Jiang Mian, disregarding any reprimands for her unusual actions the night before, gestured for her to look up at the skylight above the tent. It's raining outside. In an instant, Jiang Qiyu seemed to recall something, springing up to find the hat she had kicked far away and putting it on before stepping out of the tent. Outside, a light drizzle had begun to fall. She raised her hand, allowing the raindrops to land in her palm, while her mind raced to recall the original plotline relevant to this timeframe. In the original text, it is indeed noted that on the 3rd day of their journey on the deserted island, rain fell. It was precisely due to the intensifying downpour that Lu Hong and Jiang Mian found themselves stranded on the island for an entire night. However, if her memory serves her correctly, this rain was distinctly recorded as commencing in the afternoon of the 3rd day. Yet now, with the dawn yet to break, how could it have arrived so prematurely? It's raining. The slightly hoarse voice of Qiyu emerged from behind. Jiang Qiyu turned around, her expression unexpectedly serious as she regarded him. Wake everyone up, we must leave here swiftly. The rain was fierce and oddly suspicious, providing Qiyu with little time to ponder. As they conversed, it seemed the downpour had intensified further. Jiang Mian followed her out, frowning as she addressed them. The tent is beginning to leak, it is no longer usable. At this moment, the other 2 emerged from the large tent. Fang Shubai, hastily attempting to secure his hat, spoke urgently. Should we find somewhere to take shelter until the rain subsides? Otherwise, in the rain, it will be difficult to discern friend from foe, and we might accidentally harm our own. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu turned to glance at Fang Shubai, who was preoccupied with trivial concerns, and spoke calmly. Do not fret over events that have yet to transpire. Let us focus on the present and address the immediate situation. Unlike the oblivious Qiyu, the other 3 quickly began to sense that something was amiss. They were currently situated on the hillside of a deserted island, and if the rain were not too severe, abandoning the tent and proceeding lightly would pose no significant challenge. However, the crux of the matter lay in the nature of this deluge. The weather on the oceanic island was capricious, and none could predict how fiercely it would rain or for how long. Qiyu regarded Jiang Qiyu, whose expression was grave, and after a moment of intense eye contact, he decisively stated, leave everything behind. We must go. Today marked the final day of their survival game on the deserted island. Even without supplies, they could endure until help arrived, yet if they were to delay their descent due to these supplies, that would be perilous. Without waiting for Fang Shubai to comprehend the implications, Jiang Qiyu secured a handgun at her waist and urged him, who was still rummaging for chocolate, to hastily follow Qiyu at the forefront. Lu Hong also guided Jiang Mian, bringing up the rear. Various supplies, backpacks, and camping gear were left behind on the hillside. Qiyu led the way with a compass in hand, the group trudging down the increasingly torrential rain. taking unsteady steps. Yet, as the saying goes, ascending the mountain is easy, but descending is fraught with difficulty, especially amid the intensifying downpour. The road was slick, making direction discernment challenging, which significantly hampered their descent. After stumbling along the muddy path for quite some time, they still failed to locate a route down the rain. As Jiang Qiyu had predicted, only grew heavier. Had they not been clad in waterproof, quick-drying gear, they would likely be struggling to move at all. Wait! Qiyu suddenly halted his advance. Jiang Qiyu squinted against the rain, wiping her face as she called out, "What is wrong? There is good news and bad news." "What is it?" "The good news is that we've found the stream we passed on our way up. The bad news is that it's right in front of you." Qiyu shifted to reveal the view obstructed by his body. Before them lay a river, transformed into a raging torrent by the storm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qiyu instinctively twitched her lips, her tone uncharacteristically bewildered. "Dude, are you still making hellish jokes at a time like this? I can perish, but my spirit of entertainment shall not die." Chapter 32, now corrected. No more seeking death. Will you die or not? The Jiang Qiyu shot a piercing glare at Qiyu, who was still managing to joke amidst the chaos, and turned to the person behind her. Qiyu Fang Shubai stuttered. Unlike the carefree Qiyu, he was visibly shaken, gripping her arm tightly as he trembled. We won Tida through the curtain of rain. She struggled to discern his expression, but the tremor in his voice was unmistakable. Offering a reassuring pat on Fang Shubai's shoulder, Jiang Qiyu attempted to comfort him. "If the king of hell wants you dead at midnight, he won't keep you till dawn. Life and death are fated. Take it easy. Can't we try to negotiate? Then you can die at 2 o'clock. Catching him off guard, boom! As soon as her words fell, a thunderclap erupted without warning, echoing in their ears. Following this, a deluge of rain poured down even more fiercely, and the river blocking their path seemed to swell with renewed ferocity. We can't wait any longer. Observing the tumultuous waters swirling beneath them, Qiyu furrowed his brow, his voice steady. "We must cross the bridge." Fang Shubai gazed at him in disbelief, then turned to the makeshift bridge nearly submerged by the rising waters. It was a rudimentary structure of rusted chains and wooden planks. On their ascent, he had confidently asserted that if too many people bounced on it, it might very well snap. And now to him, the bridge appeared precarious, swaying dangerously in the stormy weather. "Are you really suggesting we cross it? Wouldn't that mean certain death? Are you sending the king of hell a GDP tribute?" "Qiyu, this is absolutely not." As he desperately shook his head, Qiyu had already taken the initiative. Stepping onto the bridge with one foot. "Are you serious?" Jiang Qiyu echoed his skepticism. Although the river was narrow enough to traverse quickly, the swift current posed a significant risk. A misstep or a broken plank could easily sweep one away. She advanced a few steps to stand beside Qiyu, glancing at the worsening rain as she spoke earnestly. "How confident are you?" The man merely glanced down at her and then replied with a slight smile. Sidestepping her question, "Do you trust me?" Without hesitation, Jiang Qiyu responded, no unperturbed by her answer. Qiyu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he tugged at the iron chain submerged in water, leaning closer to her ear. He explained, "This is a military-grade cable bridge specially reinforced by the training institution. Its load-bearing capacity and materials far exceed those of a typical suspension bridge. It's perfectly safe, though the wooden bridge appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Its stability was indeed sufficient for their passage." Surprised that he possessed such knowledge, Jiang Qiyu shot him a skeptical glance. "How do you know this?" "Nothing much." Qiyu shrugged nonchalantly. "I used to seek peril abroad." "No wonder he is so adept with firearms. Turns out he is a battle-hardened returnee." Jiang Qiyu mused, raising her hand to give him a thumbs up, but suddenly felt a tug around her waist. She looked down to see a sturdy safety rope securely fastened to her belt. Instinctively gripping the rope, she raised her gaze to find herself locked in his dark, rain-soaked eyes. Cold raindrops dripped from his long lashes, and his gaze held a mysterious allure, momentarily leaving her speechless. Qiyu tightened the safety rope around their waists, his deep voice cutting through the cacophony of rain. "Don't worry, I've made adjustments. I'm not seeking death anymore." "Wait." Realizing his intent, Jiang Qiyu swiftly grasped the rope with both hands. Confirming, "Are you certain I'll be safe?" "Absolutely." "You swear it?" "I swear." "What if something happens?" Qiyu, already lacking patience, abruptly yanked the safety rope and instinctively caught the staggering figure that lunged toward him, caught off guard. Jiang Qiyu found herself pressed against his solid chest, and before she could react, she felt a gentle tremor resonate through him as his low, magnetic voice enveloped her ear. "With me here, you won't die. Not even half dead, then you should walk on your own." Qiyu immediately changed his tune, pretending to loosen the knot around her waist, but in the next moment, her delicate hands firmly gripped his. Jiang Qiyu adopted a charming smile, embodying her survival instinct. "I'll follow your lead." Casting a sidelong glance at her, Qiyu chose not to press the matter further. He then raised his hand, signaling to the three individuals not far away, "Pull out your safety ropes and secure them to one another. We'll cross the bridge in 2 groups." Given the limited length of the safety rope, connecting all 5 of them would restrict their movement. It was safest to bind 2 or 3 together while crossing. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the submerged wooden planks of the bridge, reminding Jiang Qiyu, Follow my lead. The bridge appeared to sway from the shore, yet as Qiyu truly stepped onto it, it steadied unexpectedly. Be brave, fear not adversity, Jiang Qiyu shouted twice to rally her spirits, taking a deep breath. She boldly followed in his wake, wading through the water step by step towards the opposite bank. Surrounded by the tumultuous river, drenched in torrential rain, she could faintly hear distant voices behind her. Though the deluge made them indistinct, in that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been reduced to the expansive back of the man ahead, just within reach, and the concerned glances he occasionally cast back at her. With the final leap, she urged herself to jump across. Having safely reached the other side, Qiyu turned, extending his hands towards Jiang Qiyu, who stood on the last wooden plank of the swaying bridge. Don't be afraid. I will catch you. Without Qiyu's weight anchoring the bridge, it began to sway slightly, with no retreat now possible. Jiang Qiyu, without a second thought, released her grip on the chains, crouched slightly, and prepared to leap towards Qiyu. Here comes the little flyer. However, in that fleeting moment, a piercing scream erupted from the opposite bank. Startled by the unanticipated shriek, she slipped. Oh no, this time I'm really in for it, as the world spun around her. Her mind went blank, and instinctively she reached out, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to grasp something, and she did catch hold of something, yet it felt soft, uncertain. She probed further, just as her hands began to grasp aimlessly. A voice, tinged with annoyance, resonated above her. Jiang Qiyu, if you don't want your hands, I'll chop them off. Chapter 33, Crystal Pendant. Jiang Qiyu, if you don't want your hands, I'll chop them off. Since she had no desire to become disabled, she sensibly withdrew her hands from Qiyu's chest. After a reluctant smile, she mumbled quietly, what a miser, what's wrong with me? Touching, Qiyu rose and effortlessly pulled her up, feeling her muttering tighten his grip involuntarily. His tone slightly dangerous. What did you say? I said, Brother Qi, you're truly reliable, our camaraderie is unbreakable. Gazing at the rain-soaked woman before him, muddy yet grinning widely, Qiyu couldn't help but arch his brows and replied nonchalantly, then you were mistaken. Our friendship can only be described as fragile. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to retort, her peripheral vision caught sight of the opposite bank. Among the originally 3 figures, only Fang Shubai remained rooted in place. That earlier shrill scream was undoubtedly from Jiang Mian, and now, inexplicably, she had collapsed. From this vantage point, all she could see was Lu Hong sitting on the ground, cradling her and shaking her gently. Fang Shubai, beside him, appeared frantic, the situation seemingly dire. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Qiyu cupped her hands around her mouth in a trumpet shape and shouted across, Fang Shubai, what's happening? Although the rain roared thunderously, the river wasn't overly wide, allowing their voices to carry. Soon Fang Shubai responded, Sister Qiyu. Jiang Mian suddenly fainted. How could she faint out of the blue? Just as Jiang Qiyu pondered this, she saw Lu Hong suddenly scoop the unconscious figure into his arms. And Fang Shubai's voice followed, Sister Qiyu, we can't get over. Luga says we need to find a place to take cover from the rain. Qiyu, who had remained silent until now, frowned at this remark and shook his head in disagreement. It's too dangerous, with the rain pouring so heavily. Staying on the mountain posed significant risks, which was why he insisted on leading everyone down. Yet Lu Hong seemed to disregard Qiyu's warning, turning back while cradling Jiang Mian. Seeing Fang Shubai helpless on the riverbank, Jiang Qiyu yelled, Can you make it over? The Fang Shubai glanced at the swaying bridge, his head nearly spinning in a frantic shake. I can't. Jiang Qiyu was not surprised by this response. She immediately shouted, then stick close to them, don't lose sight of them. She felt no concern for Jiang Mian and Lu Heng's safety. In the original story, the two were trapped on the 3rd evening, and amidst the crisis, their bond deepened rapidly, leading to their rescue the next day. Of this torrential downpour, seemingly a crisis, actually served as a catalyst. Although this scenario deviated slightly from the original text, the protagonists still found themselves fortuitously reunited. As long as Fang Shubai stayed close, he should be fine, standing by the riverbank, watching Fang Shubai turn to pursue Lu Heng. A profound sense of camaraderie surged within her amidst the stormy ambience, prompting her to call out, Shubai, no matter what, remember this. Fang Shubai hesitated, seemingly waiting for her next admonition, yet Jiang Qiyu, caught up in her emotions, suddenly found herself at a loss for words and shouted instead, forget what to remember, just remember, you must remember. Smack, immediately after, the back of her head received a light but firm slap. Qiyu's voice, laced with impatience, echoed, stop worrying about others for now, focus on yourself. She turned her head, adjusting her hat, only to see the man's back as he walked away. Without a second thought, she abandoned her theatrical display of camaraderie and hurried after him. Lu Hong and Jiang Mian had the protagonist's halo, but they did not necessarily share the same fortune. If they wished to avoid misfortune in this torrential rain, they had to rely on the former daredevil team leader, Qiyu. Together, Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu, armed with a compass, navigated their way down the mountain through the relentless downpour, each step a precarious dance between depth and shallowness. Initially, they aimed to reunite with the other instructors on the deserted island. As the training organization must have established a refuge somewhere on the island, however, they had not ventured far before they were confronted with extensive water accumulation at the base of the mountain. Making it difficult to discern the depths, they were compelled to pause for the time being. Fortunately, they discovered an untouched drop-off point nearby, uncovering some edible supplies and a small tent, utilizing the resources at hand. They erected a temporary rain shelter against a high cliff devoid of trees. Although this makeshift refuge was cramped, dim, and permeated by wind and rain, it was far preferable to wandering aimlessly through the jungle in the downpour. Earlier, they had encountered an extremely deep puddle, and had it not been for Qiyu's quick reflexes, Jiang Qiyu might have met her end there. The wireless cameras had malfunctioned. With a sigh of relief, Qiyu began to inspect their equipment. The wireless cameras used for streaming and positioning had inexplicably broken, leaving only the wireless audio device with a faint indicator light, signaling it was still operational. Wiping off the water from the small microphone, Qiyu's voice was heavy. I wonder if this thing has a tracking feature. Due to the sudden downpour, the uneven terrain outside would surely be riddled with varying depths of puddles. So for safety's sake, they could only wait here momentarily. They hoped for the rain to lessen or for someone to come to their rescue, peering through the makeshift rain shield's clear window. The downpour continued unabated, and he commented without much emotion, I wonder when those people will find us. It'll be fine. Jiang Qiyu, however, was not one to easily lose heart. She reached out to pat the man's shoulder softly, offering reassurance. The production team has probably contacted the rescue team and started searching the island. You're quite. Just as Qiyu turned to mock her lack of common sense, his gaze collided with her eyes, which shone unusually bright in the dimness. Forget it. He pressed his lips together, hesitating before retracting his sarcasm, not denying her words. Just as he was about to look away, something glimmering caught his attention. Qiyu frowned. The softness that had just begun to blossom within him instantly collapsing. Noticing his expression of disdain, Jiang Qiyu felt displeased and furrowed her brows, glaring back. What kind of look is that? The man raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. Are you cold now? What, are you afraid of the cold again? Not really, just thought I'd remind you to wipe yourself off. Jiang Qiyu's alarm bells went off. Her mind inevitably conjuring various suggestive videos, she shifted away, gazing at Qiyu with an air of righteousness. What do you mean? Seeing her defensive stance, Qiyu felt his taste and character were being severely questioned. Looking back at her with an odd expression, his tone was teasing. You have some crystal pendant dripping. Chapter 34, How small is this? Jiang Qiyu nearly broke down at his remark about the crystal pendant. Unconcerned, she lifted her sleeve to wipe her nose, all the while stubbornly muttering, This is the fruit of my wisdom, do you understand? Achoo! Before she could finish, an enormous sneeze erupted from her, prompting another frown from Qiyu. She was aware she was in the wrong. Despite her stubbornness, she instinctively turned her head away. After being drenched for so long and still clad in soaked clothes, it was only natural she would catch a chill. Upon reaching this thought, she, displaying a commendable sense of public spirit, gently shifted her body outward, creating a slight distance between the two figures that had been pressed closely together. Yet, barely an inch had been gained when her subtle movements were immediately noticed by Qiyu beside her. What are you fidgeting for? Jiang Qiyu's motion came to a halt as she extended a hand to cover her mouth and nose, her muffled voice filtering through her palm. I think I might be coming down with a cold. You should keep your distance. Before she could finish her sentence, the distance she had painstakingly created was swiftly closed once more, even closer than before. A solid and broad chest, radiating warmth, gently leaned against her. As the man enveloped her in a manner that brooked no refusal, with his chin resting atop her head, Jiang Qiyu found herself unable to turn back, and could only crane her neck to pat him with her hand. Buddy, while I am fully aware of my irresistible charm, it would be wise for you to restrain yourself. Mid-sentence, Qiyu's hand snaked around from behind, playfully flicking her forehead with just the right amount of force. If you don't want to catch a chill, keep quiet. The man's warm breath cascaded over her neck, mingling with the raindrops trickling down from her hair and seeping into her collar. The juxtaposition of cold and warmth sent a shiver through her, momentarily silencing Jiang Qiyu, who had been feebly struggling against the closeness. She paused, her mind conjuring the image of Qiyu's striking face. One capable of igniting a frenzy on social media within moments of appearing. Weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she arrived at a conclusion. This is a worthwhile trade. With that thought, she relaxed her slightly tense back and leaned comfortably into his embrace. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents, while this modest, temporary refuge began to fill with a gentle warmth. After 2 days of battling together, and due to a series of unforeseen events, they found themselves confined within this small, ambiguous space, leaning against each other for warmth. The tension between the lone man and woman was palpable. Although Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu were currently ensconced in this small space with an ambiguous posture, their conversation was quite perplexing. Could you be a bit quieter? I thought I was struck by lightning just now. Dude, is this something I can control? Haven't you heard that there are 3 things one cannot conceal? A cough, poverty, and a sneeze. Do you understand? I can't hold back. Vladimir Nabokov's coffin lid. What do you mean by cuckold? You a nonsense. When I was young, I paid $20 under the overpass for a fortune teller. What did they predict? The fortune teller said I only have 1 life, that I spent another 20 to get my fortune read again, thus I had 2 lives. Hissed. Qiyu inhaled sharply, utterly curious about what was going on in the mind of the person in his arms. Just as he was about to speak, the foresight Jiang Qiyu promptly raised her arm, deftly covering the man's mouth with her small hand. "We're allies, don't say a word." The torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating anytime soon, and the two continued their half-hearted conversation. Most of the time, it was Jiang Qiyu rambling on with her whimsical thoughts. While Qiyu occasionally responded or teased her, her topics lacked depth, often straying from one thought to another with little connection. Yet, the usually impatient Qiyu surprisingly listened attentively, even managing to offer timely replies. They exchanged words back and forth, until at last, it became unclear who had first fallen silent, who had steadied their breathing, and they ended up leaning against each other, drifting into slumbers gradually awakening. Jiang Qiyu felt as though her neck was being crushed, and a heavy weight seemed to press down on her head, causing dizziness and difficulty breathing. After considerable effort, she managed to rouse Qiyu, her thoughts racing as she was drawn to the scene outside the rain shelter. Excitedly, she patted Qiyu's forearm and spoke with difficulty. "The rain is letting up." As her words fell, not only did Qiyu look at her in surprise, but even Jiang Qiyu herself was momentarily taken aback. Who is speaking?" she quickly realized, covering her slightly burning throat with her hands, and hoarsely exclaimed, "Bawan, my voice, how did I wake up sounding like a village duck instead of a nightingale?" Qiyu ignored her theatrical antics and moved directly to action. He supported the back of her head with one hand while his other hand accurately assessed her smooth forehead, feeling the heat radiating from her skin. His expression darkened. "You're running a bit of a fever after being drenched in rain since dawn, combined with vigorous activity. It's no wonder you're feeling unwell, having often engaged in extreme sports abroad." Qiyu had a robust physique, yet Jiang Qiyu, being rather delicate, was truly unable to withstand it. Despite having allowed her to lean against him earlier, she had inevitably succumbed to a fever after sleeping. Qiyu furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze to her slightly flushed face caused by the fever, and paused before beginning to unbutton his shirt. Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Qiyu exclaimed, covering her eyes with both hands as he began to undress. Only to part her fingers to peek, her gaze wandered over his now unbuttoned collar, lingering on the exposed collarbone and the lean waist encased in short sleeves, while silently telling herself not to look. She clumsily protested, "You cannot disrupt our pure camaraderie, although I know I possess considerable allure." Qiyu swiftly removed his windbreaker and draped it over Jiang Qiyu's head, effectively blocking her wandering eyes. "Put it on so that when we go outside, others don't say I let you die." Jiang Qiyu, not surprised, chuckled awkwardly and willingly wrapped the oversized jacket around herself. Once dressed, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards him. Previously, she had only thought he had a nice physique and looked good in any clothing. Today, upon closer inspection, she noticed he indeed had quite a lot going on. Realizing her gaze was growing bolder, Qiyu merely smiled faintly, openly stating, "What? Would you like to see more? Is there such a good thing?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu immediately grinned widely and nodded vigorously. "Okay, how much of a deal is this?" Qiyu's smile instantly faltered, his muscles tensing as he slowly squeezed out a response through gritted teeth. "What did you say? It's an affair." Chapter 35, Arigato, Mei Yang. The desire to be beautiful is universal. At my youthful age, this is merely human nature. Jiang Qiyu leaned her head toward the sullen-faced Qiyu, grinning like a dog. Noting his continued silence, she continued to defend herself. "Brother Qi, consider the situation from another angle. Would you not want to see me undress?" Qiyu shot her a glance, the words "not interested" clearly written on his face. Upon hearing him say that, Jiang Qiyu calmly shook her head. "You're just saying that out of spite. I don't believe you." The corners of Qiyu's eyes twitched violently as he deliberately lowered his voice, murmuring intensely in her ear, "Don't force me to slap you in such an inappropriate place." The moment the words fell, even the air seemed to hush, prompting Jiang Qiyu to promptly mime a zipper gesture over her mouth. Qiyu was about to close his eyes and rest when he suddenly heard the sound of rustling beside him and was about to reprimand her for being fidgety. Upon opening his eyes, he found a chocolate bar being held up before him. Behind it was a face, flushed yet bright-eyed, exuding an almost sickly allure. "Do you want some chocolate?" In that instant, his heart skipped a beat. The once tranquil space was suddenly filled with alarm bells, ringing deafeningly. Qiyu quickly realized that this excursion to the deserted island might not merely be a serendipitous adventure, but rather Qiyu encounter. No, who was speaking? Clearly Jiang Qiyu had also heard that heart-wrenching voice coming from afar. The two exchanged glances, quickly grasping the situation. It was Feng Shubai. As the rain began to ease, it was likely that the production team had located the rescue team using their coordinates. Without further thought, they hastily unzipped the makeshift rain shelter and rushed outside, accompanied by the sound of thundering footsteps as they looked up. In the distance, a helicopter was rapidly approaching. Jiang Qiyu tilted her head back, waving her arms excitedly, until the helicopter hovered directly above them, and fully equipped rescue personnel began to descend on ropes. She turned slightly to glance at her companion, who wore a similarly relaxed expression, and beamed brightly as she spoke cheerfully. "We're finally rescued." Qiyu, hearing her words, lowered his gaze to her, a small smile gracing his lips. "I told you, you wouldn't die." Just as he finished speaking, A familiar chocolate bar reappeared before his eyes. So, do you want some chocolate now? Accompanied by the deafening roar of the spiraling propeller slicing through the air, he slightly arched his brows and extended his hand to receive. I could use a bit. Soon, the rescue personnel swiftly descended beside the two, securing the rescue rope firmly around them. Jiang Qiyu was gradually hoisted into the air, waving at Qiyu, who remained below. I forgot to tell you. I accidentally dropped that chocolate on the ground and just picked it up to give it to you. The rescuers exchanged terrified glances as they witnessed the chocolate bar in the cold-faced handsome man's hand being crushed in an instant. Swallowing hard before tentatively suggesting, "It's alright, we'll send you up to find her shortly." Qiyu gazed up at the figure leisurely swinging their legs in midair before slowly turning to the rescue personnel. Please hurry. On this side, Jiang Qiyu had reached the helicopter and was immediately enveloped in a desperate embrace from Fang Shu by his sister Qiyu. Saba, I thought. Saba, I would never see you again. He still bore the same dirty appearance. Evidently just rescued himself. Hold on, don't speak yet. Jiang Qiyu pushed him away with a hint of disdain, patting the child's shoulder as she explained. Bad luck, without waiting for him to sulk. She swiftly redirected the conversation. What about Jiang Mian and Lu Hong? They were rescued by another helicopter. Of Fang Shubai's emotion shifted rapidly. Relieved that Sister Qiyu was safe, he wiped his face and began to lament. Sister Qiyu, you have no idea, we found a cave to shelter from the rain, and Lugo was so worried about Sister Jiang Mian. But what? He scratched his head, uncertain. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. But Sister Jiang Mian. She seemed a bit scared, and after waking up, she was a little strange encountering such unforeseen circumstances. It was only natural to be frightened. Jiang Qiyu took his words at face value, offering a few perfunctory responses before her gaze inadvertently met Qiyu's stern features. Her brother Qi, Fang Shubai exclaimed joyfully, while Jiang Qiyu chuckled awkwardly, unabashedly waving at him. Handsome, what a coincidence to see you on a plane too. Qiyu shot her an annoyed glance, choosing not to dwell on the matter of the chocolate bar that had fallen to the ground, and quietly settled beside her once the rescue personnel arrived. Everyone boarded the rescue helicopter together, departing from this unexpected deserted island, perhaps due to it being his first ride on a rescue helicopter. Fang Shubai, now relieved of his worries, became exceedingly chatty, engaging the drowsy Jiang Qiyu in conversation. Eventually, it was Qiyu who spoke up, instructing him to quiet down. Without allowing for refusal, he pressed Fang Shubai's heated head against his shoulder. Fang Shubai then looked at Jiang Qiyu, who was peacefully resting against Qiyu's shoulder with her eyes closed. And after a long moment, it seemed he finally understood his place. The excitement on his face from riding the helicopter for the first time gradually faded, his tone desolate. Alright, I get it. Qiyu glanced at him sideways. What have you figured out now? Once referred to as a backup, then a sycophant, last year labeled as a victim. What term will this year bring to describe a deeply affectionate handsome man like me, who is so frequently dismissed? At that moment, Jiang Qiyu, feeling dizzy and resting her head on Qiyu's shoulder, didn't even open her eyes, nudging for a more comfortable position, calmly replied, boiling lamb. Fang Shubai nearly burst into tears, dramatically pointing a trembling finger at the smug Qiyu. So he is your favorite sheep, is he? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu cracked her eyes open a sliver, glancing at his indignant expression with a light laugh and shaking her head. Not quite, then I'm relieved. He is the Prince of Antelopes. As soon as she finished speaking, a light chuckle resonated from above. Following that, the man's slightly teasing, deep voice emerged. Arigato, beautiful sheep. Chapter 36. The old pervert x the pervert. As the three disembarked from the helicopter, they were urgently transported to a nearby hospital for a comprehensive medical examination. Yet, even as they boarded the ambulance, Fang Shubai continued to utter that sarcastic phrase, Arigato, beautiful sheep. To this, Jiang Qiyu's response was even more succinct and forceful. Don't mistake my silence for a lack of opinion. I simply choose not to engage with you. Thus, all guests and coaches were rescued. While the unexpected incidents during this deserted island adventure were unforeseen, fortunately, no casualties occurred. The production team immediately released an urgent statement upon their successful rescue, informing fans that all guests were in good condition and announcing a 3-day suspension of the live broadcast. If you understand love. To pacify fan emotions, they also announced that 3 days later, the guests would initiate an interactive live broadcast, randomly selecting high-rated questions from the official Weibo comment section to address during the stream. Following this announcement, along with the production team's crisis management, they successfully quelled the anger of fans demanding accountability from the production team and shifted the focus to inquiries about the celebrity guests. Meanwhile, as the trending topic guests trapped on the deserted island began to decline, several related topics suddenly soared to the top of the entertainment charts. Qiyu, how young is he? Jiang Qiyu, the hidden old pervert. Conflict erupts among understanding love members on the deserted island Lumion. True feelings revealed in adversity. Fang Shubai, boiling lamb. These surrounding topics swiftly dominated Weibo's trending searches, maintaining high levels of interest following the sudden downpour, even though drones and wireless cameras could not broadcast normally. The audio equipment continued to function properly. This incident tugged at the hearts of countless viewers and fans, leading to an unprecedented peak in online viewership despite the broadcast being entirely dark. All conversations between them were recorded, and once their safety was confirmed, clips of their dialogue began to emerge like mushrooms after rain across various short video platforms. The variety show You Understand Love gained a spike in attention and topic popularity due to this unforeseen natural disaster. Fans of various CPs erupted in heated discussions online. Meanwhile, the now vibrant Jiang Qiyu was happily scrolling through Weibo on her phone, returned by the production team, just as she was about to click on a fan-uploaded video regarding Lu Heng and Zhang Mian. The hospital door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. "Sister," a piercing wail echoed, and she immediately turned to the door in sheer terror. There stood her long-missed assistant, Yu Xiaoyu, rushing towards her with tears brimming in her eyes. Fortunately, quick on her feet, she rolled off the bed just in time to evade the incoming little bomb. "You little rascal." Jiang Qiyu looked at the now sprawled Yu Xiaoyu on the bed with a bewildered expression. "You thought I'd perish on the deserted island and wanted to deliver the final blow." "Huh, sister." Yu Xiaoyu struggled to lift her head from the blankets, her hair in disarray as she gazed up at her. "Sister, are you alright?" After confirming multiple times that Jiang Qiyu had indeed sustained no injuries and that her health report was perfectly fine except for a bit of heat, Yu Xiaoyu finally relaxed and handed her the task at hand. "Sister, here is your new Weibo password." Sister Chen said to have you post a selfie to reassure the fans. Such trivial matters were nothing to Jiang Qiyu, who could post over 60 moments on WeChat in a day when she was idle. She quickly logged into her long-neglected main account, and even though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still taken aback by the overwhelming flood of notifications. "Goodness, how did my followers increase so much?" Surprised, she picked up her phone and snapped a casual selfie from a reasonably flattering angle before clicking to edit her Weibo post. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the trending topic about herself and, pursing her lips, began to type without much thought. "Sister, what are you writing?" Just as Yu Xiaoyu finished her question, her phone chimed with a notification. "Someone you follow has posted a new Weibo." She opened it to find a rapidly trending post. "Jiang Qiyu v. Recently, there are rumors saying I'm an old pervert. I'd like to clarify that I am not old." The accompanying image was the selfie Jiang Qiyu had just taken. Scrolling down, she encountered an influx of fan comments. "Beautiful warrior, long spear teacher, I'm so glad you're safe." Long-eared SCD, encounter, "You must tell me whether ear slap brother is small or not. This is crucial for me." Jiang Qiyu's crystal pendant, "I wouldn't let my son marry such a woman. I fear he would suffer, but I could marry her because I'm not afraid of hardship." Long spear teacher, my life's guiding light. I've followed the teacher for a long time. She has accompanied me throughout my middle school years. What can I say? I'm quite grateful. Without her, I might never have entered high school. Yu Xiaoyu, well aware that she could not manage her audacious sister, simply tucked her phone away and said softly, "Sister, the company leadership has been quite worried about you." "Worried about me?" Jiang Qiyu, now reclining back on the bed, couldn't help but scoff at this. Their concern for her was merely a fade. What truly worried them was the potential misfortune befalling the cash cow that had only recently re-entered the public eye. This was indeed the case. Noting her disbelief, Yu Xiaoyu reiterated, "Sister Chen is probably already on her way out on her way." Sensing something amiss, Jiang Qiyu set her phone down and narrowed her eyes at her. "Where to? Here what?" At this she sprang up from the bed, pausing only briefly before beginning to unbutton her clothing. Yu Jia, looking at the bewildered Yu Xiaoyu, Jiang Qiyu spoke with an unusual seriousness. "Xiaoyu, quickly help me with the discharge procedures. We must leave at once." Seeing her urgency, which seemed genuine rather than feigned, Yu Xiaoyu was even more perplexed and scratched her head, asking, "Where are we going?" "Back to city." Jiang Qiyu sought to evade her manager not for trivial reasons, but primarily due to the 3 days of leave granted by the production team. With her popularity at a peak, the capitalists at the company were undoubtedly sharpening their knives in anticipation. If Sister Chen were to catch her, she could forget about resting during those 3 days. She was a patient who had narrowly escaped death, not a mere servant to the capitalists. If not now, then when? Thus Yu Xiaoyu, in a state of confusion, aided her in secretly facilitating her discharge, and together they disguised themselves and headed to the airport. They purchased tickets for the next available flight and fled directly from the filming location of the dating reality show back to City A. Just as they departed, their manager, Sister Chen, arrived at the hospital, only to find that they had already eluded her. As Sister Chen contacted the production team, bombarding them with frantic calls, the duo had successfully landed. Exiting the airport through the VIP passage, Jiang Qiyu intended to caution Yu Xiaoyu against revealing their whereabouts and disrupting this hard-won respite. However, her phone suddenly rang. She initially thought it was Sister Chen, who had switched numbers to reach her, and was about to hang up, when a somewhat unfamiliar contact name caught her eye. Grandfather, Chapter 37. When confusion arises, set it aside. Noticing her peculiar expression after hanging up, Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward, concerned. "Sister Yu, what is wrong?" Tucking her phone into her pocket, Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow slightly and said, I need to go home." She had nearly forgotten. Tomorrow was the birthday of the elder Jiang. In the original narrative, the protagonists returned to City A immediately after their ordeal on the deserted island to attend the elder Jiang's birthday banquet. At the banquet, Lu Hong unilaterally dissolved his engagement with Jiang Qiyu and publicly declared his pursuit of the true Jiang family heiress, Jiang Mian. The original protagonist learned of this turn of events several days later, but regardless of her pleas, the elder Jiang would not see her, nor would he seek out Lu Hong for an explanation on her behalf. Yet now, it was puzzling that the elder Jiang, who had previously cast her out in front of everyone and severed ties, had personally, she felt a slight desire, yet it was merely a fleeting thought. Not something she truly held onto. Handing the car keys to the waiting attendant, Jiang Qiyu simply mentioned her name and was respectfully escorted to the entrance of the banquet hall. Uncle Lu. This is my congratulatory gift, she said, presenting the large, ornately wrapped box to Uncle Lu, the Jiang family steward, who was stationed at the door. Ignoring the brief twitch of his expression, Jiang Qiyu turned and slipped into the venue. Blending in with the crowd. As her gaze swept across the expansive banquet hall, it brightened momentarily upon spotting a table in the corner. She made her way directly to a table adorned with opulent ladies, each appearing to be at least 50 years of age, and all unfamiliar to her. While she sat there, seemingly attentive, her ears were perked up like radar. As expected, gossip was as abundant as the lavish spread before them. Have you heard? Old Master Jiang has expelled his second daughter's girl from the family. What? I hadn't heard. This news has circulated throughout the circles. What did the girl do to anger him? Are you not aware that the Jiang family recently acknowledged their long-lost granddaughter? Oh, yes, just like their Jiangling, she is also a star. It's all because of this beloved granddaughter. I heard that the second daughter's child is competing for a man with the first daughter's recently acknowledged one. Old Master Jiang favors the first daughter, and with unseemly tactics involved, he severed ties in a fit of rage. Competing for a man? But isn't the second daughter's girl engaged to the little grandson of the Lu family since childhood? Yes, isn't that the very man she is competing for? Well, this is quite a tangled affair. These matters all hinge on Old Master Jiang's whims. Whoever he favors, that one has the advantage. Just then, amidst the animated chatter of the ladies, one of them noticed Jiang Qiyu, who had been silently listening, leaning ever closer. A matron raised her brows in suspicion, scrutinizing her. I don't recall seeing you before. Who are you? Caught eavesdropping, Jiang Qiyu felt no embarrassment. Sitting up straight, she casually adjusted her attire and replied coolly, I'm not someone from a certain family. Just someone. Jiang Qiyu was about to fabricate a name to engage the ladies in conversation and glean some insights about the Jiang family's current affairs. But before she could speak, a familiar voice called out from behind her in a friendly tone, Qiyu, you finally arrived. Frowning slightly, she turned to follow the sound and was taken aback to see Jiang Mian, whom she hadn't seen since their harrowing encounter on the deserted island. Dressed in a delicate, light-colored couture gown, Jiang Mian approached with an effusive smile at Jiang Mian. Jiang Qiyu was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't Jiang Mian usually avoiding her? Why was she so eager to greet her today? Though puzzled by this sudden warmth, Jiang Qiyu smiled and waved back. What a coincidence! Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian's composed demeanor seemed to falter for a brief moment. But she quickly regained her poise, walking over to stand beside Jiang Qiyu, smiling as she said, Qiyu, you're quite the jokester. We're all here to celebrate grandfather's birthday. How can that be a coincidence? As she finished her sentence, the wealthy ladies could no longer contain their astonishment and turned wide-eyed toward the modestly dressed girl beside them. Grandfather. Realizing the shift in attention, Jiang Qiyu smiled knowingly at them. Yes, it's me, Jiang Mian. After exchanging polite greetings with the astonished ladies, naturally linked her arm with Jiang Qiyu's and affectionately chided, Why did you arrive so late? Our family has been waiting for you. Family? Who is considered family here? Before Jiang Qiyu could process this unexpected turn of events, Jiang Mian, in an inexplicable burst of warmth, lovingly guided her toward the main table where the Jiang family was seated. Old Master Jiang had 2 sons in his lifetime. The younger, Jiang Xinian, Jiang Qiyu's biological father, had passed away prematurely, while the elder, Jiang Shifeng, now led the Jiang family. As the current head of the Jiang clan, Jiang Shifeng had numerous offspring, with 3 sons of noteworthy character, in addition to his adopted daughter Jiang Ling and his newly recognized biological daughter Jiang Mian. This branch of the family was flourishing. While the late Jiang Xinian had only Jiang Qiyu, an unmarried daughter out of wedlock. Due to various reasons, the original owner had developed a rather unlikable personality, making her somewhat of a nuisance within the Jiang family. Just over a month ago, she had been expelled from the Jiang household following a conflict with Jiang Mian, and her standing in the family had been suspended. Now, with old Master Jiang reaching out to her, could it be that he wished to reconcile their strained relationship? Contemplating this, Jiang Qiyu glanced around the table at the varied expressions of her relatives before finally resting her gaze on old Master Jiang at the head. Father, she ventured. To her surprise, old Master Jiang's face, already lined with wrinkles, transformed into a deeper frown upon seeing her, followed by a disdainful snort. Clearly she had misjudged the situation, understanding that the old man had no intention of rekindling their familial bond. Jiang Qiyu felt a wave of relief. She promptly shed her earlier tension and confidently took a seat at the vacant spot, observing the old man's frigid demeanor. Jiang Mian, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt compelled to intervene. She smiled at old Master Jiang, then gently patted Jiang Qiyu's shoulder from behind, as if to ease the atmosphere. Qiyu, we finally have a day off, perfectly coinciding with grandfather's birthday banquet. How about this? Why don't you pour grandfather a drink as an apology? After all, what misunderstandings can't be resolved among family? Pour a drink. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow at Jiang Mian's suggestion. About to voice her thoughts when old Master Jiang, who had previously shown disdain, interjected, Nian Mian, if it weren't for your request, I would never allow her to be here. He paused before continuing in a cold tone. That shameless girl who maliciously slandered her cousin has no right to pour me a drink. Old Master Jiang had always held a grudge against Jiang Qiyu, as she was not born of the daughter-in-law he favored. And throughout her life, he had treated her with disdain. Had it been the original owner, such words might have sent her fleeing in tears, but Jiang Qiyu was not one to be easily intimidated. Without parents or fear, she stood her ground. Hearing old Master Jiang's blunt remarks, she merely smirked slightly, reclining against the chair's back and casually nudging the wine set before her, with a tone laced with nonchalance. She replied, all right, if you have the right, then you pour for me. Chapter 39, this project seems promising. I'm investing in it. Her words, though softly spoken, sent ripples through the room. Not only were Jiang Mian, Jiang Ling, and their brothers taken aback, but even their father Jiang Shifeng, the current chairman of the Jiang Group, was stunned. Was Jiang Qiyu truly daring to defy the old man at his own birthday banquet? Just as old Master Jiang's eyes widened and he seemed ready to slam his hand on the table, Jiang Qiyu preemptively stated, I understand you're quite angry, but please hold your temper. Everyone is watching. Jiang Shifeng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on her, his voice thick with warning. Qiyu, it seems you've grown increasingly unruly in the month we've been apart. Jiang Qiyu wasn't foolish. She realized that confronting the Jiang family publicly would not benefit her either. So, with a cheerful demeanor, she picked up the wine set in front of her, grabbing the coveted bottle of 50-year-old vintage Maotai. Pouring herself a drink, she flashed a bright smile at old Master Jiang. Grandfather, I was just joking with you earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Today, I'll self-punish with 3 cups to make amends. Without waiting for anyone to protest, she tilted her head back and downed the glass of exquisite liquor worth its weight in gold. Coincidentally, Jiang Qiyu had few other interests. During her leisure, she either played games or enjoyed a fine drink. This was a 50-year vintage Maotai. How could she not indulge a bit to express her apology to old Master Jiang? After finishing 1 cup, before anyone could react, she poured another and drank again. And again, just as she was about to pour a 4th cup, old Master Jiang finally couldn't bear to watch any longer and waved his hand to stop her. It wasn't out of concern for her stomach, but rather the regret of seeing his precious vintage go to waste while she guzzled it down. After all, that liquor was something money couldn't buy. With this commotion, the matter of pouring drinks was awkwardly brushed aside, as no one wanted family scandals to tarnish the festive atmosphere at old Master Jiang's birthday banquet. Although Jiang Qiyu had downed 3 cups of liquor, the aroma of the drink lingered in her throat, leaving her feeling slightly scorched. Fortunately, the hotel's service was commendable, with timely and delightful dishes being served. Jiang Qiyu savored her meal contentedly, yet there would always be someone looking to stir trouble. As Jiang urged Jiang Yuan extol Jiang Mian in front of the elder, he did not miss the opportunity to belittle her by drawing a comparison. Mian possesses both an admirable figure and beauty, and her temperament is so gentle. This younger sister of mine is truly exceptional. Unlike certain individuals, feeling the gaze of the crowd upon her, Jiang Qiyu nonchalantly reached for a boiled prawn. It matters not. My appetite is robust. Observing her audacious demeanor, Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. Your skin is indeed thick. Yet, Jiang Qiyu showed no signs of indignation. As she peeled the shell, she looked up and smiled at Jiang Yuan. Indeed, if we are seated together at this feast, I possess a thick skin and you have a sharp tongue. We are quite alike. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to retort, she swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring with a casual air akin to that of relatives engaged in light banter. Second cousin, if I recall correctly, you studied financial management in university, did you not? What of it? Alas, what a pity. Jiang Qiyu unhurriedly set down the half-peeled prawn, wiped her hands, and lamented, you ought to have attended an agricultural university. With your mouth, dear second cousin, if you were to plant it in the ground, crops would thrive without fertilizer. You, as he gritted his teeth, preparing to retaliate, a charming voice, laced with amusement, suddenly rang out from behind. Is the mouth of Jiang Ergonzi truly so formidable? If you were to utter a few more idle words, would it not save the cost of herbicides? Several younger members of the family, who had been observing, turned their attention to the source of the voice, revealing a strikingly handsome man radiating an air of nobility, who stood cheerfully behind Jiang Qiyu's chair. With arms crossed and a languid posture, he regarded Jiang Yuan with an air of haughty derision, raising an eyebrow and mocking. This project is quite promising. I have invested in it. Should the second young master have any interest, he may contact me at any time. Qiyu, President Qi. The voices of Jiang Mian and Jiang's elder brother echoed in unison. Just as Jiang Qiyu turned to look, the man let out a light, playful laugh. Only 2 days apart, and you seem so downtrodden. After saying this, Qiyu did not linger but immediately turned to approach the elder Jiang. Seated at the head of the table, Jiang Qiyu silently observed his upright silhouette, blinking slowly. He too had come to attend the birthday banquet, yet she pondered this only briefly before her attention was captivated by another figure clad in a tailored suit. Grandfather, may you enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountain. The elder Jiang, who was currently exchanging pleasantries with Qiyu, was overjoyed upon seeing the newcomer and waved with delight. Xiao Hang, you are growing increasingly handsome. Come here. Liu Hang had arrived. Although he was somewhat surprised to see Qiyu beside him, he politely greeted him without casting a glance at Jiang Qiyu, instead frequently shifting his gaze toward Jiang Mian as he conversed with the elder. Conversely, Jiang Mian remained steadfastly focused, entirely ignoring his gaze. Appearing somewhat evasive, however, Liu Hang was oblivious to her unusual demeanor. After a brief exchange with the elder Jiang, he proceeded directly to the point. Grandfather, in addition to representing my father to celebrate your birthday today, I also wish to seek your consent regarding another matter. The elder Jiang, in a benevolent tone, replied, Xiao Hang, do speak your mind. It concerns the engagement between Jiang Qiyu and myself. He paused, casting a fleeting glance toward Jiang Qiyu before quickly averting his gaze. Just as he prepared to continue, he was abruptly interrupted by a clear, resolute female voice. Grandfather, Liu Hang. Liu de Go must be intending to say. Suddenly breaking her silence, Jiang Mian spoke with conviction, as if she had come to a firm resolution. It is high time for him to fulfill his engagement with Qiyu. At these words, not only was Liu Hang rendered speechless in shock, but even Jiang Qiyu, the other party involved, appeared equally bewildered. What is this? Is she truly so inconsiderate? Not only does she wish to escape the rain herself, but she also intends to tear away my umbrella as I leave. You had best not sleep too soundly tonight. Chapter 40. Surely you do not believe that you are the only one capable of recording? Jiang Mian, facing Liu Hang's incredulous gaze, maintained her resolute demeanor, her previously expressionless countenance gradually revealing a serene smile. At 23, Jiang Mian might have been swayed by the hurt reflected in Liu Hang's eyes, might have softened or wavered, but at 32 she was resolute. Jiang Mian had been reborn. Miraculously she had returned to her 23rd year on that rain-drenched deserted island, granted a second chance to live in her past life. She had endured a marriage reminiscent of a gilded cage, faced misunderstandings from her spouse, rebellion from her children, a career in decline after shifting priorities, and the terror of betrayal from her closest confidant. The memories of those experiences that had utterly shattered her pride were still vivid in her mind. Thus, she was determined not to allow herself to become that caged bird of luxury once more. The love of Liu Hang came at too great a cost. She would not accept it. With this thought, Jiang Mian's gaze grew more resolute as she turned to the elder Jiang, earnestly proposing, Grandfather, Qiyu and Liu de Go have been childhood sweethearts. Now, fulfilling their engagement would also honor the wishes of our second uncle. I shall have your 6 uncles. Cantaloupe. Jiang Qiyu swallowed the words that were about to escape her lips, rising with a composed demeanor and a smile. What a coincidence. I came here today to discuss this matter as well. The previously dazed Liu Hang, upon seeing her stand, instinctively assumed she intended to accept the engagement and immediately darkened his expression, glaring at her. Jiang Qiyu, you. Yet before he could finish, Jiang Qiyu's slightly elevated voice interrupted. Today, I would like all uncles and elders to witness that I formally accept the proposal of Liu Hang, the second young master of the Liu family, to dissolve our verbal engagement. As she spoke, she deliberately raised her voice, redirecting the attention of those in the banquet hall who had not been paying attention to this exchange. Then, with a smile directed at Liu Hang amidst the astonished gazes of the Jiang family, second young master Liu, previously you went to great lengths for my beloved cousin Jiang Mian, offering 1 million in exchange for my agreement to dissolve our engagement. What nonsense are you spouting? Ignoring Liu Hang's furious retort, she dramatically placed a hand over her heart and continued, I have witnessed your feelings for my cousin. In this day and age, it is rare to find a man as mature, steady, and deeply devoted as you. Therefore, with that, Jiang Qiyu turned to the equally astonished Jiang Mian, a slight smile playing on her lips. I have decided to step aside for this extraordinary love, actively withdrawing to facilitate your union. Applaud, please. After her grand declaration, noticing the absence of applause, she felt no embarrassment, instead clapping for herself just as she intended to conclude her speech and take her seat. Liu Hang's cold voice interjected, Jiang Qiyu, what trickery is this? Everyone in the Jiang family knows that you have been pursuing me relentlessly since childhood. He paused, casting a discreet glance at Jiang Mian before continuing with a harsh reprimand. Are you out of your mind? Having been cast out by grandfather, how dare you publicly slander my relationship with Miss Jiang Mian? Though he was unsure why Jiang Mian had chosen to bring up their engagement, given the current situation. Acknowledging his interest in Jiang Mian would clearly be detrimental to both of them, leaving him no choice but to deny it. After a moment of shock, Jiang Mian quickly regained her composure. Her expression morphing into one of hurt as she bit her lip and mournfully said, "Qiyu, how could you defame me like this?" Observing the situation, Jiang Yuan, concerned for his sister, could no longer remain seated and slammed his hand on the table. "What madness has overtaken you? You wretched girl!" Jiang Heng, Jiang's elder brother, also rose in anger, his face stern as he addressed the focal point of the uproar, Jiang Qiyu, causing a scene at grandfather's birthday banquet and tarnishing the reputations of Lu Hang and Jiang Mian. "What are you trying to accomplish?" In an instant, all eyes in the vicinity turned to scrutinize her, and murmurs of hushed gossip began to circulate. Who in the circle doesn't know that Jiang Qiyu has been pursuing Lu Hang fiercely all these years? Why the sudden change of heart now? What could it be? If she cannot have him, she intends to ruin him, and so viciously implicates her own cousin. No wonder the elder Jiang previously sought to expel her from the Jiang family. As she realized she had become the embodiment of a vindictive woman who sought to destroy what she could not possess, Jiang Qiyu remained unfazed. She had anticipated that Lu Hang would not acknowledge it. But she was no fool. Mere words would not convince anyone. However, if, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Jiang Qiyu merely curled her lips into a slight smirk, she then crossed her arms, adopting a teasing expression as she looked at Lu Hang. Her tone slow and deliberate. "Second young master Lu, if you can articulate your thoughts, do so well. If not, you ought to sit with the dogs." As she spoke, she produced an ordinary-looking pen from somewhere, her smile widening. "Moreover, do you truly believe that you alone possess the capability to record?" The moment her words concluded, she pressed the end of the pen. Click, the sound of static electricity crackled, unmistakably revealing the identity of the voice. "I will transfer 1 million to you. Remember your promise to me." "What? Dissolve the engagement and keep your distance from Jiang Mian." "Those words I cannot fulfill." The voice of the recording pen was not particularly loud, yet it was sufficiently audible for the onlookers to grasp its contents. In an instant, a commotion ensued. No one could have anticipated that Lu Hong had been entangled with Jiang Mian long before, even going so far as to silence his fiancée with money on her behalf. Upon hearing this recording, the one who reacted the quickest was unexpectedly Jiang Mian, with a similarly astonished expression. She staggered slightly, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at Lu Hang. "Brother Lu, how could you entertain such thoughts?" At this moment, she could no longer afford to consider anything else. The paramount concern was to extricate herself from this situation, although she had once been somewhat worldly and had relished the unique treatment bestowed upon her by the film emperor Lu Hang. Basking in the unspoken intimacy between her and this illustrious quasi-brother-in-law, she could not afford to admit it now. To acknowledge it would make it exceedingly difficult for her to break free from Lu Hang in the future. Reminded of her past life's unfulfilled ambitions, a shiver ran down her spine, and tears began to flow involuntarily. Meanwhile, the three sons of the Jiang family were preoccupied with comforting their beloved sister, while the expressions of elder Jiang and Jiang Shifeng turned in ashen. In high society, reputation is of utmost importance, and now, before so many distinguished guests, both the Jiang and Lu families were left utterly humiliated. They were indifferent to the question of who was right or wrong. Their disdainful glances at the instigator, Jiang Qiyu, were laden with contempt. Elder Jiang said nothing, casting a disappointed glance at the grim-faced Lu Hong before rising from his seat with the assistance of the butler. Remaining at the main table, Jiang Shifeng shot a thunderous glare at Jiang Qiyu and spoke in a low, stern voice. "The engagement was arranged between the Jiang and Lu families, and you have long been expelled from the Jiang family by your father. Therefore, this engagement has nothing to do with you, and you have no right to speak on the matter." Jiang Qiyu had been awaiting this very statement, and upon hearing it, she felt an immediate sense of relief. Preparing to express her gratitude to this nominal uncle, however, before she could utter a word, a slightly lazy scoff interrupted her. "I never expected to witness such melodrama from the late 20th century in city family engagements. Expulsion from the family, remnants of feudalism." The man's eyes sparkled with a condescending mirth as he regarded Jiang Qiyu, shaking his head slowly while teasingly commenting, "In the Qing dynasty, you would at least have been a member of the plain yellow banner, wouldn't you?" Chapter 41, One Punch from Me, 9 from him. This birthday banquet concluded in an exceedingly disgraceful manner, apart from Jiang Shifeng and his elder brother Jiang Heng, who were still attending to the guests. The rest of the Jiang family had left in haste. Jiang Qiyu suffered no loss. She had received a mech battle vehicle and had stealthily pocketed the remaining half-bottle of flying Maotai from the table. As she stood downstairs awaiting her designated driver with the precious Maotai worth its weight in gold, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind. "What is your true intention?" The unexpected question startled her, nearly causing the bottle to slip from her grasp. Jiang Qiyu turned around to confront Lu Hang's menacing gaze, rolling her eyes dramatically and countering with, "And who are you? What is your purpose here on earth?" Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, yet he continued to regard her with a frosty glare. "Jiang Qiyu, no matter what you do, you will never capture my attention. Regardless of your schemes, I advise you not to set your sights on me." After listening to his nonsensical remarks, Jiang Qiyu found herself at a loss for words, momentarily unable to find an appropriate retort. She could only furrow her brow and express her disdain. "If you possess such capability, Go find an old Chinese medicine practitioner to remedy your condition. I doubt Western medicine can help you. Lu Hong, rather than becoming enraged, chuckled, stepping closer to her in an attempt to leverage their height difference to intimidate her. His tone unmistakably threatening. Previously, you could use the engagement as leverage against me, but now that Uncle Jiang has publicly announced your expulsion from the Jiang family, how do you think your three cousins will respond to your treatment of Mian Mian? What, are they going to hire someone to assassinate me? Jiang Qiyu retorted, her confidence unwavering. Do you think that just because you've made a scene today, no one will be able to deal with you in the future? Seeing her unfazed demeanor, Lu Hong shook his head. Jiang Hong has numerous connections in the entertainment industry, and with the Jiang family's influence in City A, once he speaks, do you really believe you will have any future in acting? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu's expression momentarily faltered. Lu Hong, witnessing her reaction, assumed she had come to realize the gravity of the situation and was about to threaten her into surrendering the recording when she furrowed her brows and looked at him oddly. How do you know I have no intention of continuing my acting career? Jiang Qiyu was not only lacking in virtues, but she also had an abundance of flaws: off-key singing, clumsy dancing, and a tendency to crack up during performances. In her previous life, unable to afford to be an extra in a film crew, she had been the only one in a sea of silent bodies, her shoulders shaking in laughter like a soon-to-be mutated zombie. Thus, she had never intended to pursue acting from the start. Her ambition was not particularly strong. She would remain in the entertainment industry as long as possible, and when it became untenable, she would simply flee. Jiang Qiyu's life motto could be succinctly summed up in 3 phrases: I won't die. If I do, that's fine. Let's all just not live. Previously, she had dared to confront industry magnates even when in debt, so how could she now fear the Jiang family's machinations? Moreover, had Lu Hong not already attempted to undermine her in the past? Casting a bemused glance at Lu Hong, she was about to turn away to distance herself when he suddenly seized her arm with considerable force. Lu Hong, wary of the recording in her possession, tightened his grip, his voice laced with menace. You had better hand over that recording, otherwise, I assure you, I will make your life miserable. Jiang Qiyu nodded earnestly. Is there anything else you wish to say? I can easily edit your audio into a parody video to sell to your fans. You, realizing she might still be recording, Lu Hong fell silent, gritting his teeth, though the pressure on her arm unconsciously eased. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind them. TSK, big city life is so full of news. Attending a banquet not only reveals wealthy family gossip but also showcases a revival among actors. As he spoke, Qiyu strode over, effortlessly positioning himself between the two. With an authoritative grip, he forced Lu Hong to release his hold. Then, feigning surprise, he looked at Jiang Qiyu before turning to Lu Hong. Isn't this the film Emperor Lu? What's going on here? Jiang Qiyu, still clutching the wine bottle, shook her arm and began to spin a fanciful tale. He was spurned in love and is now furious. He might resort to violence against me. And I was just preparing to lie down and watch the spectacle unfold. Jiang Qiyu, stop talking nonsense, Lu Hong hissed in warning, then clenched his fists, directing his ire at the unexpectedly interjecting Qiyu. What does young Master Qi mean by this? Qiyu shrugged. It means nothing, just a friendly gesture. You understand my meaning, right? Jiang Qiyu chuckled at his blunt demeanor, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer and whispered, Thank you, my gallant friend. Unbothered by the nickname, Qiyu nodded, affirming his role. No trouble at all. Meanwhile, the two, intent on addressing the serious matter at hand, were infuriated by the frivolous banter and stormed off, casting a final disdainful glance at Jiang Qiyu. As Jiang Qiyu waved her fist at his retreating figure, she was abruptly met with a light slap on her tightly clasped hand. Why are you hitting me? She exclaimed. Without answering, Qiyu strode away, prompting her to chase after him. Hey, wait up, gallant friend. With his long legs, he moved quickly, forcing her to jog to keep up. As she hurried to match his pace, she heard Qiyu coolly inquire, What do you think your odds of winning would be if you were to fight Lu Hang? Upon hearing his words, she immediately grasped the underlying implication, struggling to keep up as she chuckled nervously. Don't be fooled by Lu Hang's towering stature. Those kinds of stars build their muscles through protein powder. It's all deadweight. Incapable of generating real power. Qiyu halted, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow at her. Care to elaborate? For instance, if he were to hit me, I might die, but I would never concede defeat. You really ought to die. Qiyu smiled wryly at her, then unexpectedly turned and walked away. Hey. Jiang Qiyu shamelessly continued to follow him, seizing upon a convenient topic. What about you? How do your chances compare against him? He paused for a moment before casually responding. I'd say it's a 1-to-9 ratio. 1 to 9. Who's 1 and who's 9? I'm 1, he's 9. Such humility, that's not your style at all. In response to her skepticism, Qiyu simply curled the corners of his lips, his deep, dry voice carried by the gentle night breeze into her ears. I deliver 1 punch, he receives 9 from the underworld. Chapter 42, The night is deep. Let us discuss adult topics. You ought to seek out an old Chinese medicine practitioner for some treatment. Regarding his excessive confidence, Jiang Qiyu found herself momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to speak again, her phone suddenly rang. Yes, right at the door, here. She waved at the tardy designated driver and then turned to Qiyu with a bright smile. Mr. My designated driver has arrived, shall I give you a lift? However, the invited gentleman merely raised an eyebrow, casually shaking the car keys in his hand. No need, I drove myself. Secretary Zhao had been assigned to Xiao Xinxin. So he had been driving himself lately. Jiang Qiyu's expression immediately turned serious. Drink and drive and never, if you drink, don't drive. At the banquet, I clearly saw you toasting with Grandpa Jiang while drinking. How can you consider driving under the influence now? One sip for the driver, 2 tears for loved ones. Did Mr. Qi think twice? Faced with her admonition, Qiyu showed no sign of being swayed, merely shrugged, and replied nonchalantly, I haven't drunk, just pretending with water. What lack of sincerity this man displayed at a birthday celebration. Jiang Qiyu, without a hint of doubt, glanced at the designated driver rushing towards her on a small electric bike and waved at Qiyu. See you on the show. Qiyu offered no further remarks, turning to head towards the parking area. Miss, is this your designated driver? Following the voice, she turned and immediately spotted the man in a blue vest standing behind her. Ah, yes, that's me. Although Jiang Qiyu had consumed alcohol, her tolerance was decent, and she did not appear drunk. With a cheerful demeanor, she fished out her keys from her pocket and handed them to him. My car is parked at. She pointed towards her parking space, but before she could finish her sentence, a sleek black Maybach slowly drove into view. While the car was evidently of great value, what captivated her attention was the somewhat familiar license plate number, A886SB. Not only her, but even the designated driver beside her expressed astonishment. This car, not to mention domestically, even abroad, it's a rarity. How does it come with such a license plate? Their points of focus differed. Yet they both unwittingly offered a salute to the ostentatious Maybach. The extraordinarily flamboyant vehicle swiftly passed before them, only to unexpectedly brake and slowly reverse back to a halt in front of them. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Qiyu's heart instantly provided her with an answer. Such a showy car, paired with an equally audacious license plate, who else could it belong to? As the window descended, she was not surprised to see Qiyu's exquisite and chiseled face appear in the driver's seat. Let me know when you get home, he remarked, leaving no further actions, and before Jiang Qiyu could respond, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Jiang Qiyu stood rooted in place, speechless as she watched the A886SB vanish into the distance. She could guarantee that this rascal had done it on purpose. The designated driver beside her, oblivious to their acquaintance, could only smile awkwardly. Miss, your friend seems quite unique. Jiang Qiyu, slightly vexed by the unexpected encounter with the license plate, frowned and shook her head in dissatisfaction. What friend? I don't know him. Once in the car, feeling quite humiliated, she clutched a bottle of 6-figure wine in one hand and pulled out her phone to edit a post for her social media. Good news. The driving test policy has been relaxed. Not just humans, but even animals can drive now. I was just scolded by a dog that can drive. Shortly after posting, numerous interactions flooded in. Even more. Long spear teacher. What happened? Long spear stabs whoever encountered a dog that can drive. Just sharing. I am little fish. Sister, you be careful wandering outside at night. Hurry home. Long spear stabs whoever on the road. A takes on script business for star endorsements. Qiyu, why did you block your manager? Tomorrow the company has a new artist ethics training. Can you show up? Upon reading this, she paused for a moment. Then recalled that this foolish username belonged to their company's vice president. Without hesitation, she replied, Long spear stabs whoever. I guess I don't need to attend. I have no ethics, so how could I have artistic ethics? Sitting in the back seat, she was engrossed in her phone, completely unaware of the designated driver occasionally casting glances at her through the rearview mirror. Finally, having safely arrived at their destination, the designated driver could no longer contain himself. He stopped the car and turned to look at her. Miss, may I ask, are you the one? Jiang Qiyu, unperturbed, smiled lightly and completed his unfinished thought. You mean I resemble the popular, stunning, national goddess Jiang Qiyu, right? The driver, taken aback by her response, quickly waved his hands. Not necessarily, however. Jiang Qiyu paid no heed to his words, opening the car door and continuing on her own. I know. I specifically spent 2 million to look like her. Isn't that normal? 2.2 million. Yes, she has been my idol since I was a child. She spoke earnestly to the already bewildered designated driver. I remember the first time I learned about Jiang Qiyu. I was just a 17-year-old high school boy. Time flies, and now I'm a mother of 2. The driver, sensing her eagerness to engage in a deep conversation about life, promptly opened the trunk and quickly unloaded his small electric bike. He bowed hurriedly to the transgender mother with a tumultuous past and then rode off in haste. Watching the designated driver make a hasty retreat, Jiang Qiyu slowly shook her head, muttering to herself, when out and about, one's identity is self-given. Thus, having successfully ended her engagement and accomplished her goal, Jiang Qiyu ascended the stairs with a half bottle of Moutai she had painstakingly secured, feeling quite content however, just as she entered her home. Before she could even change her shoes, her phone rang once more. Pulling it out, she noticed it was an unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, she decided to answer, hello, yet there was silence on the other end. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Qiyu brought the phone closer to confirm the call was still active and then held it back to her ear. Hello, who is this? Just as she was about to hang up, Thinking it might be a wrong number, a familiar voice, laced with a faint electric hum, echoed, "You didn't save my number, Qiyu." She couldn't help but be surprised. "How did you know my number?" The man exhaled impatiently. "You called me yourself." With his reminder, Jiang Qiyu recollected that the man was the uncle of the lost little girl she had encountered at the airport. Qiyu did not dwell on the number issue and spoke again. "Are you home?" "Yes. Upon his succinct inquiry, ready to end the call, Jiang Qiyu seized the opportunity to advance. "Mr. Qi, it's late. Would you like to discuss some adult topics?" The man replied, his tone tinged with curiosity, while he knew she probably had nothing substantial to say. He patiently awaited her to finish. Assuming she had piqued his interest, Jiang Qiyu flashed a sly smile and lowered her voice to discuss adult matters. "What time do you start work tomorrow?" Clearly she had nothing of substance to say. Chapter 43, Silly Netizens vs. Silly Guests. Regarding that late-night adult topic, Qiyu ultimately did not respond, leaving only a string of cold busy signals. However, even so, Jiang Qiyu felt she had gained a slight victory, her mood so bright that even her howls in the shower turned melodious. After completing her evening routine, she contentedly lay on her bed. Paused for a moment, then picked up her phone from the bedside table, locating the number she had completely forgotten. A new contact, saved. The next afternoon, as expected, she was awakened by Yu Xiaoyu, who knew the door code. The two had a light snack to fill their stomachs before heading straight to the airport. 3 days of vacation had passed in the blink of an eye, and the guests of Understanding Love had all wrapped up their other commitments. Making their way to the recording site of You Understand Love. By 7 o'clock that evening, all the guests had gathered. The live QA session, highly anticipated by countless netizens for 3 days, was about to commence. As the livestream began, countless netizens who had been waiting eagerly flooded in, and the barrage of comments that had been held back for days resumed. As the number of viewers surged. After the 8 guests exchanged pleasantries and greeted the camera, Director Zhang announced with a small megaphone, "The live QA session is officially starting." No sooner had he finished speaking than the chat window began scrolling with various messages carefully curated by the production team. These were all comments from viewers posted in the program's Weibo comment section and private messages over the past 3 days. Soon, the scrolling comments halted, and one message was highlighted. The first question came from a fan named, "Why Lu Mianyan? I want to ask. Cheng Shui, when you were trapped on the mountain, were you more afraid or more worried?" This has recently become quite a hot topic among the fans of the Lu Mianyan CP. The original statement was as follows: "During the 10 minutes she was unconscious, were you more afraid of the torrential rain blocking the mountain, or were you concerned that she might not wake up safely?" The production team deliberately chose a phrasing that could stir up discussion without being overly explicit. As soon as this question was posed, even those present who had not actively sought to understand could discern whom this concern was directed towards. In an instant, all eyes turned to the question Lu Hang, as well as the somewhat uneasy expression of Zhang Mian. Upon hearing the question, Lu Hang instinctively glanced at Zhang Mian, only to find her subtly averting her gaze. A flicker of hurt crossed his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and addressed the camera, articulating deliberately, perhaps a little more afraid. As soon as he uttered these words, the CP fans in the comments section were immediately set ablaze. But before they could begin their lamentations, Lu Hang added, "Afraid that I wouldn't be able to bring her back safely. I'm utterly smitten. The Lu Mianyan is not real, I'm just pretending." If Lu Hang said that, doesn't it count as a public confession? You two have a kind of love that disregards everyone else's feelings. It's only natural for a husband to worry when his wife faints. Just as the CP fans erupted in jubilation, Jiang Qiyu, sitting off to the side, inadvertently glanced at the beloved Zhang Mian, only to see her hands, hidden by her side, tightly clenched, the force so intense that her knuckles turned slightly white, as if she were enduring something. Meanwhile, the audience comments continued to scroll. Each person was posed questions on topics that fans had been particularly interested in lately, such as Feng Subai's Fei Yang Yang, Jiang Qiyu's crystal pendant, and how large Qiyu had to be considered large. Various CPs flew around, and the comments section was intermittently filled with ecstatic screams. However, the pre-selected comments could not fully encapsulate the interactivity of this live broadcast. And later, the production team deliberately introduced a segment. The livestream would open up a connection, randomly inviting several netizens to interact online with the guests. Once this segment was announced, the audience was even more invigorated, with comments flooding in, all clamoring, "Pick me, pick me." Soon, the first netizen's connection was established. After several excited confirmations, this netizen, finally calming his excitement, began to pose a question to the guests. "Hello, everyone. I came up mainly to ask President Xi." The only one without a substantial fanbase being called out, Qiyu raised an eyebrow in surprise but replied nonchalantly, "Please go ahead. Well, I've been saving money for a long time to buy a house, and I've recently found one at a reasonable price, but it doesn't have good lighting. I just wanted to ask President Xi." The netizen's tone grew increasingly agitated by the end. "Could you sponsor me $1 million to buy a place with better lighting?" Upon hearing his question, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions marked by disbelief. They understood that the production team had no script and no hidden agendas, but surely the randomly selected netizens did not need to be this outrageous? What kind of question was this? This is a live stream, not a wishing well. What on earth was he saying? Meanwhile, Qiyu remained unperturbed, facing a question that could have caused a live broadcast mishap for others. He simply curled his lips slightly, then he looked directly at the camera and calmly stated, "You leave your home before dawn to earn your mortgage, return home in the dark at night. What do you need good lighting for? Can you even see the light?" Oh, why? The first netizen to make a wish left in defeat, and after the production team made a brief attempt to smooth things over, they disconnected that unfortunate wishmaker. Shortly thereafter, the second netizen was connected. Strangely, this randomly selected second individual also chose to pose a question to Qiyu. "President Xi, may I ask, in the eyes of you capitalists, I leave for work at 7 in the morning, get off at 5:30 in the afternoon, work part-time at Haidilao until 10 at night. Do you consider that hard work?" Qiyu raised his eyelids and slowly shook his head. "You're merely a laborer." The second netizen left in disappointment. Moving on to the third, at last, it was a female participant, and her question was directed toward the nonchalant Jiang Qiyu, who was idly picking at her feet. "Teacher Chang Miao. Hello, I just want to ask, absolutely no offense intended, and perhaps I am mistaken, or maybe I am hallucinating, but regardless, I am simply asking in the spirit of a profound inquiry into the essence of the universe and a commitment to truth. Will you marry me?" In response to such an overtly flattering question from a fan, Jiang Qiyu maintained a serious demeanor. She lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment, then earnestly replied, "If I were to marry you, would you be willing to go to the home of someone I despise at midnight and defecate?" Chapter 44. You wouldn't harbor any improper intentions towards me, would you? Ultimately, this netizen, due to an excessively lofty personal standard, failed in their romantic pursuit. The subsequent connections spiraled out of control. Apart from a few genuine fans, most were simply there to entertain. Netizen A. I've seen online that Dubai is a tourist paradise for the wealthy. I'd like to ask Teacher Chang Miao what she thinks. Jiang Qiyu shrugged nonchalantly. Dubai is a place where sad rich people go. Happy ones usually go surfing in Hawaii. Netizen A. Then where do happy poor people go? She paused, her tone heavy. To work. Netizen A. Sad poor people. Working while being sorrowful. Netizen B. President Xi, if you put a heating pad in the fridge, would that be considered cooling or heating? Qiyu's expression remained unchanged. You're an idiot. Netizen C. Teacher Chang Miao, I've discovered a colossal loophole that could collapse the mathematics department. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do tell. Netizen C. 200300. Therefore, 23. Netizen C. I declare the fourth mathematical crisis has begun, almost getting ensnared by his argument. Jiang Qiyu unapologetically rolled her eyes. Your mother female, I female, so Netizen C. I declare the fourth mathematical crisis has been resolved. However, amidst the antics, there were also those genuinely seeking to express their confusions. Netizen D. Teacher Chang Miao, I'm currently a senior, having been slacking off in my dormitory for quite a while, convinced that I won passed the entrance exam for graduate school. Should I still take the exam this year? Jiang Qiyu replied with utmost seriousness. Of course you should. Even if you don't pass, you can lower the national cutoff, allowing those who can to succeed. Netizen D. I understand now. Teacher Chang Miao cares for the greater good. Netizen E. President Xi, I've inherited a pig farm with over 300 piglets, but I don't know how to raise them and fear they all die. What should I do? After a moment of contemplation, Qiyu exhibited his professional acumen as a capitalist. Sell them as pet pigs, claiming they won't grow big. If they do, you can return them. Supporting free exchanges for new pigs. Netizen E. President Xi, you are my hero. In this live broadcast, both Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu experienced an overwhelming highlight moment. One with a sharp tongue, the other delightfully eccentric. They engaged in a variety of interactions with the audience for hours, causing the number of viewers in the live stream to soar and remain high. This broadcast pushed the heat of understanding love to yet another peak. By the time the interactive livestream concluded, it was already quite late, and everyone was exhausted, their heads spinning. After the work was finally wrapped up, everyone naturally returned to their respective rooms for rest. Wanting to reflect on the day's interactive livestream content, the production team decided to temporarily pause the 24-hour live broadcast camera feed for the night, resuming normal broadcasting the following morning. Fans lamented loudly, but the relieved celebrity guests were in high spirits. However, this did not affect Jiang Qiyu. Once the director announced the end, she sprinted toward the elevator at lightning speed of Fang Subai. Still processing the scene, watched her flee with a bemused expression and turned to Qiyu, perplexed. Brother Qi, what is going on with Sister Qiyu? Hard to say. Qiyu raised his eyelids. Perhaps nature called. That did indeed seem urgent. Besides the two of them who were particularly concerned about her, a pair of deep-set eyes had been observing her discreetly from the shadows, yet Jiang Qiyu remained blissfully unaware of this. After battling with the absurd netizens for several hours, she now felt utterly drained and needed a hot shower followed by a good night's sleep to recover. Just as she completed her shower and prepared to lie down for a restful slumber until dawn, a knock at the door suddenly interrupted her. Although puzzled as to who would disturb her at such a late hour, she reluctantly opened the door for the sake of team unity. "You'd better have a good reason." To her surprise, the person outside was none other than Jiang Qiyu. Smiling warmly, dressed simply, and appearing to have just finished her own shower, she stood at the door with a friendly tone. Greeting her, "Qiyu, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest by coming to see you so late." Jiang Qiyu, oblivious to the concept of decorum, earnestly nodded. "You are quite the disturbance," caught off guard by her bluntness. Jiang Qiyu's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a faint smile. "Would you mind if I stepped in for a chat?" "If I mind, does that mean you can't talk?" Eventually, Jiang Qiyu stepped aside, allowing Jiang Qiyu to enter the room. To be frank, while she was indifferent to the progression of the protagonist's relationship, she harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding Jiang Qiyu's recent shift in attitude towards Lu Hang. According to the original narrative, Jiang Qiyu should have already shared a passionate kiss with Lu Hang in the cave on that deserted island, so it was perplexing to hear her utter such words at the birthday banquet of old Master Jiang. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, Jiang Qiyu's feelings for Lu Hang seemed to have transformed overnight from innocent affection to a subtle avoidance, even bordering on disdain, though it is often said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. This rapid change in sentiment was rather startling. Could it be that something extraordinary transpired while they were trapped in that cave? Contemplating this, she glanced at Jiang Qiyu, who was unreservedly seated on the bed, her gaze tinged with a barely perceptible hint of gossip. Suddenly, Jiang Qiyu looked up at her, her eyes equally filled with scrutiny and inquiry. After a prolonged period of reflection, Jiang Qiyu realized that her current circumstances were somewhat divergent from her memories. The only discrepancy lay with the person before her, Jiang Qiyu. In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths for Lu Hang, yet now she not only agreed to dissolve their engagement but also displayed no lingering affection towards him. Thus, after much contemplation, Jiang Qiyu arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps she was not the only one who had been reborn. After considerable hesitation, she decided to seek Jiang Qiyu for a private conversation. With this thought in mind, she found herself murmuring, "This time, why have you chosen not to pursue him?" Who, in response to her probing, Jiang Qiyu, seemingly oblivious, merely pressed her lips together in confusion, then waved her hand dismissively in front of Jiang Qiyu. "Are you sleepwalking?" Noticing her unwillingness to acknowledge the matter, Jiang Qiyu retracted her inquiry, slowly shaking her head. "It's nothing." She then resumed her cheerful demeanor, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Qiyu's, stating earnestly, "I came today to express that during this time I have developed quite the fondness for you." Good. However, Jiang Qiyu showed no signs of surprise, nodding with a nonchalant expression. "That doesn't surprise me, but are you certain you haven't entered the wrong room?" As she spoke, she gestured towards the adjacent room. "He's next door. I am well aware of that." Jiang Qiyu's smile deepened, though her expression gradually took on a sharper edge. "I intend to interact with him more during the upcoming program. You have no objections, do you? Why would I concern myself with your opinions?" Just then, Jiang Qiyu seemed to have an epiphany, her brow furrowing as she regarded Jiang Qiyu with a wary expression. "You don't harbor any ulterior motives towards me, do you?" Chapter 45, "That would be entirely unnecessary, wouldn't it?" The more she mulled over her words, the more believable they seemed. If Jiang Qiyu truly liked Qiyu, she would simply knock on his door right now, rather than seeking her out for a confession in the middle of the night, and to suggest she shouldn't mind. Something felt amiss. The more Jiang Qiyu pondered, the more her expression shifted. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu's countenance grew increasingly grim. If Jiang Qiyu had indeed also been reborn, then her choice to abandon Lu Hang in favor of Qiyu would make perfect sense. After all, a decade later, Qiyu would wield immense power within high society. Jiang Qiyu revealing her interest in Qiyu was, in fact, an attempt to provoke Jiang Qiyu into revealing her identity as a fellow reborn individual. However, witnessing the increasingly perplexed look on Jiang Qiyu's face, along with her seemingly skewed thoughts, Jiang Qiyu found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. "Qiyu," she bit her lip and stood up from the bed, "that is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Jiang Qiyu, lost in her own erroneous perception of being irresistibly charming to both genders, was oblivious to Jiang Qiyu's intentions. Seeing Jiang Qiyu rise, she instinctively took a few steps back, her face betraying her alarm, nearly dropping her phone in the process. Realizing Jiang Qiyu was either genuinely naive or feigning ignorance, Jiang Qiyu decided to abandon her probing and explained with a slight smile, "I genuinely have feelings for you, Gu. I simply wanted to clarify, given how close you two have been lately." She paused, locking her gaze with Jiang Qiyu's, her tone steady and sincere. "I wish to know what your current relationship is." "What relationship?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu, overly pleased with herself, finally grasped the situation. Jiang Qiyu viewed her as a rival. Letting out a sigh of relief, she swiftly formulated a mischievous plan. "So this is what you meant?" Facing the intense gaze of Jiang Qiyu, Jiang Qiyu, shedding her earlier reticence, stepped forward and linked arms with her, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "So you like Qiyu? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I can help you." Jiang Mian found herself somewhat overwhelmed by this sudden display of warmth, her previously serene smile now a touch rigid. You will help me, of course, Jiang Qiyu assured, thumping her chest with bravado. Drawing closer, so tell me, what is it about Qiyu that you like? I can then offer you tailored advice. I got caught off guard by her unexpected inquiry. Jiang Mian, initially there to probe and feign disinterest in Qiyu, found herself being led by the nose. Nevertheless, she pressed on. Yu is quite handsome, capable, and very attentive. It's perfectly normal to like him, isn't it? That makes sense. Jiang Qiyu nodded, appearing enlightened. Then, to Jiang Mian's bewilderment, she slowly raised the phone she had been clutching and, grinning mischievously, spoke into the receiver. Did you catch that? The handsome, capable man who was also carrying .m.qi in an instant. Both Jiang Mian and Qiyu, who was on the receiving end of the confession, fell silent. The atmosphere grew so awkward that it was almost palpable, leaving Jiang Mian feeling electrified. After a period of uncomfortable silence, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Qiyu's breathing had grown slightly heavier, followed by his slightly weary yet magnetic voice. Jiang Qiyu, if you're so bored, why not ask them to give you some outdated newspapers to tear up tomorrow? Sensing his dissatisfaction, Jiang Qiyu remained unfazed, while Jiang Mian, on the other hand, became anxious. Although she did not genuinely harbor feelings for Qiyu, she was unwilling to let him develop a negative impression of her, so she hastily interjected, You go. Actually, I got yet before she could finish. Qiyu's voice cut through once more, tinged with impatience. Also, if you can't sleep, rather than running around knocking on doors in the middle of the night, why not sit downstairs? At least you can crow with the dawn. With that, he hung up without giving either of them a chance to react. Beep. Listening to the busy tone emanating from the speaker, Jiang Mian stared at Jiang Qiyu in disbelief. You said you would help me. Jiang Qiyu's smile remained intact as she calmly replied after hanging up. Setting aside the facts, you tell me, did I help or not? You did help, but don't sweat the details. Interrupting Jiang Mian, she gently patted her shoulder, her tone earnest. Given our sisterly bond, feel free to reach out whenever you face difficulties. I will surely assist you. The last two words hung unspoken, for Jiang Mian's expression was growing increasingly grim. Jiang Mian was not oblivious to Jiang Qiyu's deliberate attempt to intimidate her, yet she was no naive girl, and her expression soon returned to its usual calm without having confirmed whether Jiang Qiyu was also a reborn individual. She would not confront her. Anyone else may be expendable, but not Jiang Qiyu. Given her current erratic behavior and reckless tendencies, there was no telling what inappropriate things she might say in future programs. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mian forced a smile, making an excuse about the late hour before hastily departing her room. After she left, Jiang Qiyu lay on her bed, contemplating, before picking up her phone to type, spear dipped in filth. Who dies? Are you asleep? No response, which was to be expected. She had just covertly called Qiyu, fully intending to stir trouble, knowing full well that such tactics could be self-destructive. Over the years, he was the only one whose attack she could wholeheartedly endorse. By using Qiyu's words to berate others, she could also convey to Jiang Mian that he treated them both equally, and there was no need for her to perceive herself as an obstacle. Ultimately, it was she who had intruded upon another's rest, and one would think an apology would be in order. However, Jiang Qiyu hesitated repeatedly, fearing that the message might awaken someone and provoke a cascade of reprimands. Thus, she resolutely cast aside her fleeting guilt. Just as she deleted her previous messages, she glanced at the incoming chat. Are you writing a thesis in the chat box? Chang Miao, grinning, is President Xi still awake? I was originally asleep. Chang Miao, why not continue sleeping then? Considering whether to relieve myself at Jiang Mian's doorstep. Chang Miao? Chang Miao, I think. That seems rather unnecessary. Chapter 46, Everything costs 2 yuan in the end. This plan that completely upended her worldview was swiftly halted. Only after Qiyu assured her he would not lose his mind in the middle of the night did Jiang Qiyu feel at ease enough to put down her phone and sleep. The following day, everyone was roused by Director Zhang's alarm broadcast. Once they had finished washing up and gathered in the living room, Director Zhang picked up his megaphone to announce the day's tasks. After their recent expedition to the deserted island, he believed everyone should be familiar with one another and have formed profound connections. Today marked the first day of the Understanding Love segment, and they would be taken to a mysterious location, where each participant would personally select gifts to their satisfaction. In the afternoon, they would engage in the exchange of gifts. Typically, reality dating shows include gift exchanges, but guests are usually expected to prepare them independently. The production team modified this approach slightly, incorporating live streaming to allow viewers to immerse themselves in the gift selection process alongside the guests, thereby heightening the audience's engagement. Consequently, the announcement was met with exuberant cheers in the chat room. Fans of various couples danced with unbridled enthusiasm. On the bus to the mysterious procurement site, Fengshu Bai, sitting behind Jiang Qiyu, quietly leaned forward. He poked her arm with a finger, lowering his voice with eager anticipation. Sister Qiyu, who are you planning to gift? Jiang Qiyu turned to him, feigning contemplation before replying, to the one who gifts me and whom I admire. As for those who annoyed her, she wished to present them with but one thing. Oblivion of Fang Shuai's eyes sparkled at her words, and he grinned, revealing his gleaming little tiger teeth, then inquired, "What type of person do you like? And what kind of gift do you prefer?" After saying this, he suddenly felt his curiosity was too blatant and hurriedly added, "I'm not asking for myself, just a casual question." Jiang Qiyu chose not to expose him, merely turning her gaze towards the window with an air of elegance, as if worldly possessions were but ephemeral. When you like someone, it matters not whether they are tall or handsome. If they have time for me, or the color of the Porsche they gift me. Upon hearing the last statement, Fang Shuai nearly toppled from his seat, just as he was about to say something more. He was abruptly interrupted by a scoff sitting not far away. Lu Hong wore a cold expression regarding Jiang Qiyu with a hint of barely concealed disdain, as if half-jokingly remarking, "I never expected you to be so materialistic." No, without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Qiyu firmly shook her head in response to Lu Hong. "I am even more materialistic than you imagine." Taken aback by her blunt admission, Lu Hong averted his gaze, though his eyes still brimmed with unyielding mockery. Their exchange was of course witnessed by the live stream audience, prompting some detractors to comment, "Jiang Qiyu is quite self-aware, isn't she? Materialistic and gold-digging. Who's gifting her a Porsche? I'd laugh at them for eternity. What's wrong with being materialistic? If you aren't, why not work for free? How noble of you. Go out and eat alms, and see if anyone gives you a good face. Lu Hang is meddling too much. What's wrong with our Chang Miao liking Porsches? I like them too. Me too. The chat was ablaze with excitement, while the bus cabin fell into a hushed silence. After a prolonged ride, they finally arrived at the so-called mysterious procurement point. Standing before the 3-story large-scale shopping venue, the 8 of them gazed at the enormous sign reading 2 Yuan General Store. In unison, they fell into silence. Director Zhang announced that each person would receive a shopping cart and, within the designated time set by the production team, there would be no limit on the amount or quantity. Anything that could fit into the cart could be gifted during the exchange. Within this expansive 2-story general store, the production team had also hidden 2 special gift boxes, each worth considerably more than the 2 yuan items on the shelves. The constraints of this shopping location caused the prior gift plans of several to dissipate like vapor. Simultaneously, the introduction of the special gift mechanism greatly heightened the enthusiasm of the guests, adding an element of intrigue to the show. Naturally, many viewers relished in their misfortune. Production team, you understand gifts well. Help, I initially thought poverty limited my imagination, but it turns out I just wasn't poor enough to limit it. Haha, I can't wait to see what gifts they choose for each other. Thus, after the rules were announced, each person received a shopping cart. At the sound of the starting whistle, the 8 celebrity guests rushed into the store, expressions conflicted, accompanied by the upbeat background music announcing, "Everything costs 2 yuan, take what you want, all for 2 yuan." One could only wonder where the production team discovered such a 2 yuan general store. Spanning 3 stories, it was vast and filled with various categorized sections, brimming with countless items both familiar and unfamiliar, useful and useless. Zhou Shun and Fang Shubai headed straight upstairs upon entry, while Jiang Ling and Jiang Mian circled the first floor before following suit. Lu Hang ventured to the cultural and creative supplies section, while Song Yan explored home goods. Each adopted a similar strategy, searching for hidden gifts while keeping an eye on potential selections. Prioritizing practicality, only Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu remained unperturbed, seemingly merely shoppers at a mall, leisurely pushing their carts through the aisles. As Jiang Qiyu strolled and browsed, she paused to admire items of interest but refrained from placing anything in her cart. Merely observing. Qiyu went even further, abandoning his cart at the entrance, aimlessly wandering the first floor of the store. Time passed swiftly, and soon the whistle blew again, signaling the end of their shopping spree. Staff members discreetly counted and loaded their selected items onto the carts, ready for the gift exchange segment. Back at the apartment, upon returning to the Understanding Love apartment, the production team allotted each guest half an hour to choose and wrap their gifts. Finally, everyone gathered in the living room, each holding their chosen items, expressions varying. Chapter 47, I accept the gift, but you may keep your sentiment. Alright, since everyone is prepared, let us proceed with the exchange of gifts. With Director Zhang's announcement, Song Yan was the first to raise her hand, cradling her meticulously wrapped gift box, smiling at the camera. I choose to present my gift to a remarkably talented singer. With that, she turned to the only singer present, Zhou Shun. This is for you. Upon hearing her words, a knowing silence fell over the group, and the chat erupted with cheers. The ship is sailing. It's evident Song Yan has feelings for Zhou Shun. The direct approach of the confident woman and the talented singer is a pairing I ship. Oh my, it's so sweet. The sugar levels are off the charts. Similarly, Zhou Shun, upon receiving her gift, although prepared for this moment, felt his ears flush under the teasing gazes of the others. He cleared his throat, and after accepting Song Yan's gift, he smoothly handed over his own gift bag. My gift is also intended for you. Mutual affection, they must be mutually invested. The ship is locked, the key has been chewed to bits. Once their exchange concluded, Jiang Mian lifted her gift box and smiled at Qiyu. Brother Yu, this is my gift. At her words, Qiyu lifted his gaze, examining the beautifully wrapped box in her hands. Nodding slightly, well wrapped, yet he neither reached out to take it nor made any further gestures, calmly averting his gaze. This President Xi. Doesn't he think Jiang Mian merely wants him to admire her gift? Such rudeness from a capitalist. Our Mian's gift is so beautifully packaged, why not accept it? To the one ahead, I must disagree. Jiang Mian never stated it was for President Xi. What if she merely wished for him to take a look? Kids, you have to read between the lines. Jiang Mian was taken aback by Qiyu's public display of disregard for her feelings, causing her smile to falter momentarily. Soon, however, she realized he might be upset over last night's events, and her expression softened. With an innocent smile, she addressed him. Brother Yu, I apologize for my thoughtlessness last night. Please consider this gift as a token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. Upon hearing her words, not only did Lu Hang's mind nearly explode, but the barrage of comments also erupted. What did I just hear? I knew something would go awry by skipping last night's livestream. I implore the production team to release the story from last night. Yu Mian fans rejoice. So, after all the twists and turns, Yu Mian is the real couple? Disgraceful. Yu Mian cult. Retreat, retreat, retreat. I shall raise the banner for Chang'er. As she spoke, Lu Hang almost crushed the carefully prepared gift in his hands. While Jiang Qiyu looked at Jiang Mian in astonishment, pursuing Qiyu, this girl truly shows no fear of criticism. Her concerns were not unfounded, for after hearing those ambiguous words, Qiyu merely looked back at Jiang Mian. He did not refute or explain, but simply nodded indifferently. I'll accept the gift, but you may keep your intentions to yourself. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard I need a break. Ha 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 ha. Who just said Yu Mian? Come out and face me. As expected, Brother Slap is equally dismissive of everyone. TCH, isn't Qiyu always like this? He previously said Jiang Qiyu was ridiculous. What does that even imply? The comments section was in an uproar, with Yu Mian, Chang'er, and Lu Mian fans embroiled in a heated debate. While the atmosphere on-site grew increasingly awkward, Jiang Mian found herself at a loss for words again. Pausing momentarily before forcing a casual smile as she pushed the gift towards Qiyu nearby, Fang Shubai, noticing the tension, chuckled awkwardly to lighten the mood. Sister Qiyu, he said, scratching his head in embarrassment as he presented his own gift, I picked this out after much consideration. I thought it would suit you quite well, thanks. Jiang Qiyu, with no hesitation, graciously accepted the gift. It seemed Fang Shubai had more to say, his hopeful gaze fixated on the small square box in Jiang Qiyu's hands. Speaking with the enthusiasm of a child asking for candy, Sister Qiyu, who is your gift intended for? Oh, this, Jiang Qiyu replied, nonchalantly shaking the small box in her hand, preparing to say she would give it to someone who liked it. Cough, but she was abruptly interrupted by a sudden light cough. With a clenched fist, Qiyu finally shifted his gaze to her, his deep, narrow eyes revealing an unmistakable warning. Strangely, Jiang Qiyu seemed to grasp something or perhaps understood the mix of pride and anticipation in his gaze. This gift, she turned to Fang Shubai shrugging helplessly, is meant for President Xi to thank him for often cooking for us.ah.at. Her words, Fang Shubai's previously bright expression instantly dimmed, and if he had ears, they would surely droop in disappointment. In contrast, Qiyu, hearing the answer he sought, displayed a different reaction. Though he did not express the same exuberance as Fang Shubai, he slightly straightened his posture, his brows arching as he accepted the small box Jiang Qiyu handed him. Then, seemingly casually, he nudged the flat, bag gift in front of him. In that case, I won't take yours for free, let me exchange this with you. His almost hypocritical behavior, of course, delighted the CP fans in the livestream. Who dares claim my CP is fake? Double standard is forever solid proof, I declare. This is such a double standard. I want to mention who Brother Slap favors. I have done good deeds all my life. Witnessing this CP come to fruition is my rightful reward. Don't cry, bye-bye. If Brother Chang'er doesn't want you, we do. Thank you. Jiang Qiyu accepted the gift with a smile, yet remained indifferent. After all, she had seen Qiyu meandering on the first floor and assumed he had merely grabbed something to fulfill his task. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, in a peculiar turn of events, handed his gift to the bewildered Jiang Ling, who, equally surprised, returned the favor with her own gift. Of the situation now was that everyone held gifts, except for Jiang Mian and Fang Shubai, who were left empty-handed. However, rules were rules, and Director Zhang had no choice but to continue the proceedings. Alright, the gift exchange segment has concluded, and now, please unwrap your gifts one by one and showcase what you have received. He then invited the givers to briefly explain their choice of gifts. In accordance with the order of gift receipt, Zhou Shan opened the packaging of his gift, revealing a mask adorned with heart patterns. Song Yan smiled faintly. A few days ago, during our time on the deserted island, Zhou Shan got caught in the rain, so when I saw this mask, he immediately came to mind. Zhou Shan held the inexpensive yet heartfelt mask in his hands. Sincerely smiling at her, "Thank you, I really like it." Next was Song Yan, who received a box of band-aids featuring a floral bear design. Zhou Shan, with a bashful smile, explained, "I noticed you often wear high heels. But sometimes your feet get sore." So Song Yan examined the delicate and adorable band-aid for a moment before smiling brightly at him, her tone earnest. "I really like your gift." The interaction between the two, along with their unwavering choices, naturally sparked cheers and screams from the CP fans in the livestream. Regrettably, neither of them found the hidden gift placed by the production team. Next up was Qiyu, who, with deft movements, tore open the wrapping of Jiang Mian's gift, discovering 2 concert tickets inside. "Congratulations to Qiyu for uncovering the first hidden gift prepared by our production team, tickets to the large symphonic concert at the Snow Lotus Grand Theater." After the director's introduction, Jiang Mian smiled at the nonchalant Qiyu. "I stumbled upon this on the 3rd floor, consider it a stroke of luck, and I simply wanted to share it with you." Her words were succinct, neither overly obsequious nor lacking in goodwill towards the recipient. Unsurprisingly, her statement elicited a wave of sympathy from the fans in the livestream. "Our Mian is truly too innocent. She merely wished to share this fortune. What fault lies with her? Whoa, those who criticized Mian just now, come apologize. I can't take it anymore. The fragrance is overwhelming. I feel as if I've stepped into a tea garden." For Jiang Mian, discovering the hidden gift was hardly a challenge, especially since it was a present from Lu Hang in her previous life. If she could leverage this gift to gain Qiyu's favor, it would be even better. Jiang Mian harbored no romantic feelings for Qiyu, rather, she found herself compelled to charm him, knowing full well of his illustrious future. Men, after all, tend to harbor no ill will towards a woman who exhibits interest while also knowing her place. Even if she had never contemplated becoming Mrs. Qi, establishing a good rapport with Qiyu and expanding her network within the industry could only benefit her career. With this in mind, her gaze towards Qiyu grew softer. Yet, her flirtatious glances seemed to fall upon deaf eyes. Qiyu didn't spare her a single glance and instead turned his attention to Jiang Qiyu. She held the gift from Feng Shubai to her ear, shaking it, before swiftly unwrapping it. Inside was a small, star-shaped glass jar containing several haphazardly folded paper stars. Feng Shubai grinned at Jiang Qiyu, speaking earnestly, "I learned this from a tutorial on a whim. Though they may not be very pretty, I put a lot of heart into it. I hope you like it." Upon hearing this, the previously subdued fans of Bai Miao erupted with enthusiasm as if a seal had been broken. "Aha, someone, kill me to cheer them on. You can always trust a puppy's love. Bye-bye, I'm here for you. What a silly, sweet puppy, brother Chang Er, do you want it or not? I might just steal it. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. I want to say who is crying in envy." "That's quite nice." Observing his demeanor, Jiang Qiyu, for once, refrained from teasing and cheerfully accepted the gift. "I'll display it when I get home." Upon hearing this, Feng Shubai's previously drooping expression instantly brightened, his ears perked up as he squinted and chuckled. He then turned to Qiyu. "Brother Qi, what did Sister Qiyu give you?" Noticing Feng Shubai's gaze, Qiyu feigned nonchalance as he unwrapped the small box in his hands. Deep down, he understood that Jiang Qiyu wouldn't gift anything particularly impressive, yet he still found himself reluctant to let her hand the gift to someone else. Ahem. As Qiyu unwrapped the gift, Jiang Qiyu seized the moment to lightly cough twice, her tone earnest and sincere. "Well, I've heard that boys tend to favor electronic gadgets, so I specially prepared this." "Is this what you refer to as an electronic product?" Qiyu furrowed his brow, gazing at the small yet intriguing gift nestled in his palm, both amused and exasperated as he looked at her. "2 non-fu batteries? I expected something less trivial, but I certainly did not anticipate this level of insignificance. Ha, I'm exhausted from laughing, let me take a break. Ah. Who on earth categorizes non-fu batteries as electronic products? Who is it? Enough with the nonsense, just tell me if they have enough charge. I've learned my lesson. Tomorrow I'll present electronic gadgets to the boy I adore. He. It is the thought that counts. A small gift carries great sentiment." Jiang Qiyu laughed heartlessly, then, as if to change the subject, began to unwrap the gift that Qiyu had given her. As she peeled away the wrapping, she kept justifying her earlier choice. "Who told Director Zhang that we must choose gifts from a 2-yuan store? Batteries are already a rather sophisticated electronic product. Let me see what you've given." As she tore open the gift wrap, her brow furrowed at the sight of the document folder. "What does this mean? You're giving me a bag to put things in?" Meanwhile, Qiyu, in a huff, stuffed the 2 batteries into his pocket, casting her a sidelong glance with a brusque tone. "Open it." Jiang Qiyu, without a hint of suspicion, raised an eyebrow and gradually opened the neatly coiled document folder, thoughtlessly pulling out a thin stack of paper, and then, she froze in place. "Sister Qiyu, what is inside?" Beside her, Feng Shubai noticed her sudden stupor and, puzzled, gently tapped her arm, but receiving no response, he curiously took the stack of white paper from her hand. "This is a transfer." Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock as he murmured the 4 prominent characters on the cover. Transfer contract." After saying that, he immediately flipped open the contract documents. As he saw the dense clauses and the signatures and seals that were evidently authentic, his voice escalated an octave. Brother Qi, how did you manage to purchase the store? Chapter 49. One cannot sacrifice dignity to the extent of renouncing wealth. Brother Qi, how did you manage to purchase the store? The moment these words escaped his lips, not only Fang Shubai but everyone present directed their astonished gazes toward the man who appeared utterly unfazed. You bought the store. Zhou Shun's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. Mr. Qi, what is this? I used to only know that Qiyu was wealthy, but I never imagined that a wealthy person's thought process would be so utterly different from ours. Mr. Qi, do you need a dog at home? Apart from resembling a human, I actually have quite a dog-like demeanor. Brother Erguan isn't a fool, he must have already planned to gift it to teacher Changmiao. Which is why he bought the store. I'm losing it. I can only say 666. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qiyu maintained his calm demeanor, but just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by a loud exclamation. A thunderous roar echoed, and the old servant made a dazzling entrance. Jiang Qiyu, who had previously been rigid, suddenly moved, her excitement palpable as she clutched the document folder. Directing her gaze at Qiyu with unabashed flattery, "Young master, it is I who have arrived late." Her statement not only startled those present for a second time but also caused Qiyu to furrow his brow in exasperation. You truly are faced with Jiang Qiyu's undignified demeanor. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, nearly shaking his head with a bemused smile. Just then, a voice nearby, tinged with disdain, broke the atmosphere. The dignity of a person is sometimes also a matter of price. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. To be honest, while a department store of this nature is not an insignificant amount, it is hardly noteworthy in the eyes of these individuals. Although Jiang Qiyu's reaction was indeed somewhat exaggerated, the crowd brushed it off as a joke. However, if someone took it seriously, it would inevitably lead to accusations of being materialistic and sycophantic, and Lu Heng's earlier comment, seemingly a casual remark, was actually a veiled criticism of her willingness to barter her dignity for monetary gain. As expected, once he spoke, the tone of the comments began to shift. What had initially been light-hearted banter began to host a wave of criticism. Laughing to death, she is directly selling herself for a 2-yuan supermarket. Jiang Qiyu's aspirations are truly limited. Teacher Changmiao was just joking, no way would anyone take it seriously, right? Casual observer. I think Lu Hong has a point. After all, this is a show, and there should be a correct moral direction. Materialism is genuinely nauseating. Casual observer, I see you're a wandering ghost. Remove your deeply ingrained thoughts. It is just a joke, yet you're making it profound? Materialistic woman, despicable. The comments on the big screen rolled furiously, yet no one paid heed to the concerns. The once vibrant atmosphere was rendered silent by Lu Heng's statement. Tension simmering beneath the surface. Qiyu furrowed his brow in annoyance, preparing to instruct Lu Heng on proper conduct. I say you eat. However, just as the words were on the verge of escaping his lips, Jiang Qiyu's calm voice interrupted. It's unavoidable, great film emperor. She turned her head, unwavering as she faced Lu Hong, her smile taking on a more profound meaning. Who told us lesser actors to have such shallow experiences? Unlike you, whose every utterance begins with 1 million as a baseline. Her words appeared self-deprecatory on the surface, but only those present at the banquet understood its true implication. She still held on to Lu Heng's 1 million recording. As anticipated, upon hearing her statement, Lu Heng's expression visibly darkened, yet Jiang Qiyu, shedding her previously grave demeanor, turned back to the camera with a carefree smile. One cannot sacrifice dignity to the extent of renouncing wealth. Does that make sense? What the heck, why do I feel like something is amiss with this statement? Teacher Changmiao, you truly understand the art of sleight of hand. Exactly, receiving a store and expressing gratitude is tantamount to selling one's dignity. While you grovel before your boss serving tea and water, that's just maintaining integrity, right? As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, Fang Shubai waved the transfer contract still in his hand. Attempting to break the awkwardness, Sister Qiyu, let me take the document folder, I'll help you pack it up. No need. However, before he could finish, Qiyu suddenly chuckled, his tone laced with an unrecognized indulgence. She has already packed it up. Following his gaze, Fang Shubai looked at Jiang Qiyu, who had raised her exquisitely defined chin, exuding an air of triumph. Remember to inform the finance department to send this quarter's financial report to my assistant for confirmation. After saying that, she pretended to ponder, pinching her right fingertip. It seems I'm still missing something. Observing her theatrical performance, Fang Shubai appeared utterly bewildered. Missing what? Qiyu's lips curled slightly, his voice gentle. Iced Americano. Oh right. Leaning back slightly, Jiang Qiyu adopted a pose reminiscent of an oily corporate mogul. In my youth, I drank iced Americanos to show off. Now, I increasingly enjoy iced Americanos because I enjoy showing off even more. Watching her deliberately put on a comedic display, Song Yan was the first to lose composure, bursting into laughter. Subsequently, the atmosphere thawed, and the comments ceased their contention. The subsequent process continued. Jiang Ling received what Lu Hong had originally intended to gift Jiang Mian. Another hidden gift, 2 tickets to the Shuelian concert. Lu Hong in turn received a beautifully crafted ballpoint pen. With the conclusion of the gift exchange segment, a series of unexpected yet remarkably exciting exchanges, Jiang Qiyu emerged as the primary beneficiary. Having secured the gifts, while Lu Hong successfully acquired the original owner of the Tuyuan department store at a price exceeding market value by 10 within 10 minutes, amidst the chaotic exchanges in the live broadcast. The long-ear CP stood out prominently. After all, the act of purchasing an entire department store is something one typically only encounters in Mary Sue novels. As everyone discussed their respective gifts, Director Zhang reappeared with a small microphone. "Alright, now may the 2 guests who received hidden gifts please pay attention." He paused, ensuring all eyes were on him before continuing. "Please flip over the tickets and check the dates on the back." Jiang Ling, clutching the hidden gift, turned the 2 tickets over slowly, scrutinizing the performance date inscribed upon them. "This is tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow morning will mark the first one-on-one confession in You Understand Love. If the confession is successful, a special vehicle will take everyone to the city for a half-day date in the afternoon. Guests holding concert tickets may choose to accompany the person they wish to confess to. However, if the confession fails, one will be required to remain in the apartment to undertake the cleaning of the entire establishment." Chapter 50, The Reckless Charge of Jiang Xiumian. Once the rules were announced, the crowd dispersed on the spot. After dinner, Jiang Qiyu felt a slight discomfort in her stomach and wandered leisurely out the front door of the apartment, strolling back and forth to aid digestion. Ding! As she aimlessly strolled, her phone suddenly lit up. "Even more, Qiyu, are you in the room?" "Spear stabbing, not here." "Even more, I wanted to chat with you." "Spear stabbing, please refrain." "Even more, didn't Director Zhang say that we have to confess one-on-one tomorrow?" "Spear stabbing, and then?" "Even more, well, I think you're pretty great, Qiyu." "Spear stabbing, your intuition is quite accurate." Jiang Qiyu paused for a moment. Although she was puzzled by this sudden compliment, she still responded politely. "Spear stabbing, you're also quite good." Soon, messages from Feng Shuebai appeared again, filled with anticipation and excitement. "Even more, so what about us?" "Spear stabbing, we are all excellent individuals." "Even more." After a long silence, a message popped up from the other side. "Even more, sigh, I can't chat with female guests. I have no charm, and I don't even know why I'm participating in this dating show." Faced with Feng Shuebai's self-defeating remarks, Jiang Qiyu nodded seriously and replied, "Spear stabbing, it's all right. At least your self-awareness is commendable." "Even more." Feng Shuebai was nearly choked by her words. Recalling Zhou Shun's earlier comment, he paused before deciding to ignore her remark and pressed on, "Even more, if this continues, I'll definitely be stuck in the apartment cleaning tomorrow." "Even more, what should I do, Qiyu?" "Spear stabbing, hold a grand event?" "Even more, crying, not just on the show. But I feel like if this goes on, I might never find a girlfriend in my life." Crying. Seeing him so despondent, Jiang Qiyu, although a bit impatient, still felt compelled to offer words of encouragement. Considering the crooked paper stars he had made, "Spear stabbing, don't think like that, you're still young and a popular idol, many people would want to be your girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Feng Shuebai immediately seized the opportunity. "Even more, Qiyu, if it were you, would you be willing?" "Spear stabbing. Spear stabbing, I'm here comforting you, so please don't repay kindness with malice." "Alright." After sending that message, she didn't dwell on it much and promptly silenced her phone. Tucking it into her pocket, she patted her now settled stomach and turned back to the apartment. Regarding the one-on-one confessions mentioned by Director Zhang for tomorrow, Jiang Qiyu truly had no desire to contemplate it any further. Concert, cleaning. To be honest, she had no particular fondness for either, so she resolved to let fate take its course. As she passed the kitchen, Jiang Qiyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately turned back to heat a cup of steaming milk for herself. Carefully gripping the handle of the mug, she entered the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, while blowing on the steaming milk, she made her way to her room, only to unexpectedly collide with a rushing figure at the corner of the corridor. "Ah, my goodness." In an instant, 2 exclamations rang out. Just as the cup of scalding milk was about to spill onto both of them, Jiang Qiyu instinctively tilted her hand slightly. A splash, the milk spilled entirely onto the floor, and the mug crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Although her reaction was swift, some milk inevitably splattered onto her bare arm, and a sharp, burning pain followed. Before Jiang Qiyu could even vocalize her discomfort, the one responsible for the collision called out first. She glanced down to see a large red mark gradually forming on her forearm, then looked up in bewilderment at Jiang Mian, who was clutching her hand in pain. Shaking her stinging arm, she couldn't help but smirk slightly. Are you a pig? Is your innate skill a reckless charge? The Jiang sisters truly have a talent. One trips others while the other charges headfirst. Should they really be participating in a dating show, they might as well join a military channel as fierce female soldiers. Yet Jiang Mian remained silent, her head bowed in response to her unkind inquiry. TSK, Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes, intending to bend down to pick up the cup's shattered pieces, but was interrupted by a low reprimand. What's wrong? She looked up in the direction of the voice. To her surprise, there stood Qiyu, striding towards them, clad only in a bathrobe. Though the collar was slightly open, the smooth lines of his muscles were still discernible. His usually well-groomed hair was wet, with several strands hanging in front of his forehead. Water droplets cascading down his brows were tightly knit, and his eyes held a tempestuous storm as he swiftly approached the two. Upon seeing the spilled milk and the remnants of the cup scattered across the floor, his already sharp gaze became even more piercing. What happened? Jiang Qiyu forced herself to avert her gaze from the open collar and pointed to the broken pieces on the ground. I brought up a cup of hot milk. But who knew? However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Mian, who had been silent with her head down, suddenly spoke up. It was me. I wasn't watching where I was going. It's not Qiyu's fault. As she spoke, she bit her lip and slowly raised her gaze, her eyes red-rimmed and filled with remorse as she looked at the man. It's my fault. I'll call someone to clean it up. Ow. Then, she seemed to inadvertently pull away her hand that was covering her wrist, revealing her fair skin now reddened from the scalding milk. The series of actions left Jiang Qiyu in a we. Be frank. Every movement of this girl seemed meticulously orchestrated. With that thought in mind, she instinctively looked around, noting that there were no cameras in the corridor. Indeed, an actress is always an actress, even in moments like this. They can still indulge in their roles. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt her wrist gently pulled. Hey! She snapped back to reality and realized Qiyu was silently pulling up her scalded arm, his handsome features betraying a hint of irritation. Can't you be more careful? Jiang Qiyu was about to retort when she was interrupted by that seasoned actor. Qiyu, I'm sorry. It is all my fault. It's just that earlier I was with you. Go. She glanced at Qiyu, leaving her sentence unfinished, then paused before turning back to Jiang Qiyu. I was too hasty. Are you alright? Facing her concern and self-reproach, Jiang Qiyu slowly shook her head, withdrawing her wrist from Qiyu's grasp, and responded with a double entendre. I'm fine. How about you? No, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Qiyu was less subtle, standing with his arms crossed, casting a cold glance at Jiang Mian, his tone unkind. If you're fine, then stay in your room and snack on some dried plums. You've been running up and down to the top floor all day. Even if you're not tired, the elevator is. Chapter 51. I am a person of principles. Ultimately, Jiang Qiyu contacted the staff via phone to handle the situation. Qiyu cast a deep look at the two before turning back to his room, fearing to disturb others and raise speculation among the live audience. Jiang Mian hurriedly went downstairs to assist Qiyu. Here is the first aid kit. Although the milk's temperature isn't too high, it's better to treat it promptly. Thank you. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to take the first aid kit from the staff, a sudden hand snatched it away. The staff member was startled and immediately turned to the unexpected figure. Mr. Qi, you got it. That moment, Qiyu, now dressed and still with damp hair, appeared at the door of Jiang Qiyu's room. He held the first aid kit in one hand, casting a nonchalant glance at the staff, then the production staff, as if struck by a sudden insight, brightened up and quickly nodded with a smile at both of them. I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Jiang Qiyu to wave, he dashed into the elevator, his back seemingly imbued with an inexplicable cheerfulness. Once the staff departed, Qiyu remained at the door with the first aid kit, not entering but instead glancing at the live camera on the ceiling, his tone flat. Come out. I'll tend to your injury. Jiang Qiyu gazed at his unhesitant retreating figure, narrowing her eyes slightly, contemplating a rebuttal when her mind wandered back to the bargain of 3 floors for 2 yuan at the mall earlier that day. A smile instantly spread across her face. I can bend over backwards for those in power. With this thought, she swiftly transformed into a devoted servant, merrily trailing behind the leading young master, or rather, the lord ahead. In an apparent attempt to evade the live broadcast cameras, Qiyu led the beaming Jiang Qiyu to the rooftop garden. Jiang Qiyu was aware that Qiyu had something to say. She dismissed his excuse of applying medicine for her as insincere and smiled, extending her hand. Hand me the ointment, I can manage it myself. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, his large hand, marked by prominent knuckles, enveloped her delicate palm. Without uttering a word, he gently turned her hand, allowing her soft, petite hand to rest in his palm. Stay still. He encircled her wrist with one hand, while the other, wielding a cotton swab coated in a milky ointment, carefully approached the faint red marks on her fair arm. The two sat facing each other, the gentle night breeze caressing their faces, as the garden's constant illumination cast a soft glow upon them, enveloping them in a subtle halo. Jiang Qiyu observed Qiyu, who was slightly bowed, diligently applying the ointment with focused attention. Blinking in a daze, it seemed the night breeze carried an intoxicating essence, rendering her typically lively thoughts momentarily blank. The man's expression was calm, and his once imposing features appeared softened under the gentle light. His long eyelashes cast a shadow beneath his eyes, his prominent nose and smooth contours leading down to dot the slightly unbuttoned collar of his shirt as he leaned forward to administer the ointment. Gulpy. Jiang Qiyu heard the sound of her own swallowing. As her mind wrestled with the conflicting thoughts of how to sneak a glance at the young master and what had transpired earlier while he wore a bathrobe. Qiyu, who had been meticulously applying the ointment, suddenly remarked coolly, "You don't use your eyes when you ought to, yet you seem to scrutinize when you shouldn't." Suddenly jolted to attention, Jiang Qiyu instinctively brushed her wind-tousled hair back. Attempting to divert the conversation, "Is there something troubling you, wearing so many layers of clothing?" Upon facing Qiyu's suddenly piercing gaze, she realized she had unconsciously blurted out her thoughts, and quickly corrected herself, "I meant to ask what you wanted to discuss with me?" "You better." Qiyu raised an eyebrow, patiently finishing the last trace of the red mark with the fragrant ointment, then releasing her wrist, seemingly nonchalantly stating, "Jiang Mian came to my room earlier. I was in the shower and didn't open the door." Jiang Qiyu, he lifted his gaze, catching her eyes, which had begun to wander downward again, and firmly commanded, "I'm speaking to you, look me in the eyes." Caught in the act of being a covert observer, Jiang Qiyu promptly raised her gaze, her cheeks reddening as she boldly declared, "I'm shy." Qiyu was nearly amused to the point of laughter. It was the first time he had encountered someone who was shy yet fixated on staring below the neck. He subtly curved his lips before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "Did you hear what I just said?" "I did." Jiang Qiyu nodded as if it were obvious. "You said you were in the shower, and Jiang Mian came to your room." Wait, having been somewhat distracted earlier, she now realized the peculiarity of the situation and raised an eyebrow at the displeased Qiyu. "You too?" "Oh." Before she could finish her thought, she received a sharp thump to her forehead as the man's restrained voice rang out, "I said I didn't open the door just because you didn't open it." "Why hit me?" Jiang Qiyu mumbled, rubbing her forehead, only to suddenly recall something and looked at Qiyu with narrowed eyes. "Mr. Qi, your generous gift today was a 3-story apartment, wasn't it merely to showcase your wealth?" Qiyu, putting away the medical kit, shot her a cool glance, responding indirectly, "I am wealthy, not ill." His words inadvertently confirmed Jiang Qiyu's suspicions. Unfazed, she broke into a sincere grin, her tone dripping with authenticity. "Young master, you may command me as you wish, I shall serve without complaint." Seeing her servile demeanor, Qiyu felt an inexplicable surge of frustration, his expression momentarily stiffening. "I intended to leverage the popularity of this program. And based on current market feedback, I hope you can assist me in fending off others during the remainder of the show, ultimately leading to a successful pairing with me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu, who had been grinning from ear to ear, gradually withdrew her smile, a wary expression taking its place. "Mr. Qi, I have principles, you cannot corrupt me with money." Qiyu raised an eyebrow, "You're overthinking. It's merely a performance before the cameras." Jiang Qiyu stood firm in her principles. "That I cannot point 3 million after the show, yet, on the contrary." Chapter 52, Confession Invitation. In the end, Jiang Qiyu reluctantly accepted his proposition. Not for the 3 million, but rather because she genuinely admired a man of Qiyu's immense wealth. However, while she beamed with delight, Qiyu's mood was more complex. Jiang Qiyu's heartfelt assurance, "Rest assured, I am different from others, they are genuine, while I am merely in it for the money," caught him off guard. Regret lingered in his mind. Was it still possible to turn back? The answer was clear. It was too late, for after uttering those words, Jiang Qiyu had already visualized where to purchase a house with that 3 million. Even before receiving the money, she had mentally spent every penny. The following morning, the participants were gathered in the living room by the production crew, each taking turns to decide whether to confess or to whom those choosing to confess would publicly invite their chosen partner for a date. While the recipient could either accept or decline, ultimately, the successfully paired individuals would venture into the city for the program's arranged first date, while the unpaired would remain in the apartment to undertake a thorough cleaning. With everyone present, the fans in the live chat were eager, fervently spamming messages in anticipation of their beloved couple's sweet rendezvous. Jiang Qiyu sat opposite Qiyu, discreetly casting him a confident glance that seemed to say, "Watch my performance." When Qiyu ignored her, she inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Mian beside her. Upon recognizing her, she couldn't help but smirk slightly after being burned by the milk and applying ointment. Jiang Qiyu had almost fully recovered by this morning, the red marks had nearly vanished. In contrast, Jiang Mian had a large bandage on her hand, seemingly making a point to ensure everyone noticed. Occasionally brushing her hair with that hand, it was utterly absurd. Jiang Qiyu wasn't the only one who noticed the oddity. Song Yan, upon seeing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, Jiang Mian, what happened to your hand?" Finally exposed, Jiang Mian resorted to an act of denial, hurriedly concealing her injured hand beneath the table, then turning to the concerned Song Yan with a smile, shaking her head, "It's nothing, just a little burn from yesterday." Upon hearing this, Lu Heng's fists clenched tightly, his icy gaze inadvertently landing on Jiang Qiyu. The night before, he had mustered the courage to approach Jiang Mian, only to see her descending from the top-floor elevator with red-rimmed eyes. Cradling her hand, afterwards, he had subtly inquired with the staff and learned that Jiang Qiyu had been the one to scold Jiang Mian with the milk. Habitually, he attributed this incident to Jiang Qiyu's continued bullying of Jiang Mian. Deepening his disdain for her. As if his gaze was too overt, Jiang Qiyu quickly met Lu Heng's eyes and, without hesitation, rolled her eyes first. No matter his meaning, she would retort with her gaze. Not only Lu Heng, but the live chat was also filled with voices expressing sympathy for Jiang Mian. Some even theorized conspiracies, unjustly linking them to Jiang Qiyu, accusing her of workplace bullying. However, these scattered comments were soon overshadowed as director Zhang reappeared with his microphone. Starting with Zhang Ling, he instructed everyone to line up in front of the confession wall and declare their desired partners to the camera, since Zhang Ling had received a hidden gift from Lu Heng the day prior. It was unsurprising when she confidently invited him. "Brother Heng, may I invite you to join me for a concert?" Yet, her previously confident smile crumbled under Lu Heng's firm shake of his head. As she awkwardly stood in front of the confession wall, which had been painted pink, clutching 2 concert tickets, "My spirit dear just died. Let us eat something good. 1 Lu Mian Yen is the real deal." Laughing to death, she doesn't really think that Heng Xiao gave her the gift yesterday because he is interested in her, does she? The first person to confess faced a rocky start. Zhang Ling, whose reputation was not significantly better than Jiang Qiyu's, decided to put on a good show in front of the camera. She proactively handed her ticket to Song Yan, who was next in line to confess. As Song Yan stepped up to the confession wall, she merely smiled and glanced at the male contestants present without uttering a word, prompting Zhou Shan at the table to become restless. He stood up abruptly and approached her, introducing himself. "May I be your choice?" Song Yan's smile broadened, her spirited brow curving into a gentle arc. Of course, although this response was expected, it nonetheless caused Zhou Shan to flush instantly. He gentlemanly extended his hand, and as Song Yan placed her hand in his palm with a smile, they walked hand in hand down from the confession wall. "Ah, I'm utterly enamored. Let this pair love fiercely. This couple truly reciprocates affection from start to finish. How sweet. I believe in love once more." Next, it was the turn of the unexpectedly wounded Jiang Mian. She gracefully approached the confession wall, offering the camera a poised and confident smile. As the audience flooded the screen with guesses about whether she would choose Qiyu or Lu Heng, Jiang Mian looked into the lens. Her tone steady yet resolute. "I choose to forfeit." Upon hearing this, not only were the other contestants taken aback, but the comments section erupted. "Yesterday, when Jiang Mian gifted Qiyu, I thought she had feelings for him. Today's turn of events has utterly baffled me. What is so hard to comprehend? Our Mian simply doesn't fancy anyone. Can't a beautiful woman stand alone? Sister, slay me. Let some people compete for her, she couldn't care less." Clearly, her declaration of forfeiture was far more artful than inviting any male contestant. Not only did she receive thunderous applause, but she also successfully reversed the previous day's neglect by Qiyu. Crafting an image of solitary beauty for herself after announcing her decision, Jiang Mian discreetly cast a glance at Qiyu, noticing a slight discomfort on his face, which assured her that she had made the right move. A sweet smile blossomed on her face as she returned to her seat. However, Qiyu's momentary tension was actually due to Jiang Qiyu throwing him a flirtatious glance while everyone's attention was on Jiang Mian. With Jiang Mian's turn concluded, it was now time for the individual with facial tics, Jiang Qiyu. She rose with spirited confidence and strode purposefully toward the confession wall. Once she stood before the camera, her expression turned serious, and her tone sincere as she began the heartfelt confession she had crafted for half the night. "I wish to confess to a male contestant. Initially, I got to know him online. And when I first met him on this show, I found him quite intriguing. Not only is he handsome, but he is also affluent. Furthermore, learning about his background, I realized it's quite rare for a wealthy heir in his 20s to honestly inherit his family's fortune rather than squander it on reckless ventures. This person is none other than our show's guiding star, the walking fortune dispenser, Qiyu, the young Master Qi." At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes turning toward the so-called fortune dispenser, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to react. Not only the contestants, but the comments section was also in stitches. "Who taught her to flatter like this? Alright, Master Spear, I know you received a property yesterday. But perhaps hold off on the flattery for now. Master Qi dispensed wealth, but instead of a wife, he got a devoted servant. Ha ha ha. Ha, why does Jiang Qiyu speak this way? I feel like there is nothing between them." Ignore the person in front, I'm not interested in hearing that. Yet Jiang Qiyu paid no heed, slowly shifting her gaze to the man who wore an awkward frown with utmost sincerity. She proclaimed, "Master Qi, my feelings for you are no longer merely for your wealth." Qiyu's eyelids twitched violently. Was that truly the case? Her confidence in her words was palpable, and then she turned to the camera, candidly revealing, "To be honest, I am a monetary romantic. I am only attracted to the wealthy, but I am not materialistic. I hope everyone can understand and respect every orientation. Thank you." With her preemptive strike, the criticisms from the haters in the comments became feeble and unconvincing. Meanwhile, most viewers were left in awe by her seemingly nonsensical yet remarkably reasonable defense. thanks for the invite. I just diagnosed a newfound orientation at 8 this morning. Let me reiterate, Master Spear deserves a grand temple. Master Spear, please hold class, I will definitely enroll. Jiang Qiyu nodded with satisfaction before redirecting her attention to Qiyu, whose expression had noticeably soured. With a smile illuminating her eyes, she reached out her hand, her smile radiant like the blazing summer sun. So Qiyu, shall we go on a date? Faced with her bold confession, Qiyu, who had previously wanted nothing more than to confront her, suddenly froze, those familiar feelings flooding back. When he remained silent, Jiang Qiyu assumed her words had indeed struck a chord with him, and with an air of confidence she extended another invitation. Master, allow your humble servant to accompany you. Upon hearing this, the corners of Qiyu's lips, which had been slightly raised, fell instantly, and he bit down on his back teeth, responding coolly, do you think it's appropriate for a master to date a servant? Jiang Qiyu frowned. Clearly he had insisted that she pretend to pursue him on the show. Why was he suddenly being so uptight when she was lowering herself to his level? Where was the inappropriateness? Noting her impatience, Qiyu's displeasure grew, his lips pressed even tighter as he dismissively muttered, your looks, why does this atmosphere feel so familiar? This couple's bickering resembles the arguments I have with my partner. Are you two arguing or flaunting your affection? Good morning to the world, except for the two of you. CP fans, please take note, Qiyu has clearly expressed his disdain for Jiang Qiyu's looks. So how can you ship them? Where do you see the disdain? Is it that no one loves you in real life? If Qiyu truly liked her, why not just accept the invitation outright? As everyone remained puzzled by the dynamics between the two, Jiang Qiyu's smile resurfaced, and with an encouraging and soothing tone, she reassured Qiyu, it's alright, I don't mind. As the saying goes, coarse willows may bend, but fine willows will not. Who in this world finds men unattractive? With her words, the atmosphere became even more electric. Qiyu narrowed his eyes dangerously, then suddenly stood up and strode toward the confession wall. He positioned himself in front of Jiang Qiyu, slightly curving his lips as he leaned in to gaze at her. His striking features, accentuated by the reflection of the lights, appeared even more chiseled. Jiang Qiyu had always known him to be exceptionally handsome, but being confronted by such a face at such proximity made her swallow hard. With his thick lashes lowered, his soft gaze lingered on her pert nose and slightly parted. Rosy lips, you say that I am ugly, he teased, his voice laced with mockery, as if to suppress the fluttering in his heart. Yet, caught in the spell of his beauty, Jiang Qiyu was abruptly awakened by his slightly teasing tone. She blinked a couple of times before regaining her composure and resolutely met his gaze, casually responding, I don't find you unattractive. At that moment, the comments section exploded like a crazed donkey bursting into a room full of screaming chickens. If the multitude of had sound, it would surely leave everyone present momentarily deaf. You two should get married immediately. I'm not joking. Coarse willows bending, and I become the fool. Even Zhu Beiji never anticipated his quotes would be used in such a manner. Please take your flirtation elsewhere. As the situation spiraled out of control, Director Zhang promptly grabbed a microphone and shouted, may I ask if Qiyu accepts Jiang Qiyu's invitation for a date? Standing before the confession wall, Qiyu lowered his head slightly to look at her, unable to comprehend the tumult of emotion swirling within him. He simply set aside his unanswered questions and extended his palm to the rebellious servant. Then I shall leave it to you. Jiang Qiyu, seeing him offer her an olive branch, Jiang Qiyu immediately reciprocated with a smile. Glancing at his outstretched hand, she grasped it firmly, flipped it over, and then extended her arm to rest just beneath his palm. Tada. Chapter 54, The Necessity of Entertainment. After Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu successfully formed their duo, Lu Hong followed suit, directly choosing to forego his chance alongside Zhang Mian, prompting the CP fans of Lumian to lament their unforgotten past love. When it was Fang Shubai's turn, despite wearing an expression of complete disillusionment, he cast a reluctant glance towards the already formed pair of young master and loyal servant. I am not here to disrupt your bond. Rather, I wish to join you, he declared, sending the one-on-one date invitation into a crescendo. However, due to the program's stringent rule regarding one-on-one pure love encounters, he regrettably remained behind in the apartment as a cleaner. With only 2 pairs successfully holding hands out of 8 contestants, many viewers expressed their disappointment, though the majority had begun to eagerly anticipate the day's date itinerary for the 2 couples. Once the teams were finalized, the group split into 2 factions. Liu Hong, Zhang Mian, Zhang Ling, and Fang Shubai stayed behind in the apartment, awaiting the arrival of professional cleaning staff for a thorough spring cleaning. Meanwhile, Zhou Shun, Song Yan, and the duo of Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu set off towards the downtown area of G City aboard the program's bus. On the vehicle, the staff briefed them on the itinerary and rules for their day's date. The love apartment was an hour's drive from the city center. During this time, the 2 pairs were to devise their date locations and activities independently. In essence, the production team assumed a hands-off approach, providing only a cameraman to capture the moments while allowing the participants to orchestrate their date freely. Upon receiving the announcement, they were handed their phones. Song Yan and Zhou Shan quickly huddled together, simultaneously searching for romantic hotspots in G City while whispering suggestions to each other. What do you think of this amusement park? How about this restaurant? Perhaps we should visit the aquarium. Before their date had even commenced, their animated interactions had already begun to envelop the surroundings in a haze of pink bubbles. This charming couple truly embodies a love that flourishes through mutual effort and gentle persistence. I only have eyes for them throughout the entire show. Their discussions exude a delightful charm. Witnessing their romance is incredibly heartwarming. Please don't skimp on the sweet moments. Shower me with affection, for I deserve it. After capturing enough of the sweet duo, the cameraman's lens pivoted to reveal the other two individuals, who remained engrossed in their phones, devoid of any interaction, while the majority of CP fans were busy praising the visual compatibility of the two attractive individuals. A small faction of netizens began to voice their skepticism in the comments. Who is really shipping this pair? Their interactions seem purely for publicity. Honestly, their dynamic lacks sweetness. There's no chemistry. I agree. Their entire demeanor is one of disinterest, as if they aren't invested in today's state. Unaware of the barrage of comments, the pair remained focused on their phones. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brows. Intently perusing a dating guide on a certain app, fully immersing herself in the role of the loyal servant, vowing to provide the young master with an unparalleled date experience. Meanwhile, Qiyu, seemingly indifferent, was engaged in a text conversation with his secretary Zhao Yu. Location: the CEO hasn't smiled in 10 years. Understood. You, wait a moment. Just 2 words, yet the secretary appeared to anticipate his subsequent inquiries. Before Qiyu could send another message, an officially composed link to a highly rated upscale restaurant was promptly shared. The CEO hasn't smiled in 10 years. Laughs. Do you need me to make a reservation? You, never mind, I'll handle it myself. The CEO hasn't smiled in 10 years. Alright, Chizone. You, also, what kind of absurd username is that? Change it. As the hour-long journey unfolded, the four arrived at the bustling city center. Despite the production team's commendable secrecy, a handful of enthusiastic fans materialized as soon as the group disembarked. Yan, your international runway show was absolutely stunning. Brother Zhou Shan, when will you release new music? Our fan club has been eagerly waiting. Have you two decided on a date spot? I recommend G City's Aquarium. It's a romantic haven. In stark contrast to the fervent enthusiasm of Zhou Shan and Song Yan's fans, the interactions surrounding Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu took a bizarre turn. Teacher Chang Miao, my love for you is akin to spam messages. Replying TD want unsubscribe me. Is Teacher Chang dating? No love, no money, my only weapon is typing out lengthy messages. CEO Chi, I'm your fan. Could you spare me some cash? As the staff escorted them through the throng, Jiang Qiyu impulsively turned to the surrounding fans, smiling and waving, inquiring, do you know any must-visit spots in G City? This question prompted a cacophony of recommendations from local residents. Among the voices, a particularly boisterous male resonated through the crowd. His tone unwavering and assertive. Of course we do. We all need our share of entertainment. At this declaration, the previously chaotic crowd fell silent for a full 3 seconds, with even Jiang Qiyu nearly stumbling over the unexpectedly halted staff. She turned towards the source of the voice, a bemused smile gracing her lips. Buddy, sincerity is key, not an invitation to triviality. After a brief moment of silence, the fans erupted into laughter. At that instant, Qiyu appeared to notice something, subtly moving closer behind her, discreetly tightening his grip on her wrist. In an instant, the two slipped through the crowd like greased eels, swiftly darting towards a parked Porsche along the roadside. This maneuver caught not only the fans off guard but also left the accompanying staff in utter bewilderment. That seemed to be the vehicle arranged by the production team. The cameraman, equally perplexed, shook his head in confusion. In a flash, the fans quickly regained their composure and surged toward the still idling Porsche. However, before they could reach it, the powerful roar of the engine erupted. The luxury vehicle accelerated with remarkable speed, shooting away like an arrow released from a bow. The chorus of disappointed fan voices echoed in the aftermath. Minutes later, just as the crowd began to disperse, assuming the pair had vanished, the familiar sound of the engine roared back into earshot. The bewildered cameraman, still processing the earlier events, was taken aback when a sleek luxury car pulled up beside him. The front passenger door swung open, and Jiang Qiyu's voice called out from the back seat, "Hurry up and get in." Without a second thought, he leapt into the vehicle, clutching his equipment. As the fans realized what was happening and rushed back, the door was promptly shut, leaving those who were a moment too late to watch in dismay as the Porsche, with the license plate reading A886 SB, vanished from sight. Chapter 55. Is this the dating hotspot you spoke of? Inside the A886 SB vehicle, Jiang Qiyu and the cameraman both exhaled deeply. Relieved, she turned to glance at Qiyu beside her, his expression radiating a sense of assurance, and finally broached the question she had been meaning to ask. Wait, is your license plate a copy-paste job? In a city, she recalled him driving an imported Maybach with a license plate that seemed to be 886 SB. How had it transformed into A886SB upon their arrival in G City? As her question lingered, Qiyu remained silent, and the driver, who had just showcased impressive drifting skills, responded first. Miss Jiang, you may not be aware, but our Qi Zone possesses a unique penchant for consistency. His license plates are identical across the nation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu momentarily suppressed her thoughts on the absurdities of capitalism. Realizing this voice sounded familiar, she glanced up at the rearview mirror, only to lock eyes with a face she recognized from a previous encounter. It was the slender figure she had mistaken for the parent of a lost child at the airport, Uncle Lingti. It's me, Zhao Jin. The driver smiled politely through the rearview mirror. I'm surprised you remember me. My last name is Zhao. You may call me Secretary Zhao. Hello. Jiang Qiyu swallowed her words about Lingti and then, recalling something, tentatively addressed him. Our task today is a one-day date. Could you please? Not a bother at all. Zhao Jin smiled gracefully, speaking his rehearsed lines while driving. Our esteemed General Qi places great importance on today's meeting, and has specifically instructed me to serve as your No, you may have misunderstood. Jiang Qiyu interrupted his lengthy and theatrical elaboration, her tone earnest. I intended for you to pull over so that I could take the wheel. No problem. Where would you like to go? What? The Porsche, bearing the license plate, A886SB, soon set off again. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the car had evidently reached a critical juncture. Up front, Jiang Qiyu confidently maneuvered the luxury vehicle, glancing at the navigation system and fervently assuring, rest assured, I will ensure that today's outing is clear-cut and unforgettable. Before the cameras, she could not articulate it plainly, yet the sentiment translated simply. Young master, I shall attend to your needs with utmost comfort. While she eagerly plotted their date, Zhao Jin in the back seat felt as though he were seated on needles, discomfort radiating through him. Having been with Qiyu for several years, he sensed an unsettling chill despite his neutral expression. What was amiss? This was not how he had envisioned it. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly took out his phone to type. Haven't seen the young master this joyful in a long time, General Qi. What is going on? Before long, Qiyu retrieved his phone to respond. This is the situation at hand. Haven't seen the young master this joyful in a long time. What about my arrangements? Let her be. Quietly stowing his phone, Zhao Jin's gaze flitted between the two, feeling as though he had missed something crucial. Jiang Qiyu's demeanor towards General Qi seemed curiously aligned with his own, which was perplexing. Jiang Qiyu's driving skills were commendable, and she smoothly navigated to the rendezvous point she had meticulously researched. Upon disembarking, Qiyu stood before the grand edifice, gazing at the towering steps. Even with mental preparation, he was left speechless by the sight before him. The IT was not just him, even Zhao Jin and the camera operator struggled to maintain their composure. The audience, accustomed to her bold antics, was once again taken aback. Whoa, you can't be serious. Did I just imagine that? Is this really the place? I must say, the Spearmaster is in fine form, she has always been. Is this truly the so-called date destination? Qiyu felt his temples throb, and his gaze towards Jiang Qiyu sharpened as he inhaled deeply and solemnly stated, Jiang Qiyu, tell me, which well-behaved person brings their date to court? Indeed, Jiang Qiyu had driven them to none other than the entrance of the G City District Court. Faced with Qiyu's incredulity, Jiang Qiyu was unfazed. She grinned and stepped forward, earnestly explaining, you see, all you need is an ID to enter the courtroom as an observer. I checked, and there happens to be a divorce trial happening shortly. Noting his lingering discontent, Jiang Qiyu reassured him, trust me, I come here often. This place is far more intriguing than any performance, thus, adhering to the philosophy of since we're here, we might as well see it through. They ultimately decided to take a look. Due to the constraints of the venue, the camera operator and Zhao Jin were left outside the audience, and the livestream quickly transformed into eager spectators, flooding the chat with comments. Let me see. I want to watch the divorce trial too. What kind of mindset leads one to choose a date watching someone else's divorce? Folks, there's a live stream of this trial on the G City Court's official website. Hurry over. Wow, they can even stream this? I'm on my way. Chapter 56, To Marry or Not to Divorce Before Long. As Jiang Qiyu's audacious plan unfolded, the G City District Court's website was inundated with visitors. Unfortunately, unlike entertainment streams, courtroom broadcasts did not allow for real-time comments. However, following along with guests in a courtroom was, without a doubt, a sensational experience in both the entertainment and legal realms. Soon, Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu, armed with their IDs, smoothly entered the courtroom before the proceedings commenced, taking their seats in the back of the observation area after the clerk confirmed the attendance of the parties involved in the divorce case. The court's rules were announced. The atmosphere was solemn, yet Qiyu felt a mix of emotions he could not quite articulate. During his years abroad, he had experienced everything from icy glaciers to high-altitude adventures. Indulging in all manner of pursuits, legal and otherwise, without a stroke of luck, he might have met his end long ago. Yet, even with such a rich tapestry of life experiences, attending a divorce trial as a date was an entirely new venture. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he stole a glance at the woman beside him, who, while seemingly unremarkable, was distinctly extraordinary. She struggled to maintain a serious expression, yet her eyes gleamed with excitement as she observed the divorce litigants. Qiyu instinctively flicked his fingers, his lips curving into a barely perceptible smile before he returned his gaze to the courtroom. He said nothing, and made no grand gestures, but had Zhao Jin been present, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed in astonishment, "Haven't seen the young master this joyful in a long time." However, Jiang Qiyu, engrossed in speculating which party bore the blame in the marital discord, remained oblivious to his subtle smile. Even Qiyu himself was unaware. Once the presiding judge announced the court was in session, the plaintiff and defendant began presenting their evidence. The circumstances that brought this couple to court were nothing short of explosive within the realm of marriage. The plaintiff wife presented a series of incriminating evidence against her husband, including video recordings, audio files, and hotel check-in records, demanding he leave with nothing, claiming all marital assets should belong to her. The evidence was overwhelming, seemingly sealing the husband as infidelity. Just as the audience anticipated a simple case of marital betrayal, the defendant husband's attorney stood up, transforming the proceedings into a sensational spectacle, instead of refuting the evidence presented by the wife. The defense counsel added a startling detail: the husband's alleged paramour was a man. According to the civil code, unless a married individual cohabits with an opposite-sex partner during the marriage, they cannot be deemed at fault. The defense argued that cohabitation with a same-sex partner did not constitute legal cohabitation, and thus the plaintiff should not seek compensation. Therefore, while the marriage could be dissolved, the husband would not leave empty-handed. Just as the crowd sympathized with the unfortunate wife, an even more shocking revelation emerged: the husband, as the defendant, submitted evidence proving that the wife had also engaged in multiple affairs during their marriage. Although she had not cohabited with her partners as her husband had, notably, the wife's affair involved the same individual as the husband's. Goodness, Jiang Qiyu was taken aback, unable to suppress a low murmur of disbelief as this revelation unfolded. Goodness, truly remarkable. This was beyond mere romantic misfortune. Even the minotaurs would shake their heads, acknowledging this couple as true experts in marital strife. Throughout the courtroom debates, the two individuals, who had long blurred the lines between spouses and adversaries, appeared ready to pounce on each other in a fit of rage. Fortunately, after 3 years of marriage, they had no children to complicate custody matters. Once the trial concluded, the presiding judge announced a recess for deliberation. Jiang Qiyu seized the opportunity to nudge Qiyu's arm, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "What do you think?" Even someone as worldly as Qiyu had nearly been ensnared by the complexities of their relationship. He nodded earnestly, shedding his earlier nonchalance. "I have gained invaluable insights." Ultimately, after deliberation, the presiding judge declared, "Both parties are at fault, yet according to the civil code and marriage laws, neither constitutes a legally recognized fault party." Thus, the judge ruled that the couple would divorce, but their shared assets would be divided equally. With the gavel's final strike, this divorce trial reached its conclusion. Even as both parties harbored resentment, they could not disrupt the court's order. Begrudgingly turning to leave after witnessing such an explosive trial, Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. They exited the courthouse side by side, standing in the bright sunlight, when Qiyu slowly began. "You mentioned you often attended such trials before." Jiang Qiyu hesitated slightly, evasively chuckling. Occasionally, just occasionally, and not paying heed to her demeanor, Qiyu glanced at the two disembarking from the car, arching an eyebrow and a half-smile. "Does that mean that from now on, anyone who divorces you will gain no advantage?" "Not quite," Jiang Qiyu replied as she turned to face him, her smile radiant and her tone light and casual. "At the very least, I can gain a beautiful and charming star as an ex-wife." In the midst of their back-and-forth conversation, Zhao Jin and the cameraman briskly approached the entrance. Suddenly, a lithe figure resembling a greyhound dashed towards them, adopting the demeanor of a battlefield reporter as he inquired, "Having attended such a obvious spectacle, how did you find the divorce proceedings?" It was evident that he had just watched the live broadcast of the trial on the official website, yet he struggled to find suitable descriptors and opted to ask directly, "What are your thoughts after witnessing the court session?" Jiang Qiyu smiled at the cameraman's lens, raised her fist as if it were a microphone, and earnestly began to share her perspective. "I believe that marriage is still a good idea." Zhao Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Not getting married means one must wait alone for death, while marrying allows you to hope for each other's demise." Jiang Qiyu beamed with delight, as if she had truly grasped some profound life philosophy, and whimsically declared, with a sense of anticipation in life, "Everything feels different." After finishing, she shifted the makeshift microphone to Qiyu's direction. Smiling at him in encouragement to share his feelings, however, Qiyu did not follow her lead and instead cast a glance at her, lowering his eyes. He then leaned slightly forward, bringing his lips close to her fist, and casually remarked, "My sentiment is divorce should be avoided." Chapter 57, Companionship Without Cost. My sentiment is divorce should be avoided. As Qiyu's words fell, viewers who had already finished watching the court session and transitioned to the livestream began to fervently comment. "If teacher Chang Mao marries me, I'll die young, and the $1 million insurance beneficiary will be your name." "Aha, who understands? while others are holding hands, my CP has already promised not to divorce. If it weren't for my rational mind reminding me, I would have thought today was the announcement of their marriage. Dear viewers, I've already booked a spot to observe tomorrow's local court session. Is there anything more entertaining than this? After watching the court proceedings, it was only noon. Qiyu raised his hand to check the time and then turned to Jiang Qiyu. What would you like to eat? Jiang Qiyu instinctively patted her pocket, recalling the task entrusted to her by the young master. After a moment's contemplation, she smiled and replied, I want to go to a romantic place to enjoy hot pot with you. Qiyu raised an eyebrow, but before he could respond, she continued, it doesn't have to be romantic. It doesn't have to be hot pot. It doesn't even have to be with you. As long as I don't have to pay. Faced with such a mood-dampening expert, Qiyu had learned to let it go. He turned and opened the car door, leaving her with a parting remark before getting in, anything you want to eat is fine, just keep your mouth shut. Eventually, after Zhao Jin's persistent persuasion, Jiang Qiyu reluctantly relinquished the driving rights of UA 886 SB, allowing him to take everyone to a high-end restaurant under the Qi family's banner that served hot pot. After a satisfying meal, Zhao Jin made a timely appearance, initially brimming with confidence to unveil his carefully arranged date plan. However, he was unexpectedly interrupted by the exuberant Jiang Qiyu. She first lowered her head to tap on her phone, then presented a location in G City to the man across from her. You treat me to a meal, and I'll treat you to a stroll in the park, how about that? Qiyu casually glanced at the location on her phone screen, hesitated for a moment, and then gently nodded, having already been to the court. What was there to refuse? Moreover, a walk in the park should be acceptable, right? Yet, it became evident that Qiyu, in his youth and naivety, had underestimated the challenge ahead. Upon arriving at the so-called park, he took a deep breath but could not help himself. He reached out to gently turn her head towards him, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he leaned in, asking, is this what you call a park? Yes, Jiang Qiyu replied, her head held captive yet defiantly pointing at the large stone tablet at the entrance of the public cemetery. Public cemetery, abbreviated as park, haha, teacher Changmao, you understand abbreviations. Woman, how many surprises do you have that I am unaware of? If you abandon conventional thinking, both locations proposed by teacher Changmao are quite fitting for their date. Viewers ahead, I agree, observing the court won't have fans interrupting, and aside from the graves, the environment during the day is genuinely pleasant due to the sparse crowd. Although it is evident that teacher Changmao has put in thought, I can't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin stood frozen in shock, trembling lips finally managing to stutter out, the court. The cemetery. Were these places you selected in advance? Of course, Jiang Qiyu replied, removing Qiyu's hand from her head. Nodding earnestly with her hands in her pockets and a confident stride, she entered the largest affluent cemetery in G City. How amusing, she had principles when it came to dating, carrying no more than 10 yuan in her pocket regardless of whom she was with. Today, both the court and the cemetery shared a common trait, both were free, companionship without cost, spending the least amount of money for the most enjoyable experience was the ultimate objective. As she confidently walked ahead, Qiyu exhaled in relief and matched her pace. Upon entering the cemetery, they discovered it was vastly different from their preconceived notions of a graveyard. The area was not only adorned with well-trimmed greenery, but the mausoleum designs were also diverse, featuring numerous sculptures dedicated to the departed. Although the cemetery was seldom visited, the sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the air. Strolling through such a tranquil and pleasant environment naturally encouraged a slower pace, allowing them to appreciate the unique scenery, which proved to be quite enjoyable. Along their path, they encountered various gravestones and epitaphs. One small grave had a headstone not in the usual square shape, but rather intricately carved to resemble a cloud. It told the story of a girl who passed away at the tender age of 8, with an epitaph full of whimsy, in the future I want to be a carefree cloud. Another, a young man who died at 30, bore a simple inscription, no need to sleep excessively in life, one will rest eternally in death. An elderly gentleman in his 80s cited Hemingway, forgive me for not rising. Many of the epitaphs were striking or deeply moving, watching life and death with a cool gaze. I ride through the mundane, the soul ascends to heaven, the body rests in the earth. Anonymous monument, who am I, no cilantro and offerings. These epitaphs, imbued with a sense of release and even humor, made one feel less sorrowful and burdened while walking in such a place. Confronting death is indeed a remarkable experience. The two walked leisurely side by side when Qiyu suddenly spoke, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. If it were you, what would you want inscribed on your gravestone? Jiang Qiyu lifted her gaze to the dense foliage above, pondering for a moment before responding directly. Life is like tofu pudding, whether sweet or savory, it ultimately remains a mushy mess. Following her words, the audience in the livestream began to speculate about their own life epitaphs. Before long, another trending topic emerged, your life epitaph. Thus, the two meandered through the beautifully landscaped cemetery, stopping and starting, until they finally found their way out of the labyrinthine grounds. At that moment, they were nearing the scheduled start time of the concert arranged by the production team. Chapter 58, Rest assured dogs have no right to portraiture. Zhao Jin drove the two of them swiftly to the Snow Lotus Grand Theater as designated by the production team along the way. Jiang Qiyu, still intrigued, opened the live stream to check on Song Yan and Zhou Shun's segment. They had already concluded their visits to the aquarium and amusement park, arriving early at the theater. Given that the cemetery was situated far from the city center, their UA-886SB only just made it to the entrance of the Snow Lotus Grand Theater a few minutes before the performance was set to begin. Wow! Zhao Jin slowly parked the car at a distance, gazing at the Grand Theater's entrance, unable to suppress a gasp. Is this stop the six great sects attacking the bright summit? They temporarily halted on the opposite side of the road. Peering through the one-way glass of the car windows, the once unremarkable theater entrance was now thronged with a dense crowd, their identities proudly displayed on the banners they held aloft. I carry the banner for Changmao. Who dares to challenge me? Blow your nose before pulling up your pants. Jiang Qiyu, you're walking the flower path. Put on your socks before your shoes. The Changmao CP reigned supreme, despite the glaring lightsticks held by others. An awkward tension permeated the interior of the imported Porsche. It seemed that the fans had learned through a live stream of your arrival at the Shuelian Grand Theater and had come here to stake out. Zhao Jin turned to the two in the back seat, inquiring with a tone of uncertainty, "What shall we do now?" Although the live broadcast had a delay, they would soon discover that we had arrived. Jiang Qiyu silently glanced at the entrance, already besieged by fans, and then exchanged a decisive look with Qiyu. Subsequently, with the cooperation of the cameraman, they stealthily exited the vehicle. Zhao Jin, with the flamboyant UA-886SB, boldly drove into the plaza at the theater's main entrance. Before long, the two lurking in the shadows, even from across the street, could distinctly hear a piercing scream of surprise. "It's the SB Porsche!" Followed by a cacophony of deafening shouts. "Jiang Qiyu, my long-eared seeping, Shizong Vimi 50. Amidst the frenzied cries of the crowd, Zhao Jin found himself trapped in the car, unable to move an inch. "Qiyu, are you ready?" Jiang Qiyu crouched cautiously nearby, preparing to slip into the theater once everyone was drawn to the commotion. In a moment, I will count to 3, and then we rush in together. She focused intently on the Porsche surrounded by fans, slowly regulating her breathing. 1.2 out. However, before she could utter 3, she felt a firm grip on her hand that hung by her side, just as she was taken aback. A man's voice, tinged with amusement, reached her ears. "Do you truly wish to attend the concert?" Taken aback by his words, Jiang Qiyu stood frozen for a moment. It seemed the perspective had suddenly broadened. She blinked and slowly turned to meet a pair of brilliantly captivating eyes. His gaze was long and narrow, illuminated by distant lights, sparkling like stars. Those eyes, which had always carried a hint of arrogance, now looked at her with a gentle familiarity, almost as if seeking her opinion, or perhaps deliberately enticing her. "Jiang Qiyu, shall we run away together?" Faced with his invitation, Jiang Qiyu slowly shook her head, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "How can this be called running away? Rather, it is an emergency escape." With that, she resolutely grasped Qiyu's hand, and the two sprinted in the direction opposite the theater, their hands tightly intertwined. In that moment, their footsteps, breaths, heartbeats, and even the accelerated flow of blood seemed to resonate in unison. The only difference lay in their thought processes. Qiyu's heart raced like thunder, a sensation he hadn't felt since he withdrew from extreme sports years ago. Remarkably, running on such an ordinary night felt more exhilarating than soaring at 10,000 meters, cheering atop snow-capped peaks, or successfully parachuting to the ground. This was more thrilling than all the adrenaline rushes he had ever experienced. Similarly, Jiang Qiyu's heart raced and her breath quickened, but her excitement was solely focused on leaving work early. Thus, two individuals with differing thoughts but a shared goal held hands and brazenly made their escape amidst the pursuit of numerous fans, justifiably termed an emergency escape. Once they had distanced themselves from the theater, they quickly hailed a taxi, successfully extricating themselves from the crowd. Subsequently, they did not return to the apartment immediately. Jiang Qiyu led Qiyu to a small eatery where, after a simple disguise, she smiled mysteriously at him. "Today, I am happy, so I'll treat you to yakitori." Qiyu initially thought she had a sudden change of heart and was about to indulge in a lavish meal at a Japanese restaurant. However, before he could comprehend, he found himself unceremoniously seated on a small stool at a roadside barbecue stall. "Boss, bring me 2 pounds of grilled chicken offal." Jiang Qiyu, wearing a mask and unbothered by the possibility of being recognized, shouted at the busy grill master while holding a grease-stained menu, and 2 beers. Dressed in nearly six-figure casual attire, Qiyu showed no signs of discomfort being at such a roadside stall, merely raising an eyebrow at her. "Do you enjoy drinking?" At the last gathering for Jiang's grandfather's birthday, she had not only downed 3 shots of baijiu but had also stealthily pocketed the remaining half bottle of Mao Tai. "Not bad." Jiang Qiyu waved her hand dismissively. "I don't understand why some people become addicted to alcohol. I used to drink every day and never got hooked." Qiyu couldn't help but smirk at her earnest nonsense hidden beneath the mask. "You didn't get addicted but drank every day?" Don T minded. While they conversed, the skewers and beer arrived at their table. Having not eaten much for lunch and having strolled around the cemetery all afternoon, they were indeed quite hungry. Just as they prepared to feast, an angry voice erupted from the adjacent table. "We don't know you, please leave." They exchanged glances and turned in unison. The table that had originally been occupied by several girls was now surrounded by 3 men. Not only were they verbally harassing the girls, but one even grabbed a girl's arm with a lewd tone. "It's so boring for you ladies to be dining together at night. Why don't we share a table?" Although there were many people around, they remained silent. As the repugnant man leaned closer to the girl, Jiang Qiyu suddenly stood up. She pulled out her phone and began recording. Striding forward confidently. As the men snapped out of their stupor and turned to her, she smiled and said, "Excuse me, it's my first time seeing a dog wanting to share a table with people. May I film this, you little?" As the 3 men started to react, preparing to angrily confront the masked woman, a tall figure, also masked, leisurely stood up and walked over to her side, casually saying, "Feel free to film. Dogs don't have portrait rights." Chapter 59. Don't get violent, use a slim one. Damn it, this woman, with Qiyu present, the 3 men, though still brimming with arrogance, were slightly restrained. One burly man approached, glaring at them with fierce intent. "You want to meddle in our business?" Jiang Qiyu continued to hold her phone aloft, ignoring him, but she took a small step back, lowering her voice to Qiyu. "Why did you stand up? Didn't I signal for you to call the police while I held them off?" Qiyu merely glanced at her, then leaned closer, his voice steady. "I thought you were just giving me a sign." Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes and gestured again to make a phone call. No problem. Qiyu smiled at her, then casually took out his phone, speaking nonchalantly. "Now is the time to call." Then, in the presence of the 3 men's fierce gazes, he calmly dialed 110. Those damn. Seeing this masked man and woman so audaciously calling the police in front of them, the once arrogant men erupted with fury. One kicked over a nearby table, grabbing an empty bottle as he stormed forward, cursing, "You're calling the police? I'll take your woman too." As he approached, he raised the bottle, ready to strike Qiyu. At that moment, the call to the police was answered. Before the operator could speak, Qiyu shoved his phone into Jiang Qiyu's hands and unhesitatingly faced the man with the bottle, raising his long leg. Bang. The first man to charge was short, and Qiyu cleanly kicked him in the chest. The powerful blow sent the seemingly robust man flying, crashing into a table that had already been vacated by several girls. The flimsy table collapsed instantly, dishes shattering everywhere. Seeing their companion injured, the other 2 men were instantly consumed by rage. "You're asking for it, damn." One grabbed a chair, while the other found a broken table leg. Charging at Qiyu like mad dogs. "Watch out." Jiang Qiyu had just finished explaining their location to the police when she turned to see the 2 lunatics charging at them without care. Instinctively shouting a warning, however, Qiyu showed no signs of fear. Instead, he stepped forward, skillfully dodging the swinging club while evading the chair aimed at him. He effortlessly sidestepped their attacks and, after shaking off his stiff arms, assumed a professional fighting stance. "If you're going to be so unaggressive," he tilted his head at the 2 stunned men, his tone dripping with disdain, "then I might just have to attack you." By a stroke of luck, participating in underground boxing matches abroad had been one of his former pursuits of thrill. During his bouts, he also indulged in a peculiar little hobby. Bang. Shut your mouth. Does your breath smell that foul? Bang, bang, what are you screaming about? The tartar on your teeth must weigh more than your brain. Subsequently, the expressions of the onlookers shifted from terror and fear to an even deeper state of fright and anxiety. Throughout the brief 10-minute scuffle, Jiang Qiyu's demeanor transformed from initial astonishment to palpable excitement. Noticing that the man who had been kicked down was attempting to rise, she stealthily approached from the side. Wielding a wine bottle. As he managed to sit upright, she seized her opportunity. Bang, she knocked him back to the ground, flashing a sheepish grin at the surrounding crowd, exclaiming, "Look at this young man. So fit, he just lies down and falls asleep." After 2 others had collapsed in agony, Qiyu, armed with a table leg he had snatched, advanced towards the man who had instigated the altercation. Jiang Qiyu's earlier blow had not been particularly severe, he had merely been dazed momentarily before regaining his senses. Now, clutching his head and sitting up, he saw the man, akin to a demonic fiend, approaching him menacingly with a wooden stick. Listening to the anguished wails of his companions, he found himself momentarily speechless, trembling hands supporting his weight as he attempted to flee. However, Qiyu stepped forward, forcefully planting a foot on his chest, shaking the bloodied stick in his hand while leaning down to look at the man. "What was it you just said?" His expression was not particularly fierce, and his tone was remarkably indifferent, yet to the man, it felt like a devil's whisper, sending chills down his spine. I was wrong, Before he could finish, the pressure on his chest intensified, rendering him unable to utter another word. "I dislike that phrase. I'd appreciate it if you could retract it." Qiyu shook his head, raising the immensely thick wooden stick as if to thrust it into the man's mouth, but just as he lifted his arm, he felt someone grasp it, and Jiang Qiyu's slightly serious voice rang out from behind, "Don't be too rough." Turning in confusion, he saw her holding a steel rod, scavenged from who knows where. With a sinister smile, "Let us use a thinner one." Before Qiyu could react, the man beneath his foot, terrified by the duo resembling living harbingers of doom, screamed and rolled his eyes back. Fainting and gradually cheers began to erupt from the crowd. Awesome, gotta, so impressive, so cool, good, well done. Jiang Qiyu then came to her senses, relieved that both of them were masked, thus avoiding immediate recognition, just as she contemplated slipping away. The distant wail of police sirens began to echo, faced with several officers swiftly parting the crowd to enter. Jiang Qiyu tugged at her teammate, whose record was a trio of kills, and sheepishly remarked, "Officer, if I say they were like this when you arrived." The officers stared at the chaotic scene before them, with one man unconscious on the ground and two others wailing incessantly, and firmly insisted, "We need you both to accompany us for a moment." Chapter 60, Why are you in the urology department? Their class finished at 7, and they entered the police station at 8. The 2 pounds of grilled chicken entrails and 2 jugs of beer remained untouched, leaving Jiang Qiyu feeling quite unwell. When they arrived at the police station to file a report, it was fortunate that she had genuinely filmed the incident with her phone. That footage corroborated that the other party had initiated the violence, allowing it to be classified as mutual combat, subsequently leading to civil mediation by the police. "Oh no, I'm dying, my chest hurts, I can't breathe, I've got a fracture, I might have a fracture. I am dizzy, I request to go to the hospital for an x-ray, I've got a concussion." However, the 3 men from the opposing side had been uncooperative since their arrival at the police station, wailing about how they were on the verge of death after every 8 questions posed by the officers. To in summary, it was all about not wanting to suffer in vain. The on-duty policemen, accustomed to dealing with these regulars, found themselves at a loss. Repeated admonitions failed to elicit cooperation. Just as the situation grew increasingly tense, a more piercing wail of agony erupted within the precinct. "Oh no!" Jiang Qiyu clutched her hand tightly, her face a mask of pain and panic as she looked at the startled officer. "Officer, I think I might need an amputation." She had searched her entire body and only discovered a nearly healed wound on her palm, likely sustained when she struck that man with the bottle. Yet her ability to twist the narrative was truly remarkable. As her eyes darted around, reconstructing the scene, "Just now, amidst the chaos, I don't even know who it was, but a bottle flew over. Damn." Upon hearing her words, the men sitting across immediately became agitated. "This woman is spouting nonsense. We absolutely did not." But before he could finish his retort, he suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. Touch her. Feeling a cold, piercing gaze upon him, a wave of primal fear surged through him. The rebuttal he had intended to make fizzled out as he dared not meet the gaze of the man resembling a living demon, instead clutching his chest in feigning agony. "Oh no, 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 hey!" As they wailed, Jiang Qiyu matched their cries. As the saying goes, evil begets evil. Just moments ago, at the barbecue stall, they had sought to initiate conflict, only to encounter Qiyu, this living harbinger of doom. Now, at the police station, they attempted to act tough again, but instead found themselves facing Jiang Qiyu, who was even more relentless. Qiyu sat quietly beside her, watching her wail without intervention, occasionally casting a threatening glance at the 3 men seated not far away. The trio, unable to retaliate or outcry her, felt utterly humiliated, their eyes reddening with suppressed tears, nearly breaking down in the police station. After a few moments of their collective wailing, the officers on duty could no longer bear it. Moreover, seeing the bloodied faces of the 3 ruffians, it was indeed prudent for them to receive medical attention first. Thus, the mediation was paused, and both parties were escorted to the hospital for examination, treatment, and injury assessment. This time, there were not many patients in the emergency room, allowing Jiang Qiyu to fully embrace her theatrical performance. She first checked into orthopedics for external injuries, then underwent a CT scan for internal injuries, and lastly visited psychiatry to affirm her mental distress. In the end, the doctor's examination results suggested that the man behind her should attend to his wounds first, as her injuries were deemed unnecessary for further examination. It was only after the doctor's reminder that they noticed Qiyu had sustained abrasions on his hands from hitting too hard. Thus she, armed with a pile of seemingly intimidating but ultimately normal test results, anxiously settled Qiyu onto a bench in the hospital corridor. With a concerned expression, she inquired, "I was so preoccupied with acting. Why didn't you mention you were hurt?" Qiyu merely shot her a strange glance, pausing before replying earnestly, "I feared that if I spoke up, you would want me to join in your cries. I found it embarrassing." Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes in response. "So me wailing in the police station doesn't embarrass you?" "It's still embarrassing." Facing her disdainful gaze, Qiyu slightly lowered his eyes to look at her, his gaze imbued with amusement. "But it's a bit better than me wailing myself." Internally decrying the wicked capitalist, she pursed her lips and then slightly tilted her head to look at him. "Besides your hand, where else does it hurt?" After speaking, she began to ponder quietly. "Perhaps we should check everything out." The man remained seated quietly, his gaze descending upon the girl crouched before him, his gentle eyes traced over her soft hair, bright eyes, and well-defined nose finally resting on her slightly pursed pink lips, seemingly drawn tight with concern. "You." Qiyu leaned closer to her, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible allure. "Are you worried about me?" Of course, Jiang Qiyu did not deny it. Nodding earnestly, she glanced around furtively, then leaned closer to him, mimicking his earlier posture. The proximity was indeed somewhat excessive, allowing Qiyu to catch a whiff of her faintly sweet scent amidst the antiseptic odor of the hospital corridor. Just as they both momentarily lost focus due to their closeness, he heard Jiang Qiyu's deliberately lowered voice. Do you have any hereditary diseases, chronic illnesses, infectious diseases, or allergens? We should uncover everything. Even if it's just a fever or athlete's foot, let us pin it all on them. As her words fell, the lively little deer within Qiyu's heart came to a sudden halt. And he swiftly distanced himself, leaning back slightly, his tone tinged with annoyance. No, Jiang Qiyu, somewhat disheartened, pouted her lips in disappointment. Alas, her health was in such excellent condition that not even a single canker sore marred her mouth. It was futile to feign illness. She had hoped to find some ailment in Qiyu's demeanor, but that too had proven unsuccessful. Was it not said that in novels, 9 out of 10 CEOs suffered from gastric ailments? And the remaining one had a fear of women, yet here he was, brimming with vitality. TSK, noticing her conflicted expression, Qiyu impatiently shook his injured right hand, then flexed his left foot, which had been subtly aching since earlier. He addressed the person desperately seeking a flaw in him. Aside from my hand, my heel seems to be hurting a bit as well. Why don't you go get it checked? As soon as he uttered these words, he watched as her previously furrowed brow transformed into an odd expression as she scrutinized him from head to toe. With a decisive nod, she patted her knee and promptly made her way to the registration desk. Qiyu frowned slightly, struggling to comprehend her erratic thought process. What was going on in her mind? However, it soon dawned on him what Jiang Qiyu's earlier look of surprised sympathy, and even reassurance, truly signified. Is this the appointment you've made? Observing her eagerly returning with a registration slip, Qiyu felt a throbbing headache and managed to squeeze out, "Why did you register for the urology department?" Jiang Qiyu blinked in confusion. Didn't you say your heel was hurting? Chapter 61. One should eat when feeling low. Qiyu nearly collapsed from exasperation after sending her off to cancel the urology appointment. He proceeded to the surgical department to have his wound dressed. Just as he completed the necessary procedures, Zhao Jin arrived breathless and without hesitation, sliding to a halt before him. His heart-wrenching cry rivaled that of someone earlier at the police station. President Qi. Behind him trailed another figure, equally concerned and anxious, the chief director of the You Understand Love program, Director Zhang. Clutching a large bouquet of lilies, he hurriedly approached, his expression mingling trepidation with a hint of hope. President Qi. Are you not feeling all right? While his face displayed careful consideration, his heart seethed with fury. Who on earth had the audacity to disclose the theater's precise address and showtime to the fans, had it not been for the overwhelming number of fans which prevented the production team from promptly addressing the situation? This ancestor wound T straight from the group, and now it had escalated to the point of involving the police and a hospital visit? The potential repercussions for the program's reputation were minor compared to the disaster that could ensue if something were to happen to young Master Qi during the show. The consequences were unfathomable. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Director Zhang abandoned the live production team and rushed after Zhao Jin to the hospital. Even as Zhao Jin parked, he purchased the largest bouquet from the flower shop at the entrance. Qiyu, observing Zhang's visibly anxious demeanor, merely nodded slightly, stating, "It's nothing serious." Before Zhang could utter further words of consolation, Qiyu turned to Zhao Jin, who had transformed into a flurry of activity. His tone turning grave. "You need to handle those individuals." Having worked alongside Qiyu for several years, Zhao Jin understood the weight of his words and nodded in acknowledgement before promptly exiting. The world seeks but two things throughout life: wealth and power. Historically, these two have always been inseparable. The ruffians, at that moment, likely harbored delusions of extorting a significant sum due to their injuries. Oblivious to the formidable force they had unwittingly provoked, once Zhao Jin departed, Director Zhang became noticeably more cautious. President Qi, just as he was about to explain the fan situation outside the theater, he heard a lively voice from behind. "Qiyu, is everything all right there?" Jiang Qiyu had cancelled her urology appointment and, upon descending to the vending machine, purchased 2 bottles of water. As she ascended the stairs, she noticed Zhao Jin hurriedly greeting her before he exited. Upon entering the room, she discovered Director Zhang seated in the ward. What had initially filled her with delight now brought an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Akin to a diligent student caught skipping class by their teacher, she waved at Director Zhang, resolving to divert the topic before he could chastise her. Her gaze fell upon the massive bouquet of lilies he still held, and Jiang Qiyu pointed at it with a sheepish smile. "Director Zhang, are you planning to sell those?" Director Zhang, preoccupied with how to explain the production team's blunder to Qiyu, was caught off guard by her question and awkwardly chuckled. "At my age, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it?" Jiang Qiyu nodded, then suddenly widened her eyes. "What?" The moment Zhang uttered those words, he immediately recognized his blunder, but before he could rectify it, he heard a voice nearby, tinged with amusement. She was referring to the flowers. Director Zhang thought it was flowers. Of course it's flowers. Director Zhang broke into a cold sweat, clutching the bouquet tightly, glancing nervously between the two who seemed to grasp the situation instantly. "I meant, at my age, selling flowers wouldn't be appropriate." Jiang Qiyu chuckled. "Is that so?" Director Zhang flustered. "Yes, indeed." He quickly placed the lilies on a nearby table and turned to the two with utmost seriousness. The production team has decided that due to unforeseen circumstances, you both will not be attending the concert and must return to the apartment. As he spoke, he examined Qiyu's right hand and left foot, both of which were wrapped in bandages, cautiously inquiring, given the current situation, do you need to stay for further observation? No need, Qiyu replied, donning his shoes and exuding an aura of resilience, his tone calm. Let us keep today's events under wraps. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Qiyu's minor injury required no more than a simple band-aid to heal, while Qiyu's abrasions were similarly trivial. They returned to the You Understand Love apartment with director Zhang. Their day had been nothing short of explosive, traversing from confessions in the morning to a courtroom in the afternoon, a cemetery visit, and concluding with a trip to the police station. This whirlwind of events marked a day of unprecedented excitement within the entertainment industry. Arriving back at the apartment late, the others had already retreated to their rooms. The living room lights dimmed to a soft glow. Exhausted from their day, they headed straight for the elevator, reaching the top floor, exchanging a quick farewell before swiftly entering their respective rooms. Jiang Qiyu initially thought she would fall asleep the moment she hit the bed, but after washing up and lying down, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to drift off. She resigned herself to pulling out her phone and opening the Love Circle chat, spear dipped in feces. Whoever it touches dies. Returning home late, I saw countless delivery riders hustling to deliver meals. Suddenly, I felt a surge of emotions. Everyone else is still eating at this hour, what reason do I have not to indulge? She had not tasted the evening's Chinese-style grilled chicken, and by now her stomach was growling with hunger. However, after posting her thoughts in the chat, several minutes passed with no responses. She felt her empty stomach and opened a chat with someone who was undoubtedly still awake, spear dipped in feces. Whoever it touches dies. I'm not in a great mood right now. This time, a reply came promptly. You, then don't say anything. I'm in a good mood and don't want you to affect it. She paid no heed to his response and continued her monologue, spear dipped in feces, whoever it touches dies. Do you know what one should do when feeling down? You, I don't want to know. Spear dipped in feces, whoever it touches dies. One should eat something when feeling low. You, spear dipped in feces, whoever it touches dies, because it's heartache you want to chew on. You, spear dipped in feces, whoever it touches dies. So, anticipation, you, chewing gum? Spear dipped in feces, whoever it touches dies. I don't like that saying. You, let us go downstairs for a late night snack. Spear dipped in feces, whoever it touches dies. Bro, you're my only brother. Chapter 62. You understand how to stir up CP. Ever since the thrilling day of dates, Jiang Qiyu had diligently followed through with their previous agreement. On the show, she launched what she believed to be a strategic offensive against Qiyu. This manifested in her giving him full marks for her daily heart-throbbing scores, sending him nightly messages that resembled borderline harassment, and declaring her unwavering choice during every duo activity, often gazing at him with profound affection. Yet, these antics were merely childish play. What truly left Qiyu flabbergasted lay ahead. During a fishing excursion organized by the production team, she inadvertently fell into the sea, only to be rescued by Qiyu. To express her gratitude, upon returning, she excitedly prepared a lavish pot of soup from a meticulously chosen octopus and brought it to his room. Were it not for Qiyu's extensive knowledge, which enabled him to identify the so-called beautiful octopus as the highly toxic blue-ringed octopus, their dating show might have swiftly transformed into a legal drama. As the production team organized a group trip to a temple for blessings, Jiang Qiyu, in front of the cameras, fervently declared her intention to seek a love fortune for herself and Qiyu. Ultimately, however, she cycled through 3 fortune sticks and broke 16 bad ones without managing to draw a single good fortune. At last, under the superstitious persuasion of the temple monks, she reluctantly abandoned the activity. Subsequently, the production team arranged for the guests to indulge in barbecuing and drinking, aiming to encourage everyone to express their true feelings and thoughts. However, after a few bottles of wine, Jiang Qiyu immediately transformed into the self-appointed inspector of the drinking party. In her own words, my eyes are the measure, no one can escape from drinking. Upon noticing someone attempting to escape their drink by adding fruit to their cup, she shook her head in disappointment, saying, take your fruit to the children's table. A Feng Shubai advised her to drink less, to which she resolutely replied while holding the wine bottle, if I take another sip, I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Ultimately, everyone became intoxicated, drinking more and more until most were nearly incapacitated. Only she, in a half-drunken stupor, clung to Qiyu, who was unable to drink due to an allergy to alcohol, and passionately declared, young master, you must believe me, everyone else is sincere towards you, I am only after your wealth, oh young master. The production team then tasked the guests with creating DIY tokens for each other, while others crafted engraved rings or customized earrings and pendants. Jiang Qiyu measured Qiyu's head and, after much effort, produced a crooked yet vaguely recognizable pure silver tightening spell. Qiyu, not to be outdone, pulled out a pair of handcuffs made of silver joined together by a silver chain. Together, they shattered the entire token circle. During their second day of dating, Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu remained paired. This time, Qiyu learned from the first date and took charge of the itinerary. Throughout the day, Jiang Qiyu experienced every conceivable and unimaginable form of reckless adventure. Roller coasters and drop towers were merely appetizers. Bungee jumping, car racing, paragliding, diving, skydiving, flying a plane at a height of 100 meters, Qiyu excitedly shouted in her ear, "Are you having fun?" To which Jiang Qiyu could only roll her eyes and weakly reply, Getting there. By the end of the day, after various extreme sports, she couldn't help but wonder if Qiyu intended to showcase their love in front of the cameras or if he was secretly seeking revenge related to the blue-ringed octopus incident. Over the past week, the program You Understand Love not only garnered immense live viewership but also received a plethora of viewers as the highlights were broadcast. Jiang Qiyu, in her quest for the 3 million, employed every tactic to interact and sweeten her rapport with Qiyu on camera, yet, the more effort she exerted, the more bittersweet the outcome appeared. Initially, when they had little interaction, the long-ear CP fandom was rampant across the internet. With trending topics emerging one after another, even their normal interactions would be recorded by fans, edited, and endlessly replayed to relish the sweetness. However, now that she genuinely wished to promote their pairing, the situation developed in a direction entirely contrary to her plans. Racing madly in the opposite direction, the trending topic long-ear CP Israel gradually morphed into his long-ear CP real, and later transformed into long-ear breakup CP. Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu suspected discord. Long-ear CP fans, don't go mad, we're no longer shipping. Following a series of their enigmatic actions, fans collectively concluded that their various inhumane antics were a protest against the CP fandom, subtly indicating their unwillingness to be bound together and resorting to such extreme measures to inflict mutual harm. Prominent fans of the long-ear CP community began to abandon ship in droves. Within mere days, the once booming CP community, approaching 1 million followers, dwindled to less than 100,000 and continued to decline. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, living in the understanding love apartment without a phone and isolated from the world, remained blissfully unaware. She continued to strive earnestly yet poignantly, diligently playing the role of Qiyu's pursuer. Today, the production team assigned the task of random script performance. They presented a scenario where a man brings his wealthy new girlfriend to a CAF to break up with his old flame. After announcing the premise, they randomly drew names from a box to assign roles. The man was to be played by Lu Hong, the illustrious actor, while Jiang Qiyu was cast as the old flame. And Fang Shubai is the new love interest. Upon hearing these names, laughter erupted among the group, with Fang Shubai looking disheartened, exclaiming, why me again?" His previous attempt at cross-dressing had resulted in memes and parodies that still circulated widely online. How could he possibly portray a woman again? Only Jiang Qiyu comforted him with a smile, saying, "It's alright, everyone has their own tastes." Just as Fang Shubai looked at her with gratitude, she added, "I'll try not to feel nauseated." The drawing was indeed random, and Fang Shubai could only accept his fate. After a brief period of preparation, they settled into the simple set designed by the production team. Jiang Qiyu and Lu Hong didn't require much primping, primarily because the makeup artist had found Fang Shubai a golden wig. Once he donned it, everyone felt transported to a romantic movie set, eliciting laughter from the audience at his disheartened expression. "Don't worry, life passes swiftly. If Fang Shubai could consider relocating to another planet, I wouldn't mock my idol. I'm just showcasing my newly done porcelain teeth." With the trio ready, the director promptly brought out a small megaphone and declared, "Action." Jiang Qiyu had to concede that despite Lu Hang's irritating demeanor, his title as the youngest dual award-winning actor seemed well-deserved. Even when faced with Fang Shubai's mockingly poor disguise, he could seamlessly enter character as soon as the director called for action. He seized Fang Shubai's hand and unashamedly pulled him into his embrace, displaying an expression of gentle passion reminiscent of a charming rogue. "Darling, she has been the one pursuing me all along." Fang Shubai, suddenly enveloped, felt an involuntary shiver run through him, yet he dutifully continued his lines. "Darling, your isn't that great either." Jiang Qiyu watched the two engage in this forced display of affection, discreetly pinching her thigh beneath the table to suppress her laughter. Her eyes widened as she tried to cultivate a blend of anger, indignation, and profound sorrow. Gazing at Lu Hang's impassive expression, she incredulously exclaimed, "You would break up with me for a man in a wig?" Upon her declaration, both men were momentarily struck dumb. It was Lu Hong who subtly patted Fang Shubai's arm, prompting him to emerge from the depths of embarrassment. After a couple of coughs, he attempted to embody the role of the wealthy new girlfriend, casually gesturing towards an arbitrary direction, speaking haughtily, "Do you see that red Ferrari parked at the entrance?" After Jiang Qiyu nodded, he lifted his chin in a condescending manner, declaring, "It's mine, yours." Indeed, Fang Shubai grew more engrossed in his role, confidently tossing his golden curls as he boasted about his wealthy persona. "At 20, I bought it outright through my own efforts." Surprised, "Your own efforts?" In response to his ostentatious display of wealth, Jiang Qiyu played along, asking, "What do you do for a living?" Fang Shubai smiled slightly, his tone a blend of innocence, sincerity, and disdain. "I work on my parents' mindset." Seeing him perform, the viewers who had been chuckling began to lose their composure. "I don't believe it. I've been trying to convince my parents for 3 years. And they still won't budge on buying me a Ferrari. I just purchased a house in City A today at 22, entirely on my own without any support from my family. All thanks to my imagination. Half a year ago, I quit my job and returned home to my grandfather's pension is $8,000 a month, mine $4,000. It's purely about filial devotion and companionship. Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but smile. To divert attention, she lazily leaned back against her chair, imitating Qiyu's signature arrogance, and with a light laugh, regained the initiative. Did you see the silver gray Porsche next to it? Though Fang Shubai didn't grasp her intent, he nodded along, responding with skepticism. What, is it yours? Not quite. Jiang Qiyu was unpretentious, immediately shaking her head with conviction. Just wanted you to have a look. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, observing her expression of utter disdain, which seemed far from mere pretense. With an acerbic tone, he pointedly remarked, the reason for bringing my darling here today is to make it abundantly clear that you should cease your incessant entanglement with me. TCH, just as she was about to retort, Fang Shubai suddenly slammed his palm forcefully onto the table, exclaiming with an arrogant bravado, here is 100,000. Leave him. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Qiyu swallowed back the argument that had been on the tip of her tongue. Instantly, she assumed a dignified demeanor, embodying the principle that wealth cannot corrupt a noble heart, and glared furiously at the pair of arrogant men across from her. Take your filthy money away. Our pure love cannot be bought with mere currency. Observing her dramatic display, Fang Shubai slammed the table once more, declaring, 200,000, take your odious money back. 300,000, can the memories of our 3 years together really be quantified by money? Fang Shubai shot to his feet. 500,000, Jiang Qiyu, unyielding, rose as well. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 individuals seated as the jury could only watch in bewilderment as the two exchanged barbs. Completely disregarding Lu Heng's performance, Song Yan covered her mouth, whispering, what are they doing? Zhou Shan, lacking understanding of the performance, could only shake his head in frustration. I don't get it. Perhaps I should study abroad for a year and return. Leaning lazily against the backdrop, Qiyu merely curled the corners of his lips, speaking nonchalantly, they are gambling. Zhang Mian turned to him, inquiring, on what? Fang Shubai bets that his current partner will leave that man for money. While Jiang Qiyu was wagering. Qiyu's gaze remained fixed on the two, whose acting skills were rather rudimentary, his tone indifferent. She bets he will continue to raise the stakes. As anticipated, when Fang Shubai escalated the amount to 1 million. Jiang Qiyu's expression instantly transformed from anger to delight. With a beaming smile, she grasped Fang Shubai's palm, which had turned red from incessantly slapping the table, shaking it vigorously. When are you two getting married? Should I come and take care of you during your postpartum period? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease taking this money. Faced with her rapid change in demeanor, not only was Fang Shubai taken aback, but even director Zhang behind the camera felt exasperated. Qiyu, is this how an ex who has been cheated on should behave towards a rival? Sighing, Jiang Qiyu immediately turned her head, shaking it disapprovingly at director Zhang. What rival? This is my half-sister. Chapter 64, who says a general cannot steal. Everyone was amused by her statement, and the once informal improvisational acting challenge was enlivened by her presence. In the second group, Song Yan, Zhang Ling, Zhang Mian, and Zhou Shan drew roles in a Republic of China drama. Although neither Song Yan nor Zhou Shan were professional actors, their collaborative improvisation brought much laughter to the audience. Soon, it was time for the third group, and director Zhang provided a script set in ancient times. The characters included a victorious general returning home, a wife who has waited 3 years, a steward of the general's household, and an orphan brought back from the border by the general. Remarkably, the draw for roles was particularly inspired. Qiyu portrayed the triumphant general, while Jiang Qiyu played the weary wife. The orphan was played by Zhang Mian, and the steward was none other than Fang Shubai, who vowed never to play a woman again. Once the roles were established, the viewers in the livestream perked up instantly. Director Zhang knows what we want to see. No way could this turn into a battlefield of emotions. It's captivating, I love it, I watch it every day. As a former fan of the long-eared couple, seeing them perform as a pair brings me genuine joy. No way could there still be fans of the long-eared couple. These two are on the verge of mutual destruction, and they can still ship a love-hate relationship? The Yumian faction continues to rejoice. White Spear Girl raises the CP flag high. Beautiful wife, loyal steward, help me up, I can still ship this. During the brief 10 minutes of costume changes, fans of various couples were already embroiled in heated discussions in the comments. Soon, according to the plot, Jiang Qiyu and Fang Shubai made their entrance. Fang Shubai donned a steward's attire and, to emphasize his masculinity, had the makeup artist affix 2 small mustaches to his face. Standing with his head bowed behind the elegantly seated general's wife in her plain ancient dress, he slightly inclined his body, tentatively suggesting, "Madam, please eat something, you've lost quite a bit of weight." In response to his concern, the general's wife remained calm, her face etched with worry. "I cannot eat until he returns. I cannot eat without news of him." The steward hesitated for a moment, yet adhered to his character's understanding. Emphasizing, since the tragic news from the border arrived, and the general has been unaccounted for, you have not eaten for 2 days, madam, please have some porridge. The general's wife shook her head again, speaking in a low voice, now is not the time to celebrate. Fang Shubai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, confused, yet, he noticed that the general's wife, who had been filled with sorrow, suddenly changed her worried expression to one of frustration, glaring at him. Now you want to drink porridge? When the time comes for a banquet after his death, will you still be able to eat? You understand the significance of feasting. My long-eared couple has met a tragic end, but allow me a moment to laugh. Fang Shubai finally grasped the situation, fully immersing himself in the role of the steward, with a pained expression directed at the wife, wanting to advise her to maintain a positive outlook when he suddenly caught sight of Qiyu and Jiang Mian entering the scene. Director Zhang chimed in from the sidelines. The general has returned, he has brought back a stunningly beautiful woman. The steward, disregarding his prior concern for the wife, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Welcome back, General, victorious in battle." Jiang Qiyu sighed deeply and slowly rose. Turning to face Qiyu, who strode clad in armor, followed by the graceful Jiang Mian, she took a half-step forward, only to hear the man's lightly mocking voice. "Madam, what did you say earlier about someone dying?" "Who is to die?" The general must have misheard, she resolutely denied, then immediately turned to Jiang Mian, smiling warmly. "You must be the sister, am I right?" Just as Jiang Mian took a step forward. Politely bowing to her and preparing to respond, Qiyu interjected, "No, she is older than you." Since Director Zhang had only provided the setting, the dialogue, and plot required improvisation from all of us, Jiang Mian merely paused momentarily before adding to her character's backstory. This humble girl lost her family on the battlefield while saving the general. Now, I am all alone, and the general, with his kindness and virtue, has brought me back to the general's estate. As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears, appearing pitiful as she softly continued, "I know my origins are humble and do not dare to ask for much. Only hoping the madam will allow me to remain and serve." Sighing, Jiang Qiyu interrupted her. "Oh, sister, what are you saying? Those tasks in the estate can all be handled by the servants. As for you, dear sister," she warmly grasped Jiang Mian's hand, embodying a sisterly bond, "tomorrow, I will have the steward take you out to find a job." Hearing this, Jiang Mian stood frozen, momentarily unsure of how to continue the scene. Meanwhile, seeing that Qiyu showed no intention of stopping Jiang Qiyu, Director Zhang promptly activated his microphone to add to the narrative. At that moment, suddenly, half a jade pendant fell from the orphan. The general focused intently, realizing that it matched the half pendant he held in his possession. This pendant was gifted to him 3 years ago by an unknown white moonlight. Hearing this, Qiyu first shot a frosty glance at the instigator. Director Zhang then turned his indifferent gaze towards Jiang Qiyu, whose expression was brimming with anticipation. With a slight shrug, he casually remarked, "See, I told you it was stolen, did I not?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian nearly lost her composure. Yet she quickly regained her composure, drawing upon her years of experience as a leading actress. She gazed at Qiyu, her eyes glistening. "General, what do you mean? This pendant has been with me since childhood, and it is certainly not a product of theft." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu stoked the fire further, smiling at Qiyu. "General, what does this mean? Is it possible that the half pendant you cherish so dearly is indeed a match for my dear sister's?" Qiyu paused momentarily before pretending to retrieve the half pendant from his bosom, casting a conflicted glance at Jiang Mian. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed, speaking gravely, "Actually, I stole this." Jiang Mian was left utterly bewildered. Jiang Qiyu looked at him, a hint of amusement in her eyes, feigning innocence. Why would a dignified general resort to thievery? What is the matter with the general? Qiyu stood unabashedly with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of righteous authority as if a wave of noble spirit emanated from him. "Who decreed that a general cannot engage in thievery, and why did you only steal half and leave the other half for the owner?" "I only have an affinity for that half, what's wrong with that?" In chapter 65, titled CP Medley, this third skit culminated in General Qiyu returning the jade pendant he had pilfered to the orphan girl Jiang Mian, displaying a commendable attitude of contrition, thus achieving a harmonious conclusion. Amidst the laughter and merriment of the crowd, today's game came to a close, although the majority of the audience had concluded that Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu could never be a couple. Many still cherished the friendship between the two. Due to the unexpected tragic ending of the long-haired couple, the long-suppressed white spear girl suddenly made a remarkable comeback, successfully overshadowing the already beleaguered Lu Mianyan, emerging as a formidable pairing alongside the visually appealing couple. Similarly, the burgeoning connection between Qiyu and Jiang Mian also began to show signs of development. In the midst of this competitive landscape, the variety show had progressed to its later stages, with numerous couples still lacking clarity. Consequently, the production team initiated their plan to stir things up. Next, they would venture to a rural farm for a 2-day one-night group activity. During this period, a voting window would appear in the livestream, and the group activities would be entirely determined by the audience's votes. In other words, the upcoming CP pairings would be dictated by the multitude of viewers. Upon hearing this announcement, the livestream chat erupted in disbelief, followed by an avalanche of comments. "Director Zhang, you truly understand the audience. Does this imply that if fans can meddle, they will orchestrate couple swaps? Let me be clear, I despise arbitrary pairings, but if I am granted the power to swap couples, consider me silent. In the 4 streets of the North and South, if you vote for White Spear, you are a true parent. The Yangtze River's waves push the front waves, my White Spear is the first wave. Thus, as the 8 individuals packed their belongings en route to the farm, the voting window in the livestream witnessed a frenzied surge in votes for several popular couples. Fans rallied their efforts, even involving distant relatives, to safeguard their chosen pairings. Jiang Qiyu, seated by the window, turned to Qiyu, a confident expression gracing her face as she whispered, audible only to him, "During our date last time, I secretly observed that our CP's super topic has the most fans. Securing votes will be a breeze." Curiously, Jiang Qiyu did not possess her own phone, rendering her oblivious to the current external sentiments. Qiyu, while in possession of a phone, had not paid particular attention to any CP discussions. Unbeknownst to him, they had been labeled as a couple that found each other distasteful for various reasons. So, faced with Jiang Qiyu's confidence, Qiyu remained unaware of the underlying issues, merely arching an eyebrow with a subtle smile. Softly inquiring, "So confident, are we?" "Absolutely." Jiang Qiyu, brimming with self-assurance, playfully winked at him. "You possess the financial backing, and I have the spending power. Together, we shall accomplish great things." Upon hearing her words, Qiyu furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding her notion of collaboration. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed there was no harm, thus choosing not to dwell on her phrasing. With that, they continued their journey, each harboring their own thoughts, until they arrived at the rustic farm pre-arranged by the production team. As they disembarked, before they could greet the welcoming ranch owner, a figure came galloping towards them from a distance, riding a cow. "Mu Long, spear, teacher." Jiang Qiyu raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun, squinting to discern the approaching figure on the cow's back. Suddenly, as if recognition struck her, her eyes widened in disbelief. "The cow prince? The traitor hero," she exclaimed simultaneously with Feng Shubai. The cow prince, riding merrily on his bovine steed, quickly closed the distance, preparing to greet his long-lost idol. "Long spear, teacher, it's good to see." Yet before he could finish his sentence, the cow, with no intention of stopping, barreled past the group, continuing its sprint into the distance. "What just passed by?" Feng Shubai gazed at the receding silhouette, his tone tinged with confusion. Wasn't this traitor hero here to welcome them? Jiang Qiyu, equally perplexed, was about to voice her thoughts when the bearded ranch owner, who had come to greet them, spoke in a deep voice. "Pay him no mind, he suffered a kick from a cow as a child." He then promptly donned a broad smile, enthusiastically welcoming the group. "Welcome to our ranch." The group momentarily set aside the peculiar encounter and approached the amiable ranch owner for handshakes. At that moment, Director Zhang, outside the camera, wielding an oversized megaphone, began to announce the upcoming task procedures. "As of now, based on the CP voting results from the livestream, we will temporarily split into pairs. Throughout the task, we will adjust the groupings according to real-time voting data. Next, I shall announce the current pairings: Zhou Shun, Zhang Mian in one group, Lu Hong, Zhang Ling in another, Qiyu, Song Yen in a group, Feng Shubai, Jiang Qiyu in one group." Good heavens, this grouping left everyone momentarily disoriented. Such a CP medley was bound to leave everyone dissatisfied. The chat exploded with lamentations from various CP fans, expressing their dismay. Who on earth cast these votes? Surely the production team didn't rig it. Help, who conceived such a chaotic combination? Step forward, and I promise I won't harm you. Aside from some dedicated CP fans, a larger portion of the votes came from those who didn't support any particular star but relished the drama of it all. Couple swaps, how delightful, I love it, I watch it daily. I confess I have a taste for mischief, I enjoy watching jealousy abound. What's the point of having CPs together every day? Occasionally switching partners offers a taste of double standards. You understand the essence of CP? Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, who had been so confident about pairing with the young master, was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a bewildered glance with the equally stunned Qiyu. Their shared look conveyed mutual astonishment, yet to the audience it appeared as though they were two opposing forces at odds. Thank heavens Longyear isn't in the same group, who knows how they would clash. Indeed, considering previous circumstances, if Longyear were paired together, it would surely lead to intense conflict. Wait. How did I not think of this? I suddenly have a daring thought. Among the 8 present, only Feng Shubai was grinning widely, addressing the camera with enthusiasm. "What? How did you all know I was grouped with Long Spear, teacher? Has the news spread so far?" Yet, just as he flashed a beaming smile, Director Zhang observed the real-time voting data and suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait a moment. Chapter 66, Cow Prince, Cow Child. Life often delivers its heaviest blows when one is most triumphantly unrestrained, Feng Shubai mused. Just as he reveled in his moment before the camera, Zhang's words froze his expression. The data was misread. We are regrouping: Zhou Shun, Jiang Qiyu in one group, Feng Shubai, Zhang Mian in another, Qiyu, Song Yen in a group, Lu Hong, Zhang Ling in one group. as soon as Director Zhang's words concluded, before anyone could react to the groupings, another deep resonant call echoed from afar. Long, spear, teacher, a familiar sight reappeared as the cow prince. Riding the cow, charged towards them once more. Wait for me to think of a plan. He dashed off again. Just like before, the ranch owner seemed unfazed by this spectacle, calmly introducing himself to the astonished group. Hello everyone. I am the owner of the cow and horse ranch. You may call me Uncle Neo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu redirected her attention from the cow prince to the jovial, bearded Uncle Neo. Her voice laced with curiosity. Uncle Neo, about the name of your ranch. With a hearty laugh, the ranch owner, displaying the same robust demeanor as his appearance, explained, my surname is Neo, and my spouse's surname is Ma. Coincidentally, we have both cows and horses here, keeping it down to earth, and Jiang Qiyu felt an ominous premonition rising within her, unable to resist pointing at the retreating figure led by the cow. What is his name? Oh him, Uncle Neo wore an expression of utmost sincerity that he is my son, formerly named Neo Jianjun, but you may simply call him Neozi, Neodozi. Upon hearing this name, Fang Shubai nearly stumbled and fell. Not only him, but the fans in the live streaming room were equally astonished. Is that really an acceptable name? Nyo Prince, abbreviated as Neozi, what's wrong with that? Is no one going to mention it? Then I shall remain silent. The court officials are all hesitant, and not a single person dares to speak. Then I shall also keep my silence. However, Uncle Neo seemed oblivious to the shock in Fang Shubai's words. With a hearty laugh, he continued in a genial tone, this child usually prefers not to be called by his nickname, but I believe it won't matter to you all, as he is a devoted fan of your program. Alright, before the others could recover from their astonishment regarding Neozi, not his name, Director Zhang, suppressing laughter, redirected the conversation. The groups have been tentatively decided from now on based on fan votes. We will tally results every hour, allowing for team changes at any time. Please be prepared. Next, we shall commence the first task of our 2-day, 1-night ranch expedition. Choose your mode of transportation to check into the ranch. The specific check-in locations and required photo poses have already been sent to your phones. The first to gather all check-in locations will have the privilege of selecting the ingredients for lunch. As a reminder, the last team will have no ingredients available for selection. Please hurry to choose your preferred mode of transportation. Let's set off. Upon hearing the first game rules, the crowd exchanged glances, then, following Uncle Neo's gesture, looked towards the absurd array of 4 modes of transportation parked nearby: 2 pairs of roller skates, 2 scooters, a convertible toy car, and an old yellow cow identical to Neozi. Jiang Qiyu, standing closest, reacted the fastest, dashing over in just a few strides. With swift hands, she seized the roller skates and took off running, all the while shouting to her stunned teammate Zhou Shan. Teacher Zhou, why are you just standing there? Go, huh? Oh, Zhou Shan finally snapped to attention, exchanging a knowing look with Song Yan before sprinting after Jiang Qiyu, who was already sitting on the ground, changing into her skates. Teacher Zhou, youth waits for no one. Let's change shoes and set off now, Jiang Qiyu exclaimed, standing ready, her expression filled with enthusiasm. However, Zhou Shan found himself in a quandary, staring at the remaining pair of roller skates beside her. Scratching his head in exasperation, I can't skate. Jiang Qiyu, a former super dancing queen at the ice rink in her past life, was momentarily taken aback. Can't skate. She glanced at the other modes of transportation that had already been claimed, and with a sly smile, she turned to Zhou Shan. Teacher Zhou, how stable is your base? Hot. Thus Jiang Qiyu settled into the convertible toy car, while Lu Hong stubbornly refused to join her, maintaining a sullen expression as he trailed behind. Zhang Mian rode atop the old yellow cow, with Fang Shubai anxiously holding the reins. Qiyu and Song Yan each took a scooter with handles. Jiang Qiyu wore the roller skates, gripping a blue scarf tightly in her hands, the other end securely tied to Zhou Shan's hands. Only Zhou Shan is injured in this world. Mission accomplished. Program team, you truly understand transportation. Is this cow safe? Don't let Mian fall off. Ah. Teacher Spear, I told you to ship with Zhou Shan, not to escort him back to the capital. Our handsome Hong looked so proud. Who noticed he was sneaking glances at the old yellow cow? I 1T reveal who he was looking at. President Chi is also looking at Teacher Spear. If it were before, I would ship them, but now, I suspect he is just relieved he wasn't publicly arrested. Ha 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 ha. Ready. Once everyone was prepared, Director Zhang, holding a high-powered megaphone, bellowed, begin. With that command, the game officially commenced. In a bid to secure their lunch ingredients, everyone exerted themselves to the fullest, heading towards the first designated spot on the map. Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath and turned to Zhou Shan, who was bound by the scarf and roller skates. Teacher Zhou crouched down. Naturally, Zhou Shan, unable to skate, had no complaints and obediently squatted down. Once positioned, he called out, I'm ready. Good. Hearing this, she slightly crouched, arms raised, striking a pose to advance, then propelled herself forward with great force. Off they went, Thus everyone unleashed their unique madness, racing towards the first check-in point, the Wizard of Oz maze. Along the way, Jiang Qiyu sprinted ahead while Zhou Shan trailed behind, screaming in panic. The two created a dazzling spectacle, leaving the other three teams far behind, just as Zhou Shan thought he was nearing the finish line. The seemingly frantic sled dog in front of him suddenly hit the brakes. Bang! Jiang Qiyu released her grip just in time, but Zhou Shan, caught off guard, crashed headlong into the maze's outer wall made of bushes. Before he could struggle to free himself, he heard Jiang Qiyu's enthusiastic voice, "Teacher Zhou, wait for me outside, I'm going to grab something from the center of the maze." With that, she paid no heed to Zhou Shan, who was still stuck in the bushes, and slipped into the maze after receiving the task from the staffer. Zhou Shan, panting heavily, finally managed to sit down on the grass beside the bushes. He glanced at the approaching other teams and yelled toward the entrance where Jiang Qiyu had vanished, "Teacher Spear, you got this." At that moment, however, Jiang Qiyu could no longer hear his fervent encouragement. She had lost her way. After passing that seemingly familiar fork in the road for the 8th time, she was utterly disoriented, north, south, east, west, just as she was preparing to pause for the 9th time at the fork to make a blissful choice. She suddenly heard the sound of wheels rolling against the ground behind her. Soon after, a man's teasing voice reached her ears. "What's wrong? Lost?" Jiang Qiyu spun around to see a figure slowly emerging from around the corner. Although the man had an excellent physique, his posture was anything but graceful. The handlebars of the children's scooter were too low, forcing him to hunch slightly, occasionally extending one long, well-proportioned leg to propel himself forward. How to describe it? There was a certain beauty akin to Lindayu pulling down willow branches and Shuebashu punching Jingguanzai. She pondered. Qiyu glided to a stop beside her on his scooter. Even in this awkward position, he seemed unfazed, casually balancing on one foot, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he looked at her. "Teacher Zhou mentioned you came in a while ago. Why did you stop?" In response to his mischievous taunt, Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Then why didn't you go to Tsinghua? Was it because you didn't want to?" Qiyu shrugged, his tone light. "It's because I chose Harvard's offer." Jiang Qiyu frowned. "What on earth?" Facing her with a gaze reflecting pure naivety, Qiyu offered no reply, instead redirecting his attention to the fork ahead. Without hesitation, he chose the right path and glided away with a single push, leaving behind a bewildered Jiang Qiyu with a casual remark. Harvard. Once Jiang Qiyu regained her composure, she disdainfully muttered under her breath, "Pfft. How can Harbin Buddhist Academy compare to Tsinghua?" With that, she hastily swung her legs to catch up to him. Due to the low height of the children's scooter, Qiyu's speed was naturally no match for Jiang Qiyu, who excelled at skating. Within moments, she had overtaken him. As she passed the distinguished alumnus of Harbin Buddhist Academy, Jiang Qiyu tilted her head and cheerfully remarked, "Thank you for guiding me, esteemed Buddhist scholar. I'll take my leave now." With that, she skipped past Qiyu, who was still leisurely gliding forward. As her figure disappeared around the corner, Qiyu silently watched her retreating back, a smirk curling his lips. Suddenly, he pivoted and took off in the opposite direction, leaving behind a softly spoken phrase laced with amusement. "All's fair in war." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu excitedly skated forward, only to discover that this path led to a dead end. Reluctantly, she turned back, only to serendipitously encounter Qiyu, who had successfully retrieved the task card from the center of the maze. Upon realizing she had been outmaneuvered, she immediately charged forward, gritting her teeth. "You rascal." Just as she intended to deliver a humanitarian rebuke to this monk-like figure, she noticed him shaking the task card in his hand, wearing a disarmingly sincere smile. "Long spear teacher, you were walking too swiftly just now for me to stop you. You wouldn't be angry with me, would you?" Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath, forcing a semblance of a smile that barely resembled one as she replied, "How could I possibly be angry with you? I would rather extinguish your life. I like you too much to be angry." The word "like" was nearly crushed between her back molars. Qiyu pressed his lips together, striving to conceal the mirth on his face. But the twinkling light in his eyes inadvertently betrayed his inner delight. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his gaze to meet the intense glare of the person before him, who seemed to wish him ill, and softly uttered, "Is that so?" "It is. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu, still mindful of their business agreement, uncertain if there were cameras in the vicinity, replied with a feigned smile, "True affection is reluctant to blame." Just as the people of Yunnan would not hold the mushrooms accountable for their toxicity, but rather trust that they themselves did not cook them properly. Faced with her twisted logic, Qiyu couldn't help but slightly curve the corners of his lips. He then reached into his pocket, retrieving another task card to present to her. "Don't develop a fondness for mushrooms anymore." Observing the small task card before her, Jiang Qiyu's previously pursed lips instantly broke into a broad grin. "Since you were so courteous." She reached out to take the task card, flashing Qiyu a radiant smile. "I shall not be polite then." With that, she turned on her heels and sprinted towards the exit. Qiyu, having been outplayed, felt not a shred of anger. Standing still, he quietly watched her low-slung form as she desperately slid away, shaking his head in amused disbelief. Truly ungrateful. After a long search for the exit, Jiang Qiyu handed the hard-earned task card to the staff. Upon verification, the staff asked her and Zhou Shan to strike a couple's pose in front of the maze's exit, and after taking a photo, They could proceed to the next location. The two did not hesitate, confidently posing in a heart shape at the entrance, and after the staff took their picture, they hurriedly departed. This scene was perfectly witnessed by two others waiting nearby. Song Yen, arms crossed, gazed at the couple who performed their tasks with no emotional connection, and remarked meaningfully, "Do you think the four of us can be considered a romantic transfer?" Qiyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent, and replied calmly, "Who is in love with whom?" Song Yen shrugged, her expression intriguing. "Who knows?" Chapter 68. Is beef jerky delicious? Besides the enchanted forest maze, the four groups of guests also toured various sites, including a horse farm, pigsty, and sterile factory. Checking in at each location. Along the way, there was a reshuffling of teams. Ultimately, after everyone had completed their check-ins, thanks to the relentless efforts of their respective fans, the CP grouping saw a shift. Based on the speed of task completion, the new rankings were Song Yen and Zhou Shun in first, Qiyu and Zhang Mian in second, and Lu Hong and Zhang Ling in third. Meanwhile, having finally been grouped with Long Spear teacher, Fang Shubai's smile faded quickly when Director Zhang informed him, "I'm afraid you two will have no ingredients for lunch today." Fang Shubai sighed in disappointment, glancing at his new teammate. Only to find Jiang Qiyu's flushed face tinged with a hint of green. She had put in a tremendous effort, initially ranking at the top, but unexpectedly, misfortune had struck with Fang Shubai, dragging her down in the end. While swapping teammates, they also had to exchange transport. Fang Shubai enthusiastically suggested everyone play rock paper scissors. However, he lost 3 rounds in a row, tearfully reclaiming the old workhorse. In response, Jiang Qiyu, whose smile had gradually shifted to that of the audience, remarked, "If you stab me in the back, I won't hold it against you, for I consider you a friend." This old workhorse appeared sturdy but was, in fact, quite obstinate. They spent 10 minutes laboriously moving just a single step. Finally, it was Jiang Qiyu who tied a bundle of fodder in front of the old cow, prompting them to make a desperate dash. Yet, just as they were about to catch up with the third-place team riding the children's convertible, Fang Shubai encountered yet another mishap. During the task of catching piglets in the pigsty, due to a moment of inattention, he accidentally released over 20 piglets. Thus, the two found themselves chasing after the little pigs with the staff. By the time they had captured all 27 piglets, a significant amount of time had already elapsed. In response to Fang Shubai's heartfelt apology, Jiang Qiyu reiterated, "If you stab me in the back a second time, I still won't hold it against you." "Really? Thank you, Qiyu. Because you've already stabbed me to death." Ultimately, the two managed to complete the task, albeit hurriedly, but according to the rules of the game. The ingredients were indeed gone. Thus, Jiang Qiyu and Fang Shubai could only helplessly watch as others prepared meals with an array of ingredients. Lu Hong and Zhang Ling had a basket of vegetables, while Qiyu and Zhang Mian had several cuts of meat. As the first-place team, Song Yen and Zhou Shan, not only had meat and vegetables but also fresh milk from the farm, along with seafood provided by the production team. Watching her former teammates, who were blissfully preparing a simple yet delicious seafood hot pot, Jiang Qiyu, clutching a bowl of water to stave off hunger, felt a pang of envy. "Their happiness is too loud. It drowns out my sorrow." Snap. Fang Shubai, squatting nearby, silently gnawed on a carrot that the farm lady had secretly handed him, nodding vigorously, "Me too." Watching the sweet couple basking in their love was truly irritating. "Me too. I want to hire someone to pee in the river." "Me too." Hup. Fang Shubai paused, then looked up at Jiang Qiyu, whose face was awash with envy and jealousy, and weakly said, "Isn't that inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it?" Long Spear teacher, Jiang Qiyu was halfway through her sentence when she was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice from a distance. The group turned to see Niu Jianjun, the son of the ranch owner who had been absent since being taken away by the rambunctious calf that morning, riding a cart with a side compartment approaching. Soon, he arrived at their open cooking station. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a shaggy yellow dog perched in the side compartment of the cart. Long Spear teacher, both the boy and the dog dismounted, and Niu Jianjun appeared slightly darker than before. He grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, his eyes darting around suspiciously. Once assured there was no threat, he excitedly pulled out a large bag from his bulging pocket and thrust it into Jiang Qiyu's arms, exclaiming, "Long Spear teacher, I knew you didn't have lunch, so I secretly took my dad's keys and got you some beef jerky from the storeroom. Hurry, eat." Staring in bewilderment at the hefty bag of beef jerky in her arms, Jiang Qiyu was instantly moved to tears, her emotions spilling over. "Good nosy, I really didn't waste my affection on you." "Huh, you really didn't waste your affection on me?" Niu Jianjun chuckled, but then suddenly realized something was amiss, his eyes widening as he looked at his idol, who was struggling to unwrap the package. What did you just call me?" Jiang Qiyu, munching on the beef jerky, divided the remaining portion with the eagerly awaiting Fang Shubai, mumbling indistinctly, "Good nosy." As soon as she finished speaking, Niu Jianjun shot up as if possessed, then bolted away in a frenzy, standing in an open space. He pointed to the sky with one hand, shouting angrily, "Old Niu, I told you, do not call me nosy." Jiang Qiyu paused mid-chew and turned to the expressionless Fang Shubai, who was meticulously managing the beef jerky. Who was he talking to? Fang Shubai shook his head, still silent, while Qiyu, who was plating a small stir-fry at the stove, casually remarked without lifting his head, to the drone surveillance. After Niu Jianjun's outburst, he suddenly remembered that his idol was still watching, and shot a glare at the drone hovering above. Then, as if nothing had happened, he happily returned to Jiang Qiyu's side, watching her savor the beef jerky with a love-struck grin. Long spear teacher. You still remember me, right? I'm your idol. No, you are my idol. Jiang Qiyu nodded. Of course I remember, the undercover hero. Aren't you in the training institute anymore? Faced with the concern of his idol, his grin nearly reached the back of his head. Yes, no longer striving outside, I am preparing to return to family life. Upon hearing this, Fang Shubai also leaned in. So, what are you currently doing on the ranch? Niu Jianjun replied with an air of pride. At present I am a full-time son at home. Witnessing Jiang Qiyu's expression of bemusement, he swiftly shifted the topic. Teacher Changmiao, I have a small request. After saying this, he awkwardly fidgeted, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson as he finally spoke amidst Jiang Qiyu's curious gaze. May I hug you, with a piece of beef jerky stuffed in her mouth? Jiang Qiyu waved her hand dismissively. What's the big deal? However, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp metallic clink interrupted her. Turning her head towards the sound, she beheld Qiyu leisurely tossing a spatula into the pan and then casually reaching to untie the apron around his waist. The man feigned nonchalance, raising his gaze to meet her astonished eyes, pausing slightly before blandly inquiring, Is the beef jerky tasty? Jiang Qiyu blinked, not quite grasping his intent. Do you want to try some? Yet he diverted her question with a downward glance, gesturing towards the 5 delectable dishes on the stove. I may have accidentally overcooked. In an instant, she comprehended, her grin widening even more than Niu Jianjun's before. All of it is going in my mouth. Qiyu subtly curled the corners of his lips. Wash your hands. Chapter 69. Just love that warm bite. Due to Qiyu's ambiguous invitation, the viewers in the live broadcast were utterly bewildered. What is happening? Aren't these two supposed to be at each other's throats? Why is Qi always so kind as to invite Jiang Qiyu to dinner? Could it be poison? Not poison, but one could reasonably suspect a laxative. This explanation is plausible. Teacher Changmiao, leave some food. Could it be that Brother Slap has had a change of heart, wanting to reconcile with Teacher Changmiao? My long ear is making a limited time return? For those up front, the likelihood of that is almost zero. Don't forget how they were trying to eliminate each other before. Meanwhile, Zhang Mian, who was grouped with Qiyu, although reluctant in her heart, could not express any dissent before the camera. She merely smiled lightly, adopting a hostess's demeanor as she addressed Jiang Qiyu. Qiyu, please don't be shy with brother you making so many dishes. It would be a waste for just the two of us to eat them. This declaration of ownership is. Hissed. I smell gunpowder. What nonsense. Our Mian Mian is beautiful and kind-hearted. Inviting someone to dinner is being maliciously interpreted. Jiang Qiyu, lacking the guile to perceive her attitude, happily accompanied Fang Shubai as they washed their hands and moved chairs, beaming as they approached. After placing the chairs, she didn't forget to flash a grin at Jiang Mian. Rest assured, I won't hold back. With that, she plopped down, picked up her chopsticks, and began to indulge unapologetically. Goodness, she truly was unreserved. Not only did she lack restraint, but Fang Shubai was equally unreserved, forgetting social niceties entirely. The two of them together could hardly muster a single shred of subtlety. As they ate, they continually praised Qiyu. Fang Shubai exclaimed, or brother Qi, you are truly virtuous. Jiang Qiyu chimed in, others have boyfriends who are like older brothers. You are like a mother. Fang Shubai beamed with excitement. Then what am I? Jiang Qiyu replied, you are the weapon type, pup. A sword. Qiyu nearly snapped his chopsticks in half. Don't make me slap you while I'm eating. Just as he was fuming, a delicate hand slid a piece of beef into his bowl using serving chopsticks. Qiyu looked up to meet a pair of bright eyes. Jiang Qiyu chuckled awkwardly. This is delicious. You should try some. Gazing into those sparkling eyes, his ire dissipated without a trace. The amusing banter around the dining table naturally sparked fits of laughter among the live stream audience. Ha ha, by meow. Your compliments are on point. Let me say no more next time. What is this warm family atmosphere? Aside from Zhang Mian not being able to join in, the three of them really do resemble a family. Brother Slap is like the mother, Teacher Changmiao is the father, and Bai is their silly son. Wait, the interaction at our dinner table is exactly like the roles you mentioned. As Jiang Qiyu diligently and earnestly enjoyed her meal, a sudden low exclamation from Niu Jianjun broke the moment. Huang, don't run around. Following that, she felt something brush against her calf. Looking down, she noticed the Chinese rural dog that had accompanied Niu Jianjun in the vehicle earlier, now unexpectedly lurking beneath the table. The dog, named Huang, grinned widely and wagged its tail enthusiastically at her. Upon making eye contact with this human, Huang practically wagged its tail into a propeller, licking its face in hopes of coaxing some food. Jiang Qiyu, seeing this, rummaged through her plate and placed a small piece of non-spicy meat in front of it. Just a little for you. Woof woof, Da Huang was elated, rushing over to devour the morsel. After finishing its meal, the dog, sensing the friendliness of this human, eagerly attempted to nuzzle up to her. However, Jiang Qiyu was unyielding, resolutely waving her hand at the hopeful Da Huang. Go away. Shoot! Da Huang seemed to comprehend her rejection, its tail drooping as it turned away in disappointment. Just then, Jiang Mian, who had been quietly eating, suddenly spoke up with a sweet smile. She held out a plastic container filled with meat. Bending slightly to gently call out to Da Huang, "Come here, doggy, over here to your sister." Upon seeing this, Da Huang perked up, eagerly trotting over. "Hey, don't eat!" Jiang Qiyu attempted to interject, but Jiang Mian, with a radiant smile, addressed her. "You see, little dogs have simple desires. They just want to eat, but they don't realize that being too enthusiastic might scare you." After this, she affectionately stroked Da Huang's head, allowing it to lick her palm freely. "Actually, Qiyu, you don't need to be afraid. Dogs raised at home generally don't attack people." After playing with Da Huang for a while, she gently placed the food container at its feet before looking up at Jiang Qiyu with a warm smile. "You've never owned a dog, have you?" "I love little animals, and if it weren't for my busy work schedule, I would really love to have my own little dog." Her words carried a subtle fragrance of tea, though her serene smile suggested a casual remark. However, the viewers in the live broadcast were collectively ecstatic upon witnessing the scene. "Aw, my Mian Mian is so compassionate. I love little dogs too." Dogs, stand up collectively. Our Mian Mian is beautiful and kind-hearted. Unlike some who feign feeding dogs while secretly harboring disdain. Are you trying to belittle others? How did you see the disdain? Encountering small animals reveals one's true nature. Those with eyes can see for themselves. And no matter how well one pretends, the truth will come out in the live stream. Amidst the lively commentary, Jiang Qiyu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. She paused in her task of shoveling rice, poised to speak, when she heard Niu Jianjun's somewhat apologetic voice draw near. "I sincerely apologize. I usually let it roam free on the ranch and don't keep it on a leash. I must have overlooked it, and it came over having failed to embrace his idol earlier." Niu Jianjun was now crouched behind the camera, filming Jiang Qiyu for a 360-degree shot to post on Weibo. Inadvertently allowing Da Huang to dash over. He slightly hunched his body, offering a sheepish smile to everyone. "I hope I didn't disturb your meal." Jiang Mian, who had been watching Da Huang with a maternal smile, graciously waved her hand, her tone amiable. "No worries, its name is Da Huang, right? It's really adorable." With that, she beckoned to the now sated Da Huang, grateful for the meal. Da Huang approached, wagging its tail and licking her. "Ha ha." Niu Jianjun, slightly embarrassed, smiled back at her, then stepped forward and pulled Da Huang aside, firmly grasping its head. He admonished seriously, "Having eaten someone else's meat today, you can't go out and eat feces anymore. Understand?" Jiang Mian froze in place, her smile cracking inch by inch, her voice trembling. What did you say it eats?" Niu Jianjun gazed at her cautiously. "It eats feces." At that moment, Jiang Qiyu, who had been wearing a strange expression, seized the opportunity to speak. "I wanted to remind you earlier, on my way to complete my task, I saw it trailing behind the old yellow cow, and as the cow dropped a pile, it gobbled it up, loving that warm bite." Upon finishing her words, Jiang Mian's expression grew even more dazed. Meanwhile, Qiyu, who had long set down his chopsticks, could not help but scoff, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. "In truth, a puppy's thoughts are quite simple. It merely desires to eat, yet remains unaware that what it seeks is excrement." Chapter 70. Counting ducks. As dinner progressed, Jiang Mian could no longer concern herself with the ongoing livestream, her countenance turning ashen as she bowed her head and fled. Only the bewildered Da Huang remained, tilting his head in confusion as he observed his benefactor's staggering and flustered retreat. Once all 8 had finished their meal, Director Zhang announced a new round of group assignments. To the astonishment of all of the audience's voting resulted in an unexpected pairing of the currently least favored couple. The long ears of Fang Shubai waved reluctantly at Jiang Qiyu before striding towards Jiang Ling. Qiyu, however, remained stoic, casting a sidelong glance at the grinning Jiang Qiyu, his expression softening for a fleeting moment. Yet, the mere sight of the two together sent the audience into a frenzy. "Oh my, do so many people wish to witness the long ears tear each other apart? How much animosity could there possibly be? Is it truly wise to place them together? Let us hope we don't see a repeat of the blue-ringed octopus incident or the deadly parachuting mishap. This unconventional battlefield is riveting. I could watch it every day. Qiyu is so handsome, Qiyu is so handsome, Qiyu is so handsome. Teacher Chang Mao brandishes his sword. Let us strike at the heads of the capitalists." In the afternoon, the production team assigned each group different ranching tasks. Fang Shubai and Jiang Ling were to lull all the little lambs to sleep. Liu Hong and Jiang Mian were to perform designated actions alongside the piglets. Zhou Shun and Song Yan were tasked with driving a mower to create a specified pattern in the grass. Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu, however, needed to count every duck in an entire duck farm. The group that completed their task first would have the privilege of choosing their accommodation for the night. Due to the considerable distance between task locations, the production team announced that the voting results would be finalized after the afternoon tasks concluded. This meant that their groupings would remain unchanged for the entire afternoon. Upon hearing this news, reactions varied widely, with some reveling in joy while others were dismayed, especially Jiang Qiyu, whose ever-sweet smile was on the verge of faltering. After desperately searching for a place to wash her hands, she still felt an unpleasant mix of cow dung and dog saliva clinging to her. To make matters worse, she found herself grouped with Lu Hang, the man who had been both her closest companion and her greatest tormentor in her previous life. It was virtually impossible for her to maintain her composure. Is it possible that Jiang Qiyu and Lu Hang truly ended up together? What is this elusive sense of divorce between them? Strange, they were once the hottest couple. Why have they suddenly fallen silent? Is there genuinely something between them? I must say, the more flamboyant the long years appear, the more fabricated it seems. I increasingly believe Jiang Qiyu and Lu Hang are the real deal. Honestly, I too find the long years rather insincere. How could one possibly give an entire store as a gift? It must be scripted. Jiang Qiyu has produced few works, yet excels at marketing. Let us not speak carelessly. Did teacher Chang Mao offend you? Don't provoke me in this joyous moment. Laughing to death. Some White Lotus is desperately trying to cling to Qiyu for coupledom. Why hasn't Qiyu acknowledged her? Given his status, would he cooperate with teacher Chang Mao for publicity if he were unwilling? Who can truly decipher the affairs of capital? It seemed that every mention of Jiang Qiyu drew attempts to undermine her, likely due to the previous rumors regarding her discord with Jiang Qiyu. However, Jiang Qiyu was no longer the universally reviled figure she once was. During this time, her followers, though fewer in number than Jiang Qiyu's, were fiercely loyal and remarkably talented, while Jiang Qiyu enjoyed a larger fan base. Jiang Qiyu's fans were fiercely aggressive, leading to a mutual disdain that often erupted into disputes beneath trending topics on Weibo. Arguments in the livestream had become the norm, however, unlike the understanding love apartment. There were no large screens here, leaving the parties oblivious to the turmoil. After comprehending the rules, the production team graciously refrained from making them use the explosive vehicles from the morning, instead providing 4 groups with 4 buggies. Jiang Qiyu was the first to dash forward excitedly, taking the driver's seat with a beaming expression. After donning her helmet, she revved the engine, vroom, executing a flawless drift beside Qiyu, flashing him a grin. Hey handsome. What a ride! In response to her sudden advance, Qiyu remained rooted in place, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied leisurely, "What's the fare?" Seeing him engage, Jiang Qiyu's smile brightened even further as she patted the side of the buggy. Recalling their coupledom task, "True love is priceless," this remark elicited a dark expression from Qiyu, and the audience was left speechless. Teacher Chang Mao, please retire those stale lines. It's evident that teacher Chang Mao harbors no feelings for Qiyu. If she did, wouldn't she express them more subtly? Unaware that her attempts at coupledom were met with indifference, and that the more she pushed, the worse the response became, Jiang Qiyu was still lost in her own delight. Silently applauding her perfect retort, Qiyu shook his head, then climbed into the buggy's side compartment. However, due to his height, he found himself folded into an awkward position. As he settled in, he caught sight of Jiang Qiyu's gleeful expression. Prompting him to frown slightly, without hesitation, he reached out and pinched her cheek, turning her head towards the front. "Get moving, just watch." Soon, Jiang Qiyu expertly maneuvered the buggy to the duck paradise situated to the south of the ranch. Upon disembarking, the duo beheld a massive duck pen encircled by fencing, teeming with hundreds of little ducks scurrying about. Jiang Qiyu gaped in shock and bewilderment. This farm is astonishingly large, why else?" Qiyu replied with a hint of derision, glancing sideways. "Did you expect them to let you frolic under the bridge?" Without waiting for Jiang Qiyu to respond, he strode towards the fence, standing quietly to observe. Jiang Qiyu mumbled to herself before trotting after him. Standing beside Qiyu, she first followed his gaze to the cheerful little ducks, then turned to him, her tone tentative. You're not counting them, are you?" Qiyu continued to scrutinize the ducks with keen eyes, responding casually, "Do you see it? What? The ducks' legs?" Jiang Qiyu scratched her head, pondering. "Are they tasty?" "Get lost," Qiyu retorted, casting her an exasperated glance before pointing to the bands around the ducks' legs. "They have numbers." Chapter 71. Closed the door. According to Qiyu's conjecture, each duck on the farm bore a numbered band on its leg. By locating the duck with the highest number, they could ascertain the total count of the ducks. However, this task was no simple feat. They would need to enter the pen and capture as many ducks as possible, seeking out those with even higher numbers. No wonder the production team had devoted the entire afternoon to this one task. Without any pretense, they donned their work uniforms and boldly entered duck paradise. Jiang Qiyu adjusted her pants, her expression resolute as she raised her fist toward Qiyu, rallying their spirits. "Rest assured, together we shall embody the 4 words quack quack chaos." Qiyu sensed another potentially foolish statement brewing and, arching an eyebrow, patiently inquired, "What do you mean?" She pointed at the ducks, declaring, "They quack," then, pointing to herself, she added, "I create chaos." Finally she pointed at him. "You catch," conclusively she declared, "Quack quack chaos." The audience in the livestream erupted in laughter. "You truly understand division of labor." Teacher Chang Mao, clear delineation of roles. No problem at all. Although long ears don't seem like a couple, their relationship doesn't appear to be that poor either. In response to her explanation of quack quack chaos, Qiyu merely offered a two-word critique, you quack. Those two words alone transformed the originally hesitant crowd into zealous participants. Forget fishing for compliments, now it was time to catch ducks. With a serious expression, Jiang Qiyu charged eagerly towards the adorable, soon-to-be delicious little ducks. Qiyu, watching her ungracefully lower her body and spread her arms, emitting gleeful cackles as she chased after the lively ducks, felt an unexpected sense of helplessness wash over him. However, he quickly cast aside that feeling and strode forward, joining the ranks of the duck catchers. His movements were far more composed than Jiang Qiyu's frantic antics. Amidst the cacophony of quacks, Jiang Qiyu's exclamations rang out, 265. 403, 582, 1090-3. My goodness. With his head bent low as he attempted to catch a duck, Qiyu heard her startled exclamation and immediately lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound. He found Jiang Qiyu, at that moment, sprawled on the ground with a grimace, yet, despite the pain of her fall and her plaintive cries, she still clutched tightly to the duck numbered 1093. Without hesitation, Qiyu discarded the duck he was holding, strode over, and, with a single hand, yanked her upright, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Where did you hurt yourself? Do they really have a bad relationship? Suddenly, I find it quite amusing." "Amusing one," Jiang Qiyu, barely steadying herself after being pulled up, grimaced and looked up at Qiyu, her mouth wide open as she lamented, "I knocked my hip, ouch." While observing her state, Qiyu frowned slightly. Unable to restrain himself from retorting, "Close your mouth, I can see your stomach. I apologize, when I mentioned it was amusing earlier, I was joking." "Joking one," Qiyu shot her an exasperated glance before redirecting his attention to the scattered ducklings that were still fleeing. Contemplating for a moment before addressing her, "Wait here for a moment, I'll go find some tools in the warehouse." Without waiting for a response, he removed his gloves and turned to walk into the building. "Tools?" Jiang Qiyu tilted her head, momentarily disregarding the dull ache in her hip, and called after Qiyu's retreating figure, "What tools?" Yet, he seemed not to hear her, striding away from the cacophonous duck paradise. After a prolonged wait without any sign of Qiyu's return, Jiang Qiyu cast a suspicious glance towards the camera that was filming. "You don't think this guy went off to slack while leaving me here to flounder around? Do you?" She rarely interacted with the audience, and the mischievous netizens naturally seized the opportunity to chime in, "Aren't you floundering too? What a shocking situation, I never expected Teacher Changmiao to encounter such a predicament. Call the cops and catch him, I'm not joking. Teacher Changmiao, you must take up legal arms to defend your rights. Justice may be delayed, but it will arrive. I'm heading to the Qi Corporation's website to post about him." However, she couldn't see the netizens' antics. She merely narrowed her eyes, staring silently at the direction Qiyu had vanished. Suddenly, as if she had reached a decision, she turned slightly towards the camera. Addressing the cameraman who was prohibited from speaking during work hours, "Brother, I entrust you with my 1093, give me 5 minutes, and I'll drag that lazybones back." Before the cameraman could react, he found himself with a squawking duck thrust into his arms. He clumsily caught it, pinning down the hard-won 1093 with one hand. When he looked up, all he could see was Jiang Qiyu's retreating figure. Scrambling over the fence, unable to shout out, nor daring to set the duck down, he could only stagger after her, balancing the camera in one hand while gripping the duck in the other. Jiang Qiyu dashed swiftly, racing towards the direction indicated for the first-floor warehouse upon entering the building. As for why she was so agitated, it was simply that watching her colleague slack off without her was more painful than death. The first floor of the building was filled with warehouses, and due to the recording of the program, the interior was currently deserted. She stealthily made her way from warehouse number 1 to No. 13. Finally hearing some commotion from within, without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully pushed open the ajar warehouse door, swiftly shutting it behind her. She bounded over to Qiyu, laughing triumphantly. Caught you." Qiyu, with a net coiled under one arm, remained unfazed by her sudden appearance. He lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at the tightly closed warehouse door behind her before lowering his gaze back to her, his expression darkening. Noticing his demeanor, Jiang Qiyu's grin faltered, and they exchanged an awkward stare. After a prolonged silence, she could no longer contain herself and tentatively ventured, "It's quite quiet. I thought we would always have something to say." Qiyu's hand, resting at his side, clenched and unclenched as he suppressed his mounting ire, finally gesturing towards the door behind her, gritting his teeth as he said, "Did you not see the paper posted at the entrance when you came in? It clearly states 4 large words. What words? Do not close the door." Jiang Qiyu suddenly realized her oversight. Faced with Qiyu's sullen expression, she stumbled backward, frantically waving her hands. "I didn't know. I can't read. Ignorance is no crime." "Right, Jiang Qiyu, spare me this time, master." Chapter 72. "I'll tell you later." In response to Jiang Qiyu's tearful pleas for mercy, Qiyu first exhaled deeply, then casually tossed the net he had found onto the floor. He glanced at Jiang Qiyu, and with a calm demeanor, began rolling up his sleeves. Qiyu, witnessing his demeanor, Jiang Qiyu's heart raced, and she vigorously shook her head, stumbling over her words. Calm down, I'm not that guilty. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Qiyu shot her an irritated look before rolling up his sleeves without uttering another word. He walked straight to the door he had inadvertently opened and grasped the handle. Pushing down with all his might, yet it wouldn't budge. It seemed the staff had posted such a large notice at the entrance not just for show. No wonder, after searching the premises. This warehouse door was the only one ajar. He frowned slightly, though his expression soon relaxed. Outside, a flurry of footsteps approached. Because Jiang Qiyu had slipped away quickly, she hadn't noticed the warning at the entrance and had inadvertently closed the door behind her. But in her haste, she had left the cameraman outside. Realizing this, Qiyu raised his fingers and gently tapped on the door twice, and the chaotic footsteps grew nearer, occasionally interspersed with confused quacks. When the cameraman finally reached the door, Jiang Qiyu immediately rushed up, her face beaming with excitement, pressing herself against the door. Cameraman, did you see the 4 large words on the door? Soon a response came from outside. Quite aloof, she continued, why don't you try opening the door from the outside? As she spoke, the lock clicked, followed by another Jiang Qiyu recognized it as a negative response. She exchanged glances with Qiyu and tentatively addressed the cameraman again. Brother, do you have something in your mouth? After a moment of strange silence, the cameraman's conflicted voice emerged from outside. Rules, $5 per word. After a moment of silent mourning for her fellow worker? Jiang Qiyu turned her ire towards Director Shang's harsh regulations, then spoke again. Hurry and find someone to rescue us. We're trapped in here. Another silence followed, and the cameraman succinctly expressed his concerns, leaving. 200. Hiss, just as Jiang Qiyu was about to say something else, Qiyu, arms crossed, calmly interjected, if you go find someone now, I'll reimburse your fine, but tenfold. Alright, Mr. Qi, I promise to complete the task and rescue both of you as quickly as possible. Mr. Qi, you can rest assured, I will not disappoint you. You two just stay put and do not wander around. Stay safe and vigilant. Thus driven by the forces of capitalism, the cameraman recited an uninterrupted monologue without a single breath. Clutching the squawking 1093 and his equipment, laughing heartily as he dashed away, leaving behind 2 individuals trapped in warehouse number 13, staring at each other in bewilderment. After a long pause, Jiang Qiyu managed a dry laugh towards Qiyu. Attempting to salvage the situation, as long as there are viewers in my heart, anywhere can be a stage, spare me the idealism. It was evident that her attempt had failed, seeing Qiyu turn away immediately after speaking. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow slightly and muttered under her breath, if you can't even tolerate me, how will you fare in society? Her voice was low, but in such a tranquil space, even the sound of a pin dropping would have been unmistakable. Upon hearing her words, Qiyu paused momentarily, then slowly turned back to face her, raising an eyebrow lazily as he replied, who said I couldn't tolerate you? Taken aback by his response, Jiang Qiyu feigned ignorance. Shaking her head vigorously, what? Who said that? Did someone speak just now? Yes, however, Qiyu unexpectedly took the topic seriously. You just said that I can't even tolerate you. As dusk approached, the warm, gentle sunlight bathed his chiseled features, casting a soft glow around him as he faced away from the window. No, the man shook his head slowly, his tone calm. My threshold for patience with you is far greater than you imagine. Though she could not see his face clearly, Jiang Qiyu discerned a hint of sincerity in his lightly amused voice, uncertain whether it was the brilliance of the sunlight or the confined space. She momentarily found herself lost in thought, instinctively squinting as she slowly uttered, how high could it be? No sooner had her words escaped her lips than the man, as if anticipating her inquiry, stepped forward. The distance that once separated them abruptly diminished, yet she did not retreat, merely gazing quietly as Qiyu leaned toward her, his figure enveloped in a hazy glow. There is. He began, extending his hand with a gentle motion that caressed the golden strands of her sun-kissed hair. His voice shimmering with warmth, she felt a tender pressure atop her head as he murmured, so high. Jiang Qiyu blinked, her mind momentarily befuddled. Is at 1.65 meters. At that moment, Qiyu's hand, which had rested lightly on her head, relinquished its pressure. He pressed his lips together, standing upright yet maintaining a distance that felt somewhat intimate, his gaze lowered to meet her bright, sparkling eyes as he softly spoke, Jiang Qiyu. I used to charge headlong into everything without looking back. But this time feels a bit different. I find myself reflecting on whether that previous decision was truly correct. It was only then that Jiang Qiyu, thoroughly entranced by his ethereal presence and delicate features, regained her composure. Blinking again in confusion, she inquired, what decision? Just as he was about to respond, a sudden rapid knocking at the door interrupted them, followed by the enthusiastic voice of a cameraman outside, Zong. Teacher Jiang, are you still in there? Is everything alright? I've gathered the staff, and they've informed me that the door to this storage room is broken and being repaired. We never anticipated you two would be trapped in here. But fret not, our team on the ranch staff are en route and will rescue you in the shortest time possible. Alongside his fervent speech were the anxious calls of a devoted fan, Teacher Changmao. "You're not hurt, are you?" Both turned towards the source of the commotion, hearing the sound of tools prying at the door, and their eyes met once more in a shared moment. Qiyu's lips curved into a subtle smile. A mesmerizing expression amidst the chaos, as he promised, "I will tell you later." Chapter 73. You were right considering that today's incident was indeed her oversight, when Qiyu uttered the words "I will tell you later." Jiang Qiyu decisively swallowed the half-formed retort that had almost slipped from her lips. The production team had been monitoring the live streams of all 4 guest groups and had promptly dispatched help as soon as the situation arose. Thus, their confinement in the storage room lasted no more than half an hour. However, during that brief interlude, while director Zhang was in a state of anxious turmoil, millions of fans in the live chat were left in a frenzy. Upon seeing the two emerge unscathed, opinions regarding the mysterious half-hour began to diverge dramatically in the comments. One faction of devoted fans argued vehemently, "What a coincidence that they were both locked in the storage room together. Could it be that someone is scheming to advance their position? Indeed, your mind is fixated on ambition. Why not consider that Qiyu was the one who entered first, if there was any scheming? It would be his doing. How can you speak so recklessly? Your accusations are baseless, laughable. Is teacher Changma truly the type to resort to underhanded tactics? The only scheme she has is the one that would break hearts. Like the infamous blue-ringed octopus soup." Meanwhile, another group of eager fans of the Changmao couple ignited with excitement. "Oh my, what's this plot twist? This is straight out of a sweet idol drama. Clearly, my ship has some mystical force at play. I can't help but wonder." When your spear emerged, his expression was unmistakably joyful. Is that a smile one wears when trapped with someone they dislike? Who else shares my sentiment? Stop shipping. I want all the sugar from Changmao for myself. KSWL. The exchanges quickly devolved into a heated battle of words among the factions. However, at that moment, Jiang Qiyu, alongside Qiyu, was preoccupied with corralling ducks within the pen, paying little mind to the online ruckus. Using a net that Qiyu had found, they managed to guide all the ducks to one corner of duck paradise, leaving only a single exit open. Then, while Qiyu herded the ducks, Jiang Qiyu cradled the nearly affectionate number 1093, carefully inspecting the numbers on the duck's feet at the exit. This method proved effective, and after several exchanges, she finally held number 1314 dashing about duck paradise like an exuberant mother monkey. When they changed out of their work clothes and boarded the vehicle with the answers to their task, Jiang Qiyu cast a profound glance back at the ducks, her expression tinged with melancholy as she lamented, "Humans are truly selfish. The ducks are so adorable." As she spoke, she wiped away a tear from the corner of her mouth and added, "They should be allowed to return to the vast grasslands." Qiyu, sitting upright in the back of the vehicle, shot her a sidelong glance at her words. "The task is timed." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qiyu quickly donned her helmet and revved the vehicle's throttle with fervor, yet it was too late. Even with her utmost speed to reach the task submission point where the directing team awaited, she arrived to find the other 3 groups had already completed their tasks. Upon spotting her, Fang Shubai waved excitedly, "Sister Qiyu, hurry, you're the last one we need." Unsurprisingly, their group finished in last place, relegated to the final choice of accommodations. Fortunately, dinner remained unaffected. After a grueling day, the 8 of them enjoyed a sumptuous feast of a luxurious beef banquet, meticulously arranged by Uncle Niel, the ranch owner. They also fully immersed themselves in the ranch's bonfire dance performance. Among the group, Fang Shubai thrived in social settings, while Jiang Qiyu was already a bundle of energy. The 2 of them leaped into the circle of performers, hand in hand, joining in the unorthodox bonfire dance. Fang Shubai, possessing some dance skills, moved with a certain grace, while Jiang Qiyu, lacking any innate rhythm, danced with wild abandon. Unfazed by her lack of coordination, the live comments erupted with laughter, as her critics had yet to appear, and her fans chimed in with exasperation. "Sister, what are you doing with that beautiful body and such ungraceful moves? Teacher Changmao, has the Dragon King still not brought rain? Please put an end to this farce." "I'm not joking." While others dance with lightness, Teacher Changmao resembles a bear planting trees. "How can you all laugh like this? Teacher Changmao is simply delightful." Finally, as the bonfire performance concluded and everyone had their fill, the production team proposed a group interactive game. The staff distributed slips of paper to each participant and instructed them to form a circle around the bonfire. Once ready, Director Zhang picked up his signature megaphone. "Alright, everyone, please take a pen and paper and write down a secret of yours, but do not sign it. When finished, pass your secret slip to the next person in a clockwise direction. There is no pressure. This secret paper will not be revealed on camera, and only you two will know." Jiang Qiyu scratched her head, her expression one of deep contemplation. Her greatest secret was that she had traversed into a book, but revealing that would only reinforce others' notions of her madness. As she pondered what to write, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Qiyu, who sat directly to her right. The flickering flames of the bonfire cast his profile in sharp relief, his face always capable of captivating her aesthetic sensibilities. This led her to recall the ambiguous words he had spoken while they were locked in the storage room. "I used to charge headlong into everything without looking back, but this time feels a bit different. I find myself reflecting on whether that previous decision was truly correct. I will tell you later." Curiosity piqued, she wondered what kind of decision could make someone like Qiyu hesitant and reflective. So she lowered her head and slowly penned her thoughts. I am quite curious about your secret. Having finished, she quickly raised her gaze to Qiyu, only to find herself caught in the gaze of his slightly amused, slanted eyes. Soon enough, everyone exchanged their secrets as per Director Zhang's instructions. Jiang Qiyu received a slip from Jiang Mian, which read a vague phrase, no matter how many times I start over, I will never lose to you. Meanwhile, the slip from Song Yan, who sat to Qiyu's left, bore a bold, striking handwriting. You were right. Chapter 74. Thank you, Tent Hero. Jiang Qiyu stared blankly at the note in her hand for a moment. Then her expression darkened slightly as she turned to meet the unwavering gaze of Jiang Mian, whose eyes shimmered with determination. She raised an eyebrow slightly, maintaining an air of indifference, yet her heart was filled with doubt. According to the original plot, by the mid to late stages of the romantic variety show, Jiang Mian had already developed an ambiguous relationship with Lu Hong to the point where it was no longer discreet. Even in front of the cameras, the two exchanged glances laden with hidden meanings, leaving their fans in a state of desperation, while CP fans celebrated daily. Yet, upon glancing at the current situation, the once dominant CP pairing of Lu Mianyan now found itself eclipsed by the Bai Miao girl, signaling a clear disconnection between the two. Although her unexpected presence had sent the development spiraling off course like a runaway dog, she prided herself on never having interfered in the relationship between the male and female leads, let alone influencing the trajectory of their romance. After much contemplation, she realized that the root of these complications lay almost entirely with one person, Jiang Mian. As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. And a bold yet absurd hypothesis began to take shape in her mind. Could it be that this sister had also gone mad like herself? She discreetly observed Jiang Mian, who, after averting her gaze, was happily chatting and laughing with those around her, displaying a demeanor that was utterly normal. It seemed her mental state was completely different from her own. Dismissing the earlier ludicrous speculation, she suddenly had a flash of insight and unfolded the crumpled note in her hand. No matter how many times we start over, I will never lose to you. Start over. Could it be that Jiang Mian had been reborn? Impossible. That would be too fantastical. But how could it be impossible? If she could traverse into a book, what was so strange about Jiang Mian being reborn a few times? It couldn't be true. If she had indeed been reborn, she would never have distanced herself from Lu Hong. Wasn't this a sweet entertainment industry romance? How could it be impossible? Perhaps Jiang Mian aspired to be the grand heroine of this world, gathering all the handsome men into her harem. It was only natural. Maybe. Impossible. She wrestled with these thoughts internally, and in a moment of distraction, she blurted out her musings. Although her voice was soft, it caught the attention of Qiyu beside her. He turned his head, his dark eyes flickering with curiosity. What could possibly be impossible? Suddenly snapping back to reality, Jiang Qiyu looked at Qiyu and earnestly began to fabricate. I said all the romance is fake. Only communism is real. Anyone could betray you, but Marxism will never let you down. Faced with her sudden outburst, Qiyu, now unfazed, simply turned to face her, his demeanor calm as he replied, then tell me, what are the three main components of the Marxist theoretical system? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu froze in place, and after a long silence, she sighed deeply, shaking her head with an air of profound regret. In the end, it was I who let Marxism down. Before Qiyu could respond, a light chuckle drifted over from a short distance. The two who had been engrossed in conversation raised their heads simultaneously, only to find Lu Hong gazing unabashedly in their direction, his expression seemingly dismissive of Jiang Qiyu's earlier moment of vulnerability. Qiyu lazily lifted his eyelids, not granting Lu Hong much attention, and turned to Jiang Qiyu with a straight tone. So have you let him down too? Jiang Qiyu immediately frowned. Are you questioning my taste, or trying to make me nauseous on purpose? Why does he always act like a jilted husband? This statement seemed deliberately aimed at someone, and Qiyu raised his voice slightly. I don't know. Jiang Qiyu's expression was one of confusion, yet her eyes, which had already curved into a smile, betrayed her delight. An undergraduate wouldn't understand. I'll take a look again after I pursue my masters. The man shook his head earnestly. No need to bother. Even after finishing, you still won't understand. How do you know? Qiyu shrugged. Because I finished and still don't understand their banter, devoid of any foul language, nonetheless effectively ridiculed Lu Hong both overtly and subtly. Infuriated, he clenched his hidden fist tightly, his gaze darkening as he shot a glare at the harmonious duo. Yet, constrained by the fact that they were currently under a panoramic live broadcast, he had no choice but to suppress his simmering anger. Lu Hong, known for his taciturn and aloof demeanor as a cold and distant film emperor, found himself helpless against their combined verbal onslaught, ultimately left with nothing but bitterness to swallow. The ongoing livestream captured all 8 participants in a wide-angle shot, with the cameraman stationed at a distance. Since Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu had not activated their audio devices, their conversation naturally went unrecorded. The audience remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, only able to observe the camaraderie between the ear-slapping brother and the spear teacher, who appeared to be in high spirits together. What is going on? These two were practically at each other's throats last week, and now their relationship seems to have improved. I'm confused. Can we even ship long ear? Don't worry fam, I'll leverage my connections in the entertainment industry to find out. Long-ear CP fans are finally turning the tide, a glorious era awaits them. Ha 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 ha. Hey, can someone go check it out? Ultimately, after an entire day of tasks, the 4 groups of guests selected their accommodations for the night in the order of task completion. Zhou Shun and Song Yan opted for the luxurious suite of a pastoral-style guesthouse. Lu Hong and Jiang Mian chose a standard room in a guesthouse hotel. Of Fang Shubai and Jian Ling were relegated to the staff dormitory. As for Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu gazed at the tent components thrown haphazardly before her by the production team, nearly exclaiming in disbelief, not having a place to stay is one thing, but do we really have to assemble the tent ourselves? In response, all she received was a slow thumbs up from the cameraman, whose words were worth their weight in gold. Since the director and crew had wrapped up for the day, the cameraman was required to stay behind to film the 2 of them setting up the tent. Jiang Qiyu wore a dejected expression, feeling utterly at a loss as she faced the scattered parts. She turned to Qiyu, who was quietly nearing completion of his own tent, and tentatively asked, "Are you still afraid of the cold?" Upon hearing this, Qiyu's fluid motion suddenly stalled, and he nearly punctured the tent with the steel frame in his hands. After a brief pause, he continued assembling with an air of nonchalance, his tone laced with an attempt at concealment. "Don't fuss, I'll set it up for you shortly." Hearing this, Jiang Qiyu's face lit up with joy, her mood shifting faster than flipping a page. "Thank you." Tent Hero, Chapter 75. Madam, the CEO has been gone for 3 days. Although the production team had mercilessly made them sleep in tents, they still provided warm sleeping bags for both of them. That night, lulled by the chirping of insects and birds in the pasture, accompanied by a gentle breeze, she found herself drifting off to sleep, which turned out to be quite an amusing experience. That evening, because Qiyu had tightly wrapped her sleeping bag, Jiang Qiyu surprisingly managed to sleep soundly through the night without any restlessness. However, after expending considerable effort to extricate herself from the sleeping bag and crawl out of the tent, she discovered that the tent that had been securely pitched to her left the previous night had mysteriously vanished. She searched around 3 times, even checking the nearby horse enclosure, but there was no sign of Qiyu. Just as Jiang Qiyu began to suspect that the young master had been abducted, the production crew found her and informed her that Qiyu had received a phone call in the early hours of the morning and had directly contacted director Zhang to temporarily withdraw from the recording. This information was communicated to the audience in an official tone by the production team once the live broadcast began. As for the reason, they merely stated that Qiyu had left due to unavoidable circumstances, without providing a specific return timeline or even confirming whether he would come back. This disappearance lasted a full 3 days. For 3 days, there were no signs of Qiyu returning to the program, and the external world offered no news about him. The remaining 7 participants continued with their tasks and games as usual. Meanwhile, fans transitioned from initially anticipating his return to speculating about the reasons behind his sudden departure. Some suggested that there might have been issues at the Qi family's branch that required his decisive leadership. Others speculated that the young master was merely participating in the romantic variety show for fun, and finding it dull, he had simply walked away. Additionally, there were whispers that he had developed irreconcilable conflicts with a certain guest. The last theory, of course, pointed conspicuously at Jiang Qiyu, who had been inadvertently locked in a warehouse with him before his abrupt exit. In no time, rumors about Jiang Qiyu spread like wildfire. However, unlike the previous instances of widespread online condemnation, she now boasted a substantial following of fiercely loyal and audacious fans. This group dubbed themselves Shields. They organized and unrestrainedly engaged in fierce battles online against Jiang Qiyu's detractors and those maliciously tarnishing her reputation. Some claimed that Jiang Qiyu had driven Qiyu away, accusing her of attempting to take his place. The Shield surged forward. You're on stage, your main character pairs perfectly with the wild boar. Some claimed that Jiang Qiyu lacks self-respect. The Shield reacted swiftly, a dog criticizing others for their lack of self-respect. Yet their main character is nothing but a rotten cabbage. Others suggested that Jiang Qiyu had a more affluent benefactor behind her. The Shield promptly arrived. You're working ISNT tough? Does your boss count as your benefactor? I pursue stars I invest, and benefactors must bow twice. Yet again, some remarked that Jiang Qiyu's fans were exceedingly adept at betting. The Shield immediately assembled. You speak the truth. Take some medication to ease your bets and stimulate your appetite. With the explosive success of this dating reality show, Jiang Qiyu, who initially aimed merely to make a final profit in the entertainment industry before disappearing, unexpectedly became the greatest beneficiary. Before participating in the show, her reputation was abysmal, with a plethora of negative reports circulating online. However, following the overwhelming popularity of You Understand Love, she ascended to become the most talked about among the 8 guests, frequently trending during the show's airing. Moreover, due to Qiyu's abrupt departure, discussions surrounding her surged, each wave unique and unrepeatable. Qiyu left during the final week of the show, and this phenomenon of a national-level dating reality show was approaching its conclusion. Yet, regardless of the external clamor, Jiang Qiyu remained oblivious within her seaside apartment. Her sole concern was the 3 million commission promised by the young master. Would he return? She hadn't even secured a written agreement or a stamp. Now that he had fled, would he deny his obligations? Alas, how careless of her. Qiyu, Fang Shubai waved a hand before her eyes. After returning from the ranch, the production team had unusually arranged some simple games that could be played within the apartment, allowing the 7 of them to enjoy a warm and leisurely few days. Now, it was time for post-dinner leisure activities, and Fang Shubai pulled the daydreaming Jiang Qiyu to play chess together. "It is your move, Oha." Jiang Qiyu finally came to her senses, lowering her gaze to the chessboard before her. After a prolonged contemplation, she slowly picked up her piece and dramatically crossed the board to place it on Fang Shubai's king. Checkmate. Caught off guard by such an unexpected move, Fang Shubai blinked in surprise, then looked up at his earnest opponent, puzzled. "Qiyu, what are you doing?" She calmly lifted her own piece, showcasing it with utmost seriousness. "I call this." "The king has taken flight." Upon hearing this, Fang Shubai instantly understood, seizing his piece to capture hers. "I wield the Italian cannon." Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes, flipping her captured king onto the board. "I call this defection." If Fang Shubai imitated her, aligning 2 of his pieces together. "You cannot defect. His companion is in my camp." Jiang Qiyu hadn't anticipated his clever counterattack, frowning as she used her piece to sweep his off the board. Then, turning off her microphone, she whispered, "I call this screw you." Afterward, she turned her mic back on. "Long spear teacher, you understand automatic muting. What a considerate artist. She saves so much trouble for post-production. I'm truly moved. The way you 2 play chess would be explosive even in this chess room." Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Fang Shubai scratched his head and tentatively inquired, "Qiyu, are you worried about Qi? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow and countered, "You're worried about him, of course." Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded, then leaned over, resting his elbows on the chessboard and supporting his chin with his hand. Looking somewhat forlorn, "I wonder what could have caused Qi to leave without a word. It's strange there's not even a hint of news. Who is to say otherwise?" Jiang Qiyu casually concurred, subtly lowering her gaze to her phone beside her, her expression indifferent. Qiyu indeed left without a word, but it wasn't he entirely without news. When he departed, he took with him the phone provided by the production team. And on her Understanding Love app, within the anonymous confession section, there lay a message she had chosen not to disclose, timestamped from last night. The content read, "I've reflected on it. Do you wish to know the outcome?" Faced with this evidently anonymous message from the young master, she, as his devoted servant, couldn't shake off an ominous premonition. Chapter 76, Who was the undercover in the Celebrity Fan Edition? Qiyu had been missing for 3 days. And even director Zhang had been unable to reach him, with no one knowing if he would return. Fortunately, the show was nearing its conclusion, and with no further large outdoor activities planned, the absence of one individual wouldn't significantly affect the show's progress. Today marked the day before the ultimate confession night of the groundbreaking dating reality show You Understand Love. After the leisure activities concluded, the production team gathered the 7 guests to officially commence the afternoon S-game. Director Zhang, as always, picked up his small speaker he'd been using for 29 days. "Did everyone complete the hidden tasks sent to your phones last night?" Upon hearing this, the 7 guests exchanged knowing smiles, while the live chat exploded with question marks. "What is going on? What have you all been doing behind our backs? Good heavens, you don't see us as family, do you? Hiding things from us?" Typically, hidden tasks are concealed from the guests. This is the first time I've seen hidden tasks concealed from the audience. Director Zhang, you truly understand show production. From the looks of it, everyone seems to have succeeded. Director Zhang smiled mysteriously, then gestured to the director. "Now, switch to the small screen." As his words fell, the split screen in the live broadcast room immediately displayed screenshots of messages received by the 7 guests from the production team. Hidden task: please successfully infiltrate your own fan group using a secondary account and interact randomly with fans without revealing your identity. Upon the announcement of this task, the live chat quickly transformed from to "Oh my god, Director Zhang is here to bring warmth to us fans. Right, we need to investigate immediately and interrogate every new fan that joins the group. I've been probing the new fans for 3 days and nights, yet they still refuse to admit their XXX." Watching the subtitles scrolling on the big screen, Director Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The purpose of this activity was twofold. First, with the show nearing its end, it required the guests' fans to help generate buzz. Second, it would assist the guests in solidifying their fanbase while simultaneously generating a few trending topics to set the stage for tomorrow night's ultimate confession night. Without further ado, he placed the speaker to his lips again. "Now, let us each reveal what you've said in your fan groups, and let the fans identify their hidden idols among them." "I get it. This is the celebrity fan version of Who is the Undercover? Alright, let us go back and investigate." With the fans rallying together, the once calm live broadcast room suddenly surged with excitement. Not only the fans, but also many onlookers joined the livestream, drawn in by this unprecedented interactive mode. The first to reveal was Zhou Shun. His somewhat glitchy opening line stood out amid various album purchasing and voting discussions. Within 3 sentences, he was drowned out by a flood of voting links. "Ah, that link was posted by me. It was me. I'm furious. I was in the group before. How did I miss it? Oh, Zhou Shun is so adorable. He acts like an old bureaucrat even when greeting people." Next came Song Yan Zhang Ling, and when it was Lu Heng's turn, he merely blandly greeted the group. "Hello, everyone." That he was quickly overshadowed by other fans' messages, with no one paying him any mind. Yet, even so, his vast fanbase still had many lamenting in the live chat, regretting the missed opportunity to converse with their idol. Numerous fans were fervently praising Lu Hong for his noble and aloof persona, openly declaring their affection for such an archetype. When it came to Feng Shubai, his first words upon entering the livestream were, "Hello, I'm Feng Shubai. I'm currently recording. You understand, love? And during a martial arts scene, I was accidentally thrown off and lost contact with the production team. I have no money and can only randomly join a fan group. Meeting you all truly feels like fate. Could someone please V me 50? I'd like to grab a KFC, and once I return to the production team, I will reward you handsomely, including my autograph and a handwritten thank you note. Can you help me?" This time, unlike the previous guests, he wasn't ignored by fans solely focused on voting. Instead, he was rapidly bombarded by his fans, only to be swiftly kicked out of the fan group by the group admin. The live chat immediately erupted with neatly aligned comments. As expected of a boy band idol, the combat power of his fans is astonishing. Based on Feng Shubai's remarks, I've summarized the following 6 points. In Feng Shubai's fan group, even he gets 2 big kicks when he enters. I'm not joking. Goodbye. Seriously, who taught you to speak like this? Who else could have taught you, doghead? However, one cannot place all the blame on the fans. Feng Shubai himself felt a tinge of embarrassment, chuckling awkwardly to ease the tension. He then turned to the camera, scratching his head bashfully. "I apologize. I promise to do it again next time." Next up was Jiang Mian. Unlike the others, she effortlessly navigated through the fan group, quickly melding with the fans, posing as a novice who had just fallen for her own charm. She addressed the veteran fans as senior sister and was eager to participate in any voting or mutual following. Before long, she became the beloved darling of the group, with many willing to share their treasured images of Jiang Mian. The atmosphere in the group was one of joy and camaraderie. She is Mian Mian. My Mian Mian is too adorable. Let mama give her a kiss. Indeed, our beautiful and kind-hearted Mian Mian goddess is so polite and charming. Family who understands, I was in the group at the time and thought this newcomer was so cute. I never imagined it would be Mian Mian herself. I've decided to abandon all other biases and love only Mian Mian. Bystander Jiang Mian is truly adorable. I've been captivated. As the leading lady, Jiang Mian naturally exuded a charming aura. In truth, if she so desired, the vast majority would be drawn to her resilience, gentleness, and kindness. She gazed into the camera, her smile radiant. I am truly grateful to my Mian flower candy. With you, I find boundless motivation. This wave of sincerity garnered her a considerable following. Subtly glancing at the densely packed barrage of comments on the live stream screen, Jiang Mian smiled at Jiang Qiyu beside her, her eyes sparkling with a provocation that only the two of them understood. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the seemingly resurgent Jiang Mian's intense hostility toward her, and turned to look at the live stream screen. At that moment, the small window on the left displayed her chat history. Her first message upon entering the group was, "I have nothing to do today. Family, does anyone have any excess money? I can help dispose of it for free." Unlike Feng Shubai's fans, her followers reacted with far more intensity. Chapter 77. Kid, you're a green tea, aren't you, when I'm sleeping? I don't feel sleepy, illiterate, can't understand. What is your intention in sending these? Do you look down on us illiterates? The other party is stealing someone. Are you dating me? Once I'm gone, the offerings on the altar will be all your favorite dishes. Sheep Village, you like brother, testing a new antivirus software. Who can provide a risky website? Stubborn pig intestine, image, yes, 46 pounds. How did you know I caught a 46-pound fish? I just caught it this morning. Has it spread so widely online already? Ulvi looking at crab yolk bun secret recipe. Don't scare the newcomer away. Don't be afraid, we're even wilder than this on a normal day. A suspicious netizen, what is all the fuss about? It's just a small matter. Today, we're gathered here for our beloved idol Jiang Qiyu. I want to toast to my idol, thank her, and share my crazy life. I sincerely wish her that from now on her life will start to go awry and smell bad. Cannon stuffed with dung, who has a waste. Haters upstairs, where's the management? Get them out of here. Twisting, wriggling, crawling in the dark, doing a butt bridge, running amok, falling, getting up to run amok again. In her fan group, everyone was going wild, even more than she was. Thus, her comment did not raise any suspicions but instead ignited a frenzy, turning into a collective outburst of madness. With too many messages flooding in, most lacking substance, the small window in the livestream could hardly showcase them all. Hence, Director Zhang picked up the microphone and, addressing the composed and unperturbed Jiang Qiyu, asked, "Qiyu, why don't you evaluate your fan group?" Without a hint of shyness, she looked directly at the live stream camera. While everyone pondered how to describe these explosive fans, Jiang Qiyu, with utmost seriousness, began, I've noticed that my fan group exchanges tens of thousands of messages daily, most of which lack any theme. Including madness, memes, and soliloquies, utterly devoid of logic. She paused, a genuine smile curving her lips, and candidly added, I really enjoy this atmosphere, it's like a mental asylum. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments erupted with laughter. The society's tolerance is immense. Not all mentally ill people reside in asylums, some are in Long Miao's fan group. Indeed, I can attest, this is definitely not scripted. I'm in the group, and the fellow fans are crazier than the mentally ill. I can attest too, but everyone need not fear, we're not really insane, we're just pretending. To the one in front, do you even believe what you just said? They're all zombie fans. This sister's followers are 1 million zombie fans. That night, with the program team's encouragement, the hashtag Jiang Qiyu fans went crazy, topped the entertainment trending list once more. After dinner that evening, everyone completed the day's gaming tasks and returned to their rooms early. Jiang Qiyu was no exception. While taking a shower, she washed a few bunches of grapes and now sat leisurely in the hanging basket of the rooftop garden. Idly playing with her phone, with no live stream cameras in sight, she often spent her free time in this open-air garden. Today, unusually, she didn't play games. She suddenly recalled Feng Shubai's words from earlier and almost unconsciously opened the anonymous message she had received. As Jiang Qiyu fell into contemplation, a knock echoed from behind her. Startled, she put down her phone and leaned over the basket to peek. Standing at the entrance of the garden was a somewhat awkward figure. Qiyu Jie. Feng Shubai had tossed and turned in his room for quite some time before finally making his way to the rooftop. After knocking on Jiang Qiyu's door and receiving no response, he guessed she would be in the open garden. Upon seeing him, Jiang Qiyu felt a fleeting disappointment she scarcely recognized. She then waved casually to Feng Shubai, who stood a short distance away, greeting him. In the middle of the night, are you sleepwalking? Not if. Feng Shubai, burdened with thoughts, did not pick up on her teasing but instead approached slowly and sat down on the chair beside her. Qiyu Jie. He turned to look at her, his expression a mixture of unease and hesitation. What's the matter? Noticing his demeanor, Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression calm as she spoke. Can't hold it in any longer? Are you planning to deliver a heartfelt confession tonight? Hearing her teasing remark, Feng Shubai momentarily froze before relaxing, shrugging with a casual air. Qiyu Jie, you're quite self-absorbed. After a sigh, he revealed the purpose of his visit with a tone of discontent. I inadvertently overheard the staff chatting today. Oh, Jiang Qiyu's interest in gossip piqued. She extended a grape to him. Do elaborate. Accepting the water-drenched grape, Feng Shubai began. I heard them say that due to Qigu's abrupt departure, there is now a lot of gossip about you. This afternoon, upon hearing the news, he had been quite worried, confused as to why Qiyu left while Jiang Qiyu was thrust into the spotlight. After a month of getting to know this unique Qiyu Jie, he had developed considerable fondness for her, naturally wishing to shield her from public scrutiny. With this realization, Feng Shubai, in a fit of anger, stuffed the grape into his mouth, mumbling indignantly, those people really know nothing, they take malicious rumors as the truth. Doesn't matter. Jiang Qiyu initially thought there was a significant scoop, but upon hearing his words, she immediately dropped her eager facade, waving her hand dismissively. I couldn't care less about how people talk behind my back, for I've spoken ill of many myself. Pausing, she added, besides, they may not even be as harsh as what I've said. But Feng Shubai still felt discontent, pouting as he remarked, but I still can't stand them saying such things about you. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Qiyu's darkened room and couldn't help but complain. Qiyu really shouldn't have left without a word, disappearing for 3 days, leaving you to be talked about so badly, and he doesn't even come out to clarify for you. Hearing this, Jiang Qiyu sensed something amiss, fearing that he might unwittingly utter something akin to I can't bear to see my sister in pain. She was just about to furrow her brow and speak when a familiar voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Kid, you're a green tea, aren't you? Chapter 78. Having just undergone surgery to remove the love-stricken brain, I now find myself infatuated with you. After addressing matters in S-City, Qiyu hurriedly made his way back to the seaside apartment where the production team was located. By the time he arrived, dusk had fallen and the live broadcast duties of the crew had concluded. He alighted from the Porsche Panamera, bearing the license plate, A886SB, and was about to step inside when a voice from the car called out, Mr. Shi. Zhao Jin hastily emerged from the driver's seat, his expression tinged with concern. The old man, TSK, after dealing with those affairs in S-City, his patience had already worn thin, and now being halted by Secretary Zhao only aggravated Qiyu's mood. His brows knitted together, he waved his hand dismissively at Zhao Jin, his tone eerily calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. It's only my business now. With that, he disregarded Zhao Jin, striding into the dimly lit Donglian apartment without a backward glance. Left alone in the wind, Zhao Jin could only gaze at the tall figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, wearing a motherly smile. This is the first time the young master has lost control like this. Inside the apartment, Qiyu had already watched the program's live broadcast on his way there and confirmed that the person was not in the room. Thus, upon reaching the top floor, he unhesitatingly bypassed the 2 rooms and made his way toward the rooftop garden. However, just as he approached the door, he faintly overheard a conversation. As he drew closer, he realized that Fang Shubai had stealthily come up to the top floor in his absence. He was saying, "Qigu, how can you just leave without a word for 3 days, leaving her to bear the brunt of criticism? Why hasn't he come out to clarify things?" Listening to this blatant backhanded compliment from the green tea type, Qiyu couldn't help but chuckle. He casually leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed, taking an amused interest in the 2 in the center of the garden. "So, you're a green tea type, are you?" Though his expression was teasing, his tone bore an unmistakable chill. As soon as he spoke, the 2 in the garden turned alert. Jiang Qiyu clung to the swings frame, her eyes sparkling. Qigu. Fang Shubai widened his eyes in evident surprise. "Qigu, you're back at this hour?" At this, Qiyu smirked slightly, striding closer to them. "I merely wanted to hear what you 2 were doing up here at such a late hour." As he spoke, he closed the distance in a few strides. His right hand steadied the gently swaying swing Jiang Qiyu occupied, while his left rested lightly on Fang Shubai's shoulder, his voice deep and even. "What are you saying about me?" "Nothing." Fang Shubai stiffened, feeling the weight of the casually placed hand as if it bore 1,000 pounds. He awkwardly shook his head. Nothing at all. Yet, though he quickly surrendered, he was outdone by Jiang Qiyu, who immediately leaped down from the swing, distancing herself from Fang Shubai with righteous indignation. "He said you left without a word." Raising her hands in a gesture of innocence, she added, "I didn't say anything." Seeing Jiang Qiyu aligning herself against him, Fang Shubai spread his hands, revealing his true thoughts. "It's true, it was clearly you, Qigu, who suddenly vanished without a trace. I don't understand why everyone outside is blaming Jiang Qiyu." He quickly added, seeking to justify himself, "I was just worried she'd be upset if she found out, so I came to comfort her." Qiyu narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "How do you know about this?" "I overheard it from the staff." He then glanced at the tight-lipped Jiang Qiyu beside him before returning his gaze to Fang Shubai. "Then how does she know?" Without hesitation, Fang Shubai replied, "Of course. I told Jiang Qiyu. So if you hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have known." Fang Shubai's mind seemed to falter momentarily, frowning as he pondered. "Wait, but after the show ends, she'll know, right?" Qiyu remained unhurried. "I returned before the show concluded, so the rumors would dissipate before she learned anything. Let us keep the peace and maintain harmony," Jiang Qiyu interjected hastily, stepping forward to mediate, waving her hand at the young man who seemed on the verge of overthinking. "All right, it's getting late, let us all head back inside and get some sleep." Fang Shubai, despite his good intentions, lacked much wisdom. Continuing the conversation with Qiyu would surely lead to a mental meltdown. Once Fang Shubai was coaxed away, Jiang Qiyu crossed her arms, turning her gaze toward the man standing in the center of the garden with one hand in his pocket. Dressed in loose, high-end casual wear, his expression bore a hint of displeasure, yet the dim light cast a soft glow on his dark eyes, diminishing the sharpness of his chiseled features. She couldn't help but acknowledge that this man possessed a certain allure. As she observed him discreetly, Qiyu raised an eyebrow in return. She donned a matching cotton pajamas, wrapped snugly from head to toe, with not even an inch of her ankle visible, yet he still discerned a hint of allure from her half-dried hair and the delicate curve of her neck. Just that slight hint, illuminated by the soft light, was enough to help him momentarily let go of all the chaotic matters burdening him. Qiyu's gaze softened further as he fixed his eyes on her. Lowering his voice, "Did you see the message I sent you?" Jiang Qiyu nodded. "I did. You received it last night, so why didn't you reply?" "Because I can't read." After a moment, she added, "But don't worry, I've already learned the finals. Can't you be serious for just a minute?" Qiyu shot her an exasperated glance, turning away to sit on a nearby chair. Jiang Qiyu, undeterred, scampered over and resumed her seat on the swing, speaking softly. "Actually, I always feel anxious when I want to talk to you. It's only with you that I feel this way." "I don't know why." She swung her legs playfully in the air, then leaned forward with a cheerful smile directed at Qiyu. "Maybe this is what they call love, is wanting to touch but pulling back." Faced with her clearly unserious ramblings, Qiyu remained unfazed, merely gazing up at the dark night sky. After a long pause, he finally broke the silence, meeting her curious gaze. "Do you like me?" "Of course," Jiang Qiyu responded without hesitation, her words laced with playful sarcasm. "I used to be love-struck, but after the surgery to remove that brain, I now like you without thinking." With that, she exaggeratedly made a heart gesture toward him. However, her flirtation seemed to sink into oblivion, as Qiyu remained aloof, still gazing at the sky. Suddenly, he spoke flatly. What if there were no 3 million? The clear contours between his prominent Adam's apple and jawline captivated her attention, causing her to momentarily zone out. She could only respond reflexively, What? I mean." Qiyu slowly turned his head, locking eyes with her, his deep voice carrying the warmth of the night breeze to her ears. "If there were no 3 million, would you still like me?" Chapter 79. "Oh, what?" Finally grasping his words, Jiang Qiyu sprang up from the swing like a startled deer, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Qiyu. "Has Qi Corporation gone bankrupt?" Qiyu nearly crushed the armrest of the chair with a single hand. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure, then shifted the topic. About what I said I would tell you last time. Do you still want to know? Of course I do, but Jiang Qiyu sat back down, still wearing a worried expression as she gazed at Qiyu. Is it really bankrupt? Tisk, are you even listening? Yes, I'm listening. She nodded eagerly, though her mind still lingered on the fate of Qi Corporation and her own 3 million commission. Qiyu, aware of her preoccupations, shot her an irritable glance before saying gruffly, you had a betrothal with Lu Hang. Right. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu frowned and muttered, why bring up such unpleasant matters? Qiyu said nothing, his gaze lowering as he continued, I once dismissed those feudal remnants at the banquet. Yet ironically, I too have one. Not what? With Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened in shock, you also have a betrothal with Lu Hong. Don't make me slap you immediately. She obediently sat back on the swing and mimed a zipper motion across her lips. Qiyu paid her no mind and continued speaking to himself. The initial reason for our agreement was indeed partly due to the allure of the buzz and topics generated by our fabricated relationship. He paused momentarily before adding, moreover, another reason was to utilize you to reject that utterly absurd engagement. I see. Jiang Qiyu nodded in a daze, although she felt it was overly dramatic upon reflection. This world was inherently filled with melodrama, and the notion of a wealthy marriage was indeed a trifling matter not worth mentioning. However, what Qiyu said next set off alarm bells in her heart. He stated, during this period, I have been reflecting, pondering whether my use of you was right or wrong. Wait. Before he could finish, Jiang Qiyu interrupted him with a righteous tone. I understand your desire to reflect. But please hold off on that. It's too late. Qiyu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his face. I have already reached a conclusion. Despite the dazzling charm of his smile, Jiang Qiyu could only see the tumultuous ups and downs of her life reflected within it. His tone was calm, yet his words pierced her heart like ice picks. This is the first time in my life that I regret a decision and am eager to rectify it. I detest the muddled farce of a fabricated romance and feared that an insincere beginning might loom between us in the future. Thus, Qiyu gazed intently at her, his expression imbued with an unprecedented firmness and seriousness. Even with his heart racing thunderously, he maintained a composed demeanor, speaking softly and gently. Jiang Qiyu, let us annul those chaotic agreements from before. You need not pursue me, I shall chase after you instead. The ominous premonition materialized. Jiang Qiyu felt the world around her darken, teetering on the verge of collapse. After a long moment, she struggled to accept this colossal piece of bad news, taking a deep breath to meet the piercing gaze of the man before her. Confirming, you like me? Qiyu, never one to dilly-dally, nodded without hesitation. Yes, I do. Unable to fathom that such a person would harbor feelings for her, Jiang Qiyu glanced down at her cartoon-patterned cotton pajamas. Do you admire my beautiful face or my alluring figure? Chuckling softly, Qiyu replied, unable to suppress a smile. I appreciate your humor that disregards the feelings of others. Pressing her lips together, Jiang Qiyu felt 100 questions swirling in her mind. Even if you like me, how does that resolve the matter of that 3 million? Qiyu shrugged, an expression of nonchalance on his face. I do not wish for our relationship to revolve solely around that paltry sum. Paltry sum? Paltry? Those 4 words struck Jiang Qiyu's already fragile heart like sharp ice picks once more. But I want it. In a moment of vulnerability, she grasped the edge of the swing tightly. Tears streaming down her face. I have a seriously ill younger brother, a grandmother in labor, and a father who needs to attend school. I truly cannot afford to lose this job, sir. Qiyu paused momentarily, then chuckled, glancing at her. Would you care to listen to what you are saying? After all, it is all the same. She waved her hand, a heavy expression on her face as she looked at the man who, despite confessing, still maintained a dominant stance. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Qiyu let out a light laugh, raising his hand to grip the frame of the swing she sat in, applying a gentle pressure to adjust the swing that was previously swinging slightly away from him, leaning slightly forward to scrutinize Jiang Qiyu's alarmed eyes. Otherwise, do you think? His voice, low and slightly seductive, sounded like a demon tempting humanity to enter into a pact. All I've said is merely playful banter. Jiang Qiyu found herself forced into a close gaze with him, unable to control her eyes from falling upon his subtly amused eyes. High-nose bridge, and slightly upturned thin lips, she instinctively leaned back, resisting the allure of this former young masteress' striking beauty. After calming down from the shock of losing 3 million, she shook her head peacefully. Although every I like you can be exchanged for I like you, not every I like you can reciprocate. Yes, that is it. Firmly rejecting this unfaithful lad, let him experience the heart-wrenching pain as well. Just as Jiang Qiyu reveled in her triumph, preparing to relish Qiyu's sorrowful weeping, the man who had been rejected showed no signs of distress, merely raising an eyebrow, stating nonchalantly, Oh. Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he not supposed to express some dominant quote at this moment? With red-rimmed eyes and clenched fists, inadvertently revealing a hint of vulnerability. What does an O even mean? Qiyu's body similarly leaned back slightly, yet his right hand still held the swing, anchoring her position. His expression unfazed by the rejection, calmly repeating, Oh, what do you mean by oh? Facing her inquiry, Qiyu shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested she was overreacting. I merely stated that I wish to pursue you. But since I have yet to pursue you, it is only natural that you do not like me, right? What if you pursue me and I still do not like you? We shall discuss that when the time comes. And if that time never arrives. So, you're never going to let this go, are you? Chapter 80. Truth or dare. A month may seem neither long nor short. Soon, the phenomenon of the reality dating show You Understand Love would reach its final day with the 8 guests living together. Before that, Qiyu, who had mysteriously disappeared for 3 days and returned unexpectedly, had once again sparked heated discussions among the audience. Those who previously claimed he left due to harassment from someone were swiftly proven wrong. However, the controversy surrounding Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu continued to brew. Some revealed that Jiang Qiyu had been removed from the Jiang family's trust institution. For some reason, she had been ousted from the family, thus feeling compelled to latch onto the Qiyu family as a lifeline. Others claimed that Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu were bound together solely due to the script of the production team, asserting that there was no real chemistry between them, even suggesting they were mutually disdainful. Of course, there remained a steadfast faction fervently shipping the couple. After several dramatic twists and turns, the remaining CP fans in the discussion forum had become remarkably resolute. Unless both parties publicly announced their relationship, nothing could sway their devotion to shipping them. Regardless of the true nature of the couple, Jiang Qiyu had undoubtedly emerged as the most significant beneficiary of the show's explosive popularity. From a month ago facing online vitriol to now amassing millions of followers, her commercial value had skyrocketed beyond compare. Not only was she inundated with advertisements, but many promising major IP scripts also extended olive branches to her company. Yet, the majority of interest remained in variety shows. Countless programs awaited the conclusion of You Understand Love, eager to snatch up the schedule of this variety genius given her performance on the show. Even without a script, this lady could monopolize 800 trending topics. Early in the morning, the production team gathered all 8 guests in the first-floor living room, after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast prepared in advance. Director Zhang picked up his small microphone. Today marks our final live broadcast, as well as the last day of everyone living together in the You Understand Love apartment. On this final day, we wish to grant you all the freedom to manage your time as you please. In the afternoon, we will invite each of you for individual interviews, and in the evening, please gather in the rooftop garden for our ultimate confession night. I reasonably suspect that the production team has exhausted their creativity after a month, leaving them unable to think of a good game for the final day. Report the planning team for slacking off. I am so looking forward to tonight's ultimate confession night. I wonder which of my favorite CPs will confess first. I have been rooting for Lu Nianyan since the beginning of the show. Come on, handsome Hang. Is long hair real? Can Brother Earglow lend a hand and help me fulfill my dream tonight, please? The barrage of comments on the live broadcast screen continued to scroll, with most viewers eagerly anticipating the evening's ultimate confession night. After Director Zhang finished speaking, he put away the microphone, signaling that everyone could begin their free activities. After receiving the dreadful news the previous night, Jiang Qiyu was already lacking enthusiasm, and seizing the opportunity to relax, she was the first to express her desire to retreat to her room for a nap. After all, those who love to sleep are not inherently bad people. People like her, who can never get enough rest, have no time for anything else. Sleep is their priority. While others are in love, she sleeps. While others cheat, she sleeps. While others break up, she sleeps. While others have a second child, she is still asleep. Then I shall go to sleep. Just as she was about to voice her intention to return, she was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Mian beside her. Since today is our last day living together, why don't we play a game together? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling, who had been maintaining a facade of amiability, was the first to step forward. I agree. Song Yan clapped her hands with great enthusiasm. Not bad. Seeing everyone nodding in agreement, Jiang Qiyu felt it inappropriate to say anything further, and her half-raised derriere promptly returned to the seat. Meanwhile, Qiyu, who had been quietly observing her every movement, couldn't help but curve his lips into a subtle smile, his expression one of delight. Jiang Qiyu, returning to her seat with a face full of disappointment, inadvertently locked eyes with him, and her gaze instantly darkened. The sight of him reminded her of a contractor who withheld wages from migrant workers, further souring her mood, and she glared back at him with wide eyes. What are you looking at? Noticing her demeanor, Qiyu's already slightly bent brows curled into a more pronounced smile, and he tilted his head ever so slightly. Is it not permissible to look? There's a fee. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes, her expression growing even more displeased. Then I shan't look. However, Qiyu instantly averted his gaze. This young man truly was miserly. Even a rat pilfering rice from his home would have to leave a couple of coins behind, right? What a detestable capitalist. Stealing a glance at her expression, Qiyu quickly balled his hand into a fist and held it to his lips to mask his amusement, just as he prepared to raise his eyes and groom his hair again. A deliberately lowered voice interrupted from beside him. Gu, seeing the smirk on the face of the person next to him, Fang Shubai, perplexed, leaned in and whispered, "What are you laughing about?" Caught in the act of teasing in front of the crowd, Qiyu merely cast him a fleeting glance and casually replied, "Did we not say we were going to play a game? I'm just happy." As soon as he uttered those words, the fans could hardly contain themselves. Especially on the eve of the long-awaited confession night, even the most ambiguous statement could be thoroughly analyzed. What? When has Qiyu ever been happy playing games? Is it because of the one who suggested the game? On the surface, he is at odds with Jiang Qiyu, but secretly he is harboring feelings for Mian, right? Jiang Qiyu is merely a shield, Mian is the true love. Are these people in front just shameless? If you want to ship a CP, do it quietly. Why drag single female celebrities into it? Is Chang Malashuri your father? Why can't you stop mentioning her? To the sisters ahead, go ahead and scold. I am all for it. You can shout all you want, the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge while I remain unmoved, the banner of my heart forever waving. While the fans in the livestream chat were in a heated uproar. The 8 people present were enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. How about we play truth or dare? Jiang Mian suggested with a smile. Sounds great, I like this. Song Yan grinned meaningfully, her gaze flitting between Qiyu, Jiang Qiyu, and then Jiang Mian and Lu Hang. The others, seeing this, naturally nodded in agreement. Thus, they requested a deck of playing cards from the production team and drew 8 cards, holding the 8 cards in her palms to show the camera. Jiang Mian kindly explained the rules. Here are 8 cards, with the Joker being the king, who can designate the 2 lowest cards to choose between truth or dare. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and shuffled the cards a few times before turning them face down on the table. Now, please draw in order. As everyone took their turns, Jiang Qiyu picked a card at random, holding it in her hand. She had little interest in the game, as she had developed a sort of post-traumatic stress disorder regarding the word secret. One secret from Qiyu not only shattered much of her tenderness but also obliterated many dreams that required financial means to fulfill. Curiosity killed the cat. As she held the card, lost in thought, she suddenly heard Jiang Mian's subtle laughter. Apologies, everyone. Looking up, she saw Jiang Mian holding a brightly colored joker, while Qiyu and Zhou Shun each held the lowest cards, 1 and 2. Respectively, both Qiyu and Zhou Shun chose truth. Jiang Mian's smile remained radiant as her gaze landed on Qiyu's inscrutable face. Then I shall ask Qigu first. Chapter 81. The wealthy man. I shall ask Qigu first. Jiang Mian, holding the King of Hearts, looked at Qiyu with a beaming smile. Just as everyone expected her to inquire about his 3-day disappearance, she simply asked, "What are your thoughts on engagement?" Upon hearing her question, the other guests, aside from a few, were utterly bewildered. Although this was a dating reality show, how had the topic of engagement suddenly emerged? However, Qiyu slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze slowly settling on the serene-faced Jiang Mian. His look tinged with mild scrutiny. Engagement. He raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, "It's merely feudal dross, those self-righteous elders, clinging to feudalism as doctrine and treating filial piety as power. Presuming to control the lives of the next generation. How laughable, he is so arrogant, I love it. Brother ear slap really gets me emotional." I suddenly thought of a critical question. Qiyu's family must be a wealthy one. Right, did Jiang Mian ask this because she knows about Qiyu's engagement? Could it be that, in this day and age, someone still adheres to such traditions? It's hard to say. Upon hearing Qiyu's response, Jiang Mian merely nodded slightly, her face still adorned with that tranquil smile. It appeared to be a casual question, devoid of any underlying implications. However, Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow slightly. Waves of unease stirring within her. In the past, she would have naturally assumed that Jiang Mian was referring to the engagement between her and Lu Hang, yet, upon reflection, she recalled that she had already learned Qiyu's stance at the birthday banquet. Why would she bring up old matters again? Could it be that this reincarnated Jiang Mian had discovered something about Qiyu? Jiang Qiyu's suspicions were not unfounded. It was worth noting that she had previously read a book titled The Emperor's Pampered Darling, which depicted the uncomplicated and mindless sweet romance between Lu Hang and Jiang Mian, culminating in their marriage due to an unexpected pregnancy. The book didn't even mention Qiyu, let alone his life story. Now, Jiang Mian had returned from her rebirth, and the first thing she did was to distance herself from Lu Hang while continually making subtle advances towards Qiyu. It seemed evident that she knew more than this book's protagonist did. As she pondered, another voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. "Then I'll ask Zhou Shun a question." Having received Qiyu's answer, Jiang Mian no longer lingered on it and cheerfully turned her gaze to Zhou Shun. This time, her question was more straightforward. "Zhou Shun, among everyone present, is there anyone you're interested in?" Mian knows how to hit straight. Someone lift Jiang Mian to the main table. Jiang Mian can ship CP even while working. Right, I won't say who envies her. Her question not only sent the CP fans in the comments into a frenzy but also caused the person being questioned to blush. Zhou Shun, slightly embarrassed, glanced shyly at Song Yan before stammering, "Why yes there is, I'm eagerly anticipating tonight's confession night. I want my favorite CP to shine." "Your gaze is too obvious, brother, at least try to hide it." Unlike Zhou Shun's shyness, Song Yan was much more forthright. She smiled at Zhou Shun and then gathered the cards from everyone, placing them back on the table. Alright, it's time for the next round. Coincidentally, she drew the King of Hearts. Holding the playing card, Song Yan cast a meaningful smile at the troubled faces of Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Mian. Will you both choose truth or dare? For someone like Jiang Qiyu, who often slacked off at work, the idea of a dare was utterly unappealing, thus she readily chose truth. Jiang Mian naturally followed suit. In that case, I will ask both of you the same question. Song Yan said cheerfully, clapping her hands as if casually inquiring, among the opposite sex, what type do you prefer? Jiang Mian tilted her head, her demeanor relaxed as she replied, I might be more on the quiet side. I prefer someone who compliments me, perhaps someone humorous and witty. As soon as she spoke, the fans of Yu Mian erupted in joy. Humorous and witty, it can't be Feng Shubai, right? I won't say who it is. Isn't it true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Qiyu shouldn't be categorized as an irritable type, right? Qiyu, don't be too humorous, okay? Just thinking about it makes me laugh for a year. I stand firmly for Yu Mian. And you, Jiang Qiyu? Song Yan subtly glanced at the seemingly profound Qiyu, her smile widening as she shook the King of Hearts in her hand and looked at Jiang Qiyu. What type do you prefer among the opposite sex? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qiyu replied earnestly, a wealthy man. Ha, what a wealthy man, oh my god. Changmao Laosher, you're quite something, don't say it, you really shouldn't. Help, Changmao Laosher and I share the same taste. I also like wealthy men. What a coincidence, I'm male, and I like wealthy men too. The esteemed teacher, known for her penchant for wealthy gentlemen, finds herself captivated by the affluent slap brother. As I round up my thoughts, I humorously declare that I would willingly marry him for a mere 200. I also casually mention my commitment of 500 to Director Zhang. Although well aware of her penchant for astonishing remarks, Song Yan was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing for 2 full seconds. Jingyu, this is quite the evasion of the question, she chuckled softly. Shaking her head, yet she was unwilling to let her off the hook so easily and pressed on, I inquired about your type. What sort of man do you prefer? Indeed, I was answering about my type. Jiang Qiyu asserted confidently, nodding without elaborating on her response. Big, wealthy. The moment those words escaped her lips, the previously harmonious atmosphere abruptly froze, and the barrage of comments exploded. How dare she? Not saying anything, huh? Then neither will I. Really, Sir Miao, can we drive on this bumpy road? No objections here. I too appreciate the grander type. Or Teacher Miao, you're quite pragmatic. Teacher Miao understands the essence beyond appearances. Nothing beats a little extra size. What you all should focus on is age. The individuals present were far from naive children, they could easily discern the double entendre in her words. Yet, before the camera, each person struggled to suppress a smile, feigning ignorance. The atmosphere grew tense, and no one dared to interject. Only Qiyu, unbothered by his public persona, chuckled softly. Jiang Qiyu shot him a sidelong glance. What's so funny? Nothing much. In front of the camera, Qiyu unabashedly shrugged. I just happened to fit the criteria. Which criteria? Big and wealthy. Chapter 82. The sister is a resilient rose. Upon hearing Qiyu's remark, the comments momentarily halted before erupting into a frenzy. What did you say? I don't believe you unless you show me. Slap brother is quite the hidden gem, isn't he? I knew it. It is fate between the two of them. One loves the wealthy, and the other is not only wealthy but also generous. Have they forgotten to announce their relationship outside the circle? Jiang Qiyu is secretly with him. I am not joking. If you two don't clarify, I'll start spreading rumors. On this side, Qiyu played along, yet the boastful individual suddenly fell silent. In response to his empty claims. Jiang Qiyu shrugged with an indifferent expression. Who knows? Facing the camera, Qiyu merely smirked, and the others quickly laughed awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic. They engaged in a few more rounds of games. Transitioning from heartfelt truths to more adventurous dares, such as Feng Shubai and Lu Hong gazing into each other's eyes for 10 seconds, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Jiang Ling showcased her singing debut. And everyone applauded enthusiastically. Qiyu performed 10 push-ups in front of the camera, leading to a flurry of comments about his shorts. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu passionately sang and danced, plunging the entire livestream into silence. The 8 participants reveled in the fun, and the audience cheered in delight. However, it wasn't long before Song Yan received a task notification from the production team. Please proceed to the interview room for a solo interview. She waved her phone at the others, beaming, before making her way to the designated interview space. After her departure, Qiyu suggested that the others take a brief rest in their rooms before proceeding with individual interviews. Naturally, Jiang Qiyu was the first to raise her hand in agreement. With the group games concluded, everyone retreated to their respective rooms, awaiting the program's first and final individual interviews. As they all ascended in the elevator, The two residing on the top floor were the last to depart. Once the others had exited, Qiyu stood in the middle of the elevator, his back to Jiang Qiyu, intently watching the slowly opening doors as he spoke. What you said earlier, was it true? Jiang Qiyu lazily glanced at him. What, the big and wealthy? She hadn't anticipated his sudden inquiry. Jiang Qiyu was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded, thoughtfully analyzing. These are two criteria. The first is a basic requirement, while the second is an added bonus. Qiyu suddenly laughed lightly, his tone upbeat, yet devoid of discernible emotion. I thought you were joking. I didn't expect the Jiang family heiress to be so. However, he struggled to find the right descriptor, prompting Jiang Qiyu to kindly provide one. You mean materialistic? Not quite, then you've misunderstood. Before Qiyu could deny it, he noticed her shaking her head. Seemingly lost in her own thoughts, she continued to assert her self-proclaimed title with a touch of bravado. I'm even more materialistic than you think. Let us put it this way. You understand the law of conservation of energy. Right, he raised an intrigued eyebrow. Go on. Jiang Qiyu began to speak earnestly, albeit in a nonsensical manner. All the qualities I've lost have been compensated for in material form. Reflecting upon my character, Qiyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He remained silent, merely gazing through the reflective elevator doors, tracing the outline of her soft, fluffy hair with his eyes. The memory of its silky texture lingering in his mind. An inexplicable sense of frustration washed over him. They say that those with soft hair tend to have soft hearts, yet she seemed to defy that notion entirely. If she were truly as materialistic as she claimed, she wouldn't have made those absurd comments about the rich and the servants after exchanging gifts, creating distance between them. Qiyu was aware of her concern for that 3 million. But he could guarantee that if they fulfilled the 3 million agreement, his position in her eyes would forever be that of a foolish party with abundant resources, forever distant. Yet, he was greedy, desiring far more than that. Thus, even if it might displease her, Qiyu was determined that this 3 million would not be given in such an ambiguous manner. As he contemplated these thoughts, the elevator arrived. As he stepped out, he left behind a cryptic remark. You better be. With that enigmatic statement, he provided no further explanation and strode out of the elevator. Jiang Qiyu stood there, momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. Once she regained her senses, she glanced at his tall figure, striding away in long strides, scratching her head in bewilderment. Realizing he was referring to her materialistic nature, she hurriedly pursued him out of the elevator, extending her hand in a plea. I truly am. The only response she received was a heartless bang. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Qiyu was left scratching her head, unable to comprehend how Qiyu had deduced that she wasn't genuinely materialistic. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside her confusion and turn to grab a snack. Indeed, after a while, she completely forgot about it. Soon, she received a message from the director's team requesting her to head to the interview room. Hurrying downstairs, Jiang Qiyu entered the small interview set constructed by the production team. It contained only one chair, facing Director Zhang and the cameraman. This solo interview was not live-streamed. The footage would be edited and included in the recorded version of the show. She was quick to comply, plopping herself down on the chair and locking eyes with Director Zhang. They stared at each other for a full 3 seconds before Director Zhang, with an exasperated expression, reminded her, task card, where, under your backside. Embarrassed, she retrieved a crumpled card from beneath her, reading aloud the question. If you were in a relationship, what would you share with your partner? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qiyu confidently replied, as long as he is happy, I'd be willing to spend 5 million. She finished with a squinting smile, adding softly, but 50 is out of the question. I really have that. The production team had gradually grown accustomed to her unexpected twists, and Director Zhang rolled his eyes, signaling her to proceed to the next question. The second inquiry was, if you don't receive a rose from any of the male guests tonight, what would you tell yourself? What would I say? She absent-mindedly shook the card in her hand, then looked resolutely into the camera. Not receiving a rose is no big deal. I am a resilient rose. Chapter 83. I'll be damned if I let her go. Having answered the second question with conviction, she didn't care whether this interview footage would make it into the final cut. She glanced down at the task card for the next question. Please share your impressions of the 4 male guests on the show and rate your feelings for each upon reading the question. Jiang Qiyu paused, instinctively picturing the faces of the 4 men in her mind. Zhou Shan, fond of exchanging glances with Song Yanmei, the well-meaning but occasionally tormented soul. Feng Shubai remains a young man with a rather muddled mind, who has recently exhibited a hint of green tea attributes. As for Lu Hong, there's no need for elaboration. He is a pretentious youth who feigns superiority while secretly playing the role of a sycophant. And then there is Qiyu, a morally bankrupt party who reneges on contracts. Albeit undeniably handsome, she speaks her mind freely, yet is acutely aware of what should and should not be said. The explosive impressions of the contemporary entertainment industry she just shared are certainly not suitable for the cameras. However, Jiang Qiyu finds herself at a loss for words, struggling to navigate this question with subtlety. After much contemplation, she decides to be straightforward, opting for a manic approach to alleviate all her worries. Outside the camera's gaze, Director Jiang initially wonders why she remains silent in response to this third question. Just as he contemplates signaling her, he notices Jiang Qiyu slowly shaking her head, fixing her gaze on the live camera, and earnestly declaring, "If there's no one suitable for me, I shall be candid." What? Faced with her unexpected rhyme, Director Jiang, lacking any means to mitigate the surprise, finds himself momentarily at a loss. Observing this, Jiang Qiyu kindly provides a translation. "I mean, they are not worthy of me." What? Upon hearing this, Director Jiang stands stunned for a considerable time before turning his stiff neck to exchange incredulous expressions with the nearby cameraman. Subsequently, they both instinctively shift their gazes back to Jiang Qiyu, who sits nonchalantly on a high stool, exuding an air of confidence. Director Jiang stammers, trying to regain his composure. "They are not worthy of you." "Indeed," Jiang Qiyu replies, her earnestness unmistakable. With a resolute nod, she continues, "I possess beauty and charm. I have both looks and grace, I boast academic accolades and medical records, my intellect is sharp, and I am not shy about expressing myself." What do they have? Initially she merely intended to make a point. Yet as she spoke, her conviction grew stronger, culminating in an unwavering assertion. "With nothing to offer, how could they possibly be worthy of me?" After this explosive statement, the other two individuals in the interview room turned to one another. Wide-eyed, after a long pause, Director Jiang speaks up. "Xiao Wang, what is your take on this?" The cameraman Xiao Wang blinks twice and can only manage a single word. "Impressive. This lady is truly remarkable, impressively so. To the point of being extraordinary." However, in response to Xiao Wang's praise, Director Jiang retorts, "One word, $5 off." The cameraman, feeling the pinch of Director Jiang's jest, rolls his eyes, stifling a retort, yet Jiang Qiyu, sitting across from them, cannot contain her laughter and bursts out, "Director Jiang, are you fishing for compliments?" Unfazed, Director Jiang shakes his head. This is a strategy of deception. After addressing these three questions, Director Jiang concludes her solo interview and asks her to leave the room. Soon, all four female participants finish their individual interviews, and the male guests' phones begin to buzz with notifications. The production team first invites the female guests to share their impressions of the male guests, then brings in the male guests to anonymously present these impressions to them. If any male guest can recognize a female guest's identity during the solo interviews, those clips will surely become a highlight in the show's finale. Due to Jiang Qiyu's uniquely strong and unmistakable personal style, the production team decides to use her remarks as a message from fans directed at the male guests, curious about their reactions. The first to enter the interview room is Zhou Shun, who methodically answers a few questions. Naturally, he quickly recognizes Song Yanmei's words among the prepared impressions. When the modified fan message is presented, she wants beauty with elegance, charm with flair, education with experience, intellect with wit, and she expresses herself freely. "They are not worthy." Zhou Shun pauses for a moment, then breaks into a grin. "This must be Qiyu's fan, right?" "Indeed," Director Jiang sighs. Such distinct personal flair can sometimes be a double-edged sword. Faced with such a refreshing fan message, Zhou Shun merely shrugs, graciously affirming, "They speak the truth." The second to enter is Lu Hang. Confronted with such a fan message, he feels revulsion, thinking to himself how this woman has pretended for a month, attracting fans who are, in his estimation, beneath notice. He perceives her antics as woefully inadequate, and nothing she does could ever sway his opinion. While harboring disdain, Lu Hong maintains an aloof demeanor, adopting an air of superiority as he states, "I shall refrain from commenting." The third is Fang Shubai. After completing the usual process, he too hears the fan message and immediately recognizes who it belongs to. Winking at the camera with his sparkling eyes, he smiles. "This time, I shall pretend I didn't hear it. But do not let it happen again next time." Lastly, the one who departed without notice and has now returned, the enigmatic Qiyu. Upon hearing the message, he merely narrows his eyes slightly, his expression enigmatic, remaining silent for a long time. Qi, Director Jiang shrinks back, quietly prompting, "Mr. Qi, regarding this fan message, what is your view on it?" It is no wonder he is being deferential, although the initial investment for the live show fell through. Qi's company secured exclusive naming rights for the edited version of the show within 3 days post-broadcast. This individual is a true benefactor, one to be handled with care. Is this truly what the fans said? Qiyu raises an eyebrow, countering with a question. "Yes, indeed." After receiving confirmation from Director Jiang, he scoffs lightly, adopting a languid demeanor, yet his tone is unmistakably displeased. "How could I not be worthy of her? I am more than capable of winning her over 100 times over. My legs are longer than her life." He narrows his eyes dangerously, lowering his voice. "How could I ever be unworthy of her?" In an instant, the entire interview room falls into silence. Director Jiang and cameraman Xiao Wang dare not breathe, inwardly relieved that this interview was not conducted live. As they ponder this, Director Jiang hears Qiyu's deep voice, calm yet foreboding, who exactly said that. Faced with such palpable tension, he does not hesitate to confess, "It was Jiang Qiyu." In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere dissipates. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Chapter 84. The Chi Law Firm welcomes you with open arms at 7 in the evening. The 8 guests, impeccably groomed from head to toe, gather on the top floor in the central open-air garden of the love apartment. 8 chairs are artfully arranged around 2 coffee tables. On the left table, vibrant red roses stand out, while the right table features a simple arrangement of eucalyptus. A long red carpet stretches from the garden entrance to a raised platform located behind the 2 tables. Passing through a railing entwined with lights, one ascends the carpeted steps adorned with petals, leading to an exceptional viewpoint against the backdrop of the night sea. The center of this elevated platform. 2 small circular pedestals await. Once someone steps onto them, the lights beneath will illuminate, enveloping the person in a warm glow, extinguishing as they step down. Outside the camera's frame, countless lights and reflectors illuminate the production team's meticulously arranged open-air garden, rendering it bright as day. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of distant waves, the romantic ambience reaches its zenith. The production team had not set up any live cameras in this garden over the past month. However, they have now installed 8 high-definition cameras at various corners to broadcast this final night of ultimate confessions in full. In the live broadcast room, viewers are enchanted by the dreamlike scene before them, with excitement palpable among the audience, especially the CP fans, who are jubilantly cheering, "White Spear Lady, charge forth, Shabite, don't hesitate, go for it." High heels, suit pants, long ears heading towards matrimony. A gentleman like Hang. A gentle soul like Mian, together they shall soar. After worshipping Guangong, let us venerate the divine. Long ears, you are my deity. I am but a fleeting presence, yet my admiration must be genuine. Zhou Shun, summon the courage you displayed during your concert. Yesterday is history, today is the beginning, tomorrow is for Long Heiress celebration. The Yumian faction is here to place bets. Long Heiress faint presence. I shall accompany, Long Heiress vow, I shall follow. It is unclear when it began, but the CP fans for Long Heir, after experiencing significant ups and downs, have begun to surge once more due to the seemingly ambiguous interactions between the two. Becoming increasingly adept at creating buzz, perhaps it is a premeditated effort among the fans, as 1/3 of the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room consists of quotes from Long Heir's fans. Soon, after multiple adjustments, the equipment reaches a flawless state. Director Zhang, with a solemn demeanor, picked up his newly acquired pink trumpet and commenced an impassioned speech. It is an honor that you understand love has accompanied our 8 guests and esteemed audience over the past month. During this shared journey, each of us has experienced and gained much. The 8 guests living together have undoubtedly developed a deeper understanding of one another. Tonight marks the grand finale of understanding love, as well as the ultimate declaration of feelings among the 8 guests. I trust that the viewers in the live broadcast share my excitement in anticipating the blossoming of love among the guests. Now let us welcome the 8 guests to the stage one by one. As his words faded, the air was suddenly filled with the melodious strains of a piano piece, and the camera zoomed in on the garden entrance, where a figure gracefully approached. The audience held their breath. And there appeared Fang Shubai, clad in a perfectly tailored white suit, his exquisite appearance illuminated by a radiant smile as he stepped in with a lively gait. Being a member of a boy band, he naturally exuded top-tier charm, and with the meticulous styling from the team, he made a striking entrance. "Fang Shubai, how can you be so handsome? I'm dying. What color does Fawn like for his pocket square? How about a rainbow?" He approached the brightly lit camera and flashed a dazzling smile, playfully winking. He then took a seat at a table adorned with red roses. The camera swiftly shifted to Zhou Shun, who donned a gray striped suit, his usual bangs styled upward by the stylist, making him remarkably handsome. Heavens, is this our Shun Go? What have you done to him? You could easily rely on your looks, yet you choose to showcase your talents. The comments were ablaze with admiration just as Lu Cheng entered with measured strides, dressed in an elegant black suit that exuded a cold and noble aura with every gesture. A gentleman like Cheng, resplendent in elegance, this male god is killing me. Cheng is truly handsome, I'm in tears. However, before Lu Cheng's fans could flood the screen with compliments, they were abruptly overshadowed by the incoming barrage of comments as Qiyu strode onto the red carpet. Standing at an impressive 186 cm, his naturally advantageous height, near perfect proportions, and striking bone structure rendered him breathtaking from any angle. The man, seemingly unbothered by the camera, walked towards the table with roses, exuding an effortless demeanor that contrasted sharply with Lu Cheng's deliberate poses. As he approached the table, the comments scrolled rapidly. "Not handsome, I've watched it 31,415,926 times. For you, I've transformed into a werewolf, dyed myself madly, donned layers of disguise, and changed my heart. Can we ever meet again?" IVE pleaded at the Buddha for thousands of years, willing to exchange lifetimes for a single connection. "I went for a health check today, and at my young age, I discovered I have osteoporosis. After careful investigation, it turned out to be because I saw Qi Zone and my bones softened. In this lifetime, I must date someone like this. Thus all 4 male guests had arrived instead of inviting the remaining 4 female guests immediately. Director Jiang turned to the 4 radiant male guests and inquired, why not have the 4 gentlemen share their thoughts on this month of cohabitation? As the first to speak, Fang Shubai, holding a rose, confidently addressed the camera. This past month, I have gained so much. I've met several brothers and sisters, but most importantly, he paused, revealing a playful smile with his tiger-like teeth. I met Sister Qiyu, who is the most fascinating person I've encountered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shun seamlessly continued, Qiyu is indeed intriguing and brings much joy to everyone. He then smiled shyly at the camera, his tone gentle. I feel fortunate to have made many friends, experienced things I had never encountered before, and met someone very important. As he finished speaking, the camera shifted to Lu Chang. He furrowed his brow slightly, pursed his lips, and then slowly began, actually. The reason I participated in this show was for someone. With his words, the live broadcast erupted in excitement as countless fans of Lu Nianyan celebrated in uncontainable joy. When the camera turned to Qiyu, he cast a subtle glance at the composed Lu Chang, a hint of mockery curling his lips. He then looked calmly into the camera and stated, I have no particular feelings to share. But since I'm asked to speak, I'd like to clarify some recent rumors. Hearing this, Director Jiang nearly choked, quickly rising to cross his arms in an X gesture. However, Qiyu appeared unperturbed, continuing with an air of composure, regarding my sudden departure, it was due to personal reasons and had nothing to do with the other guests. If anyone attempts to use me as fodder for speculation, he leaned back slightly, adopting a habitual authoritative posture, his demeanor commanding. I will make them aware of why the annual salary of Qi's legal department is the highest in the industry. Chapter 85, The Enchanting Stepmother. At 22, the moment Qiyu spoke, nearly everyone in the venue and beyond immediately recalled the days of his absence, during which numerous unfounded rumors circulated online about him and Jiang Qiyu, predominantly casting her in a negative light. Those baseless speculations had been dispelled by Qiyu's return, but with him bringing it up again and clarifying it so earnestly, the implications were now different. What a clever lad! Are you clarifying that you're marrying her? Is tonight a declaration night or a grand wedding announcement? This is absurd. Could it be that Qi Zong is reluctant to have himself and Jiang Qiyu embroiled in scandal? They may not even be in a romantic relationship. To those who can't comprehend, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Please refrain from such comments next time. The long-ear CP is real. I am exhausted from saying it. The comments exploded with chatter, yet Qiyu remained unfazed. After his statement, he fell silent, subtly retracting the sharp glint that had briefly shone in his eyes. Casting a sidelong glance at Director Jiang, who was gritting his teeth but remained muted, receiving Qiyu's gaze, Director Jiang quickly composed himself and announced, Now it is time for our 4 most beautiful female guests to make their entrance. With that, he signaled to the director, and the live broadcast shifted dramatically to a wide shot of the red carpet. The previously formal piano music faded into a lively and grand BGM. Responding to the production team's cue, Song Yan was the first to appear at the garden entrance, clad in a strapless haute couture gown. Her long legs graced the red carpet, glimmering under the lights as if she were glowing. Originally a model, she seemed to return to her element, transforming the red carpet into an international fashion runway. Sister, you're stunning. Zhou Shun, you're one lucky guy. Zhou Shun, you'd better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight, or I might just steal the beautiful Song Yan away. Approaching the table, she exchanged a discreet glance with Zhou Shun, who had been watching her intently, and then turned to the camera. Blowing a kiss with ease, she then took her seat at a coffee table adorned with eucalyptus. Shortly after, the broadcast switched again, and the second guest to appear was Zhang Ling, dressed in a rosy princess gown. Her overall look clearly showing meticulous attention to detail. Zhang Ling is quite adorable, huh? She is petite and charming. To the one in front, are you a fan or a detractor? Lin Xiao. Your insults are quite sophisticated now. Once Zhang Ling settled in, the comments were swiftly overtaken by another wave of fans. Next, Zhang Mian entered, donning a delicate light white dress with a small train. Her fair face adorned with a captivating smile as she approached the crowd. She is breathtaking. Is this beauty truly real? I was playing on my phone under the bright light, suddenly feeling the room darken. It turned out Zhang Mian's beauty was radiating from my phone. Just an ordinary passerby. Is this show featuring an angel? With a confident smile towards the camera, she took a seat beside Zhang Ling. The barrage of compliments soon gave way to a flurry of excited chatter. Then a figure emerged, typically seen in casual attire, now dressed in a sleek black haute couture knee-length dress, stepping onto the soft red carpet in high heels. The newcomer walked slowly, embodying an elegance and composure rarely seen in her usual demeanor, approaching the camera step by step. Is this Teacher Chang Miao? Jiang Qiyu, a stunning beauty hindered by her own words. Everyone, let's crowdfund to sew Teacher Chang Miao's mouth shut. Previously, I often came across the striking promotional materials for Jiang Qiyu, initially believing they were merely the result of marketing tactics aimed at elevating her status through comparison. However, upon closer inspection, it is indeed undeniable that she possesses an extraordinary beauty, leading me to reconsider my earlier assumptions about the marketing team. As she gracefully approached, the fans began to discern that Jiang Qiyu had departed from her usual understated makeup style. Opting instead for a slightly daring yet exquisitely executed smoky eye, her already delicate face was accentuated by the lighting, highlighting her remarkable bone structure. If Jiang Mian represents the epitome of ethereal beauty in contemporary entertainment, then Jiang Qiyu stands as the embodiment of glamorous allure, particularly in such silent settings where her striking features could truly shine. In the wake of her captivating presence, Jiang Qiyu's fans began to showcase their unique talents in a multitude of ways, which could be broadly categorized into several distinct factions. The singing faction. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. I constantly remind myself not to shy away as I approach step by step the venue you meticulously arranged. Unfortunately, this is a scene meant for you while I am merely a guest. The rap faction. You're getting married and I'm not the groom. In this deserted corner I secretly wipe my tears. You're getting married and I'm not the groom. Too much sorrow. Who can I confide in? You're getting married and I'm not the groom we once loved, hence my heartache. You're getting married and I'm not the groom. You must live well. Be happy and joyful. The societal faction. My person. Don't touch, don't snatch, don't covet. If you lay a hand on her, call 110 for me, and 120 for you. I'll make the news. You'll lose your household registration. I'll go to prison. You'll descend into hell. My person. Remember, don't covet. The content faction. My feelings for your teacher are like suddenly soiling my pants while walking down the street. Although bystanders might find it unpleasant, I will cradle it carefully, afraid that exposing it may frighten others, yet she will always provide me that warmth, and that is sufficient. The academic faction. I filled in my college entrance examination choices with your teacher, but I wonder if my scores will allow me to enroll in the future. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiyu maintained an air of serene composure, elegantly and slowly making her way to her seat amidst the crowd. Since her appearance, Fang Shubai's eyes had been glued to her. As he saw her settle down, he couldn't help but lean slightly to the side, avoiding the camera, and whispered to Qiyu, I never expected that when Sister Qiyu gets serious, her aura would be so striking. However, to his surprise, the man beside him merely scoffed lightly, fixing his gaze on her slender waist, accentuated by the subtle glimmer in her deep-set eyes. He spoke with a slightly softened tone, if only you took one more step. Fang Shubai, puzzled, turned to him and asked, what do you mean? Just as he finished speaking, the beautiful woman at the adjacent table, who had previously exuded an air of noble elegance, let out a long sigh. Her upright posture slightly sagging. Once the camera shifted away, she leaned closer to Song Yan, who had maintained her poised demeanor, and squinted her eyes with a smile. That smile instantly diminished the stunning effect of her makeup, yet rendered her expression all the more vibrant and authentic. Avoiding the camera, Jiang Qiyu leaned in and whispered to Song Yan, what do you call this outfit today? The production team had specially invited several top stylists for the live broadcast, each of whom had spent 2 hours on their makeup, with every detail meticulously crafted. For instance, Zhang Ling's was a delicate and demure look, while Jiang Mian's was a pure and angelic aesthetic. It seemed to be called a light mixed race vixen look. Song Yan responded in a hushed tone, pausing before countering, and yours? Without hesitation, Jiang Qiyu replied, I am sporting the glamorous stepmother look at 22. Faced with her glamorous stepmother look, Song Yan found herself at a loss for words, yet before she could articulate her thoughts, the camera turned back to them. The two exchanged a knowing glance, immediately halting their conversation and turning to the live camera with gentle smiles, while their hands discreetly maneuvered beneath the table. Yan, Qiyu, do you know how to flirt? Long spear pokes, whoever is poked dies? Yan, it's okay if you don't. Yan, I have a flight attendant to teach you. Yan, wink.jpg, let us welcome our 8 guests to the final confession night of You Understand Love. Jiang Qiyu had yet to respond when their clandestine gestures were interrupted. Director Zhang picked up a pink megaphone and addressed the elegantly dressed group of 8. Next, we will proceed according to the heartthrob rankings from the past month. Please take turns to step onto the confession viewing platform and confess to your heartthrob. Each of you has a red rose or eucalyptus at your side. Take this flower of courage and present it to the one you wish to continue dating after the show concludes. Now, I declare the live broadcast of You Understand Love Final Confession Night begins. As Director Zhang concluded, the electronic screen outside and the small window in the studio displayed the heartthrob rankings, with a splendid animation. The first ranked avatar gradually appeared. Please welcome Song Yan. The top heartthrob was none other than Song Yan, a result both unexpected yet unsurprising. Upon hearing her name, Song Yan momentarily froze before regaining her composure. She smiled and nodded at the camera, but as she stood up holding the eucalyptus and turned her back to the camera, she winked at the person beside her. Jiang Qiyu wore an expression of unspoken curiosity, seemingly wanting to inquire about something but held back due to the camera's presence. Song Yan, not lingering too long, shot her a glance before confidently striding up the steps of the red carpet. As the camera followed her, viewers saw the striking international supermodel ascend the confession viewing platform amidst twinkling lights. Holding a long eucalyptus in her hand, she stood firmly and slowly on the circular stage. Instantly, the lights below illuminated her, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Jiang Qiyu remained below, pondering why Song Yan had chosen to assign her a flight attendant role. Meanwhile, up on the high platform, Song Yan had found the perfect angle and, gazing into the camera, began to speak. I recall someone promised to write me a love song. I wonder if that still holds true. The beauty is overwhelming, sister, you slay me. Writing a love song? Who here can write a love song? I want to say. From the moment she stepped onto the platform, the visibly anxious Zhou Shan nodded vigorously upon hearing her words, suddenly realizing the person on stage might not see him. He prepared to speak, but the playful voice above interrupted him again. What to do? The love song hasn't been written yet, so I don't wish to receive my eucalyptus, but if someone were to offer me a rose to accompany it, perhaps I would reveal to him what he has always wanted to know. The note attached. To others, these words might seem disjointed, yet to Zhou Shan, they became a catalyst that left him momentarily dazed. Before he could fully process, the lights above dimmed, and the sound of high heels echoed once more. Song Yan did not choose to confess to anyone, instead descending from the viewing platform alone. Ah, sister, you are too skilled, too skilled. Zhou Shan, duel time. Shunzi, this is your chance, be sure to seize it and bring my sister back. Holding the eucalyptus, Song Yan made no effort to hide her playful demeanor as she waved it in front of the blushing Zhou Shan while descending from the platform. Once she was seated again, Director Jiang seamlessly continued, it seems that Song Yan is not yet inclined to confess. I wonder if someone can seize the opportunity she has presented. Next, the director signaled for the second-ranked heartthrob to be displayed. The small window again animated, revealing the second-ranked avatar. Whether by fate or the production team as subtle manipulation, the second heartthrob was none other than Zhou Shan, who appeared somewhat restless. He first exchanged a deep gaze with Song Yan, before his expression shifted to one of determination as he turned to ascend the confession viewing platform. The circular stage lit up again, and the man, typically adept at crafting love songs, now appeared somewhat hesitant. I have written a love song, which will be produced and released as a single after the show. It is my favorite song because its inspiration comes from someone I admire. He paused, his voice suddenly rising, as if to bolster his own courage. Song Yan, may I invite you up here? After a moment of silence, a playful voice resonated from the audience. Of course. At Zhou Shan's invitation, Song Yan, holding the eucalyptus, stepped onto the confession viewing platform for the second time. The two stood face to face under the soft lighting of the circular stage. The somewhat awkward man slowly extended his hand, presenting the red rose that symbolized his feelings. If you like, I'll gift you this love song and this red rose. So. Could you tell me what you have me saved as in your contacts? The woman before him smiled gently, unhesitatingly reaching out to accept the vibrant rose, placing it alongside the eucalyptus in her hand. Camellia, the flower of the tea plant, signifies the ideal love. Zhou Shan. Song Yan raised her gaze, looking at Zhou Shan, whose eyes suddenly sparkled. In a gentle, deliberate tone, she said, I believe I have found my ideal lover. Zhou Shan, momentarily taken aback, struggled to regain his voice, his excitement causing his words to tremble slightly. Is it me? She smiled, poised and gracious. It is you. Someone kill me, this is too much excitement for these two. Blow me up so they can hear the sound. The ship of our beloved couple has finally seen the light of day. Fans of this couple are celebrating the new year today. As the audience watched the two warmly embrace on the big screen, not only did the viewers in the live broadcast explode with excitement, but even the other 6 people in the studio offered their heartfelt congratulations with applause, while everyone else gazed upwards with either blessings or envy towards the tightly embraced couple on the high platform. Fang Shubai inadvertently caught sight of a certain someone lost in thought, clapping absent-mindedly. He slightly turned his body and addressed Qiyu beside him. Brother Qi, what do you think Sister Qiyu is thinking? Coincidentally, Qiyu, who had also been observing her discreetly, slowly withdrew his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance at Fang Shubai, replying coolly, are you really curious about what she thinks? Fang Shubai, slow on the uptake, failed to grasp the sarcasm in his words and simply nodded honestly, a little curious. In response to his bluntness, Qiyu unconsciously rubbed his fingers, ultimately settling his eyelashes, and casually replied, then you should just ask her yourself. The object of their observation, the daydreaming female guest, was currently reflecting on Song Yan's earlier remark. Just who was the flight attendant? Chapter 87, lifting the bowl to eat, putting down the bowl to flip the table. Before she could figure out who exactly the flight attendant was, Director Jiang once again raised the small microphone. Congratulations to Zhou Shan and Song Yan for successfully holding hands. We look forward to their continued relationship beyond the show. As well as Zhou Shan's new song, the barrage of comments erupted with cheers. Everyone was sending their sincerest blessings to this couple who steadfastly chose each other from beginning to end. After the lovely couple left the stage hand in hand looking blissful, director Jiang spoke again. Next, it is time for our third-ranked guest in emotional connection, Fang Isu. By the moment his words fell, the comments on the screen went wild. The white suit really struck a chord with me. For this life, I have no regrets joining the white faction. In the next life, I'll still be a white supporter. Bye-bye, you must strive to impress, get the spear teacher. Fang Shubai stood up. Formally adjusting his tie, then turned and stepped onto the viewing platform. He took a deep breath, standing on the round stage, facing the camera with a gentle smile, his voice clear. Did you know? The longest word in Greek is archaeomelisidinophronichirida, which means lovable person, yet in Chinese characters it is expressed quite succinctly. I referred to it as Jiang Qiyu. He shifted his gaze towards the figure in the black dress below the platform and called out, Sister Qiyu. You don't need to come up yet. Upon hearing this, a melodious voice rang from below. Don't worry. Jiang Qiyu sat steadfastly in her chair below the stage, showing no intention of rising. She understood well that while Fang Shubai displayed a warm demeanor towards her, it felt more like the enthusiasm of friends rather than anything deeper. Sure enough, after she spoke, Fang Shubai on the big screen first flashed a smile, then resumed his serious demeanor, looking directly into the camera. I am very grateful to this program for allowing me to meet someone as interesting as Sister Qiyu. Today, I stand here to confess to Sister Qiyu from the standpoint of a friend, hoping that even after the show ends, we can continue to connect as friends. At this point, the comments in the live broadcast began to polarize. Some fans of Bye Bye were in tears. What is happening? Bye Bye, what are you saying? Mom doesn't allow it. You've taken off your pants just to show me this? Fang Shubai, are you not capable? Yet, a larger portion of viewers responded with rational appreciation. Bye Bye. I am crying. He has such a sincere little pup. I love him even more. Can I say I've always shipped their sibling-like bond? Friends are more precious than lovers. In this world, there exists equal appreciation and admiration, as well as support and companionship unrelated to romance. The comments flew by, and Fang Shubai looked down towards Jiang Qiyu again. Sister Qiyu, after the program ends, can you not delete me from WeChat? I'd still like to hang out with you. There was a moment of silence below the stage, followed by the same cheerful voice responding, sure. I'll take you out with the flight attendant. Upon saying this, Jiang Qiyu suddenly realized there was never a flight attendant. Receiving her affirmation, Fang Shubai felt no embarrassment and immediately smiled brightly as he stepped down from the viewing platform, happily approaching Jiang Qiyu, offering her the red rose in his hand. Sister Qiyu, this is for you. Jiang Qiyu accepted the rose with a smile, yet did not return the eucalyptus she held. Thus concluded Fang Shubai's unique confession of friendship. Director Zhang, glancing at the rising discussion on his phone regarding Understanding Love Confession Night, happily raised the microphone. On behalf of the Understanding Love production team, I wish the two of you lasting friendship. Kindred spirits, like soulmates, are equally precious. I hope everyone can have friends by their side and lovers nearby. Now, let us invite the director to reveal the next guest for the confession. The fourth-ranked guest in emotional connection is Jiang Mian. The moment she appeared, the comments erupted into chaos once more. Fans of Luming and Yumian, along with Jiang Mian's loyal supporters, surged into the fray. I came here just for Luming. Mian and Hang are the best match in the world. Yumian is on the rise, Shark Tank CEO X stunning movie star. Jiang Mian is a beauty in her own right. Okay, forever supporting Mian. Under the spotlight, Jiang Mian gracefully ascended the viewing platform, holding her pristine white skirt as she took each step. Standing upon the round stage, the lights blazed brightly as she held eucalyptus leaves, smiling gently at the camera. Today, I stand on this confession stage not to confess to any male guest below, for love to me is merely a condiment in life, never a necessity. The eucalyptus in my hand is intended for my fans, my Mian flower candies, who have always supported and loved me. My confession is for you. As soon as she spoke, the loyal fans erupted in fervent support. Ah, what a perspective. She has just opened up a whole new realm. Top-tier female star, no man should think to get involved. I can feel Mian's love for her fans. She is truly hard-working and sincere. I love her so much. While the CP fans felt a pang of disappointment, many were swayed by her heartfelt confession and shifted their loyalties. I originally came to support Luming, but after seeing this, I'm completely won over by Mian. From now on, I'll only support Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian truly works hard. I admire her. Even if I can't ship her with someone, I will always support you. This moment, one could say, completely opened up a new realm, garnering countless fans with just a few words. Jiang Qiyu merely shot a glance at director Zhang, whose expression was less than pleased, and discreetly curled her lip. This girl truly has a knack for it. Not only does she not indulge in the CP fanfare, but she also seeks to flip the entire table. While her words indeed garnered attention, what would become of the successful pairs in this dating show? It was one thing to see someone wanting to rise in status, but it was rare to see someone trample on the show to do so. As Jiang Mian descended from the viewing platform, Before she had fully settled, director Jiang immediately cut to the camera and took up the microphone. Thank you Jiang Mian for that brilliant speech. Next, let us welcome the 5th-ranked guest in emotional connection, Qiyu. Chapter 88, This is at the legendary Phoenix. The moment Qiyu's name was uttered, the comments in the live broadcast instantly shifted their tone. He is here, he is walking in with roses. He is here, riding on clouds. Qiyu, he can conquer the heavens and the earth. Qiyu, in the wind and rain, he can summon the storms. Can Qiyu send me 200 red envelopes if he successfully confesses? Jiang Qiyu's own benevolent spirit, more suited for the spear baby's physique. Help, I can't wait to see how he will confess and to whom, but Qiyu probably won't confess. Right, isn't there a rumor that he is here for sponsorship? Excuse me, could you please make way, you're blocking our long-eared welcome lineup? Upon hearing his name, Qiyu first cast a casual glance at the adjacent table. Then rose slowly, elegantly fastening the buttons of his suit jacket with his long, slender fingers. After completing this, he did not immediately proceed to the stage. Instead, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he leisurely walked towards another table. As everyone tilted their heads up, Jiang Qiyu widened her eyes, gazing at the man who seemed to radiate light with every step he took towards her. What was happening? Before she could voice her question, the man stood before her, slightly bowing as he extended a hand with prominent knuckles. She looked at the hand reaching out to her, instinctively patting her pockets to find something to offer in return. But her outfit today had no pockets. Just as she was searching her empty pockets, a low voice tinged with amusement resonated above her. Shall we go up together, Jiang Qiyu? Clutching a sprig of eucalyptus in her hand. She momentarily froze before being gently yet insistently pulled to her feet by him. Qiyu merely assisted her in standing up, then gentlemanly released her hand, offering his arm instead in a place hidden from the cameras. He lowered his voice and said, I'll support you, otherwise I fear you might stumble down the stairs later. Jiang Qiyu naturally linked her arm with his, rolling her eyes subtly as they turned together, and whispered back, although your words sound rather unpleasant, upon reflection, they become even more so. With that, a soft chuckle reached her ears, along with his mirthful voice. You flatter me, watching the two of them walk hand in hand towards the confession observation deck. The long-eared CP fans in the live broadcast nearly fainted from excitement. Can someone tell me if these two have officially announced their relationship in the circle? Once again, Long-ear is behind us together. I'm not joking. I need to take a nap again. I just woke up and already saw Long-ear getting married. This is not merely a confession observation deck, the red carpet, the ambient lighting, this is undoubtedly a wedding venue. I'll give 200 xiaobai treat. Supportive CP fans send their congratulations, wishing the newlyweds all the best, while the CP fans were fervently imagining a sweet romance between the two. The couple ascending the steps together was engaged in a conversation far removed from the sugary sweet nothings they envisioned. Qiyu, was I handsome just now, Jiang Qiyu? To be fair, you were indeed quite dashing. Qiyu, have you fallen for me? Are you ready to accept my confession? Jiang Qiyu, you should state that in front of everyone up there. Qiyu raised an eyebrow. So you're pursuing a sense of ceremony? Should I have Zhao Jin buy more flowers now? Before he could finish, Jiang Qiyu, with a deadpan expression, replied, cunning capitalist, in front of so many people, I shall reject you once more. Qiyu, equally expressionless, retorted, circled as they walked steadily up the illuminated steps, heads held high, step by step towards the pinnacle. The moment they parted at the top of the stairs, Qiyu lowered his gaze and whispered in her ear, the dual endorsement for Qi Corporation's new project comes with a fee of 5 million a year. With that, he did not spare a glance at her suddenly brightened eyes, instead turning to stride towards the circular platform. Qiyu glanced at the rose in his hand, his well-defined features relaxing slightly. Then he lifted his long leg and stepped onto the automatically activated circular platform. The lights flared to life, casting shadows beneath his long lashes, accentuating the already sharp contours of his face, now highlighted even more distinctly by the illumination. He lifted his gaze, directly meeting Jiang Qiyu's eyes as she also stepped onto the circular platform. The lights blazed brightly. In that instant, the hazy glow enveloped her entirely, adorning her dress flowing edges and even each strand of hair with a gossamer-like sheen. Holding the vibrant red rose, his lips curled into an enchanting smile, his deep-set eyes reflecting her image. He gently called her name, Jiang Qiyu. Still reeling from the shock of the 5 million, Jiang Qiyu suddenly regained her senses and locked eyes with him, her expression a mix of wariness and curiosity, yet Qiyu seemed oblivious to her guarded demeanor. His smile only widening, the man began to speak in a calm tone, yet the words he uttered were explosive enough to shatter the entire realm of confessions. My bank card password is 041099. My phone password is 0000667. My payment password is 600881. The property deed and cash are in the safe in my villa study in S City, and the password is also 041099. I own several cars, and I can have my secretary prepare a list for you. Besides my 15.49 shares in Qi Corporation, I also own a few small financial companies. There will be no prenuptial agreement after we marry. You will manage the finances, and should we divorce, you will receive half. Jiang Qiyu. As her astonished gaze intensified, Qiyu raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, extending the rose he had been holding for some time. Do you want it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu did not hesitate for even a second, nodding vigorously. I do, but as the words left her lips, she instantly snapped back to reality. This was undoubtedly a performance for the fans. Stemming from his earlier mention of the dual endorsement for the new project, however, given that the last 3 million he claimed had been a deception, who knew if this 5 million was genuine? In a flash of inspiration, she quickly altered her tone. I do, faced with Qiyu's amused gaze, she spoke nonchalantly. Since that's the case, allow me to present you with a rap without waiting for his consent. She began her rap performance in front of the captivated audience. Yo, indeed, it was my indifference that made you feel an overwhelming sense of loss. However, a woman's heart desires not just a mere promise. I fear deceit, I fear loneliness, and I dread that my heart will gradually wither away. Love is not to be promised lightly. Alright, I don't want to say more. The rhythmic intonation of her rap left everyone astonished. WHA.is This Phoenix legend. Long mile. One can eat recklessly, but one cannot sing carelessly. What exactly are you doing with that beautiful face? This pair, with such an explosive confession, even more so with the response. Is this what a balanced love looks like? I don't understand. Let me finish my graduate studies and come back to watch. Even Fong Shubai below the stage couldn't help but murmur, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Chapter 89, Feet off the ground. Intelligence soaring. After hearing her rap, even someone as psychologically resilient as Qiyu could not maintain his composure, his originally relaxed brows furrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting an expression of bewilderment. And after a prolonged silence, he squinted and muttered, what was that? Seeing his displeased expression, Jiang Qiyu, who had just passionately performed, immediately raised her hand to signal him to wait, and then slowly waved the eucalyptus in her hand. What you said earlier. Is it true? Qiyu raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. What do you think? Jiang Qiyu glared at him, using her other hand to discreetly signal 5. Naturally, it referred to the 5 million. Could it really be his bank card password? She feared for her life and wanting to remember it without a chance to spend it. Noticing her wary demeanor, Qiyu shook his head and smiled, then once again extended the rose in his hand. His expression calm. How will you know unless you give it a try? She gently lowered her feathery, curled lashes, quietly observing the tantalizingly vivid red rose before her, her delicate nose wrinkling in contemplation. Qiyu remained patient, holding the rose aloft, his gaze unwavering as he watched her, awaiting her to either turn and leave or reach out to accept the flower he offered her. Jiang Qiyu glanced up at his lightly smiling eyes. Then down at the eucalyptus in her hand, agreeing to this rascal on the program, playing the CP game with him, and once the show was over, making him sign a contract if he reneged again. Then she would seek a wise sage on Mount Wutai to cast a spell to deal with him. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she decided she would treat it as a lottery ticket, gamble on his father. Qiyu noticed her previously hesitant gaze growing more resolute, and as if she had finally made up her mind, she suddenly looked up at him. Qiyu, Suddenly, he found his hand empty. The rose he held was gently taken by a slender, fair hand to eye, and the next moment, a fresh sprig of eucalyptus was effortlessly thrust towards him. He raised his gaze, meeting her eyes filled with laughter. Pleasure collaborating. Faced with her fluid and seamless maneuver, Qiyu was initially taken aback, then quickly grasped her meaning of a pleasant collaboration, yet he still smiled as he gripped the eucalyptus leaf tightly. Slightly leaning forward to look directly into her eyes, pleasure collaborating. Jiang Qiyu. At that moment, the live broadcast room, which had been holding its breath in anticipation, erupted into a frenzy. Fans of the long-ear couple commenced a grand spectacle filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers. Long-ear is real, long-ear is real, ha 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 ha, long-ear is indeed real, ha 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 ha, already gone mad. The styles of these two individuals are quite peculiar. They are neither sweet and spicy, nor soft and cute, nor vibrant, nor western. They evoke a madness within me. Today, while taking the elevator, which could only accommodate 11 people, I hesitated for a moment at the door, but ultimately stepped inside. Once inside, the elevator triggered an overload alarm. Alas, with long-ear occupying my thoughts, I could not deceive the elevator. Lately, I have been watching videos of the long-ear couple every day, which has left my boyfriend quite unhappy. He questioned me, asking, if both Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu fell into a river, who would you save? I replied, of course, I would save you first. My boyfriend smiled and hugged me happily. I laughed as well. For only long-ear would fall into the depths of love. While the fans were losing their minds, little did they know that a transaction was taking place above the confession viewing platform between the two. After exchanging tokens, Jiang Qiyu took the initiative to grasp Qiyu's hand, preparing to descend the circular platform. However, though her hand was in his, the man subtly tightened his grip, preventing her from moving. She turned back to look at him. Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu, facing her bewildered expression, Qiyu raised an eyebrow, indicating, is this all there is? Jiang Qiyu frowned and tugged at their joined hands. Speaking softly away from the camera, TSK, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, you can't back out now. We have a contract to sign once the show concludes. Qiyu followed her lead as they descended the platform. Leaning closer as they walked down the steps, whispering in her ear, "Are you this happy? Is it for the 5 million? Or?" The man's voice was sultry, harmonizing with the ambient dim light and romantic music, distinctly reaching her ears. "Because of me." Jiang Qiyu lowered her head in silence, cautiously descending the steps. She waved at the camera, but once she turned to leave, her expression instantly shifted, leaning closer to him. She said with a hint of seriousness, "Do you think I'm in it for that measly sum?" Upon hearing this, Qiyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, his deep-set eyes shimmering even without the light. "Is it not?" "Of course not," Jiang Qiyu immediately retorted earnestly, stopping in a place where the camera could no longer capture them. She shook her head seriously, a smile breaking through. "How could money be worthless?" "Oh." Watching him suddenly turn cold and stride away, Jiang Qiyu leaned against the wall and called out, "Wait for me, my feet hurt." As soon as she finished, she noticed the figure that had walked quite a distance suddenly halt. Pause for a moment, then swiftly turn back, resigned. Qiyu returned, casting her an exasperated glance. After receiving a carefree smile from her, he slowly crouched down, observing her foot, which was evidently red from friction. He asked in a deep voice, "Can you still walk?" Jiang Qiyu, who had not noticed earlier, felt the burning pain in her foot as he inquired, and she grimaced in response, hissed, "I can still walk, just support me a bit." As she reached out her hand, it was grasped firmly by a warm hand, guiding her to place her arm around his neck. Before she could react, she heard a slightly exasperated reminder, "Hold tight." Immediately following this, Jiang Qiyu felt a tightening around her waist and legs, and her body was lifted off the ground. The fear of weightlessness compelled her to clutch Qiyu's neck tightly, looking at him with alarm, inadvertently exclaiming, "Are you trying to mess with me?" Qiyu remained silent, holding her legs and back with utmost propriety, effortlessly lifting her higher, then striding towards the guest changing room. Seeing his lack of response, Jiang Qiyu ceased her struggles, resting comfortably against him. Pouting, "You little rascal, trying to show off in front of me, huh?" However, she received no answer, only the soft sound of a chuckle from above. She furrowed her brow, attempting to look up but could only see his well-defined jawline. "What are you laughing at?" Qiyu's voice was still laced with amusement, seemingly in good spirits. "Oh, nothing, just suddenly thought of a saying." "What saying?" With her feet off the ground, her intelligence had evidently taken a back seat. "Little rascal, your insults are quite sophisticated now." Flattery. Chapter 90. An incident occurred. Qiyu carried Jiang Qiyu to the door of the changing room. Fortunately, all the staff were busy recording on site, and no one saw them. As soon as he set her down, before he could say anything, Jiang Qiyu rushed into the changing room to change clothes. This gown was far too extravagant for her. An aspiring stand-up comedian, once she emerged from changing, she was met by a staff member who notified her, according to the program's procedures, the two artists who successfully held hands would be considered to have wrapped up filming for Understanding Love. If the guests had matters to attend to, the production team could arrange for them to depart for City A. Following the airing of the final edited version a week later, there would be a live-streamed celebration banquet. A little bonus for the show, and everyone was encouraged to attend. Jiang Qiyu nodded eagerly, then rushed out of the changing room, hurrying toward the embrace of her benefactor. However, just as she opened the door, she was intercepted by a familiar face. At the entrance of the changing room stood Ling Tida no, Secretary Zhao, grinning as he greeted her. "Miss Jiang, President Qi asked me to come find you." Faced with Zhao Jin's formulaic smile, she squinted suspiciously, but upon spotting the contract he held, her expression brightened instantly. "Please, Secretary Zhao, this way." Zhao Jin followed Jiang Qiyu, observing her exuberant demeanor with a nostalgic smile. The young master has finally learned how to pursue someone. "What?" The person in front, not hearing clearly, turned back with a slight frown. Zhao Jin immediately suppressed his affectionate smile, feigning seriousness. "I said, could you slow down a bit? I can't keep up, not a bit slower." Jiang Qiyu shook her head earnestly, resuming her brisk pace, unwilling to let a small matter trouble President Qi. Jiang Qiyu and Zhao Jin arrived at a secluded spot on the first floor of the apartment. Jiang Qiyu carefully accepted the contract worth 5 million a year, her expression grave as she perused it. Zhao Jin held his briefcase, waiting for her to sign, but after a long time without any movement. His professional smile began to falter. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively spoke. "Miss Jiang, is there an issue with the terms?" "This shouldn't be the case. It's a contract drafted by Qi's legal department, and there has never been an error in all these years." However, Jiang Qiyu calmly looked up at him, her tone devoid of emotion. "Do you not know if there is a problem?" "A problem?" Zhao Jin furrowed his brow, taking the contract back to examine it closely, muttering to himself, "This cannot be. Old Zhang from the legal department personally reviewed and sent this to me. It can't possibly have any issues." Just as he spoke, a hand reached out, firmly grasping the edge of the contract. Following that hand, he was met with Jiang Qiyu's beaming smile. "I told you there's no problem. Hurry up and give it to me. I want to sign." Watching her joyfully scribble her name at the bottom of the contract, Zhao Jin, bewildered, inquired, "Miss Jiang, what about what you just said?" "Oh, that." Jiang Qiyu nonchalantly signed her name on both copies of the contract. Returning one to him with a smile that showed no hint of reservation. I couldn't understand it, that was just a test for you, congratulations, you passed the test, he. After signing the contract, Zhao Jin informed her that this was a private agreement and the dual endorsement collaboration would require Qi's branch to negotiate and sign a formal contract with her company. However, none of this crossed Jiang Qiyu's mind. Having received the reassurance from Qiyu, her fatigue dissipated entirely. With no interest in the ongoing confession, she stood up, preparing to head upstairs to gather her belongings and catch the earliest flight back to City A. Miss Jiang. Zhao Jin, sensing her intentions, donned a smile and called out to her, President Qi still has matters to attend to in City S, but before he leaves, he has arranged a flight for you to City A and instructed me to escort you there. Jiang Qiyu waved her hand casually at him, still holding the contract. This small matter doesn't require troubling President Qi. I can just take the flight arranged by the production team with my assistant. VIP first class, wait for me for 10 minutes, and we'll set off immediately. Thus she hastily gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, taking the SB-886, arranged by Qiyu that sped towards the airport. Under Zhao Jin's meticulous arrangements, she successfully boarded the flight back to City A. After a half-month absence, it was only natural that Jiang Qiyu could not return to the company immediately. She took a taxi back to her current apartment and lay on her bed. Opening an app to search for picturesque cities suitable for establishing a nursing home filled with male caregivers under the age of 25.5 million, indeed, a full 5.5 million a year. 10 million in 2 years. Jiang Qiyu firmly believed that those willing to bestow money upon her could not be entirely wicked. They were willing to share such a significant gift, how could they possibly wish her harm? This was her moral perspective. Money would endure. Thus, with dreams of a splendid future and the anticipation of 5 million, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the internet, a newly registered account suddenly posted a cleverly edited surveillance video. The footage, devoid of any captions or hashtags, failed to attract attention in the information-saturated online realm. However, an hour after its release, an eye-catching phrase inexplicably surged to the trending topics. IT climbed the ranks at an alarming speed. The following morning, Jiang Qiyu was awakened by a flurry of frantic calls. Groggily answering, she heard the panicked voice of Yu Xiaoyu. Sister Yu, quick, look at the trending topics. Xiaoyu, what is going on? You've been blackened. Oh. What? This statement jolted her scattered thoughts back into focus as she opened Weibo to find herself at the top of the trending list, accompanied by the explosive tag Jiang Qiyu assaults bystander. Frowning, she clicked on the trending topic, where she discovered the video with the highest number of shares and likes. Upon entering, she found a surveillance recording featuring herself, exuberantly approaching a struggling man on the ground while wielding a glass bottle. As he attempted to sit up. Crash, the green blast shattered upon impact with his head. Amidst the cacophony, her voice was deliberately amplified, clearly emanating from the video. Look at this young man, so fit. He just falls asleep. The video abruptly cut off at that moment. The content lacked context or consequence, even failing to reveal the faces of others involved. It portrayed her like a thug, intimately brandishing a bottle towards an individual. Though devoid of captions, the implication was unmistakably pointed, nearly accusing her of being a rogue. She raised an eyebrow and casually scrolled through the comments below the Weibo post. There were clearly orchestrated comments by trolls. Isn't this Jiang Qiyu? Why does she look like a petty criminal? There were rumors about her bullying newcomers on set. Her fans vehemently defended her, but it seems there may be some truth to it. Boycott problematic artists. Ban Jiang Qiyu. Yet, there were also genuine fans defending her. With the full picture unknown, I reserve judgment. I will always believe in Qiyu until the truth emerges. If you have the guts, reveal the whole story. What does this disjointed video prove? Ridiculous. Our Spear Master Woon T randomly pick a fight, self-defense. Understand, if you insult me, I'll retort. Even if your ancestors come back, it's still self-defense. Amidst this, her humorous fans chimed in. Barbecue stall. Green wine bottle. Who can rival her Spear Master skills? North and South, for streets, Spear Master is the dad. Spear Master, you're something else. Now people are buying trending topics to slander you. You've made it. Regardless of support or condemnation, a handful of comments boasted tens of thousands of likes, the replies a chaotic blend of fervor and animosity. After perusing these, Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but ponder. This video could have surfaced at any time but conveniently emerged just as her dating show reached its peak popularity, coupled with the malicious editing and the blurring of her colleague Qiyu's face. All signs indicated that someone had deliberately targeted her, yet, at such a critical juncture, not only would she suffer, but the production team would also bear the brunt. Lu Hongwun be foolish enough to jeopardize the show simply to undermine her. Who could it be? Yu's sister Yu. The call had not yet ended when Yu Xiaoyu cautiously inquired from the other end. Are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Qiyu snapped back to reality, jokingly opening her Weibo page. I'm a gangster now. What could happen to me? Yu Xiaoyu sighed in relief, then reassured her. Sister Yu, don't panic. The company is doing its best to manage the situation. Please refrain from making any statements until we hear from them. Understood that the conversation continued, but Jiang Qiyu paid little heed, offering perfunctory responses before hanging up. As she contemplated scrolling through her Weibo comments again, another call suddenly interrupted her. It was an unfamiliar number. Glancing at the area code, she noted it was from City S, and without much thought she answered. "Who is this?" she initiated, only to be met with a scornful huff and a domineering female voice. "Humph, you must be Jiang Qiyu, right?" Faced with such an obviously hostile caller, Jiang Qiyu refrained from responding immediately, promptly bringing the phone closer to her face and firmly pressing the recording button. Then, with a smile, she returned the phone to her ear. "That's me." "And you are?" The woman on the other end maintained her assertive demeanor, coldly stating, "You don't need to concern yourself with who I am. I'm merely here to warn you, if you're not one of us, don't harbor any ambitions, or you won't know how you perished." Jiang Qiyu merely chuckled dismissively, countering, "And you know how I'm going to die." Before awaiting a reply, she feigned realization. "Oh, you must be a fortune teller. What nonsense are you spouting?" the woman snapped back, followed by a sardonic laugh. "Jiang Qiyu, it's not pleasant to experience a downfall right after gaining fame." "Is it? Downfall?" Jiang Qiyu smirked slightly, her calm demeanor unshaken. "Anyone can face a downfall, except for me." She paused, leisurely continuing, "Because I am already a ruin." Even without this video, her trajectory had been one of dark notoriety. Now that it had surfaced, the company's public relations efforts would only serve to deepen the animosity of those who despised her while endearing her to those who adored her. "Humph, you needn't put on airs here," the voice on the other end growled. "This video is merely a lesson. If you continue to shamelessly entangle yourself with others—" "Hey, wait a moment." The woman threatened. Jiang Qiyu interjected with mild curiosity. "Who am I entangling with?" "Humph, you're quite the actress," the woman scoffed, a disdainful chuckle escaping her lips, before issuing a fierce warning. "You better stay away from Qiyu. Otherwise, I won't be as courteous as I am now." With that, the call abruptly ended. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone, Jiang Qiyu frowned slightly before decisively sending the fresh recording to a certain friend on her WeChat list. Within 3 minutes, a reply came. 10 minutes. She shrugged it off, not overly concerned, and messaged her agent, Sister Chen. "Spear Master stabs whoever is dead. Sister Chen, remember to buy trending topics." After sending this, she paid no mind to whether Sister Chen replied. Instead, reopening her Weibo homepage, she uploaded the previously recorded video without any edits. "Sorry, it's my first time encountering a dog wanting to share a table with a person. It is quite novel. Mind if I film? Mind your own business, feel free to film. Dogs have no portrait rights." After uploading, she added a caption to the post. "Jiang Qiyu, I'll hit you whether or not it's a special day." Grinning, she finished her post and eagerly scrolled through the comments. "Big cannon bombs whoever is useless. I knew Spear Master would always be on the front lines of surfing the waves. No rumor can escape her. Her studio doesn't even need to step in. Only 4 levels, no name change. Aw, brother slap is so handsome. Boyfriend energy max. When is the next holiday? Laughing to death. Who is empathizing with a rogue? Even as they assault passers-by, who could possibly sympathize with such ruffians? Just married, and already someone is causing trouble. How disgraceful. I'm truly furious. I could just annihilate you all. Can we not apprehend those who harass others and execute them? Pure malice." As she chuckled while clutching her phone, another call came through. Coincidentally, it was the same unfamiliar number from earlier. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow, still opting to answer in record. "Hello." While she remained calm, the voice on the other end had lost its earlier arrogance and now shouted in exasperation, "You actually reported me to Brother Qiyu?" Jiang Qiyu nearly burst into laughter, pursing her lips before responding nonchalantly. "You never said I couldn't report you, but if I say you can't report, then you won't." "No," she unabashedly laughed. "I will still report you." The caller was momentarily rendered speechless, pausing before regaining composure to snort disdainfully. "Jiang Qiyu, you were scheming to seduce Brother Qiyu simply because you were abandoned by the Jiang family. Attempting to latch onto the Qi family's fortune, aren't you? Let me tell you, stop daydreaming. With your status, you will never marry into the Qi family." "Oh," Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow. "Do elaborate." For the woman, thinking she had frightened Jiang Qiyu, immediately adopted a condescending tone. "You may not know, but the Qi family has long established an engagement for Brother Qiyu." "Engagement? Of course, Brother Qiyu is currently betrothed. And you, a mere illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family, think you can step into the Qi family store? Wishful thinking." "Betrothed?" Jiang Qiyu calmly countered. "Is it you?" Her question caused the once loquacious woman on the line to falter, stammering for a moment before reluctantly saying, "Although it's not me," but before she could finish, Jiang Qiyu interjected, "Is it a relative or friend of yours?" "Well, neither, but if it's neither you nor your family, then why have you been pestering me?" Jiang Qiyu frowned slightly, looking perplexed. "Cosplay? What do you mean?" Her fiery temper ignited, she launched into a tirade at her phone. "If you're so keen on meddling, do you have to taste the saltiness of the feces truck that passes by your door? You what? All day with brother this and brother that. What's the matter? Are you laying eggs? Go shake your brain before you talk to me. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard the furious hiss on the other end. Don't force me. I can do anything. Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes dramatically, leaving with a final remark before hanging up. Then do me a favor and deliver a plate of cold boneless chicken feet to my house after hanging up. She promptly added that strange number to her blacklist. No sooner had she done so than Yu Xiaoyu's call came in. Sister Yu, you must check Weibo. What now? You need to look at the top 3 trending topics. She hung up the phone and reopened Weibo. The previously dominating hashtag Jiang Qiyu assaulting passers-by had been swiftly removed, replaced by 3 conspicuous entries. I hit. So what hit you? So what? Do I need to pick a date? Long years dual threat. She recognized the second trending topic, but what on earth were the other 2? Puzzled, she clicked on the first one and immediately saw the most popular tweet within that entry. It was posted just minutes ago, a simple 6 words. Why? I hit. So what? Without any additional keywords or hashtags, the retweets, comments, and likes surged uncontrollably. She clicked on the user's profile, revealing an official certification, shareholder of the Qi Group. General Manager of Qi Group, a city branch, Understanding Love-S guest star, Qiyu. Wow, she opened that tweet, and the comments were equally intriguing. Long years as married, I'm a child. Ah. So quickly defending your wife, brother slap. You're impressive, fate protects long ears, Qiyu. Touch my woman, die. I'm not hungry after eating. Brother, you deserve to have a wife. With you like this. I am at ease, you two can't possibly be in pain. To her astonishment, some peculiar comments seem to have slipped in. Qi Group Legal Department official account. The Qi Group Legal Department warmly welcomes your arrival. Qi Group, a city branch secretary's office. Never seen the young master care for anyone like this. Xiao Jingshan, you're quite something, quietly achieving great things. Clicking on Xiao Jingshan's profile, she discovered he was the heir of the Qiao family in S-City, and also Qiyu's closest friend. Jiang Qiyu frowned slightly, exiting that entry to click on the second one. Hit you. So what? Do I need to pick a date? One must admit, their company's execution and efficiency were remarkably high. With the video she posted, the public relations team could clarify matters even more swiftly and effectively. Beneath this trending topic, aside from her video tweet, the company's studio account urgently released a clarification statement along with a stamped lawyer's letter. The accompanying text was surprisingly, Jiang Qiyu Studio, Huaran Entertainment's legal department offers a similarly generous annual salary. She was scrolling through Weibo, observing how a rumor that had stirred for mere hours was swiftly overturned. After a busy morning, her phone rang again. This time, it was a familiar voice. Are you satisfied with this resolution? Listening to the man on the other end unabashedly take credit, Jiang Qiyu smirked. I could have handled it myself. A light chuckle crackled through the line, Qiyu's voice resonating low. That's why I wanted to beat you to it. She feigned ignorance. Why, I'm pursuing someone naturally. He spoke candidly. Show myself. Chapter 93. Could it be? I've taken the wrong stance. Following this incident, the two, already basking in the limelight due to the popularity of You Understand Love, found themselves even more in the public eye, particularly Jiang Qiyu. From the live broadcast of the final confession night, she remained a trending topic for 3 consecutive days. The company was inundated with collaboration calls, scripts being offered, and invitations for variety shows. There were even audition programs requesting her, a person lacking in both physical prowess and vocal talent, to serve as a mentor. Faced with the various scripts and roles sent by Sister Chen, Jiang Qiyu expressed, I'm currently in a state of doing nothing and resting. First, I don't want to do anything, and second, I keep resting. Sister Chen nearly erupted in a fit of rage. But given the company's previous indifference towards Jiang Qiyu's negative image, they were wary of pushing her too hard now that she had unexpectedly risen to fame. To prevent any negative sentiments that might lead her to leave the company, they decided not to pressure her at this time. Instead, they granted Jiang Qiyu a half-month break to recuperate before discussing any projects or engagements. Naturally, Jiang Qiyu was more than willing. However, among the myriad collaboration offers, all other projects were momentarily put on hold, while the endorsement contract from the Qi Group was treated as a top priority. The Qi Group's latest social media platform project sought to invite Jiang Qiyu as one of the ambassadors for the Greater China region. The endorsement fee was a staggering $10 million. After deducting the company's share, the artist would receive exactly $5 million. There were no obstacles to this agreement. Both parties swiftly finalized the collaboration process and officially signed the endorsement contract. Yet in the days following the conclusion of the dating show, Qiyu, who had claimed he was pursuing her, had not made an appearance. It wasn't until the date was set for the contract signing between the Qi Group and Huaran that he hurriedly returned to a city on the day of the signing. The cooperation was smooth. Handing over the signed contract, Zhao Jin displayed a professionalism not seen before, rising to shake hands with the business representative from Huaran Entertainment. The representative promptly stood to reciprocate the handshake, beaming, pleasure to cooperate. Meanwhile, sitting beside Zhao Jin, the president of Huaran, Li Tianrun, also quickly rose to extend his hand to the composed man across from him. Mr. Qi, may our cooperation be fruitful. Seated next to Zhao Jin, Qiyu remained unassuming, leisurely rising to engage in a handshake with the Huaran president. However, throughout the encounter, his gaze subtly drifted behind him. Huaran Entertainment was an established company in the industry, and Li Tianrun had navigated his way to prominence in the entertainment world. His keen perception not to be underestimated. Observing this, he immediately wore an enlightened smile, then addressed Qiyu jovially. "It's a fortuitous occasion to collaborate with the Qi group today, how about this? I'll treat you, Mr. Qi, to a drink." Mr. Li, clearly well-versed in handling such matters, Zhao Jin appeared exceptionally adept. Before Qiyu could utter a word, he stepped forward with an apologetic smile, saying, "I sincerely apologize, President Qi. Please accept my heartfelt intentions, but there is no need for the drinking party." However, President Li misinterpreted his words and waved his hand, laughing. "It seems I do not understand you young people anymore." He paused for a moment and then slightly turned towards the individual seated behind the crowd who seemed to be merely an onlooker, saying, "How about this, Qiyu, since you are more familiar with President Qi? Why don't you represent us at China Resources and properly entertain him?" suddenly called out. Jiang Qiyu blinked in confusion, realizing his intent. She was about to gesture to her boss, Qiyu, indicating that he was allergic to alcohol and abstained from drinking. "He doesn't tea." But at the moment she opened her mouth, as if struck by a sudden thought. She hastily corrected herself. "No, is it acceptable to not invite President Qi for a drink?" ignoring Qiyu's meaningful gaze. She immediately leaned closer to her boss with a beaming smile, saying, "President Li, rest assured, I will ensure that President Qi is well taken care of." Afterward, she leaned in to whisper to Li Tianrun. "President Li, will our company reimburse the expenses for business dinners?" Naturally delighted at the prospect of associating with the influential Qi Corporation, Li Tianrun nodded vigorously. "Of course, as long as we properly entertain President Qi. All expenses can be submitted to finance, with the boss's approval." Her eyes sparkled brightly as she suddenly turned to the tall figure across the table, revealing a smile that held deeper meaning. "In the largest high-end mall of City. President Qi, wait for me." Zhao Jin struggled to keep pace with Qiyu, who was burdened with numerous shopping bags. Catching up to him, he looked up at the figure bustling about like a diligent little bee. Feeling overwhelmed, he sighed deeply, his expression grave. "Young master, madam has been shopping for 3 hours." This particular lady was certainly not one to follow the beaten path, having received the task of representing China Resources to entertain President Qi in the morning. She joyfully dragged them out in the afternoon. Then, she spent the entire afternoon wandering through various malls. While it was indeed a business engagement, she had entertained him with drinks from Mi Shuebing Chang. It was a pity that a distinguished assistant from the Qi family had been reduced to the role of a bag carrier. In response to Zhao Jin's complaints, the young master merely cast him a cool glance. His tone indifferent. "What are you anxious about? It's not as if you have to spend money," though it was true that he wasn't required to spend. Zhao Jin shook the numerous bags in his hand, momentarily forgetting his usual authoritative tone. "Are you certain that the finance department will reimburse her for a rice cooker and a smart vacuum cleaner?" Qiyu looked at him with exaggerated surprise. "Is it not permissible to give gifts to clients?" "Of course it is." Facing the young master who seemed to be lost in his own world, Zhao Jin raised his left hand in dismay. "Women's clothing as gifts? Can she really get that reimbursed?" "She can," Qiyu replied nonchalantly, nodding. "If I say she can, then she can." Unbeknownst to Zhao Jin, Qiyu's phone screen was currently open to a chat with President Li of China Resources. "A China Resources Entertainment, President Li, President Qi, rest assured, I will have the finance department sort out any receipts she submits and send them all over. Qiyu, thank you for your hard work." Meanwhile, as Zhao Jin lamented how his young master could wield such power in City, a clear voice, tinged with excitement, interrupted his thoughts. "You two, come over here, not far away in a home decor exhibition hall." Jiang Qiyu was waving at them with a bright smile. "What do you like? Don't hold back, feel free to choose." Faced with this extravagant woman, Zhao Jin couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion wash over him. That line sounded so familiar, but as he pondered, he abruptly turned to the indifferent Qiyu beside him. "Isn't that your line, young master?" However, Qiyu did not spare him a glance, maintaining his gaze ahead as he replied coolly, "This is indeed my line." After saying this, Zhao Jin heard his young master, who had just radiated an air of dominance, respond brightly, "How embarrassing." Despite his words, his actions were far from ambiguous. Qiyu stepped forward, his face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Standing beside Jiang Qiyu and cheerfully saying, "Then I must thank Miss Jiang for the gifts. Oh, don't be so polite with me," as he watched the two begin to select items side by side. Carrying various bags, Zhao Jin stood in place, questioning his very existence. Could it be that I've taken a wrong turn? Chapter 94, ATM. While Jiang Qiyu enthusiastically pulled Qiyu to choose items, Zhao Jin sighed repeatedly behind them. Suddenly, a delighted female voice rang out, "Brother Qiyu." Upon hearing this voice, Qiyu remained still, but Jiang Qiyu, standing beside him, abruptly halted her actions. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Just then, the girl's voice echoed again, "Brother Qiyu, I finally found you." This time, it came from behind them. Setting down the expensive platter in her hand, Jiang Qiyu slowly turned around. She saw a petite girl in a light-colored skirt with exquisite makeup. Sprinting towards them with a charming smile, the girl appeared quite young, her curly hair styled elegantly, and she clattered along in high heels, finally stopping in front of Qiyu. She looked up at him with a sweetly innocent expression, saying, "Brother Qiyu, I came to find you, are you happy?" Qiyu said nothing, while Jiang Qiyu discreetly scrutinized her. Recognizing that voice and the oddly familiar Brother Qiyu, she deduced the girl's identity. "Wasn't this the infamous sour and spicy boneless chicken feet?" The girl, noticing Qiyu's cold demeanor and silence, seemed accustomed to such treatment. Far from deterred, she smiled even sweeter. "Brother Qiyu, you don't know, my brother always forbids me from coming to City A to find you. This time I snuck away from him, so come play with me for a few days." Hearing this, Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow slightly. She paid no mind to the girl's blatant attempt to ignore her, instead wearing an expression of amusement as she looked at the man beside her. Qiyu lowered his gaze slightly, meeting the girl's smiling eyes, then turned his attention back to the exuberant girl, raising an eyebrow as he leisurely replied, "Who are you?" The other three present were left in shock. Jiang Qiyu stared at him in disbelief, and before she could speak, Zhao Jin's anxious voice rang out, "Young master, have you lost your memory? This is Miss Meng from the Meng family?" Meng Wanyu, the Meng family's young lady, was equally incredulous and instinctively reached out to grasp Qiyu's arm. "Qiyu, please don't scare me. I'm Wanyu, the one who used to play house with you when we were kids. The one you always made play the pet dog." However, Qiyu merely sidestepped her hand and sighed, speaking in a calm tone, "I know so you're saying." He shrugged nonchalantly, "I didn't want to acknowledge you. I was pretending not to know you." Saying this, he turned to look at the utterly speechless Jiang Qiyu, raising an eyebrow slightly in apparent regret. "Failed. If you're sick, you should go see a doctor." Jiang Qiyu nearly rolled her eyes to the back of her head and, no longer interested in them, turned to select her own platter. Meanwhile, Meng Wanyu, after composing herself, pretended as if she had just seen Jiang Qiyu for the first time and greeted her with a smile. "So this is the colleague who plays CP with Brother Qiyu on the show." Jiang. What was it again? Her eyes brimmed with provocation as she extended her right hand towards Jiang Qiyu. "I'm sorry, my memory isn't great. I can't quite remember the names of all those internet celebrities from the television. You won't mind, will you?" Faced with her aggressive approach, Jiang Qiyu refused to take the bait. Still focused on selecting various pattern platters, she didn't even glance at the outstretched hand. Calmly responding, "Did you bring the sour and spicy boneless chicken feet?" What? Meng Wanyu's hand froze midair, her smile nearly faltering. Jiang Qiyu casually picked up a European-style platter from the display case, gesturing with it as she continued, "I don't want what you've been gnawing on." Meng Wanyu, who had experienced Jiang Qiyu's sharp tongue over the phone, chose not to engage directly. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the bags Zhao Jin was holding, and she swiftly changed the subject. "Sister, the platter you're holding is fendialic. While this brand's platters aren't expensive." She then glanced pointedly at the large bags Zhao Jin was carrying, implying, "You wouldn't want to make someone else your scapegoat, would you?" It cannot be entirely blamed on Meng Wanyu for the misunderstanding. Given the appearance of these three individuals, anyone would assume that Jiang Qiyu was a starlet cozying up to a wealthy magnate, indulging in extravagant shopping sprees. Alas, she has unfortunately encountered two rather unconventional tycoons and a celebrity. As her words fell, she witnessed Jiang Qiyu nonchalantly displaying the fendialic in her hand to Qiyu, her tone infused with equal parts authority and indifference. "Do you like it?" Meanwhile, the man, who usually exudes an air of superiority in his interactions, stood beside her slightly bent forward, adopting a demeanor of reluctant acquiescence. "Anything you give is delightful." With that, Jiang Qiyu raised her hand to summon a staff member. "Wrap it up for me, and charge it." Watching them proceed to the checkout, Meng Wanyu was left in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, she turned to Zhao Jin, who was swaying beside her, and muttered, "Zhao Jin, what is Qiyu doing?" Sighing, Zhao Jin wore a look of melancholy, observing the pair's retreating figures with a tone of resignation. The young master hasn't engaged in such absurdity for quite some time. Thus, under the relentless pursuit of Meng Wanyu, their shopping excursion transformed from a trio to a quartet. With her unwavering scrutiny and following, she verified that everything Jiang Qiyu purchased was indeed paid for by her. It was baffling how a prominent figure, radiating wealth, could so comfortably accompany this woman, providing companionship without financial expectation. This left Meng Wanyu with no room to maneuver in the argument she had meticulously prepared for over half an hour. "She is solely after your money." As Meng Wanyu trailed behind, desperately concocting ways to disrupt their harmonious atmosphere, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Qiyu's phone screen. Grabbing Jiang Qiyu's wrist, Meng Wanyu excitedly pointed at her WeChat chat interface, exclaiming, "Jiang Qiyu, why have you saved Qiyu's contact as ATM? You can't possibly be clinging to him for his money, can you?" Jiang Qiyu smirked slightly, about to respond, when a voice from behind interjected with mild irritation, "Don't spout nonsense." Yet Meng Wanyu persisted, "But Qiyu, look, your WeChat clearly shows ATM." Qiyu, with an air of nonchalance, nodded slightly and addressed the three of them with a calm demeanor, "That's Ultraman." Signifying I am a light in her life, Meng Wanyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the ground had shifted beneath her. After a prolonged silence, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, she feebly protested, "But Is an ATM a cash machine? Qiyu, already displeased with the term ATM, furrowed his brow at Meng Wanyu's insistence on prattling in his sensitive territory. He adamantly rebuffed her. Nonsense, a cash machine is TKJ. Disregarding Meng Wanyu's increasingly distressed expression, he lowered his gaze to the woman beside him, who was beaming with delight, and spoke with a hint of annoyance. It's 7 o'clock, if you keep shopping, the clients will be too exhausted to entertain. With a chuckle, Jiang Qiyu, feeling somewhat guilty, offered him a sheepish smile, then, producing a hefty stack of receipts from her possession, she gleefully counted them before waving grandly, "Let us go. Let us indulge in something delicious." Upon exiting the mall, the night had already fallen. Jiang Qiyu easily spotted the distinctive A886 SB. As she approached, laden with her purchases, she was unexpectedly outpaced by a light-colored figure. Meng Wanyu swiftly opened the rear door, flashing a slightly provocative smile at Jiang Qiyu. "I'm feeling unwell and wish to sit in the back. You don't mind, do you, Sister Jiang?" Qiyu typically sat in the back while Zhao Jin drove, and Meng Wanyu was determined to prevent Jiang Qiyu from sitting alongside him. However, Jiang Qiyu merely regarded her with calm indifference. Shaking her head, Meng Wanyu, with a condescending smirk, stepped forward to enter the vehicle. "Since you don't mind, then I don't yet." Just as her left foot crossed the threshold, she heard a flat tone declaring, "No. I do mind." Startled, she glared at Jiang Qiyu, ready to question her authority over Qiyu, only to be met with Jiang Qiyu's concerned voice. "If you're unwell, why sit in a Maybach? Perhaps I should call 120 for you." Caught off guard, she hesitated, about to retort, when a force suddenly yanked her backward. Qiyu, unlike Jiang Qiyu, was less tolerant. He pulled Meng Wanyu aside, impatiently stating, "Are you ill? I can have Zhao Jin drive you to the hospital." With that, he effortlessly took the packaging from Jiang Qiyu and placed it in the back seat, shutting the door with a decisive thud. After executing these actions fluidly, he cast a brief, disapproving glance at the flushed Meng Wanyu, stating earnestly, "Don't die in my car." Qiyu, just as Meng Wanyu was about to erupt, Zhao Jin, who had been shadowing Qiyu, stepped forward. He placed the packaging on the opposite side of the back seat and presented the Maybach keys to Qiyu with a professional smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Qi, I will ensure Miss Meng is safely returned." "Very well." Qiyu accepted the keys, walked around to the driver's side, and looked at Jiang Qiyu, who was still observing. He lightly furrowed his brow. "Are we waiting for the dishes?" Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Qiyu, eager to please, immediately bent at the waist. Yes, as Zhao Jin and Meng Wanyu could only watch the sleek black Maybach accelerate away, they were left with the audacious license plate, A886 SB. It wasn't until they were alone in the car that Jiang Qiyu dared to glance at the man beside her, who was steering with one hand. So about that, she could distinctly feel the chill emanating from him. Jiang Qiyu swallowed nervously, cautiously inquiring, "ATM actually means what?" Qiyu, his gaze fixed ahead, replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "It is." Jiang Qiyu found herself momentarily at a loss, unable to concoct a more convincing rationale than Ultraman, and decided to abandon pretense. "It's exactly what you said, Ultraman." Qiyu eased off the accelerator, casting a casual glance her way, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating, though his words remained firm. "Do you think I would be upset over a contact name?" "Of course not." Remembering that he was a client, Jiang Qiyu smiled in agreement. True love does not cast blame, much like how people in Guangdong don't fault herbal tea for being ineffective but rather attribute it to their own internal heat. Qiyu, having been momentarily disarmed by her nonsensical analogy, raised an eyebrow with a light-hearted tone. "As long as you know." After a brief pause, he suddenly recalled something and coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. "Ahem. That contact name. Change it. Change it immediately." With a bright smile, Jiang Qiyu promptly took out her phone and made the necessary adjustments. After finishing, she proudly showcased it to him. Qiyu glanced at it, a smile breaking through his previously stoic demeanor. "Prince of Antelopes?" "Yes." She reclaimed her phone and pointed towards the renowned five-star hotel in a city. There, let us treat ourselves today." Qiyu frowned slightly. Accelerating the car to the hotel entrance, once parked, he tilted his head toward her. "I am the Prince of Antelopes. What about you?" "Me." Jiang Qiyu, while unbuckling her seatbelt, chuckled. Pausing, she leaned toward him with a playful smile, beckoning him with a finger. "Open the door, and I'll tell you." In the dim interior light, the man gazed at her delicate, unadorned face, her fluttering lashes brushing against his heart. Qiyu averted his gaze slightly. Raising his hand to unlock the central console, Jiang Qiyu leaned to the left, her lips parting as if to speak, while her hand discreetly opened the car door. In the intimate confines of the vehicle, she leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant. "I am, of course." Just then, the front passenger door swung open, and she darted away like a slippery fish, leaving the man with a playful declaration, "I am, of course, a human." Chapter 96, Unmarried. Qiyu had long anticipated her intentions and, observing her cheerful departure, did not feel mocked in the least. There is no need to rush the pursuit. Instead, with a calm demeanor, she took out her phone and opened her WeChat contacts. She altered the previously ordinary name notes to read, Mayanjiang. Only after that did she leisurely turn off the engine and exit the vehicle. Upon arriving at the hotel's dining department, as soon as the two made their entrance, they were promptly escorted by the reception staff to a luxurious private room. It was during the ordering process that her prior frugality was revealed to be mere stinginess. When she paid for herself, she opted for bulk beer and ordered only 2 pounds of chicken giblets for barbecues. Yet now, Australian lobster, let us try a meter of that. King crab, bring me a large one. White truffle caviar, let us indulge in a taste of luxury. Buddha jumps over the wall, 2 servings, please. While the waiter was present, Qiyu merely watched her in silence, refraining from voicing any opinions. Once the waiter had exited the room, he raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement in his voice as he remarked, ordering so much, do you think you can finish it? If I can't, I'll take it to go. Jiang Qiyu earnestly gestured at the plate before her, then turned with utmost seriousness to face the client opposite her, with her hands clasped together in a posture reminiscent of a devout believer. She declared, those who flaunt their wealth with their mouths, no matter how flawed, can hardly be truly wicked. This is my moral perspective and unending appetite. Qiyu's eyes curved into a smile, his tone betraying unmasked delight. You have quite an eclectic belief system. Indeed, I also believe in gluttony, reincarnation, and the cult of frenzy. She defiantly lifted her chin, squinting her eyes as she provocatively inquired, what, have you only now discovered that my facade has shattered? No. Qiyu leaned back slightly, fixing his gaze steadily upon her eyes, his tone calm. I find you even more appealing. This fellow, for some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Qiyu's words, the previously teasing gaze faltered for a brief moment. Her heart momentarily stilled before racing anew. To be honest, when someone as multifaceted as Qiyu professed his fondness, it would be disingenuous for Jiang Qiyu to claim she was unaffected, not just in the present. During that month in the dating show, on the deserted island, on the suspension bridge, before the contract transfer at the 2-yuan marketplace, amidst the chaos of the barbecue stall, especially during that night of final confessions. When he proclaimed he would share half with her, it nearly ensnared her in the seductive allure of capitalism, although she was unaware of the exact worth of Qi's 15 stake. The fact that he could casually produce $1 million to sign a spokesperson for a project was indicative of the company's might. This was merely the branch in City A. One could only imagine the magnitude of the entire Qi group. Not to mention, this fellow undeniably possessed an enchanting visage. Despite his identity as a top-tier mogul, there was no hint of a Mary Sue archetype about Qiyu. He seemed like a glitch in the fabric of this world. Yet, even so, Jiang Qiyu found herself unable to comprehend or decipher this young master before her. What were Qiyu's true intentions in his fervent pursuit of her? Was it a mere whim or a fleeting amusement? She had no way of knowing and dared not respond impulsively. There was a flicker of attraction, albeit faint. This ephemeral flutter of emotion was hardly enough to compel her to foolishly rush towards Qiyu. However, setting aside such considerations, at least the 5 million he offered her was genuine. This Jiang Qiyu found quite advantageous, and it added a measure of satisfaction in her regard for the man before her. Yet Qiyu remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her. He merely found her gaze upon him to be intriguing, shifting like the tide, and he subtly curved his lips, leaning closer and propping his chin with the back of his hand. With a smile and tone laced with a captivating allure, he queried, "What? Have you been captivated by me already?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu returned to her senses, and in response to his teasing gaze, unabashedly nodded. Indeed, now it was Qiyu's turn to be at a loss. He reined in his jest, arching an eyebrow gently. "Really? Of course, it's true." Jiang Qiyu, unfazed and with a steady heart, proclaimed, "In my eyes, you are the epitome of human perfection, a masterpiece crafted by Nuwa herself. Later, let us order a steamed fish. I only eat the fish head." "What? You ask why I don't eat the body?" "Because I must reserve the body to serve you, young master." Qiyu's expression grew increasingly indifferent, though the grip on the tablecloth revealed the extent of his restraint. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Who asked you?" Jiang Qiyu flashed a broad smile. "I asked myself. I see your little brain is misaligned." Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the private room, and several staff members entered in succession, bringing in the dishes, only to bow their heads and exit in an orderly fashion, observing the person who claimed to be treating her but was actually indulging in a lavish feast funded by public money. Qiyu felt that his path ahead was fraught with challenges. She was impervious to reason. She only sought indulgence. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Qiyu glanced at the screen, then at Jiang Qiyu, who was blissfully unaware of the outside world as she dined heartily, and answered the call with unmasked nonchalance. Jiang Qiyu, engrossed in her meal, couldn't help but perk up her ears out of curiosity. She watched as the man, who had appeared sullen due to her lackadaisical flattery, suddenly transformed into a gentler visage upon answering the call. It was as if a fierce beast had sheathed its claws, becoming docile and approachable. Yes, I'm dining, not busy yet," he replied softly, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, with her head bowed over her soup, wondered who on the other end could tame such a fierce individual. Could it possibly be the renowned yet unseen, unmarried mother? Her aimless thoughts screeched to a halt, and she looked up in astonishment. "What is it you need?" The man on the other end, though his tone was tinged with exasperation, retained his smiling demeanor, his long fingers clasped the phone, and suddenly sensing her gaze, he looked up at her, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Qiyu spoke calmly, clearly addressing the person on the line. Yet it felt as though he were intentionally speaking for her benefit. Yes, I'm right here. Dining, it's quite delicious. Yes, it should be easy to care for. Chapter 97. My words have lasting relevance. Consider them thoroughly. After their meal, Jiang Qiyu, adhering to the principle of valuing every grain, requested that the remaining food be packed up. After settling the bill, she naturally requested the day's only reimbursable invoice from China Resources Entertainment. And Qiyu escorted her back home. On the same day that they busied themselves with hosting and being hosted, both Qi's official Weibo and Jiang Qiyu's studio announced their collaboration. Simultaneously, Qi's official Weibo released promotional materials for the long-ear CP, indicating that the two would reunite for an endorsement advertisement on a new platform. The moment this news broke, it swiftly ascended to the trending topics. Long-ear CP reunion. Jiang Qiyu Qi's endorsement. Qiyu, you rascal, truly brings in wealth for your wife. With several trending topics gaining traction, countless netizens flocked to speculate about the current relationship between the two. Some expressed skepticism. Seriously, is there anyone left who doesn't know that dating shows are scripted? These two are merely capitalizing on the current popularity of the long-ear CP to cash in on the hype. There's no genuine affection in this pairing, right? Qiyu promoting a CP, he is not even part of the entertainment industry. What is he promoting? Laughing to death, as long as he cooperates. He'll garner ample traffic to boost his new project. Once this platform takes off, how much can Qi's group profit? Capitalists are far more calculative than you think. Those who ship CPs must be out of their minds. He is the only son of the Qi group. Even if Jiang Qiyu gives birth to 8 sons out of wedlock, she could never elevate her status through motherhood. Others remained neutral. Shipping CPs is just for fun. Right, there is definitely chemistry between them. I'm happy watching them, and I don't care if it's genuine or not. To those in front, what era are we in? How can you still think motherhood equates to status? What is wrong with being a black and red celebrity? Who is to say Qiyu isn't the one pursuing her? Don't underestimate women's worth. The majority, however, were drawn in by the show's explosive popularity. Coupled with an overwhelming barrage of fan-made CP videos, fervently joining the CP fandom as staunch supporters. Just as the fans followed the leads, the more unusual the two leads were, the more fervent the fans became. Long ear. Let the show begin. I just secured 5 million, but I took an MBTI test today, and the result said I'm IMBT. I was puzzled for a long time until I met teacher Chang Mao and realized. IMBT, I am a devotee of pure love, and I solemnly declare that I shall strictly adhere to the national legal stipulations of monogamy. Currently, I have found myself a partner. Yet I still seek a husband and a wife. Long ear, would you consider compromising and join me in forming a blissful family of 3? In the stillness of midnight, I glanced at the group photos in the long ear fan club. And suddenly, a spark ignited in my eyes. The village elder mistook it for dawn and, bewildered, rose to plow 3 acres of land. During the most intense episode of my long ear obsession, I adorned my neck with prayer beads, held a cross in my left hand, and clutched talismans in my right, summoning 60 venerable monks to sit beside me in meditation before I dared to click and view upon closer inspection. I exclaimed, this is my destined match, my one true love. I tore off the prayer beads, discarded the cross, scattered the talismans, and sent the 60 monks away. I no longer required their presence. At that moment, my heart and mind were completely filled with thoughts of long-eared. I rolled on the floor, kissed the ground, pounded the walls, and consumed 18 bowls of ergotu. I was intoxicated by long-ear and let out a series of ecstatic screams. Thus, it was not only Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu who made headlines, but also the fans of long ear, whose numerous eccentric behaviors gained them considerable attention. Naturally, after a few days of enjoying life, Jiang Qiyu became aware of this. Beautiful days always seem to pass swiftly. A week after the conclusion of the Love Understanding live broadcast, the production team worked tirelessly to release the final edited version across major platforms. This edited version intricately wove together highlights from the livestream, showcasing a level of brilliance far surpassing the original broadcast. Many were unable to remain glued to the livestream, but they would not miss the highlights. This included several guests who had already wrapped up their filming. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Qiyu sat before her computer, ready to click play the moment the program went live. While munching on the spicy, boneless chicken feet that Zhao Jin had sent her that morning, she found herself venting to her friend on the phone, that big face of Lu Heng's. I truly can't even bring myself to eat. The sound of papers rustling on the other end of the line paused momentarily, and a familiar deep voice responded, are the chicken feet tasty, Jiang Qiyu? Chewing on the succulent chicken feet, nodded in satisfaction. Delicious, just a bit sour, the man's calm voice returned, accompanied by the sound of papers resuming their rustling. Well, then perhaps next time, we should use less lemon. Before her lay a large bowl of chicken feet meticulously deboned and drenched in a spicy oil sauce, and she continued to nibble while critiquing the show. when she heard Qiyu's declaration that could potentially shatter the entire dating show. Jiang Qiyu could hardly contain her excitement. This gasp of admiration was inadvertently captured by the phone during their conversation. Meanwhile, Qiyu, engrossed in reviewing a new project proposal at his company, was not at all surprised. He extracted himself from the stream of numbers, a slight smile curling his lips as he glanced at the phone screen placed beside him. My words carry a timeless weight. You might want to ponder them further. For how long? That depends on how long you take to contemplate, you little rascal. Soon enough, the segment featuring the final confessions concluded. Aside from the initially appealing couple of Song Yan and Zhou Shan, there was also the delightful collaboration of Long Year, which surprisingly resulted in no successful confessions thereafter. Liu Hong asserted with conviction that he had come solely for Jiang Mian, earnestly presenting her with roses. Yet, Jiang Mian, seemingly resolute, gently but firmly rejected his advances and chose to step down from the platform. Observing this, Jiang Ling, despite her displeasure, refrained from humiliating herself and instead relinquished her opportunity to confess. Once all the guests had made their declarations, the production team concluded the final episode with previously recorded solo segments from the guests. Particularly noteworthy were Jiang Qiyu's explosive remarks, "If he is not my type, I shall be forthright. I desire looks, charm, education, intelligence, and eloquence. What do they possess? Nothing at all. How could they possibly be worthy of me?" At this moment, she overlooked the barrage of comments proclaiming what a revelation, and reveled in her own remarkable adaptability. However, as the scene shifted, her smile faded. How could I not be worthy of her? I am more than a match for her. I could outshine her 100-fold. To say I am unworthy, I could never be unworthy of her. The atmosphere thickened, and the boneless chicken feet in her hand suddenly lost their allure. Qiyu's voice, low and dangerous, pierced the tension. What do you mean? My legs are longer than your life. Chapter 98. Just say whether they are long or not. The conversation continued, yet the other end fell into a prolonged silence. Even the rustling of papers had ceased. Jiang Qiyu, showing remarkable patience, picked up a nearby wet tissue to meticulously wipe her hands, waiting in silence for his response, but what she received in return was the busy tone of a call abruptly cut off. Hey, just as she was about to roll up her sleeves and call back, a video call notification startled her. After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity about his impending rebuttal won out, and she clicked to answer. The moment she connected, Qiyu's image appeared on her screen. The man lounged casually at his desk, dressed in a high-end black suit that exuded an air of restraint, with his tie slightly loosened. As she looked up, she was struck by the striking features he possessed, and to her astonishment, he was even wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This sight provided a significant visual shock to Jiang Qiyu, who was dressed in a bear-themed nightgown and munching on spicy chicken feet, her lips tinged with red. For a moment, she forgot that she should be scrutinizing him with accusations rather than inhaling in awe. Qiyu, meanwhile, calmly closed the file he had just reviewed, leisurely removing his glasses and looking at the phone screen with a playful smile. I haven't even asked you what you meant, and you're already here to accuse me? He observed the flustered expression of the woman, whose eyes were reddened from the spice, and his gaze darkened for a moment before he subtly averted it. Jiang Qiyu was taken aback by his unexpected counterattack. She rolled her eyes repeatedly before defiantly declaring, "Isn't what I said the truth?" Qiyu raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly. "Then isn't what I said the truth?" "But what you said," she tried to interject. But he leaned back, exuding elegance and arrogance, yet the words that followed rendered her speechless. Just say whether they are long or not. This statement sent Jiang Qiyu's mind spiraling into a flurry of thoughts. She envisioned those enviable long legs encased in tailored trousers, the lean waist revealed when he removed his coat in the rain, the muscular arms, the perfectly sculpted chest, and then, wait, suddenly jolted back to reality. Jiang Qiyu straightened up and glared at the screen, her expression akin to a scholar who had been bewitched by a vixen, only to realize the deception. "You audacious rogue." Oh, Qiyu's eyes sparkled with mischief, his magnetic voice flowing through the phone. "What do you mean?" Having emerged from his sweet trap, Jiang Qiyu mirrored his posture, crossing her arms and leaning back, smirking. "How would I know if I've never seen them?" To her surprise, her brazen retort caught Qiyu off guard, his expression faltering before returning to its usual demeanor. His deep-set eyes gleamed with defiance. "Want to take a look?" "Sure." Her unabashed confidence seemed to rattle him, and Qiyu's brow twitched involuntarily. He straightened up, about to admonish her to be quiet, when Jiang Qiyu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, are those pants yours? Who told you to wear them? Take them off." But before she could finish her sentence, the video call abruptly ended. As the screen dimmed, Jiang Qiyu's victorious grin shone through. "You little rascal, I'll have my way with you." As anticipated, the final episode of Understanding Love featuring the ultimate confession night propelled the already sensational program to new heights. The trending topics on various platforms surged one after another. Long Year CP collaboration delight Jiang Qiyu. "They are not worthy of me." Qiyu, "I could never be unworthy of her." The appealing couple A Lu Mian B aesthetic. Jiang Mian's confession to fans. Fong Su by friendship group scores big. Among them, the most contentious and widely discussed couple was undoubtedly the long-eared duo of the spear-wielding teacher and the slapping brother, and the individual who reaped the greatest rewards from this show was none other than Jiang Qiyu. The once derided, now celebrated third-rate star, and now she has not only regained her fame through the title of spear teacher, but has even eclipsed the popular starlet Jiang Qiyu, becoming the most sought-after female celebrity in the current entertainment industry. Naturally, opinions vary widely. Fans laud her authenticity and spiritedness, likening her mental state to that of a modern-day young worker. Detractors accuse her of seeking attention and fame through deliberate antics, claiming her behavior is erratic and unbecoming. Some have unearthed her past works, mocking her lackluster acting skills and inadequate professional capabilities. Fans urge that any criticism should be directed solely at her, without extending to her supporters. Meanwhile, critics allege that she has climbed the social ladder by associating with Qiyu, insinuating that the Qi family is financially backing her rise. CP fans, catching wind of the gossip, eagerly praised the critics' observations, regardless of whether the remarks are flattering or disparaging. Jiang Qiyu has undeniably risen to prominence, so much so that her popularity is off the charts. The day following the final episode's broadcast, the production team held a wrap party. Early in the morning, the exuberant Yu Xiaoyu roused Jiang Qiyu from her slumber. "Sister Yu, you can catch some sleep in the car. We'll head to the company for hair and makeup first." With her skyrocketing fame, Yu Xiaoyu's salary had also increased significantly, making her more enthusiastic about catering to this newfound fortune. Jiang Qiyu, with heavy eyelids, reclined in the van, feeling as though her eyelids weighed a ton. "Xiaoyu, here." Yet, just before losing consciousness completely, she remembered to hand over an item she had tucked into her pocket before leaving. "What is this?" Yu Xiaoyu inquired as she received the neatly organized receipt sealed in a bag, her expression puzzled as she glanced at the topmost one. "This is Jiang Qiyu adjusted her fisherman's hat to shield her eyes, lazily waving her hand. "Invoices for business entertaining clients. Remember to submit them to finance for reimbursement." Business entertaining clients. The bewildered Yu Xiaoyu stared at the product names on the first invoice, her pupils widening in shock. "Sister, you bought a beauty device for the client." Jiang Qiyu squinted, feigning astonishment. "The client is vain. Is that not acceptable? And this PS5 game console, the client enjoys gaming. This humidifier, I just saw an identical one at your place." Raising a finger to lift the brim of her hat, Jiang Qiyu shot Yu Xiaoyu a cool glance. "You're talking a bit too much." Rated in upon arriving at the company, Yu Xiaoyu handed over the still drowsy Jiang Qiyu to the makeup artist and turned to discuss work with other colleagues, leaving Jiang Qiyu to endure her trial in the makeup room. Today, with manager Chen absent, she opted not to request a private makeup room and instead settled in the public makeup area, after changing her outfit and completing her makeup, as the stylist meticulously styled her hair with a curling wand. The door to the public makeup room swung open. Voices of two individuals drifted in. "Have you heard? That person is coming to the company today." "Who?" "Oh, the one who has been riding high lately. Who has attached herself to Qi's young master." "You mean her?" One voice dripped with disdain, the tone condescending. "She is merely lucky, acting foolishly and riding a wave of popularity. It won't last long." The makeup room was quite spacious, with several rows of makeup stations, allowing company artists to come and go freely. Jiang Qiyu and her stylist were tucked away in the innermost row, unnoticed by the newcomers, who continued their banter. "But I heard that her relationship with Qi's young master isn't just for show. There seems to be something genuine between them. If the Qi family wants to promote her, it is just a word away. I tell you, with Jiang Qiyu, that's impossible. Doesn't Jiang Qiyu also come from a prominent family? Why is it impossible? I'm telling you the truth." The speaker paused for dramatic effect before whispering. "My boyfriend attended Jiang family's elder's birthday party and witnessed Jiang Qiyu publicly disowned by the Jiang family. Everyone in the circle knows about it." "What, so she is not even regarded as a Jiang family miss?" "Not just that, Jiang Qiyu's reputation in his city's elite circles is utterly tarnished. The Qi family values their reputation more than anything. How could they accept her? And what about Qi's young master and her? It's simply a fleeting novelty. There's no way the Qi elders would allow their sole heir to be entangled with someone like that." As the two engaged in their colorful gossip, they remained unaware of the figure stealthily approaching from behind. Jiang Qiyu gestured for the stylist to be quiet and tiptoed closer to the two uninitiated artists. Leaning in between them, she feigned ignorance and said, "So that is how it is." Suddenly, the two gossipers, startled by her unexpected interjection, spun around to find themselves face to face with the very subject of their disparagement, their expressions transforming into sheer disbelief as they stumbled backward. One of them, wide-eyed, pointed at her. You're Jiang. What a coincidence." Jiang Qiyu beamed with a friendly smile. "It's me, the one who is currently riding high, attached to Qi's young master." The other, caught red-handed, bristled with indignation. How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Jiang Qiyu immediately shook her head and glanced around, noting that aside from the stylist chuckling in the distance, they were alone. She shrugged her shoulders in feigned confusion. "Who was speaking just now?" "You." The two girls quickly grasped her implication, with one of the younger ones, seemingly unseasoned by the world, stepping forward defiantly. "Jiang Qiyu, don't get too cocky. You're only riding a lucky wave. How long do you think you can stay popular?" In the face of the girl's provocation, Jiang Qiyu exhibited no signs of anger. She was in no rush to defend herself, merely crossing her arms and whimsically appraising the girl up and down. After a moment, she offered a candid critique. Little girl, you're not particularly pretty, and your tongue is quite sharper. You think I'm ugly? Well, your eyes and nose aren't very appealing, observing the girl as flustered reaction. Jiang Qiyu thoughtfully stroked her chin and added, but your mouth is quite unattractive. Jiang Qiyu, you'd stay calm. The girl, thoroughly incensed, attempted to advance, only to be restrained by her companion. Jiang Qiyu continued to wear her mischievous grin as she watched the two of them struggle to leave. Squinting at them and waving her hand, though your mouth is sharp, you still need to work on your attack skills. As they were pulled away, the frustrated girl spat, you just wait, I will definitely expose you. Go ahead. Jiang Qiyu cheerfully waved her goodbye, unperturbed by the possibility of being misrepresented. With numerous exposure posts online accusing her of bullying, she had already weathered the storm and felt no fear of falling from grace. Once the two had retreated to a safe distance, Jiang Qiyu waved her hand again and cheerfully returned to her spot in front of the makeup mirror. The stylist, who had been silent throughout, stifled a laugh behind her hand and, unable to contain herself, gave her a thumbs up in the mirror. Sister Yu, my workplace hero. Jiang Qiyu, carefree and lighthearted, shared a smile and winked back at her in the mirror. Then you are my sidekick. Once the stylist had worked her magic, Jiang Qiyu eagerly pulled out her phone to snap a couple of selfies. She then opened her long-neglected Weibo account, uploaded the photos, and captioned, Jiang Qiyu v. A person who likes me can't be all that bad. If they can love the silly me, how can anyone be truly bad? Hands clasped. May the spear gate endure forever. Hands clasped. Click. Send. Just as she was about to relish the fans' enthusiastic comments, Yu Xiaoyu appeared at the door. Sister Yu, let us go. We need to meet with Mr. Qi before heading to the venue. Jiang Qiyu had no objections, but as soon as they stepped out, they encountered a familiar professional smile. Miss Jiang, the young master has been waiting for you for quite some time following the ever-energetic Zhao Jin. They exited. Indeed, the familiar black Maybach, A886SB, was parked at the entrance of China Resources Entertainment. As Jiang Qiyu approached, the back door swung open, revealing a long, well-proportioned leg gracefully extending out. Qiyu stepped out, strolling towards her, lowering himself slightly to meet her gaze. Calmly observing the exquisitely made-up woman before him, he spoke softly, how can one see clearly through just a video? Jiang Qiyu chose not to ride in the company van but instead directly entered Qiyu's Maybach. Zhao Jin and Yu Xiaoyu sat at the front as the four of them made their way to the rap party of understanding love. It must be said that the production team had done an exceptional job in their preparations. They encountered little obstruction along the way and easily arrived at the live broadcast venue. As soon as the two appeared, Fang Shubai, who had been waiting on site, bounded over. Sister Qiyu, brother Qi. Today he had forsaken the white suit worn on confession night for a dazzling idol ensemble. Even the makeup on his face was more flamboyant than before. Sister Qiyu, it's been a week since we last met. Did you miss me? I felt a bit out of sorts after our sudden separation. Fang Shubai immediately nestled beside Jiang Qiyu, ignoring Qiyu's deliberately indifferent gaze. Jiang Qiyu, noticing this, chuckled and replied, you send me ridiculous jokes every day, leaving me no time to miss you. Although she and Fang Shubai had not met in person over the week, his online harassment had been relentless. So fervent that she sometimes suspected he had come equipped with a guide on how to win her over. Sister Qiyu, you often reply to my messages almost instantly. I know you miss me, but are just too shy to admit it. I understand, instant replies don't equate to affection. I simply enjoy playing on my phone. With the live broadcast yet to commence, Jiang Qiyu did not rush to play the role of a screen couple with Qiyu, instead turning her attention to Fang Shubai, engaging in casual banter. Meanwhile, Qiyu, who had entered with her, was left somewhat neglected but bore no ill will, calmly standing a short distance away, observing the animated exchange between the two. His expression inscrutable. He remained silent, yet those attuned to the nuances of social interactions could perceive the unfolding scene. Song Yan, who had originally been standing beside Zhou Shun, raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to the man, whispering something. Subsequently, she boldly approached Qiyu, wineglass in hand, standing silently beside the imposing figure. Song Yan followed his gaze and remarked with a hint of mischief, their relationship appears quite solid. In response to her stirring the pot, Qiyu displayed little reaction, responding in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, quite solid. Surprised by his lack of any hidden emotions, Song Yan turned to look at him, and upon realizing his face bore no trace of suppressed feelings, she tempered her curiosity. With an insinuating tone, she inquired, and what about you two? Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, and even an international supermodel is not exempt. As Qiyu continued to gaze at the figures in the distance, his tone calm as he replied, she wants to see my legs. What? You rejected her? His tone and expression were unchanged from earlier, yet Song Yan detected a strange note of pride in his voice, accompanied by profound shock. What are you talking about? Legs? Whose legs? Just a week ago, Jiang Qiyu was entirely unyielding, and now she has made such an audacious request of Qiyu, and he rejected her. These two. Truly extraordinary. As Song Yan shook her head in disbelief, a pair of deep-set eyes not far behind were similarly fixated on Jiang Qiyu's every move. Jiang Mian felt immense pressure as Jiang Qiyu gained popularity over the past few days. Although she had benefited from the show, discussions surrounding her invariably included comparisons to the rising star, Jiang Qiyu. The once flattering remarks about her beauty and kindness were now tainted with derogatory insinuations of being a white lotus or hypocritical. Her exquisitely manicured nails left deep crescents in her palm as the suffocating pressure from her previous life washed over her, once more gazing at the carefree smile in the distance. She parted her lips silently, murmuring, Jiang Qiyu, alright, all 8 of our guests have arrived. Director Zhang, in high spirits after a week apart, picked up his long-neglected horn. All departments ready. I hereby announce that the final Rap Party live broadcast of Understanding Love Season 1 officially begins. The moment he finished speaking, multiple cameras powered up simultaneously, and the director seamlessly shifted the live stream to a panoramic view. And now let's greet our ever-supportive audience, though this live broadcast was termed a Rap Party. Its true purpose was to bring the 8 participants together to reminisce about some memorable moments. It also served to formally address and respond to the audience's curious inquiries. They engaged in a simple game of Pass the Parcel, which elicited hearty laughter with its playful penalties. In the midst of it all, Ojo Shun sang a snippet of an unreleased song, causing the fans in the live chat to erupt in cheers. They then revisited the earliest couple photoshoots, garnering widespread acclaim for Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Ling's gender-neutral appeal, as well as Fang Shubai's androgynous charm. They reminisced about cooking together, gaming, and their harrowing experience of survival on a deserted island, where none had emerged unscathed. They also revisited Qiyu's shining moments of gift-giving and Jiang Qiyu's explosive dating invitations. The past month had been nothing short of exhilarating, traversing mountains and seas, though it hadn't been long since those days. Looking back now evoked a sense of disorientation, as if they had traversed lifetimes. As the broadcast gradually approached its final segment, they returned to the familiar Understanding Love Night talk. However, this time, it was not the production team asking the questions, but the guests themselves seated together. They momentarily felt as if they had returned to the bonfire gathering at the ranch. As usual, Song Yen took the lead, raising her hand first amidst the collective gaze of the 8. Let me ask first. With a meaningful glance directed at Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu, she posed the question fans were most eager to hear. What is the nature of your relationship now? Upon hearing this, countless fans of the long-eared CP perked up instantly. Teacher Song Yen, you deserve the highest honor. Sister Song, you are my one and only sister. Screaming, wildly scratching at the door, shouting too loudly, dry heaving, continuing to shout, Song Yen, my CP spokesperson. Long-haired couple must have Sister Song at the main table. Jiang Qiyu was momentarily taken aback by this blunt question, and as she pondered how to respond, she heard the calm, rich voice of the man beside her. It's nothing much, we just enjoy looking at the sky. Oh my heavens, in the blink of an eye realizing what he was about to say, Jiang Qiyu instinctively covered his mouth. Her mind raced as she quickly rephrased, we simply look at the sky, appreciate the earth, and engage in conversations about various topics. Song Yen nearly burst into laughter, stifling her amusement as she observed the entangled pair. Really? Qiyu, intending to tease her, felt the soft palm resting on his lips and nodded in agreement, his eyes crinkling with delight. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Qiyu let out a sigh of relief. She must never let anyone know that she had shamelessly asked the man to remove his pants, while female celebrities can afford to falter. Jiang Qiyu must maintain her pristine reputation, and besides, it would be utterly unjust to bear any baseless accusations. How infuriating! With this thought in mind, she turned back to the live broadcast camera, her expression earnest as she explained.